Hey guys, the new part is here. I took your feedback on the narration of the previous part and decided to rework it. But if you're eager to jump straight into part 4, here's the timestamp. Enjoy watching.
Honey. Yi Lingshuang's face flushed. My parents are home. So what? Jiang Chen responded, recalling how in the capital, even his mother-in-law was eager for them to have kids. We've already been living together in Hangzhou. Yi Lingshuang's face turned as red as the evening sky. Right, they were already living together, there shouldn't be anything wrong with spending the night together. With that thought, she shyly held Jiang Chen's hand and whispered, "All right, honey. I'll stay with you tonight. You really are the best wife." Jiang Chen couldn't help but give her a loving kiss. Yi Lingshuang was simply too adorable. Having made their agreement, the two walked home hand in hand. As they opened the door, they saw Jiang Chen's parents watching TV in the living room. Seeing his parents there, Yi Lingshuang's face turned even redder. She had thought they were alone, but now. Lin Susu, Jiang Chen's mother, looked a bit embarrassed and quickly shot a glance at Jiang Zhenqian, Jiang Chen's father. Jiang Zhenqian stepped forward, smiling. "Shuang Er Xiao Chen, you're back?" "Yes, Dad. We just went out for a late-night snack," Yi Lingshuang replied. "Oh well." Jiang Zhenqian scratched his head awkwardly. "It's getting late now. You two should go rest." Yi Lingshuang felt even more embarrassed. They weren't even officially married yet, and with Jiang Chen's parents around, she was too shy to stay with him. Turning to Jiang Chen, she said, "Good night, honey," and quickly left the room. Jiang Chen was left in a daze. They had agreed she would stay with him, so why did she leave? He sighed and looked at Jiang Zhenqian, wondering where he had been all day. Out saving the world? He was gone all day, came back late at night, and even ruined his plans. As Jiang Chen was about to head to his room, Jiang Zhenqian spoke up. "Son, I've brought your uncles here. They're staying at a hotel. Tomorrow, you and Shuang Er should come with me to meet them." Jiang Chen looked at his father curiously. "Dad, I have uncles?" Jiang Zhenqian paused for a moment before answering, "Yes, you do. But we lost contact with them for a while due to some things that happened in the past." He then explained that years ago, Jiang Chen's maternal grandparents had looked down on Jiang Zhenqian. Lin Susu's family was powerful and influential, which caused constant conflict. Eventually, Jiang Zhenqian had no choice but to take Lin Susu and flee, cutting off contact with their relatives to avoid further trouble. They ended up in a small city where they used most of their money to buy a house and raise Jiang Chen, while his parents kept a low profile to avoid being found by Lin Susu's family. Although Jiang Zhenqian didn't share all the details, Jiang Chen could tell that his mother, Lin Susu, had a complicated background. But what puzzled him even more was why there hadn't been any reconciliation, especially since Jiang Zhenqian now controlled 1/10 of the world's wealth, making him incredibly powerful. One would think that his success would change things. Curious, Jiang Chen looked into his father's future. Surprisingly, Jiang Zhenqian didn't know Lin Susu's true identity. Jiang Chen was shocked. His father had spent all these years on the run with a woman whose real identity he didn't even know. Truly, his parents were an odd pair, driven by a deep love for each other. Jiang Chen's thoughts turned to his mother. Just who was she? As it was already past 1 a.m., Jiang Chen decided not to ask any more questions for now. He went back to his room and checked his phone, finding several messages from Yi Lingshuang. "Honey, didn't you say your parents were out all day? How come they came back and embarrassed me?" Yang Chen felt awkward and quickly apologized, explaining that he had no idea his quirky parents had gone to fetch relatives. They chatted for a while longer until sleepiness overtook them. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen woke up. Since breakfast was being provided by Yi Lingshuang's mother, Zhang Yunpei, Jiang Chen's family had no choice but to join them. With Yi Lingshuang's family already being large, the addition of Jiang Chen and his parents made the dining area feel quite cramped. Seeing the crowded living room, Jiang Chen said, "Mom, I'll go buy a big villa later. That way we can all live together without feeling so cramped." Zhang Yunpei smiled and replied, "Good child. Your father went to claim his prize yesterday and bought a large villa in the suburbs as a wedding gift for Shuang Er. When you come back to Longcheng, you can live there. Oh, and after you meet your uncles today, we'll take you to see the villa. If you don't like it, we can always buy another one. After all, your father has plenty of money now." Jiang Chen's eyes widened in surprise. So Yi Wuchen had already claimed the prize and bought a villa, and now Zhang Yunpei was talking about buying another one if they didn't like this one. What wealth! With in-laws like these, Jiang Chen could only say thank you. Time flew by. And by noon, Jiang Chen found himself in a large private room at Longcheng Grand Hotel. Sitting across from him were 3 well-dressed men, his 2 uncles, and 1 uncle by marriage. After Jiang Zhenqian's introductions, Jiang Chen learned their names. The bald one with glasses was his eldest uncle, Jiang Haoqian, who was the dean of a private high school. The other 2, dressed like businessmen, were his 3rd and 4th uncles, Jiang Lin and Jiang Shui, who owned a clothing company in Hangzhou. Upon meeting Jiang Chen and Yiling Shuang, Jiang Lin and Jiang Shui were visibly excited. Initially, Jiang Chen thought they were just happy to see their nephew, so he chatted warmly with them. But as the conversation went on, something felt off. The 2 uncles were actually hoping for financial help. They needed money to expand their business, and knew from TV that Yiling Shuang was wealthy, and that Jiang Chen's father had recently won a huge prize. "Xiao Chen, we're not asking for much. Just lend us 30 million. We promise to pay you back 35 million in 3 years. Or, if you'd like, you could invest the 30 million in our company and receive a 30% stake." Hearing his 3rd and 4th uncle's words, Jiang Chen frowned. It wasn't that he lacked money. In fact, he could easily give them a few billion. However, the way they casually assumed he would help them made him uncomfortable. Jiang Zhenqian also noticed how his 2 brothers were taking things for granted. After all, they had only just met Jiang Chen. Talking about money before building any kind of relationship felt too abrupt. Quickly he raised his glass and said, "Third brother, 4th brother, let's talk about business later. Today is a family gathering, so let's not discuss work. Come on, let's drink." Jiang Lin and Jiang Shui were clearly displeased. To them, family should help each other. Now that their company was facing financial difficulties, and Jiang Chen had the means, he should naturally step in. But here was their 2nd brother, unwilling to help. "Second brother, we know our request is abrupt," Jiang Lin began, "but we have no other choice. The bank won't give us a loan, and the interest rates on private loans are too high. Our company just received an order for 300,000 pieces of clothing. We need to rent a factory, buy equipment, and hire workers." Jiang Lin continued, his face full of distress. "I heard Shuangyi's annual income is in the billions. A few million is just a month's earnings for her. If she helps us complete this order, our company will grow, and our family will gain face in our hometown." Seeing that his uncles were still intent on relying on Yiling Shuang's money, and wouldn't let go of the idea, Jiang Chen remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Third uncle, may I ask how your company is currently doing?" Seeing that Jiang Chen was finally engaging, Jiang Lin quickly replied, "We mainly do foreign trade." "I see." Jiang Chen looked at them thoughtfully and asked, "So, how many pieces of clothing can your factory produce annually? And when is this order due?" Jiang Lin and Jiang Shui were stunned. The questions were so professional, far beyond what they expected from an 18-year-old. Nevertheless, they answered truthfully. "We can produce about 250,000 pieces a year," Jiang Lin explained. "This order has a 3-month deadline." Jiang Chen frowned. "Your factory's annual output is under 300,000 pieces, yet you've taken on an order for 300,000 pieces to be completed in 3 months. Are you confident you can meet the deadline?" Jiang Lin and Jiang Shui exchanged confused looks, unsure of what Jiang Chen was getting at. "Third uncle? 4th uncle?" Jiang Chen continued. "I'm not short on money, but I need to point out that this order is beyond your company's current production capacity. Also, this is a new client, meaning there's no guarantee of future orders. You're planning to rent a factory, buy equipment, and hire workers without any assurance of continued business. What will you do if this client doesn't place another order? What about the workers and equipment you've invested in?" There was something else Jiang Chen didn't mention. In foreign trade, it's common to ship the goods first, and the client only pays the balance after inspection. Many clients nitpick minor issues to reduce the payment. In the worst cases, they don't pay the balance at all, which can be devastating for small companies. Moreover, the circumstances surrounding this order seem suspicious. Such a large order would typically be snatched up by well-established foreign trade companies with long-term partnerships. Why had it been left to a smaller, less-known company? And why was the deadline so tight? To produce 300,000 pieces in 3 months would require at least 1,000 workers working non-stop. Jiang Zhenqian, realizing that Jiang Chen had accurately highlighted the risks, added, "Third brother, 4th brother, Jiao Chen makes some good points. Without a stable client base, expanding your operations isn't advisable." Jiang Lin, unhappy with the response, said, "Second brother, this is an opportunity. You can't expect us to just give this order to someone else, can you? It took us so much effort to secure this. With this 300,000 piece order, we'll make millions in profit. If we show those foreigners our capabilities, future orders will roll in, and our earnings will multiply. Jiang Zhenshen shook his head, seeing how desperate his brother was. Third brother, I'm not asking you to give up the order. There are plenty of processing factories out there. Why not outsource the production? This way you don't need to invest in new equipment, hire more workers, or rent additional space. You just need a few inspectors to ensure the quality of the goods. Think about it doing nothing but managing the order, and you still make a significant profit. If this cooperation goes well, you can consider expanding later. Jiang Zhenshen's logical analysis and practical solution left Jiang Lin without much to say. Though he wasn't happy, he couldn't argue against such a sound plan. Outsourcing reduced risk and still brought in profits. However, Jiang Shui was less satisfied. His face darkened as he said, "Second brother, are you worried we won't be able to pay back the money if you lend it to us?" Jiang Hoqian, who had been silent up until now, glanced at Jiang Chen's family, and then at his younger brothers, saying, "Third brother, fourth brother, it took you 8 years to build a company capable of producing 250,000 pieces annually. Now you want to produce 300,000 in just 3 months. It's too much for you to handle. I understand you see this as an opportunity, but it's also a huge risk. Listen to second brother, take the order, outsource the production, and grow your business step by step. Once you have a stable client base, you can expand. By then, Xiao Chen and Shuang Yi will surely help you financially." Jiang Shui hadn't expected his eldest brother to side with Jiang Zhenshen. A few million was nothing to Yi Lingshuang, just a month's income, but for him, it was a chance to change his life. Now, they weren't even willing to help with that, hiding behind excuses of risk. What risk? Even if they lost a few million, it wouldn't hurt them at all. Furious, Jiang Shui stood up and said coldly, "Second brother, I see how it is. If you don't consider us family, why even bother inviting us here?" After his words, Jiang Shui stormed out of the private room, leaving everyone else looking at each other in confusion. Jiang Chen frowned, unable to understand why Jiang Shui was so angry. He didn't owe Jiang Shui anything, and he had already explained the risks clearly, even promising to provide funds if the client relationship stabilized. But now, Jiang Shui had left in a huff, slamming the door. His temper was really over the top. Jiang Lin, seeing his brother leave, glanced at Jiang Zhenshen. Noticing the dark expression on Jiang Zhenshen's face, Jiang Lin said, "Second brother, I know fourth brother's temper is a bit hot-headed, and your analysis makes sense. But a few million is nothing to you now. It's just a drop in the bucket, isn't it? Are you really so afraid that we won't be able to repay you? Is our brotherly bond worth so little?" With that, Jiang Lin also left angrily. Jiang Hoqian, seeing the gloomy expressions on Jiang Chen and Jiang Zhenshen's faces, quickly tried to smooth things over. "Xiao Chen, second brother, don't take it to heart. They're just..." Before he could finish, Jiang Chen interrupted, "Uncle, let me ask you this, if we didn't have money and invited you to the wedding, would you still have come?" Jiang Hoqian was taken aback by Jiang Chen's question. "Xiao Chen, what do you mean?" "Uncle," Jiang Chen continued, "from the moment we met, third uncle and fourth uncle have only talked about money. When we tried to discuss their company's issues, they became impatient and said hurtful things. So I'm really curious, if we didn't have money, would you still have come?" Jiang Hoqian was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Jiang Chen. Then he quickly regained his composure and said firmly, "Of course we would have come. You're my dear nephew. How could we not attend your engagement?" Even though Jiang Hoqian's response sounded righteous, Jiang Chen had already made up his mind about the truth. He was deeply disappointed. Come to the wedding. That was just talk. If they truly valued family, they wouldn't have asked for money the first time they met. Seeing the disappointment in Jiang Chen's eyes, Jiang Zhenshen stepped in to ease the tension. "Big brother, let's eat. Afterward we'll go check out the new house Xiao Chen's father-in-law bought for him." Jiang Hoqian awkwardly smiled, then raised his glass and continued making small talk. Throughout the meal, Jiang Chen's mother, Lin Susu, remained silent, knowing that it was better to let the men handle this family matter. When the meal ended, they all left the private room. Given the earlier unpleasantness, Jiang Hoqian felt too embarrassed to join them in viewing the new house, so only Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang's parents got into the car. As they drove, Yi Shan was at the wheel. Jiang Chen turned to Jiang Zhenshen and asked, "Dad, are you close with uncle and the others?" Jiang Zhenshen hesitated for a moment, understanding what was on Jiang Chen's mind, and sighed. "When you have a lot of brothers, there are bound to be conflicts. Give it some time, and things will be okay." With this one sentence, Jiang Chen understood that his father's relationship with his brothers wasn't very good. But he couldn't understand why his father had bothered to invite them if they weren't close. Dad, I think third uncle and fourth uncle are only interested in our money. They even said a few million is just 1 month's income for us. Do they think we print money ourselves? And did you notice the way they talked? It's as if they're complete amateurs in business. Jiang Chen couldn't help but vent his frustration. They can't even manage to produce 250,000 garments a year, yet they take on a 300,000 piece order and rush to expand. Didn't they consider what would happen if they got scammed? With that kind of thinking, it's a miracle their company hasn't gone bankrupt already. Jiang Zhenchen felt embarrassed. He knew all too well that the only reason Jiang Lin and Jiang Shuai's company hadn't gone under was because he had been quietly supporting them from behind the scenes. Without his help, their company would have failed long ago due to their reckless and impatient approach. Lin Susu, hearing the conversation between Jiang Chen and his father, added to them, "You have a lot of money. If you don't give it to them, that's the real crime. So from now on you need to learn to be a bit more naive, but also be more discreet. Don't let the whole world know you have money. This incident was just the beginning. Once people know you have money, they will keep coming." After chatting for about 5 minutes, they arrived at a gated community filled with villas. As they approached a 3-story villa of around 300 square meters, Zhang Yunpei said, "Xiao Chen, this is the house your father bought for you." Jiang Chen glanced at the villa, noting its impressive exterior. The neighborhood had been developed 5 years ago, so he was surprised there were still houses for sale. "Mom, this house is pretty nice. How did you find it?" Zhang Yunpei smiled and explained, "Your father runs a martial arts school, remember? One of his students told him about this place. We found out that the owner had just finished renovating it 6 months ago but had to sell because their child got sick and needed treatment abroad. They wanted to sell, but the price was too high, so it sat empty. Your father won the lottery and managed to negotiate it down to 5 million. Jiang Chen was shocked. In Longcheng, 4 million could buy a very nice villa. Spending 5 million was well above market value. He looked at Yi Wuchen with gratitude and said, "Dad, thank you." "Xiao Chen, we're all family. There's no need to thank me," Yi Wuchen replied with a smile as he opened the villa door and led everyone inside. The interior was luxuriously decorated. Just the chandelier in the main hall must have cost at least 100,000 yuan. Jiang Chen was amazed by the extravagance. The furnishings alone must have cost over 500,000 yuan, and the grand piano by the hall of foreign brand would easily be worth over 100,000 yuan. Adding up all the expenses, the total renovation cost must have been over 1 million yuan. No wonder the previous owner didn't want to sell for less. With such high-end features, this villa would easily cost over 50 million if it were in Hangzhou. As they toured the villa, Jiang Chen found that the decor in each room perfectly matched his taste. It was clear the previous owner was likely under 30 years old. After the tour, Zhang Yunpei approached Jiang Chen and Yiling Shuang, asking, "Xiao Chen, Shuang is there anything else you need to add?" Yiling Shuang thought for a moment before saying, "Mom, even though the villa is well furnished, I'd like to replace all the furniture and beds." Understanding what she meant, Zhang Yunpei turned to her husband and said, "Dear, could you arrange for some people to come and remove the furniture and beds?" Yi Wuchen didn't hesitate. He contacted people from his martial arts school to come and move everything out. Then, Yang Chen and Yi Lingshuang went to the furniture market and bought some high-end pieces for the villa. Once everything was set up, Zhang Yunpei remembered something from the previous night. She knew that Jiang Shen and Yi Lingshuang had secretly gone out on a date, and she felt a little guilty about keeping them apart. After thinking it over, she decided to let them stay in the new house and said, "Xiao Chen, Shuang everything is ready here. You two should start living here and get used to your new home. No need to go back to the old apartment." Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang exchanged glances, both understanding how considerate Zhang Yunpei was. But they hadn't expected her to be this thoughtful. She really was an extraordinary mother-in-law. Jiang Zhenchen, however, frowned when he saw Zhang Yunpei arranging for the young couple to live alone together. According to their local customs, it was improper for an unmarried couple to live together before the engagement. While it might not matter in the city where no one knew them, in their hometown, it was frowned upon for the bride-to-be to stay overnight at the groom's house. Thinking of this, he immediately sent a message to Jiang Chen, warning him not to do anything inappropriate. After all, the engagement was just a few days away. Jiang Chen read his father's stern warning on his phone and couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. His father wasn't as understanding as his mother-in-law. Didn't he know how to show some sympathy for his son? They were both men. Why couldn't his father be a bit more considerate? Noticing Jiang Chen's change in expression, Yi Lingshuang asked curiously, "What's wrong, honey?" Jiang Chen reluctantly handed her the phone. After reading the message, Yi Lingshuang blushed. It was true small towns had many rules, especially when it came to marriage customs, and they had already broken quite a few. Thinking this over, she quickly went over to her mother and playfully clung to her arm. "Mom, we haven't even had a good chat yet, and you're already trying to send me away?" Zhang Yunpei couldn't help but roll her eyes. Last night, who was it that didn't want to come home? If Jiang Chen's parents hadn't returned, the two of them would have been off enjoying their own world, probably forgetting she even existed. He, Yi Lingshuang, sensing her mother's thoughts, leaned her head on her mother's arm. "Mom, I love you the most. I don't want to leave you." Despite her inner grumbling, Zhang Yunpei couldn't bring herself to insist further after hearing this from her daughter. After the group finished tidying up the villa, Yi Wuchen turned to Jiang Chen's father with a smile. "Old Jiang, now that the new house is ready and the wedding arrangements are almost complete, how about we go for a drink?" "Absolutely." Jiang Zhenchen Yan agreed enthusiastically. "Tonight, let's drink until we drop." The two alcohol enthusiasts left arm in arm, heading out the door. Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang were left speechless by their antics. Just as they were about to follow, Zhang Yunpei's voice stopped them. "Xiao Chen Shuang Er, you two go eat on your own. We have some things to discuss." Jiang Chen was so touched he almost cried. Indeed, his mother-in-law was the best, always finding ways to give them time alone. With the four adults gone, only Jiang Chen, Yi Lingshuang, and Zhu Shan were left in the villa. Zhu Shan, being considerate, drove Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang to a restaurant before leaving to have dinner with Yi Peiing. Finally, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang had some time alone. As they walked into the restaurant, they passed by a private room where they overheard familiar voices. "Third brother, fourth brother. You're being too impatient. With a daughter-in-law who earns over $1 billion a year, do you really think second brother won't give you a few million?" Jiang Chen peered through the slightly open door and saw his eldest uncle, third uncle, and fourth uncle drinking and chatting inside. "Big brother, I think second brother has changed," one of them said. "He used to care so much about family. He even took our parents with him so we wouldn't be burdened, sending us money every year. But now, with such a wealthy daughter-in-law, he won't even lend us 3 million. It feels like he doesn't see us as brothers anymore. If he's so cautious over a few million, it'll be hard to get anything from him in the future. We should ask for more while he still has some feelings for us, otherwise, we might not get anything later." Hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a surge of anger. His uncles were treating his family like an ATM. He glanced at Yi Lingshuang, who looked equally upset. She couldn't believe how brazen Jiang Chen's uncles were. They didn't owe these uncles anything, so how could they demand money so shamelessly? Having relatives like this was truly exasperating. Shaking her head, she took Jiang Chen's hand and said, "Honey, don't pay them any mind." Jiang Chen sighed. With relatives like this, it might be better to have none at all. But since they were elders, he couldn't do anything about it. Just then, a waitress approached them. "Excuse me, sir and madam, are you dining for two? If so, we have space in the main dining area." Jiang Chen smiled and replied, "Actually, we're expecting more people later. Could you please arrange a private room with a nice ambience?" The waitress didn't suspect anything and quickly led them to a cozy private room. Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang ordered over 10 dishes, and Jiang Chen added, "Please bring them as quickly as possible." Of course. The waitress didn't waste any time. After all, the dishes Jiang Chen ordered totaled over 1,000 yuan, a significant amount in this small city, where the average monthly salary was only 2,000 yuan. A meal costing nearly a month's wages was not to be taken lightly. After the waitress left, Yi Lingshuang stood up and went to the restroom. About 5 minutes later, most of the dishes had been served. The waitress, noticing that only Jiang Chen was in the room and no other guests had arrived, asked thoughtfully, "Sir, would you like us to prepare the remaining dishes now?" Jiang Chen smiled, "No need. Just bring out the dishes that are already ready." "But your guests haven't arrived yet," the waitress said, puzzled. Jiang Chen chuckled. "Actually, there aren't any other guests. It's just me and my wife." The waitress was stunned. She hadn't expected this. To secure a private room, they had gone through all this trouble. But with so many dishes, could the two of them possibly finish it all? A bit worried, the waitress asked, "Sir, if it's just the two of you, do you still want the rest of the dishes?" Jiang Chen understood her concern and reassured her, "Yes, please bring everything. It's been a long time since I've had hometown food." After the waitress left, Jiang Chen picked up his phone and started browsing short videos. The news of Yi Lingshuang's upcoming engagement had already gone viral. Many people were commenting on how bold Yi Lingshuang was, getting engaged to an 18-year-old boyfriend. It was unprecedented. They couldn't understand why, with all her wealth, she would choose someone from such an ordinary background. To the outside world, Jiang Chen was seen as nothing more than a pretty boy. Even though it was well known that he had written several hit songs, people still viewed him as a pretty boy because his family background didn't match up to Yi Lingshuang's. Yi Lingshuang owned a university in Hangzhou worth billions and a talent agency valued at over 100 billion. As an artist, she personally generated over $1 billion in annual profits, and now that she was the boss, she no longer had to share her earnings with anyone. In contrast, Jiang Chen was just a songwriter, and the gap between them was enormous. To many it seemed like Jiang Chen was only with Yi Lingshuang for her wealth. As Jiang Chen read through the comments, he felt a bit dizzy. He couldn't tell whether these people were critics or fans. Putting aside the songs he had written in the past, just considering the wealth his parents had shown winning the lottery, for instance, made his family billionaires. Yet even being a billionaire didn't seem to impress these keyboard warriors. It was truly shocking. Clearly, typing on a keyboard didn't require much thought. As he continued browsing the news, he noticed there were plenty of people calling him a pretty boy. Even some entertainment media had jumped in, claiming that Yi Lingshuang, an actress worth billions, was really lowering herself by being with Jiang Chen. According to them, there were plenty of billionaires, even trillionaires, pursuing her. So why had she chosen a young man like Jiang Chen, who had neither power nor influence? It just didn't make sense. Seeing even legitimate entertainment outlets weighing in on this, Jiang Chen shook his head. It was clear these media outlets had no real background information. Otherwise, they would have known that he was the real boss, the man behind Yi Lingshuang's success. Bored, Jiang Chen continued scrolling through short videos. Since he had previously followed news about Yi Lingshuang, his feed was now filled with more of the same, all talking about how she had married down. Frustrated, he turned off his phone, preferring not to see any more. Just then, Yi Lingshuang entered the private room, and with her was Jiang Chen's eldest uncle, Jiang Haoshan, whom they had overheard earlier. Seeing Jiang Chen's stunned expression, Jiang Haoshan quickly put on a warm smile. "Xiao Chen, what a coincidence. We meet again." Jiang Chen felt a wave of disgust at his uncle's feigned enthusiasm. Just moments ago, they had been treating his family like a money tree, and now they were acting so friendly. The hypocrisy was too much. Standing beside him, Yi Lingshuang looked helpless. She had only gone to wash her hands and had run into Jiang Haoshan on the way back. Not wanting to be rude, she couldn't refuse when he insisted on joining them. "Uncle, please have a seat," Jiang Chen said reluctantly. Now that Jiang Haoshan was here, it would be hard to ask him to leave, so he had no choice but to offer him a seat. "Shuang Ar," Jiang Haoshan continued, "your third and fourth uncles are in the next room. Why don't I invite them over to join us and make it more lively?" Earlier, Jiang Haoshan had told Yi Lingshuang that he hadn't eaten yet, which had left her speechless because she had clearly seen him and his brothers eating and drinking together. Now, he wanted to invite them all over. Tilting her head innocently, Yi Lingshuang asked, "Uncle, are you saying my third and fourth uncles haven't eaten either?" "Yeah, the food just arrived. They probably haven't started yet. Let's have them join us." Jiang Haoshan's shamelessness was more than Jiang Chen could handle. "Uncle, since your food has already been served, why don't you go back and enjoy it? We're expecting some very important guests here, and it wouldn't be convenient for you to stay." Jiang Haoshan was taken aback. Guests? What important guest could be more important than them, his uncles? At that moment he felt a surge of displeasure. Jiang Chen showed no respect for his elders, treating them like they were less important than these so-called guests. Seeing the darkening expression on Jiang Haoshan's face, Jiang Chen remained indifferent. These relatives had conspired against his family, treating them like a money source. What use were such relatives? "Uncle, I'm sorry, but could you please leave now? Our important guests are about to arrive," Jiang Chen added, his tone firm. Even with all his thick-skinned persistence, Jiang Haoshan couldn't stay any longer. Embarrassed, he left the room. Yi Lingshuang, watching Jiang Chen send his uncle away, felt a bit uneasy. "Honey, don't you think you were a bit harsh just now? After all, they are our elders." Jiang Chen responded with a cold smile. "Do they act like elders? To me, they're nothing but leeches." Closing the door, Jiang Chen led Yi Lingshuang to their seats. She sighed, knowing that Jiang Chen's relatives were indeed quite troublesome and manipulative. Without using some firm measures, dealing with them would be impossible. At that moment the restaurant staff began bringing out the dishes Jiang Chen had ordered. As they ate, the couple discussed their upcoming wedding. Yes, the news of their engagement had already spread across half the country. Yi Lingshuang had been in the spotlight recently. First, she was blacklisted, then she acquired shares in an agency, and later, she became the owner of a prestigious university. Now, she was engaged to Jiang Chen. Each of these events was a major headline. Honey, now that everyone knows about our engagement, is there anyone you haven't invited yet? Make sure not to miss anyone. Everything you do is being watched closely. Yi Lingshuang knew well that if anything was overlooked in the engagement preparations, it would be criticized. While she didn't care much about public opinion, her position as the owner of a top university meant that she had to maintain a certain standard. As they continued eating, Yi Lingshuang thought back to some people she hadn't invited yet. One particular woman came to mind, a co-star she had worked with before. Although this woman was known for being two-faced, Yi Lingshuang decided to invite her anyway, if only to rub her success in her face. This woman had tried to undermine her multiple times, but Yi Lingshuang wanted to show her that not only had she survived, she had thrived. Imagining the woman's frustration upon seeing her happiness, Yi Lingshuang felt a sense of satisfaction. After finishing their meal, the two of them walked out of the private room hand in hand. To their dismay, they were greeted by Jiang Chen's uncles, standing outside with broad smiles. Yi Lingshuang's heart sank. Why did it feel like they just couldn't shake these people off? Honey, she murmured, leaning closer to Jiang Chen, clearly on edge. Jiang Chen smiled reassuringly and told her not to worry. Walking up to his uncle, Jiang Hochen, he asked with a smile, "Uncle, have you and the others eaten yet? Should I order another table for you?" Jiang Hochen and his brothers perked up at Jiang Chen's words, their eyes lighting up with anticipation. Jiang Hochen and his two brothers were eager to stay on Jiang Chen's good side, hoping to secure the 30 million yuan they wanted. So, whether they were full or not, they weren't about to leave. Of course, they had to put on an act. Feigning embarrassment, Jiang Hochen rubbed his stomach and said, "Xiao Chen, to be honest, we didn't really eat our fill earlier." Jiang Chen felt exasperated. He had just been trying to be polite and subtly get rid of them, but these three were shamelessly taking advantage of the situation. Since they were so determined, he decided to go along with it. 1,000 yuan was no big deal. He called the waiter and ordered 8 dishes and 2 bottles of locally brewed liquor, spending a total of 600 yuan. Seeing how readily Jiang Chen paid for everything, Jiang Haoshen smiled and said, "Xiao Chen, come join us for a bite." But Jiang Chen politely declined. "Uncle, I have some things to take care of, so I won't be able to join you. Let's have a meal together some other time." Jiang Haoshen was stunned. Jiang Chen's excuse that he had other things to do completely shut down whatever else he had planned to say. It was at this moment that he realized, despite Jiang Chen's young age, his intelligence far surpassed theirs. Trying to manipulate Jiang Chen was a lost cause. "Uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, we'll be leaving now. Enjoy your meal," Jiang Chen said, clearly uninterested in how they reacted. They wanted to treat him like an ATM. Not a chance. Yi Lingshuang also politely said goodbye, and followed Jiang Chen out of the restaurant. As they walked, she linked her arm with his and said, "A bit worried, honey, if you treat them like this, it might make things awkward in the future." "Sweetheart," Jiang Chen replied, "some people will keep pestering you if you show even a little hesitation, because they don't know the meaning of shame." Jiang Chen had seen through his uncles and realized they were driven purely by self-interest. They didn't care about maintaining dignity or respect, they only cared about what they could gain. Seeing how resolute Jiang Chen was, Yi Lingshuang fell silent. She too had once been too kind, and a certain green tea actress she had worked with took advantage of that kindness, doing many things to harm her before she finally realized what was happening. Jiang Chen's relatives were just like that actress, they liked to exploit others' kindness for their own benefit. Hand in hand, the couple wandered around the city's shopping malls. After they were tired from shopping, they finally bought a few things and headed home. As they approached Jiang Chen's home, they heard his father's voice from inside. "Money, Xiao Chen and I have it," Jiang Zhenqian was saying. "If you told us there was an emergency at home and you needed it urgently, we wouldn't hesitate to give you 30 million, even 100 million. But you're asking for an investment, and that's something we can't give you." Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang exchanged a weary look. It seemed Jiang Haoshen was at their house now, still asking for money. How did they end up with relatives like this? Yi Lingshuang, who had initially planned to go in and greet Jiang Chen's parents, now had second thoughts. With those uncles around, she wasn't in the mood. "Honey, I think I'll skip going in," she said. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. After seeing her safely into her own house, he opened the door to his. Inside, he noticed several gift boxes apparently brought by Jiang Haoshen and his brothers. As soon as the three saw Jiang Chen enter, they quickly stood up. "Xiao Chen, you're back. Where's Shuang Air? Didn't she come in with you? Jiang Haochen asked, his tone overly friendly. To someone who didn't know better, it might have seemed like they were close. Jiang Chen, smiling, asked, Uncle, have you had supper? If not, I can whip something up for you. The three brothers were taken aback. What was Jiang Chen up to now? Earlier at the restaurant he had said he'd treat them to a meal, only to use it as an excuse to leave. So now, the mention of food put them on edge. No need for that, Xiao Chen. We're good, Jiang Haochen quickly replied, his instincts telling him to be cautious. Oh. Jiang Chen looked thoughtfully at them, then glanced out the window. It was pitch black outside, with the lights off in the apartments across the way. So, are you planning to stay here tonight? Jiang Haochen hesitated. He finally understood what Jiang Chen was implying. It was late, and if they weren't planning to stay the night, they should leave. Jiang Chen was politely telling them to go, but the three brothers were caught between embarrassment and frustration. They needed something from Jiang Chen, so they had to endure the situation. Looking apologetic, Jiang Haochen said, Xiao Chen, I'm really sorry to trouble you so late. Jiang Chen just smiled back as if to say, if you know it's late, why aren't you leaving? Pretending not to catch on, Jiang Haochen continued, Xiao Chen, you know your third and fourth uncle's company is looking to expand. The client called again, urging them to deliver the goods. They're hoping you can lend them some money to buy the equipment and get production started as soon as possible. Jiang Chen was speechless. He had never seen anyone with such thick skin. Uncle, didn't my father suggest you outsource the production? Why not do that? Why insist on producing it yourself? Isn't it better to make easy money while lying down? Internally, Jiang Haochen felt a sense of pride. He had anticipated this response and had already prepared a counter-argument. Putting on a pained expression, he said, Xiao Chen, if we outsource the work, we're just helping our competitors. If this client decides to bypass us and work directly with those small factories, we'll be left with nothing. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Uncle, are you seriously worried about small factories stealing your business? You're treating them as competitors. With such a narrow mindset, how can you ask for 30 million to expand? Jiang Haochen's face turned pale at Jiang Chen's words. He realized that while the reasoning had seemed solid at first, it was fundamentally flawed. As a businessman, their focus should be on competing with large foreign trade companies, not small-time factories. Their thinking was completely off. As he tried to come up with an explanation, Jiang Chen interrupted, Uncle, we may have money, but since you're asking for an investment, we have to assess it from an investor's perspective. From what you've said, it's clear you don't have the vision or capability to make big money. Jiang Chen's firm stance left the three brothers stunned. They had thought they were on the verge of success, only to realize they had been completely outmaneuvered. After a long silence, Jiang Haochen, looking desperate, said, Xiao Chen, can't you help us out just because we're family? It's only 30 million. That's just a month's income for you, but for your uncles, it's a chance to turn things around. Isn't our family bond worth at least that much? Uncle, are you saying that if I don't give you this 30 million, you'll cut ties with me? Is our relationship really dependent on that money? Jiang Chen shot the question back at Jiang Haochen, whose face turned pale. The question was sharp, especially because it touched on family ties. As a school administrator, Jiang Haochen was usually quick to respond, but facing Jiang Chen, he was at a loss. Jiang Chen was equally sharp, always ready to seize on any flaw in his argument. Seeing the tense situation, Jiang Zhenqian quickly stepped in. Big brother, third brother, fourth brother, we are family. As I mentioned earlier, if your company were on the brink of bankruptcy, we'd be the first to help. But right now you're just looking to expand, and we've already discussed the pros and cons with you many times. There's no need to expand when your client base isn't stable. The risks are too high. Outsourcing to a processing factory is the wisest choice. Jiang Lin, however, was furious. Second brother, all this talk just shows you're unwilling to part with the 30 million. I can't believe that now you're rich, a billionaire even, and you're not willing to help your own family. You're so selfish. In other places, when one brother becomes wealthy, they help the others succeed too. But you only care about your own wealth and don't care if we live or die. Jiang Zhenqian was also angry now. These brothers really had no conscience. He had provided the initial funding for their clothing business and even brought them their first client. Without his support, they would still be struggling. Third brother, fourth brother, where's your conscience? Who gave you the 1 million startup capital for your clothing business? Who found your first client? You say I haven't helped you? Do you even have the ability to succeed on your own? Jiang Zhenqian's words made the three brothers hang their heads in shame. But soon they looked up again. Second brother, how can you say we don't have the ability? You only introduced us to one client. Now, our factory has 300 workers, and we've built this business on our own. Your own business? Jiang Zhenqian was so angry he laughed. The brands you've worked with from MGDW, My and now DH, do you really think they chose your factory because they liked it? Don't kid yourselves. I arranged for those brands to work with you. You took the money, but your quality control was so poor that word spread in the industry. If it weren't for me, you would have been sued into bankruptcy. Even after I intervened, they refused to give you any more work. If I hadn't guaranteed a portion of the domestic orders for you, you would have gone bankrupt long ago. And now you have the nerve to say I haven't helped you? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? The three brothers were stunned. They hadn't realized that the critical order they received during a difficult time, worth 100,000 yuan, was thanks to Jiang Zhenqian. Jiang Shui, after a moment of silence, said, "Second brother, if you have such connections and obviously aren't short on money, why didn't you just give us the money instead of making us work so hard to build this company?" Jiang Chen and Jiang Zhenqian were both shocked into silence. Was Jiang Shui suggesting that they should just be given money without having to work for it? This was absurd. Jiang Hoqian felt ashamed by Jiang Shui's words. They had been given $1 million to start their business, and had clients handed to them, clients that could have made them billionaires if they hadn't messed up. Jiang Zhenqian had done more than enough for them, and now Jiang Shui was complaining about not getting handouts. It was utterly ridiculous. Jiang Chen was thoroughly disappointed in his uncles. He turned to Jiang Zhenqian and said, "Dad, I'm going to bed." Jiang Zhenqian, equally frustrated with his brothers, felt ashamed. If he had known they would turn out like this, he wouldn't have invited them. It was embarrassing. He had no words left after Jiang Shui's comments, so he decided to end the conversation. "Big brother, I'm tired too. I'm going to rest. If you want to stay here, you can sleep on the couch for the night," he said, effectively kicking them out. As brothers, what else could he do? Beat Jiang Shui up? That wasn't realistic. So, avoiding them seemed like the best option. Yang Zhenqian went to his room, leaving the three brothers standing there, looking at each other. Jiang Shui wanted to say something, but a glare from Jiang Haoshan made him swallow his words. With Jiang Chen and Jiang Zhenqian both retreating to their rooms, the brothers had no choice but to leave the house. After they left, Jiang Zhenqian opened his door and muttered, "Looks like we need to find a way to get rid of them." This was his honest thought. Based on what Jiang Shui had said, he knew this issue wasn't over. With so many people expected at the engagement party, if these three caused trouble, it would ruin everything. Yi Lingshuang's parents had treated Jiang Chen like their own son, even before knowing his family's wealth. They had agreed to let their only daughter marry him without asking for a dowry or anything else. They had even prepared a wedding house. If anything happened at the engagement party, especially if it was caused by Jiang's own brothers, her parents would be devastated. In his room, Jiang Chen was chatting with Yi Lingshuang over a messaging app. "Honey, do you think they'll ruin our engagement party? If they don't get the money, they might cause a scene, and that would be so embarrassing. Maybe we should just give them the money. It's only 30 million, after all. It's not that much." Jiang Chen replied, "Sweetheart, if we give them 30 million today, next time they'll ask for 300 million, and then 3 billion. These people will keep using our family ties as a way to get money. It's a bottomless pit that we can't afford to feed. So what do we do? It looks like they won't give up." Jiang Chen fell silent for a moment. Yes, it was clear that his uncles had no shame. They were like a fortress with walls as thick as those of an ancient city. Actually, no, they had no shame at all. Thinking it over, Jiang Chen muttered to himself, "To deal with people like this, it seems we'll need to take more drastic measures." Having made up his mind, Jiang Chen immediately sent a text to Yi Lingshuang, "Honey, leave this to me. I won't let them cause any trouble at our engagement ceremony." In her room, Yi Lingshuang felt puzzled as she read Jiang Chen's message. She couldn't imagine what method Jiang Chen can use to make these troublesome relatives back off without giving them money. After chatting for a while, their conversation ended when Yi Lingshuang's mother came to see her. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen got up, skipped breakfast, and went straight downstairs to contact Jiang Haoshan and his two brothers. If he wanted to change their fate, he needed to meet them face to face. When Jiang Haoshan and his brothers, who were staying at a hotel, received Jiang Chen's call, they were overjoyed. They assumed Jiang Chen had finally caved in. After all, they had said everything they could, both the reasonable and the unreasonable, the day before. Given Yi Lingshuang's fame as a major celebrity, they figured Jiang Chen must be worried about any disruptions at the engagement ceremony, and had decided to negotiate and agreed to their demands. With this thought in mind, Jiang Shui and Jiang Lin couldn't help but smile. Big brother, I think our relationship with them is over. Second brother clearly finds us bothersome now, so let's ask for a big sum. If he refuses, we'll threaten to cause a scene at the engagement. They have so much money, they'll definitely give in. We can take a large sum and forget about the clothing business. Each of us will get millions to enjoy for the rest of our lives, Jiang Shui said. Since discovering that Jiang Zhenqian was well connected and respected by major clients, Jiang Shui decided it was worth squeezing out as much as they could. This might be their last chance. After a brief moment of silence, Jiang Hoqian didn't object. As Jiang Shui said, now that Jiang Zhenqian had a daughter-in-law like Yiling Shuang, who made millions daily and had won billions in the lottery, money wasn't an issue for him. Yet, he was reluctant to give them 30 million. This clearly showed that they were no longer on the same path. It was their last opportunity to take what they could, as opportunities like this don't come around often. With their plan agreed upon, they got ready and headed to the breakfast place Jiang Chen had chosen. When they arrived, they saw Jiang Chen calmly eating soup dumplings inside. They hurried over and sat down across from him. Xiao Chen, why did you ask us to meet so early? Is there something important? Jiang Hoqian, being the eldest, spoke up. Uncle, sit down and have breakfast first, Jiang Chen replied with a smile, gesturing to the owner. Boss, 3 more baskets of dumplings please. The brothers exchanged glances but obediently sat down. Unable to hold back any longer, Jiang Shui asked, Xiao Chen, have you decided to give us the money? Give you money? Jiang Chen looked puzzled. Why would I give you money? Jiang Shui frowned. You haven't thought about giving us the money? Uncle, I just wanted to treat you to breakfast, Jiang Chen said, genuinely confused by their line of thinking. Seeing the brothers exchange angry glances, Jiang Chen quickly activated his fate modifier to check Jiang Shui's information. Jiang Shui 35 years old, 33 years left to live. Scrolling down to see what Jiang Shui was planning next, Yang Chen frowned. The brothers were planning to disrupt the engagement ceremony if he didn't give them money, using the threat of public embarrassment to pressure him into paying up. Reading further, Jiang Chen saw that this disturbance would significantly damage Yiling Shuang's reputation and brand his family as heartless and ungrateful. Good grief. Are these really my dad's brothers? Jiang Chen thought. His father may be difficult at times, but he would never stoop so low. Jiang Chen then checked Jiang Lin's fate, which revealed a similar plan threatening to cause a scene at the engagement if they didn't get the money, ultimately leading to negative headlines. These brothers are ruthless, Jiang Chen thought. Meanwhile, the 3 brothers had no idea their fates were being scrutinized. Jiang Hoqian, noticing Jiang Chen's silence on the matter of money, felt a rising sense of irritation. However, being a cultured man, he wouldn't directly demand money. Instead, he smiled and said, Xiao Chen, your engagement ceremony with Ling Shuang is just a few days away, right? Yes, just a few days, Jiang Chen replied absently. Satisfied, Jiang Hoqian continued, Xiao Chen, you might not know, but we have a lot of relatives back home. Your father told them all about the engagement, and even bought their plane tickets. They'll be arriving soon. Once they're here and learn about your wealth, they'll probably ask you for money to buy new houses or cars. As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Chen's expression, noticing no change. Thinking Jiang Chen might be getting upset, he added, Xiao Chen, if you don't give them money, they might cause trouble at the ceremony. Ling Shuang is a big star. Imagine the chaos if your relatives start making a scene. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile at Jiang Haoqian's brazen attempt to leverage this as an excuse for money. So, uncle, what do you suggest we do? Xiao Chen. If you give them a small amount, they'll likely cause trouble, so it's better to give a bit more. But you can give the money to me, and I'll handle it. I'll meet them at the airport, distribute the money, and make sure they don't disrupt the ceremony. You know, if they start anything, it could ruin the event and damage your reputation. So, give the money to me, and I'll make sure they behave. Jiang Chen was stunned. So Uncle Haoqian is the most cunning of them all, he thought. His way of asking for money was far more sophisticated than his 2 rough-around-the-edges brothers. Education really does make a difference. Seeing Jiang Chen remain silent, Jiang Shui and Jiang Lin, thinking they had succeeded, quickly chimed in. Xiao Chen, your uncle is right. If the relatives find out how much money you have, they'll definitely want loans for houses and cars, loans they'll likely never repay. So, let us handle it, and we'll keep them from causing any trouble at the ceremony. What do you think? Helping out relatives in need is the right thing to do, Jiang Chen said generously. Seeing the eager looks on their faces, he smiled and asked, So, how much do you think I should give? Jiang Hoqin and his brothers felt a surge of joy, but also a slight discomfort. They shared the same blood as Jiang Chen, yet he refused to give them the 30 million they asked for, while he seemed ready to hand out money to distant relatives just to avoid trouble. This realization stirred a sense of resentment in them. They exchanged glances and quickly understood each other. They would ask for more money. If Jiang Chen was willing to give so much to others, then they, as close family, deserved even more. After a moment of silence, Jiang Hoqin spoke up, "Xiao Chen, there will be around 100 people coming this time. I think 1 billion yuan should be enough to cover everything." Jiang Chen was stunned. 1 billion yuan? The sheer audacity of the request was mind-boggling. For most people, earning that amount would take lifetimes of hard work, yet Jiang Hoqin mentioned it so casually, as if it were barely sufficient. Their greed was insatiable. At that moment, Jiang Chen realized that these men no longer saw him as a nephew but as a mere cash cow. It was sad to see how short-sighted they were. If they had been patient, they would have been well taken care of. But now, they were trying to scam him for a quick gain. As Jiang Chen sat in silence, staring at them, the brothers sensed that perhaps they had gone too far. But they were too deep into their scheme to back out now. They envisioned splitting the billion 3 ways, each of them taking 300 million. Even if they just put that money in the bank, the interest alone would be more than enough to live on comfortably for the rest of their lives. They could even sell off their factory equipment, worth over 1 million, and retire in luxury. Pushing forward, Jiang Hoqin tried to appeal to Jiang Chen emotionally. "Jiao Chen, our relatives have helped the Jiang family a lot over the years. Now that you're doing well, it's only right to repay them generously. You don't want people to talk badly about us, do you?" "You're right, uncle," Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. "People should be grateful and repay kindness." Pleased with this response, Jiang Hoqin eagerly asked, "So, when will you give me the money? I need to start making arrangements." By this point, Jiang Chen was utterly disappointed in his uncles. How could people be so shameless? But he didn't show his frustration. Smiling, he said, "Uncle, since these relatives have been so good to our family, I'll give the money to them personally." The brothers panicked. Jiang Chen giving the money directly to the relatives? That would ruin their plan to take the billion and run. They grew increasingly anxious. After a moment of desperation, Jiang Hoqin's eyes lit up with an idea. He leaned forward and said, "Xiao Chen, in our family, I'm the eldest, the head of the family, right?" Jiang Chen frowned, unsure of where this was going. "Of course, uncle, you're the eldest." Jiang Hoqin narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice, "So don't you trust me? Are you afraid I'll take the money and run?" This accusation hit Jiang Chen like a slap. He realized that Jiang Hoqin was now using his position as the eldest to pressure him into handing over the money. How twisted could things get? Jiang Chen looked at his uncle, feeling a mixture of disgust and disbelief. What kind of elder resorts to extorting money from his younger relatives? And not just any amount of billion yuan. Shaking off his thoughts, he replied calmly, "Uncle, since I'm getting married in a few days, wouldn't it be better if I gave out the big red envelopes myself? That way everyone can share in the joy." The brothers were stunned. Jiang Chen was clearly not going to give them the money. Anger and frustration welled up inside them. But they exchanged another glance, silently communicating their next move. They stood up together and said, "Xiao Chen, since you insist, we'll let you handle it. We'll be leaving now." Jiang Chen was curious about their sudden change of heart. He quickly checked Jiang Lin's fate and noticed that their plans had shifted. Instead of inciting the relatives to demand money, they now planned to use a burner phone to blackmail his father, Jiang Zhenqian. Yes, blackmail. The reason? It dated back to when Jiang Zhenqian and Lin Susu fled, pursued by dangerous people who had left contact information with Jiang Zhenqian's family. Those people had promised a huge reward for any information leading to Lin Susu. For 18 years, Jiang Zhenqian's brothers had no idea where he and Lin Susu were. Now, seeing that Jiang Chen wouldn't give them money, they decided to blackmail Jiang Zhenqian for millions and then sell his family's whereabouts to those people for even more. As he processed this information, Jiang Chen's expression darkened. How could anyone be so heartless, putting their own brother's family in danger just because they didn't get money? As the brothers were about to leave, Jiang Chen quickly modified their fates, giving them cancer. Yes, cancer. He decided this was the only way to teach them a lesson. Jiang Chen made sure to give Jiang Hoqin the most severe case. As soon as they stepped out of the breakfast shop, Jiang Hoqin suddenly collapsed. Big brother. Big brother. Jiang Shui and Jiang Lin panicked, dropping to their knees to check on him, but there was no sign of life. Terrified, they scrambled away, too shocked to even think about calling for help. A crowd quickly gathered around the scene. But no one dared approach. They just whispered among themselves, unsure of what to do. Seeing that a crowd had formed, Jiang Chen calmly walked over, knelt down and performed CPR on Jiang Hoqin. After about 30 compressions, Jiang Hoqin gasped and regained consciousness, looking around in confusion. Just then, an ambulance arrived. Jiang Chen insisted they take Jiang Hoqin to the hospital for a full checkup. At the hospital, the doctor reviewed the results and solemnly told Jiang Chen and his uncles, "Since you're family, I won't hide anything. The patient has late-stage lung cancer. He doesn't have much time left. There's no point in continuing treatment. You should focus on making his remaining time as comfortable as possible." Hearing this from outside the room, Jiang Haoqian, who had been eavesdropping, turned pale with fear. Shaking, he pushed the door open, stumbled into the office, and stammered, "Doctor, that can't be true. How could I have lung cancer? I don't smoke or drink. This has to be a mistake." "You don't drink or smoke?" The doctor looked at Jiang Haoqian in shock. If that were true, it would indeed be unusual, since lung cancer is typically linked to smoking or heavy drinking. Could there have been a mix-up with the scans? The doctor quickly checked the computer records. Nowadays, all test results are directly recorded into the system. After a moment, the doctor confirmed, "Sir, the test results are correct." "No way." Jiang Haoqian refused to believe it. "I don't drink or smoke, how could I possibly have lung cancer?" The doctor began to have some doubts as well. After all, lung cancer cases without a history of smoking or drinking are extremely rare. After a brief pause, the doctor suggested, "Sir, if you don't believe the results, you can undergo another test." Frustrated and still in disbelief, Jiang Haoqian stormed out of the office to pay for another round of tests. But the results were the same: late-stage lung cancer. He had only a short time left to live. Unable to accept this reality, Jiang Haoqian collapsed onto the floor, his strength seemingly drained from his body. He sat there in a daze, staring blankly at Jiang Chen and the others. Seeing their elder brother unable to get up, Jiang Lin and Jiang Shui were too scared to help him, fearing they might catch the disease themselves. Jiang Chen observed their behavior with a sigh. These men were so selfish, completely devoid of any sense of family loyalty. Cancer isn't contagious, yet they wouldn't even help their own brother. The ugliness of human nature was on full display before him. Jiang Chen walked over, lifted Jiang Haoqian into a chair, and stammered as he asked the doctor, "Doctor, do I really only have a few days left?" The doctor glanced at the scans and tried to offer some comfort. "You don't need to worry too much. Many patients, even in the late stages, have lived for years without any major issues. The key is maintaining a positive mindset. A good attitude can be more effective than any treatment." The doctor had encountered cases like this far too often, and his words of comfort were well rehearsed. His calm demeanor could have put many actors to shame. But Jiang Haoqian wasn't convinced. He knew of a colleague at his school who had died of lung cancer within a month of being diagnosed. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he asked, "Doctor, if I undergo chemotherapy now, could I get better?" The doctor glanced at Jiang Chen and Jiang Haoqian's brothers. Chemotherapy? At this late stage? It was unlikely to make a difference. Here, at this public hospital, they didn't push expensive treatments just to make a profit. Speaking plainly, the doctor said, "Sir, I'm from Beijing First Hospital. If you were in the early or middle stages, I would recommend chemotherapy. But at this late stage, I must be honest with you, no treatment can cure cancer at this point. The best medicine is your mindset. A positive attitude can be 100 times more effective than any drug or chemotherapy." The doctor's sincerity shone through. He clearly didn't want Jiang Haoqian to waste his money. But his words only deepened Jiang Haoqian's despair. Was he really just supposed to wait to die? Desperate, Jiang Haoqian pleaded, "Doctor, please, I don't want to die. Isn't there anything you can do to save me?" The doctor shook his head. At this stage, there was nothing more he could offer. Realizing that the doctor couldn't help him, Jiang Haoqian's mind raced. Suddenly, he thought of Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen's wife Yi Lingshuang was a star with an annual income of billions. Surely, spending 70 million yuan a year on his treatment wouldn't be a big deal for her. With newfound hope, he turned to Jiang Chen, pleading, "Xiao Chen, I'm your uncle, your father's own brother. You'll help me, won't you? You'll pay for my medical treatment, right?" Jiang Chen felt a wave of frustration. Now he was asking for help. Wasn't this the same uncle who had been plotting to sell information to dangerous people looking for his mother just a moment ago? Seeing Jiang Chen's hesitation, Jiang Haoqian grew increasingly anxious. In his mind, Yang Chen was his only lifeline. With a desperate smile, he continued, "Xiao Chen, I'm your uncle, your own flesh and blood. Ling Shuang is a superstar, your wife, with an annual income of over 5 billion. All I need is 70 million a year, just a fifth of her income. When Jiang Chen still didn't respond, Jiang Haoqian panicked even more, his voice trembling as he added, Xiao Chen, if you don't help me, you'll lose your uncle forever. People will call you ungrateful, say you let your own family die without lifting a finger. You'll carry that shame for the rest of your life. So please, I'm begging you, save me. Moral blackmail, huh? Jiang Chen found it amusing. Even now, Jiang Haoqian was trying to manipulate him with guilt. It was pitiful, really pathetic and laughable. He looked at Jiang Haoqian for a moment, and then said, Uncle, you need to calm down. The doctor mentioned that your mindset is crucial. Being this agitated isn't good for your condition. Calm down? How can I possibly calm down? Jiang Haoqian shouted angrily. This is late-stage cancer we're talking about. One wrong move, and I could close my eyes for good. I have so much left to do. Realizing he was losing control, and that the doctor was giving him a strange look, Jiang Haoqian quickly understood his situation. He had no choice but to rely on Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen didn't help him, he was as good as dead. The idea of selling Jiang Chen's family's whereabouts to those dangerous people wasn't practical. How much could they possibly offer? 1 million? Maybe 2. That wouldn't even cover 2 months of treatment. Desperate, he softened his tone and said, Xiao Chen, I'm sorry. I got too worked up, please forgive me. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. So now he was trying to be nice? How quickly people can change. But Jiang Chen had no intention of letting him off so easily. Uncle, I understand how you feel. But you must keep a positive attitude. Getting worked up like this isn't good for your health. Jiang Chen avoided mentioning any help and kept emphasizing the importance of a positive mindset, which only made Jiang Haoqian more anxious. He wanted to scream, how can I stay calm when I'm facing late-stage cancer? But he didn't dare say it out loud, knowing that Jiang Chen was his only hope. Seeing Jiang Haoqian's frustrated but submissive expression, Jiang Chen felt satisfied. This was exactly what he wanted, to keep his uncle living in fear, unsure if he would wake up the next day. But, as a dutiful nephew, Jiang Chen decided to inquire further. Doctor, there's something I don't understand. My uncle doesn't smoke or drink. How did he end up with late-stage lung cancer? The doctor responded honestly, this is something I can't fully explain either. This is the first case like this that I've encountered. Jiang Haoqian, hearing Jiang Chen's question, couldn't hold back his tears. He felt incredibly wronged. He didn't smoke, didn't drink, and yet here he was with late-stage lung cancer, a situation more tragic than anything he could have imagined. The strange case made Jiang Shui and Jiang Lin, who were standing by, start to worry as well. Both of them smoked and drank. If Jiang Haoqian, who avoided those vices, ended up with lung cancer, what about them? They were terrified. Jiang Chen noticed their unease and asked, Uncle, do you and my eldest uncle spend a lot of time together? Jiang Lin and Jiang Shui exchanged nervous glances. Was Jiang Chen implying they might be cursed with cancer too? They quickly reassured him, your eldest uncle works at a school, and we run our own businesses, so we only meet on holidays or special occasions. Oh, I see. Jiang Chen tilted his head, his eyes narrowing as he looked at them. But do you smoke and drink? That was enough to push Jiang Lin and Jiang Shui to the edge. Furious, they demanded, are you cursing us to get cancer too? Uncles, please calm down, Jiang Chen said with a smile. I'm just saying that smoking and drinking are risky behaviors. Since you're all from the same family, maybe it's worth getting checked out. The suggestion to get checked out left the two brothers glancing at each other nervously. Perhaps it wasn't a bad idea. They hadn't had a thorough checkup in a long time. Uncles, you should go get examined. I'll wait here for you. Without further hesitation, Jiang Shui and Jiang Lin hurried off to get their tests done. They were genuinely scared if they ended up with the same diagnosis as Jiang Haoqian, it would be a nightmare. It didn't take long for them to return with their scans, rushing to hand them over to the doctor. The doctor, amused at their urgency, thought to himself, cancer doesn't happen that easily. He lazily took Jiang Shui's scan and gave it a quick glance. Huh? Thinking he must have misread it, the doctor took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. To his shock, he saw the same dark spots on the scan that he had seen in Jiang Haoqian's. Jumping out of his chair, he held the scan up to the light. It was confirmed Jiang Shui also had lung cancer, and it was in the same late stage as Jiang Haoqian's. The doctor stared at Jiang Shui in disbelief. How could it be? Two brothers with the same diagnosis. Could cancer really be contagious? Carefully examining the scans again, the doctor was dumbfounded. There was no mistake, Jiang Shui had late-stage lung cancer. Not wasting a moment, he quickly checked Jiang Lin's scan. As he feared, it revealed the same fate: late-stage lung cancer. The doctor, now questioning everything, stood up slowly, walked over to the brothers, and after a heavy pause, said, "I'm sorry, but both of you also have lung cancer. Just like your eldest brother, it's in the late stage." Jiang Shui and Jiang Lin, already on edge from the doctor's earlier behavior, were in complete shock. They stared blankly at the doctor, stammering, "Doctor, you must be mistaken. We have cancer too?" The doctor sighed. "I've been in this profession for 30 years. Please trust my expertise." Hearing the confirmation, the two brothers couldn't handle the truth. They both fainted on the spot. Jiang Chen was surprised that the two of them fainted just from hearing the diagnosis. Their hearts were really that weak. The doctor quickly stepped forward. After confirming that they were not in any immediate danger, he had the nurses move them to a hospital room to rest. Then he turned to Jiang Haoshan and said, "The condition of all three of you is similar. Chemotherapy would just be a waste of money. However, there is a newly developed drug that could potentially slow down the spread of the cancer cells. But I wouldn't recommend it either. It's extremely expensive and unaffordable for most people." Jiang Haoshan looked at Jiang Chen with a pleading expression. At this point, Jiang Chen was his only hope. "Xiao Chen, you can't just let us die. If the three of us were to undergo treatment, it would only cost 2 billion a year. Your wife makes 5 or 6 billion annually. She can easily afford it." Jiang Chen couldn't believe it. Jiang Haoshan was actually expecting him to cover all three of their medical expenses. How could he even ask for that? They had only met a few times, and each encounter had been unpleasant. And now, instead of asking politely, he was practically ordering him, as if it were his right. Unbelievable. Seeing Jiang Chen just staring at him without responding, Jiang Haoshan grew impatient. He felt that Jiang Chen was being ungrateful. Shouldn't he be assuring them that he would do whatever it takes to save them, even if it meant going bankrupt? After a moment of silence, Jiang Haoshan decided to play his trump card. "Xiao Chen, come with me." Noticing the harsh tone in Jiang Haoshan's voice, Jiang Chen wondered what he had done to provoke him. Despite his suspicions, he followed him. As Jiang Chen trailed behind, a cold chill ran down his spine, sensing that something was off. He quickly checked Jiang Haotian's fate and saw what was about to happen. Jiang Haotian was planning to use Jiang Chen's mother, Lin Susu, to blackmail him. If Jiang Chen refused to pay for the treatment, Haoshan would expose their family's address, ensuring that they could never live peacefully again. Jiang Chen knew his mother's background was significant. If her whereabouts were exposed, the consequences could be disastrous. After all, even now, Jiang Zhenxianchen and Lin Susu were still hiding from her family. The fact that Haoshan, even in his condition, was still plotting to use such leverage infuriated Jiang Chen. They reached the rooftop of the hospital. Haoshan looked down at Jiang Chen with a cold, calculating expression. "Kid, do you know why your parents left their hometown and haven't contacted anyone for over a decade?" Jiang Chen remained silent. He wanted to see what Haoshan would do next. Haoshan didn't care whether Jiang Chen responded. He continued, "Let me tell you, your father is a thief. He stole your mother away from her family, which is why they've been hiding ever since. Even now, they're still running from her family. What do you think will happen if I give those people your address? Do you think your family will stay together?" After saying this, Haoshan stared intently at Jiang Chen, knowing that this was his make-or-break moment. Sure, he could sell the information about Jiang Chen's family, but it wouldn't fetch much. However, he could use this threat to extort money from Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen didn't want his family torn apart, he would have no choice but to pay up. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, his gaze icy as he looked at Haoshan. "Uncle, do we really share the same blood? How can you be so despicable?" Haoshan laughed coldly. "Kid, it's every man for himself. Family ties are worth nothing compared to money in life." Seeing Jiang Chen's eyes redden with anger, Haoshan pressed on, "Listen, kid. You have only one choice: pay for all my medical expenses, and your family can live peacefully. Refuse and I'll make sure you never see your mother again." Just as Haoshan was about to leave, Jiang Chen's voice stopped him. "Uncle, so if I cover your medical expenses, I don't have to worry about my other two uncles?" Haoshan's heart skipped a beat. That's right, his two brothers were also in the late stages of lung cancer. After a moment's thought, his eyes gleamed with greed. "Don't worry about them. Just give me the money that would have been for them." Jiang Chen was shocked by Haoshan's response. He didn't care if his own brothers lived or died, he just wanted their share of the money. The sheer selfishness was staggering. What had these people gone through to become so twisted? Even willing to betray their own flesh and blood. "Uncle, they're your brothers!" Jiang Chen exclaimed. "Brothers? What brothers? Your father gave us $1 million to start our business, and those two idiots squandered tens of thousands. Then, every year they pocketed half the profits, leaving me with scraps. Such brothers are better off dead. Jiang Chen saw the hatred in Ho Chin's eyes and instinctively took a step back. This was no ordinary man, he was ruthless. All three brothers were. At that moment, Jiang Chen thought his father, Jiang Zhenqian, was like a lotus blooming in the mud, unstained by its surroundings. Seeing Jiang Chen retreat, Ho Chin smirked coldly. He pulled out a bank card, quickly typed the account number into his phone, and sent it to Jiang Chen. Kid, if you don't want your family torn apart, transfer $2 billion to this account by 2 p.m. If the money isn't there by then, I'll make sure those people come and take your mother away, and your family will be destroyed. Looking at the text on his phone, Jiang Chen knew that Ho Chin had lost his mind. But Jiang Chen quickly modified Ho Chin's fate. Ho Chin was about to leave, confident that Jiang Chen would send the money. But suddenly he found that he couldn't move his legs. When he tried to squat down, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Jiang Chen walked over, squatted beside him, and coldly whispered, "Uncle, if you're so determined to destroy my family, don't blame me for what happens next." Ho Chin's face turned pale. He wasn't stupid, he quickly realized that Jiang Chen had done something to him. "Kid, what did you do to me?" Ho Chin demanded. "Uncle, of course it was me," Jiang Chen replied calmly. "If I don't stop you, my family will be ruined. So, I've made sure you can't move. It's the only way to keep my family safe." Hearing Jiang Chen's cold, emotionless tone, Ho Chin was terrified. But then he remembered something and sneered. "I still have my mouth. I've memorized their numbers. Do you think tying me up makes you safe?" Jiang Chen frowned, but then relaxed. "You're right, I almost forgot you still have your mouth." Ho Chin's face twisted in fear. Had he just reminded Jiang Chen? As he tried to beg for mercy, he suddenly realized he couldn't speak. No words came out, even though Jiang Chen hadn't touched him. At that moment, Ho Chin's fear of Jiang Chen reached a new level. Jiang Chen didn't care about Ho Chin's terrified expression. Smiling, he asked, "Uncle, now that you can't move, can't speak, and can barely open your mouth, how exactly do you plan on contacting those people?" Jiang Ho Chin wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't make a sound. He couldn't even open his mouth properly. He was terrified. What kind of monster was Jiang Chen? He hadn't even touched him, yet he was turned into a vegetable. Seeing the fear on Jiang Ho Chin's face, Jiang Chen coldly said, "Uncle, I know you must have a lot of questions right now. Don't worry, I'll explain everything to you so that you can leave this world with a clear understanding." Jiang Ho Chin listened silently. He wanted to know how Jiang Chen had done this. Without wasting time, Jiang Chen calmly explained, "I can see into people's thoughts. Today you all plan to extort money from me by using our relatives, and then run away. When that didn't work, you intended to blackmail my father for money, and even thought of selling our information to those mysterious people. You wanted to destroy my family. Now tell me, given how malicious your intentions were, could I really let you go?" Jiang Ho Chin was filled with dread. How could Jiang Chen possibly know their plans? Jiang Chen wasn't surprised by Ho Chin's fear. He knew that his uncle wasn't stupid, just extremely selfish. So he continued, "You might have guessed it by now, I'm the one who gave you and your brothers cancer. Originally I only intended to teach you a lesson. But you didn't learn, and instead, you doubled down. Now you want to destroy my entire family. Tell me, do you really think I would let you live?" Hearing Jiang Chen's words, tears began to flow uncontrollably down Jiang Ho Chin's face. These were tears of regret. If only he had known that Jiang Chen was like a god, capable of controlling their fates, he would never have harbored such thoughts. He would have done everything he could to please Jiang Chen's family, hoping for some crumbs from their table. But now, he was a paralyzed, mute vegetable, suffering from a terminal illness. This was a fate worse than death. His eyes darted around desperately, hoping Jiang Chen might show him some mercy. But Jiang Chen had no intention of letting him off the hook. He wouldn't kill him, of course. The real punishment wasn't in taking a life, but in leaving someone to live in a state of helplessness and despair. Satisfied with the outcome, Jiang Chen called the doctor and nurse to take Jiang Ho Chin back downstairs. Then, he headed to the room where Jiang Shui and Jiang Lin were resting, and altered their fates as well. They too would become conscious yet immobile, unable to speak, a living nightmare. As Jiang Chen finished altering their fates, the doctor hurried over, anxious and confused. He asked Jiang Chen what had happened, why they suddenly couldn't move or speak. "I'm not sure," Jiang Chen replied, feigning innocence. "We were just about to leave when he suddenly collapsed and couldn't get up." Jiang Chen was making things up as he went along. After all, there were no cameras on the hospital rooftop, and given Haochen's condition, even the most advanced medical equipment wouldn't be able to detect what was wrong with him. Especially not in this small city, where such equipment was unavailable. The doctor, getting no useful information, decided to drop the questioning. But as he was about to leave, Jiang Chen's voice stopped him. "Doctor, my third and fourth uncles haven't woken up yet. Could something be wrong?" The doctor glanced at the two men, realizing it had indeed been a while. He quickly called for a nurse to administer an injection. After the shot, their eyes slowly opened. But when they tried to speak, they found they couldn't, and their bodies wouldn't move. Panic set in. The doctor, noticing something was wrong, asked, "Is there anything you're feeling uncomfortable with?" But Jiang Shui and Jiang Lin could only move their eyes, unable to speak. The doctor's face darkened. This was just like what had happened with Jiang Haoshen. Since when did cancer cause symptoms like this? Was it possible that the disease had mutated? In disbelief, the doctor examined them again. Seeing no change, he turned to Jiang Chen and said, "Come with me for a moment." Jiang Chen complied, and the doctor began asking about the three brothers' diet and lifestyle. Jiang Chen wasn't familiar with their daily lives, but he knew they were all unmarried, so he said, "Doctor, you might find this hard to believe, but I've only known them for 2 days. Aren't you their biological nephew?" The doctor asked, surprised. "Yes, I am, but I had never met them before now. If I weren't getting married, I wouldn't have even known I had 2 uncles and an uncle-in-law." The doctor, connecting the dots, suggested that Jiang Chen contact his father, thinking this might be a hereditary condition. Otherwise, how could all 3 brothers develop cancer and become paralyzed on the same day? Jiang Chen immediately called Jiang Zhenqian. Within 30 minutes, Jiang Zhenqian and Lin Susu arrived at the hospital. Seeing the condition of the 3 brothers, Jiang Zhenqian frowned. It was too much of a coincidence for all 3 to have cancer and become vegetative simultaneously. "Xiao Chen, what happened here? They were fine yesterday, and now this?" Jiang Chen explained everything in detail. With that, he left the situation in his father's hands. After all, Jiang Zhenqian was their brother, had money, and had connections. He could decide how to handle things from here. Jiang Chen had already taken care of these troublesome relatives, and not even the latest technology could change their fate now. Returning home, Jiang Shen found Yi Lingshuang's family having dinner. Without hesitation, he joined them. "Mom, your cooking is getting better and better." Jiang Chen praised Zhang Yunpei, who beamed with pride. "Xiao Chen, eat as much as you like. After your wedding, when you're back in Hangzhou, who knows when you'll get to eat my cooking again." Jiang Chen smiled. "Mom, you and Dad could come with us to Hangzhou. The air there is great, just as good as Longqing's." "We're not going," Zhang Yunpei replied. "Your dad still has work here in Longqing, and I'm not used to living elsewhere." As Jiang Chen ate, he chatted with the family. After the meal, Yi Lingshuang pulled Jiang Chen aside, pouting playfully. "Honey, where did you go so early this morning? I couldn't find you when I wanted to have breakfast with you." Coughing awkwardly, Jiang Chen scratched the back of his head. "Just had some things to take care of." Seeing that Yi Lingshuang was about to press for more details, he quickly changed the subject, grinning mischievously. "By the way, honey, since no one's going to bother us today, where should we go to enjoy some time alone?" Yi Lingshuang's face immediately darkened. She knew Jiang Chen was using his classic diversion tactic. She had fallen for it many times when she was younger. But being a smart woman, she decided not to press the issue further. Watching Jie Li and Zhang Yuding happily laughing while watching cartoons in the living room, she said, "Honey, didn't we agree that you'd find a way to keep Yuding and Jie Li here? We can't let them go back to their miserable lives." Jiang Chen was reminded of this responsibility by Yi Lingshuang's words. That's right, he needed to change their fates. Even though it would only take a few minutes, he still needed to put on a show for Yi Lingshuang. "So," he suggested, "how about we go out together later? I'll talk to them and see what I can do." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yi Lingshuang replied, "Honey, I actually have something to do later." "What is it?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. "Xiaoxiao's coming over, and I need to go to the airport with Paying to pick her up." Jiang Chen's face fell. The timing couldn't have been worse. Since they had returned to his hometown, he hadn't had any alone time with Yi Lingshuang. Seeing Jiang Chen's disappointment, Yi Lingshuang quickly added, "Honey, we're just busy for a few more days. Once the engagement ceremony is over and we return to Hangzhou, things will be better." Jiang Chen had no choice but to accept this. After chatting for a while, Jiang Chen took Zhang Yuding and Jia Li out of the house. Yi Lingshuang checked the time, realized Lin Xiaoxiao was almost here, and quickly had Zhu Shan drive her and Yi Paying to the airport to pick her up. In the car, Yi Peiing noticed Jiang Chen wasn't around and asked curiously, "Hey, where's our little brother? I've missed him these past few days." Yi Lingshuang's face turned dark. Why was her best friend always thinking about her husband? "Listen, if you keep obsessing over my husband, we're going to have to break up this friendship," Yi Lingshuang warned. Peiing giggled. "What can I say? He's just so special. He's the only man who's ever turned me down." Lingshuang was growing concerned. Was Peiing still hung up on Jiang Chen? Seeing the anxiety on Lingshuang's face, Peiing couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry, I'm just teasing. I wouldn't actually steal your husband. But remember how we always said we'd share everything. Doesn't that include your husband too?" Thinking back to their conversations from the past, Yi Lingshuang blushed. "That was just a joke. You didn't take it seriously, did you?" Seeing that Peiing wasn't letting go of her, Lingshuang became more serious. "I'm warning you, our country only allows one wife. Don't get any ideas." Peiing responded confidently, "There are ways around that rule, you know." Lingshuang frowned. Was Peiing actually serious? Had she really been thinking about this all this time? Peiing saw Lingshuang's puzzled expression and smiled mischievously. "All we have to do is get our hubby a foreign nationality. Some countries allow multiple wives." Lingshuang was stunned. Peiing wasn't joking, there were indeed countries where polygamy was legal. For a moment, Lingshuang's face turned pale. Seeing Lingshuang's reaction, Peiing continued playfully, "Sweetheart, don't feel bad or think I'm being unfair. I don't mind being the second wife." Lingshuang couldn't take it anymore and jokingly grabbed Peiing by the throat, shouting, "You little troublemaker. I thought you were my best friend, but you want to be my husband's concubine? I'll kill you." The two women began playfully wrestling in the car. Much to Zhu Shan's amusement, these two always found new ways to bicker, and it was usually Lingshuang who ended up frustrated. But this time, the stakes were higher. Lingshuang was genuinely protective of Jiang Chen, and Peiying's teasing had hit a nerve. After about 10 minutes of playful fighting, they finally tired themselves out and collapsed on the back seat. "Seriously, if you try to seduce my husband, I'll knock your teeth out and dump you in Africa," Lingshuang warned, still catching her breath. Peiying laughed. "With your temper, even the lions in Africa would be too scared to come near you. You'd fit right in over there." The two started bickering again, leaving Zhu Shan shaking her head in exasperation as she continued driving. As they neared the airport, Peiying turned serious. "But honestly, you shouldn't be worried about me. You should be worried about Xiaoxiao. From our conversations I can tell she's really interested in your husband. Unlike me, who just talks, Xiaoxiao is a woman of action. You'd better warn him to keep his distance. Otherwise she might just drug him and take what she wants." Lingshuang's face twitched. Xiaoxiao was indeed someone who followed through on her desires. She had once said that if she found someone she liked, she'd stop at nothing to have him. With two such troublesome friends around, Lingshuang was starting to get a headache. Was it true what they said about keeping an eye on your friends? Yi Shan, overhearing the conversation, also became thoughtful. She agreed that Lin Xiaoxiao was the bigger threat. Xiaoxiao was known for quietly going after what she wanted, while Peiying was more talk than action. "Sis, I also think Xiaoxiao is interested in brother-in-law. Remember how she looked at him back in the Kyoto villa? Her eyes were definitely different." Hearing this from Yi Shan, who was usually so quiet, Lingshuang made up her mind. She needed to keep Jiang Chen and Lin Xiaoxiao apart. Maybe she'd delete Xiaoxiao and Peiying's contact info from Jiang Chen's phone when they got back, just to be safe. And she'd definitely make sure he didn't play any more games with them. When they arrived at the airport, they waited for about 10 minutes before Lin Xiaoxiao appeared with her luggage. Yi Shan, ever considerate, quickly helped load the suitcase into the car. Xiaoxiao looked around expectantly and, disappointed, asked, "Hey, where's your husband? Why didn't he come to pick me up?" Already feeling tense, Lingshuang's face darkened further. "Isn't it enough that I'm here to pick you up? Are you here to see my husband or to celebrate my engagement?" Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. What was going on? Why did her friend's tone have such a sharp edge? Yi Peiing couldn't help but burst into laughter at the situation. Lin Xiaoxiao looked around, confused. "Sister, did I do something wrong?" Yi Lingshuang, her face still dark, asked, "You came here asking about my husband first thing, do you have any plans for him?" Lin Xiaoxiao was even more bewildered. What had happened to Lingshuang? Why was she acting so strange? She glanced at the others and noticed Peiying stifling a laugh, quickly realizing what was going on. Over the past few days she had chatted with Peiying online, and knew about the time Peiying had tried to flirt with Jiang Chen, and had been scolded by Lingshuang. Thinking back to the jokes they had made in Beijing about Jiang Chen, she understood everything in an instant. Jiang Chen was clearly everything to Ling Shuang now, and paying must have turned her into a nervous wreck. With a slightly annoyed expression, Lin Xiaoxiao asked, "Sister, did this troublemaker tell you that I'm trying to steal your husband?" Yi Ling Shuang felt embarrassed. How did Lin Xiaoxiao figure it out so quickly? She hadn't even said much. Seeing Ling Shuang's awkward expression, Lin Xiaoxiao knew Paying had been stirring the pot again. She walked over to Paying, put an arm around her neck, and scolded, "You little fox, haven't you caused enough trouble?" "Xiaoxiao, come on," Paying replied with a playful grin. "You know exactly who you are. Don't act innocent." "I'll show you innocent," Lin Xiaoxiao retorted, playfully grabbing at Paying as they started to tussle. Noticing that passers-by were beginning to stare, Yi Ling Shuang stepped in, her face stern. "Okay, that's enough. Let's get in the car." The two women reluctantly stopped their antics and got into the car. Inside they started bickering again, much to Ling Shuang's exasperation. These two were always at each other's throats, every single time they met. After about 10 minutes they finally calmed down. "So, Ling Shuang?" Lin Xiaoxiao began. "Where's your little brother? Why didn't he come to pick me up? Don't tell me you actually believed this troublemaker and kept him away because you're afraid I'll steal him." Her words were like a rapid-fire machine gun, and after reflecting on the conversation they had just had, Ling Shuang decided to lay it all out. "You two," she said seriously, "should probably stay away from my husband from now on." Paying and Lin Xiaoxiao exchanged surprised glances. Then, they both burst out laughing. "Ling Shuang, my sweet little sister, you're too adorable," Paying said, wiping away a tear from laughing so hard. "Do you really think we'd steal your husband?" Ling Shuang looked at them seriously for a moment before replying, "I didn't used to think so. But now, I'm not so sure." "Sister, don't be like that," Lin Xiaoxiao said, pouting and taking Ling Shuang's hand. "Even if every man on earth disappeared, I wouldn't try to take your husband." Paying chimed in, "She's right. Even if all the men in the world were gone, I'd only borrow him for a few days, I'd never try to steal him." Her words sparked another round of playful chaos in the car. "You little fox, you really want to die, don't you?" Ling Shuang shouted. "Come here, let me teach you a lesson." Paying quickly scrambled away, looking pitiful as she retreated to the back seat. "Sister, don't be so selfish. I've gone over 20 years without knowing what it's like to be in love. If every man on earth vanished except for your husband, would you really let me die without ever knowing what love is like?" Lin Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at Paying. This girl really was something else. But as she thought about it, she realized that if the situation were reversed, she might feel the same way. They'd never experienced the sweetness of love, and if Jiang Chen were the last man on earth, she might be tempted to borrow him for a few days herself just to see what it was like. The car soon arrived at the hotel. Since Paying had already booked a large suite, Lin Xiaoxiao decided to stay with her instead of getting her own room. Lying on the bed, Paying sighed dramatically. "It's such a big bed, but it's so sad to sleep here without a man to hold." Lin Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes again. "You've got men lining up from one end of the city to the other, and now you're complaining about not having one. If you're so desperate, just find someone on a dating app and invite him over. I'll find another room and you won't be disturbed," she added. Paying sat up looking at Lin Xiaoxiao with mock disdain. "Xiaoxiao, you're already 21. You're in the prime of your life just like me. Stop pretending to be so innocent." Lin Xiaoxiao shrugged. "I'm not like you. I'm always so busy with work that I just fall into bed and sleep." Paying reached out mischievously toward Lin Xiaoxiao, causing her to jump and shriek, "What are you doing, you little pervert?" Paying grinned. "And you say you're not interested. In just a month you've gone up a size." Blushing furiously, Lin Xiaoxiao retorted, "It grew on its own." Paying wasn't buying it. "Come on, we're adults. We all know that at our age, nothing grows without a little help. If you didn't have a boyfriend massaging them, or if you weren't doing some self-care, then I'll take your last name." As she spoke, Paying's suspicion grew, and she lunged to pull off Lin Xiaoxiao's shirt. Panicked, Lin Xiaoxiao dashed out of the room, her eyes wide as Paying advanced. "You crazy woman, stay away from me. If you come any closer, I'll scream for help. Scream all you want. Let's see if anyone comes to your rescue," Paying taunted as she grabbed Lin Xiaoxiao and tried to drag her back to the room. Overwhelmed, Lin Xiaoxiao called out to Yi Ling Shuang and Xu Shan, who were watching TV on the couch. "Ling Shuang, Shan, help me. Don't let this crazy woman take my innocence." Yi Ling Shuang just rolled her eyes. "Go on, you two weirdos. I'm not getting involved." Lin Xiaoxiao feigned despair. You've changed since you got married. You're abandoning me in my time of need. Soon enough, Peeing managed to drag Lin Xiaoxiao back into the room. From inside, there were sounds of struggle and Peing's voice teasing, "Just look at yourself. In just a month you've grown a full size. Don't pretend you're so pure. If it wasn't your boyfriend giving you massages or you doing some extra care, I'll take your last name." Yi Ling Shuang and Xu Shan sat in the living room, listening to the commotion coming from the bedroom. The conversation between Yi Peeing and Lin Xiaoxiao was getting a little too inappropriate. "Sis, maybe we should head to my room until they're done playing around," Yu Shu Shan suggested. Ling Shuang nodded in agreement. Those two could go on forever, and with Xiaoxiao clearly on the losing end, it was only a matter of time before she fought back. Who knew how long it would take for them to finish? Just as they were about to leave, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly burst out of the room, with Yi Peing hot on her heels. Both women looked disheveled, far from their usual elegant, goddess-like selves. Xiaoxiao ran to Ling Shuang's side and shouted angrily at Peing, "You crazy woman. Look at Ling Shuang, she's grown too. We're only 21. We're still growing, okay? It's perfectly normal to go up a size in a month." Peing glanced at Ling Shuang, noticing the obvious change. "Wow," she said, her eyes widening with exaggerated admiration. Unable to resist, Peing reached out to touch, but a sharp pain stopped her. "What do you think you're doing?" Xiaoxiao snapped. "Ling Shuang is married now. You can't just treat her like before. She belongs to her husband now, keep your filthy hands to yourself." Peing frowned, annoyed, and said, "So what if she's married? She's still my friend, and I can do whatever I want." She reached out again. But this time Ling Shuang caught her hand, her face darkening. "Dear, I haven't been intimate with my husband in days. I'm really on edge. If you don't want any bones broken, you'd better stop." Peing pouted, her face full of mock hurt. "You've changed, doggy. Ever since you got married, you've forgotten all about us. Remember how we used to compare sizes? Now you won't even let us look." Tears began to well up in her eyes as she added, "It's like you've replaced us with someone new." Xiaoxiao, watching from the side, couldn't help but think, what an actress. Peing could cry on demand, what a talent. But Ling Shuang wasn't swayed. She laughed and replied, "Dear, I'm a married woman now. I have to stay faithful to my husband. We haven't been together for days, and you really think I'd let you mess around?" Peing, still pouting, said, "You've become so heartless. You're breaking the sister code. We used to share everything. You've found a husband, and now you're keeping him all to yourself. You don't even let us look. I'm not talking to you for an hour." Ling Shuang chuckled, "Fine, then. Xiaoxiao, let's get changed and head out for lunch." Xiaoxiao nodded, quickly freshening up and changing into a casual outfit that made her look even more approachable. She wasn't as flashy as Peing, but her sweet smile made her just as charming. Peing, seeing Xiaoxiao's fresh look, quickly attached herself to her arm, leaning her head on Xiaoxiao's shoulder. "My goddess," she whined, "Ling Shuang has betrayed us. She's given all her love to her husband, and now we only have each other. Promise you won't abandon me too." Xiaoxiao gently pushed her away. "Don't say things like that. People might get the wrong idea and think we've done something scandalous." Peing's antics reminded Xiaoxiao of their college days. Back then, Peing was always the one leading them into trouble, even challenging them to compare their bodies, which had embarrassed them to no end. It was Peing who had corrupted their innocence. If Peing were to go wash in the Yangtze River, she might just pollute it. But those wild days were behind them, or at least they should be. Pushing Peing away, Xiaoxiao walked over to Ling Shuang. "Let's go." Peing made a sad face. "You're really leaving me behind? I haven't even finished getting ready." Xiaoxiao shook her head, amused. "Weren't you just saying you were going to ignore Ling Shuang for an hour? We'll go eat, and come back in an hour, by then you'll be over it." Peing scratched her head sheepishly and giggled. "All right, I'll let her off the hook this time. Next time she refuses me, I'll really stop talking to her." She quickly went back to the room, fixed her hair, put on some light makeup, and emerged, ready to go. Linking her arm with Ling Shuang's, she chirped, "Let's go, dear. You have to show us a good time, and make sure we don't leave hungry." Ling Shuang shook her head, smiling. "This girl is always so full of energy." The three of them left the hotel, chatting and laughing as they went. This time, they decided not to drive since the restaurant was close by. Xiaoxiao, being new to town, wanted to try the local specialty dishes, so they headed to the same restaurant Jiang Changchen had taken Peing to before. Peing's mouth was already watering at the thought. She had loved the food there so much that she had wanted to go back several times, but since it was tucked away in an alley, she had been too nervous to go alone. But now that she had Ling Shuang with her, she felt safe and excited. When they finally reached the restaurant, they found it packed. There were no seats left. Pei Ying peered inside, hoping to spot someone about to leave, when she suddenly noticed Jiang Chen sitting in the main hall, laughing and chatting with two women who were dressed in expensive clothes. Her face darkened immediately. That jerk. He's about to get married, and here he is flirting with other women. And after everything Ling Shuang's done for him. Pei Ying was furious. She wanted to march in there and give Jiang Chen a piece of her mind. But then she remembered how deeply Ling Shuang loved him, and how their wedding was just around the corner. Making a scene would only hurt her friend. But letting him off the hook wasn't an option either. After thinking it over, she decided to handle the situation herself, without dragging Ling Shuang and Xiao into it. Returning to where the others were waiting, she said, "Dear, why don't you take Xiao and Xu Shan to get some nice wine and drinks? I'll hold our place in line." Ling Shuang looked puzzled. "But the restaurant has everything we need." "Yeah, but I want some good red wine." "You know I'm picky about my drinks," Pei Ying insisted. Ling Shuang didn't think much of it. It was true that Pei Ying had a taste for fine wine. As she was about to leave, Pei Ying added, "You should take Xiao and Xu Shan with you. It's better to have company in case anything happens." Ling Shuang found Pei Ying's sudden thoughtfulness a bit strange, but she shrugged it off. Having extra hands to carry the drinks wasn't a bad idea. As Ling Shuang, Xiao and Xu Shan walked away, Pei Ying steeled herself and strode into the restaurant. Seeing Jiang Chen Shen still happily chatting with those two women, her anger flared up again. Clenching her fists, she muttered, "Cheating scumbag. You're dead meat." Jiang Chen, who was in the middle of eating, suddenly felt uneasy, as if he was being targeted by a venomous snake. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced since he was a child back when he was heading home with a female classmate and ran into Yi Lingshuang, who gave him a severe beating. The memory jolted him, and Jiang Chen quickly scanned his surroundings, wondering if Yi Lingshuang was nearby. But after looking around, he didn't see her. Instead, he noticed Yi Pei glaring at him coldly. "Huh?" Jiang Chen was puzzled. "What's with this girl? Did someone bully her?" At that moment, Yi Pei walked up to Jiang Chen, giving Jia Li and Zhang Yuding a glance. Both women were stunning, easily scoring a 9 out of 10. Furious, she snapped at Jiang Chen, come out here. Jiang Chen was even more confused. What's she so angry about? "Pei Ying, what's wrong?" he asked. But Yi Pei was growing more annoyed by his bewildered expression. She grabbed Jiang Chen by the collar and dragged him out of the restaurant. She was actually tempted to beat him up on the spot, but there were too many people around, and she was worried Yi Lingshuang might show up unexpectedly. Given how much Yi Lingshuang liked Jiang Chen, she couldn't imagine how heartbroken she'd be if she found out he was cheating. So, dragging him outside seemed the safest option. As Jiang Chen looked at the fuming Yi Pei, he quickly checked her fate. When he realized why she was mad, he was speechless. She actually thought he was cheating, and was dragging him out to teach him a lesson. Where did she get that idea? Yi Lingshuang was beautiful, and had a great figure, better than 99% of the women out there. Why would he look elsewhere when he had such a perfect girlfriend? He would have to be out of his mind. When they reached an alley outside, Yi Pei angrily said, "Jiang Chen, what the hell are you thinking? Lingshuang treats you so well, and you're about to get engaged. Yet here you are fooling around with two women at once. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?" Jiang Chen was exasperated. "Pei, it's not what you think." But Yi Pei practically roared, "Don't try to fool me. I saw you laughing and joking with them, even personally wrapping meat in mint leaves for them. Do you think I'm blind?" Her mind flashed back to the times she had tried to flirt with Jiang Chen, only to be met with indifference, even disdain. In terms of looks and figure, she could easily outshine Xia Li and Zhang Yuding. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She swung her bag at Jiang Chen's head, but he dodged just in time. Jiang Chen stared at her, baffled. This woman was fierce. "Pei, why won't you believe me?" Jiang Chen tried to explain, but she wasn't listening at all. "You act all high and mighty when I offer to keep you company with Ling Shuang, but now you're sneaking around behind her back, and with women who aren't even as pretty as me. I'll kill you." Jiang Chen was stunned. What was she really mad about? Was it because he had rejected her, or was she defending her friend? He checked her fate again, but still didn't find the answer he was looking for. Stepping aside, Jiang Chen hesitated before weakly suggesting, "Pei, if you're upset because I didn't agree to your offer, and now you feel hurt that I'm with two women who don't measure up to you, well, I'll agree now, okay? Tonight you can join my wife in taking care of me." "What?" Yi Pei was furious. Had this pervert finally shown his true colors? Did he really think he could have both her and Yi Lingshuang at the same time? She glared at him, then swung her bag at him again. "I'll kill you, you pervert." Jiang Chen dodged quickly, but she chased after him, shouting, "You think Lingshuang and I will both serve you? You sick freak, I'll kill you." Seeing how aggressive she was, Jiang Chen actually felt a bit relieved. He had been worried she might actually have feelings for him. If she did, he'd have to make sure Yi Lingshuang stayed far away from her. After all, anyone who lusted after their best friend's husband couldn't be trusted. Unable to land a hit, Yi Paying grew even more frustrated. She finally stopped chasing him and said coldly, "If you can't control yourself and still want to marry Lingshuang, why don't you just take the money and go play around outside? Why ruin her life?" Seeing the hatred in her eyes, Jiang Chen fell silent. It seemed Yi Paying really did care about Lingshuang, and their friendship was genuine. Just as he was about to explain, she interrupted, "Jiang Chen, I'm giving you two choices. Either break up with Lingshuang and continue your wild life, or stay loyal to her and settle down. If you can't control yourself and don't break up with her, I'll find someone to fix you so Lingshuang won't have to cry herself to sleep every night." Her words sent a chill down Jiang Chen's spine. This woman was actually threatening to castrate him. He stood there silently, staring at her. Yi Paying, unsatisfied with his response, snapped, "Are you doubting my ability? Let me tell you, I once had a friend who was tricked by a scumbag, and I castrated him myself. Then I had him drawn and quartered. Do you want to experience that?" Seeing his silence, she thought he didn't believe her. She quickly pulled out her phone, opened a hidden browser, and after some fiddling, handed it to him. Curious, Jiang Chen took the phone and looked at the web page. It was clearly on the dark web, showing news of a bloody crime scene, limbs severed, blood everywhere. The graphic images made Jiang Chen feel like he was going to vomit. He stared at Yi Paying in shock. Was this woman really this ruthless? She quickly took back her phone, closed the web page and said coldly, "You've been warned. Think carefully about your choice." After a minute of silence, Jiang Chen picked up his phone and called Yi Lingshuang. The call went through quickly, and Jiang Chen, feigning tears, said, "Honey, help. Your best friend wants to have me drawn and quartered." "Huh?" Yi Paying was stunned. What was this move? On the other end of the call, Yi Lingshuang was equally confused. "What's going on? She says I'm cheating and wants to chop me up and feed me to the fish. Honey, please save me. If you're too late, you won't get to see your precious hubby again." Jiang Chen's unexpected move left Yi Paying completely bewildered. He actually dared to call Yi Lingshuang, and even admitted to cheating. Are people these days really this straightforward? Or could it be that Yi Lingshuang was aware of Jiang Chen's cheating and didn't mind? As she was trying to make sense of this, she suddenly heard Jiang Chen's voice. "Honey, you're so good to me, how could I possibly cheat on you?" Paying saw me having lunch with Jiaoli and the others, and let her imagination run wild. She wouldn't believe my explanation and now insists I betrayed you, even threatening to have me drawn and quartered. Please come quickly, or you really might not see your beloved husband again. Hearing the frustration in Jiang Chen's voice, Yi Paying started to doubt herself. Could this really be a misunderstanding? But then she recalled how close Jiang Chen had looked with Zhang Yuding and Xia Li. While wrapping meat in mint leaves for them, it seemed way too intimate. Just as she was about to snatch Jiang Chen's phone, she realized he had already hung up. "Paying, if you really plan to have me drawn and quartered, you'll need to wait a bit. My wife is on her way." Yi Paying didn't say a word. Jiang Chen seemed so calm that she began to feel she might have acted too hastily. How were they supposed to get along after this, now that she had made such a serious accusation, and it turned out to be a misunderstanding? After thinking it over, she decided to use a skill she was good at. She stepped forward, hooked her arm around Jiang Chen's, and with a playful smile said, "Hey big brother, I was just kidding earlier. Don't take it to heart. I don't have any powerful connections, how could I possibly have you drawn and quartered?" Jiang Chen, who had already looked into Yi Paying's background, knew better than to underestimate her. Despite her playful demeanor, he knew she was not someone to be taken lightly. She was the daughter of a hidden foreign family and had come to China because of her passion for acting, eventually obtaining citizenship. The news story she had shown him earlier wasn't a bluff either. 2 years ago, one of her close friends had been deceived by a scumbag. After becoming pregnant, the man vanished, and her friend, in despair, took her own life. Enraged, Yi Paying used her connections to track the man down. Due to restrictions within the country, she lured him overseas under the guise of an online relationship. Once he crossed the border, he was captured by her family, taken to a remote area, and the part of him responsible for impregnating her friend was fed to wolves. Despite his agonizing screams, she showed no mercy, eventually having him drawn and quartered. Now, this fierce woman was playing the coquettish role of a charming maiden. Jiang Chen wasn't about to let his guard down. Seeing Jiang Chen remain silent, just staring at her, Yi Peiing coyly said, "Big brother, don't look at me like that. You're making me blush." Jiang Chen, unable to handle her flirtatious act, quickly removed her hand from his arm. "Peiing, let's go back to the restaurant. They should be here soon." But Yi Peiing, still holding onto his arm, pouted. "What's the rush, big brother? I still have so much to say to you." Jiang Chen sighed, feeling more exasperated than ever. "What do you want to say? You mentioned earlier that you wanted Ling Shuang and me to spend the night with you. I've been thinking about it and I think it's a great idea. After all, Ling Shuang told me that we're supposed to share everything from now on." "So? That makes you my husband too?" Jiang Chen nearly fell over in shock. "Peiing, that's not funny at all." He shook off her hand and hurried back toward the restaurant, thinking this woman was truly terrifying. As Jiang Chen fled as if running for his life, Yi Peiing watched with a smirk, though there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. Jiang Chen, this oddball, wasn't interested in her at all, even though she was a princess, both abroad and here, admired by countless men who would love nothing more than to marry her and enjoy life to the fullest. Yet Jiang Chen ran at the mere sight of her. Sigh. Ling Shuang really found herself a rare treasure. Shaking her head in frustration, she slowly made her way back to the restaurant. By this time, Yi Ling Shuang and Lin Xiaoxiao hadn't returned yet, and Jiang Chen was still eating with Jie Li and Zhang Yuding. Even though she now knew it was probably a misunderstanding, seeing Jiang Chen dining with two beautiful women still made her uncomfortable. After thinking for a moment, she decided to get a better sense of the situation. She walked over to Jiang Chen, pulled up a chair, and sat beside him with a bright smile. "Big brother, there aren't any seats left. Why don't we join you for a meal?" Jiang Chen, seeing that Yi Peiing wasn't about to leave him alone, smiled and said, "We're just about done. You can take over our table when we finish." Yi Peiing pouted, clearly unhappy, but said nothing more to Jiang Chen. Instead, she turned her gaze to Xie Li and Zhang Yuding. "You two are so pretty. What are your names?" Xie Li and Zhang Yuding exchanged a glance, realizing that this woman was not to be trifled with. Nonetheless, they politely responded. "My name is Zhang Yuding." "And I'm Xie Li." Yi Peiing smiled and introduced herself. "I'm Yi Peiing." She pointed at Xie Li and Zhang Yuding, then at Jiang Chen, and asked with a sly smile, "You seem to be getting along well with Big Brother. May I ask how you know him?" Though she didn't finish her question, Xie Li and Zhang Yuding, while from the countryside, were far from naive. They immediately sensed that Yi Peiing might have feelings for Jiang Chen, who was, after all, Yi Ling Shuang's fiancé and their sister's husband. How could they let anyone else covet him? Zhang Yuding turned to Jiang Chen with a smile. "Brother-in-law, does Sister Yi like you? Is she treating us as rivals?" Yi Peiing was taken aback. She hadn't expected Xie Li and Zhang Yuding to be so blunt. Not only were they protecting Yi Ling Shuang, but they were also indirectly reminding her that Jiang Chen already had a wife, so she should stop thinking about him. At that moment she realized she had underestimated them. Xie Li then smiled sweetly and asked, "Sister, would you like to join us for a bite? There's not much food left though." Yi Peiing felt like she had taken a serious blow. These two plain-looking, slightly tanned girls weren't as easy to deal with as they seemed. And Xie Li's offer wasn't an invitation, it was clearly a polite way of telling her to leave and not get in the way. Feeling both embarrassed and frustrated, Yi Peiing was about to find an excuse to leave when she noticed Yi Ling Shuang and Lin Xiaoxiao approaching. Seeing them felt like spotting a lifeline, and she immediately ran over to Yi Ling Shuang, hugging her tightly. "Sweetie, you're finally here." Yi Ling Shuang was confused. "What was this vixen up to now?" "Sweetie, your husband bullied me. And those two little sisters of yours bullied me too." "Waka." Yi Ling Shuang's eyes widened in surprise. "Bullied by those two?" She paused. Then, as she looked at Yi Peiing's pitiful expression, a thought crossed her mind, and she couldn't help but laugh. Despite their rural upbringing, those two sisters weren't lacking in intelligence. Clearly Yi Peiing had done something annoying, and now she was paying the price. Laughing even harder, Yi Ling Shuang patted Yi Peiing's back and said, "You little vixen, someone finally managed to put you in your place. It's a rare occasion indeed." With a dark expression, Yi Peiing grumbled, "Hey, I'm your best friend. How can you be so happy when I'm being bullied?" Lin Xiaoxiao, who rarely saw Yi Peiing in such a flustered state, joined in the laughter. "If I had a Suona, I'd play it to celebrate your misfortune. You all. Yi Paying wanted to curse, but they were in a restaurant, so she held back, hopping mad instead. You all are really heartless. I'm breaking off our friendship. Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Lingshuang exchanged glances and saw the satisfaction in each other's eyes. This was a rare moment. Seeing Yi Paying so flustered and hopping with anger was something they didn't witness often. Without missing a beat, they both pulled out their phones, activated the recording function, and captured this historic moment. Yi Paying was furious. These two troublemakers. You think you're clever, huh? Want to record it? I'll show you. With that, she lunged to snatch their phones, but Yi Lingshuang and Lin Xiaoxiao ran off in opposite directions, leaving Yi Paying out of breath and unable to catch either of them. Ha ha ha. Yi Lingshuang and Lin Xiaoxiao laughed even harder. Sweetie, the video's already uploaded to the cloud, Lin Xiaoxiao teased. We'll treasure this priceless recording like a family heirloom. Realizing that retrieving the video was now impossible, Yi Paying's face darkened. You two are really heartless. Ha ha ha. The two of them made funny faces at Yi Paying before heading back to where Jiang Chen was seated. Yi Lingshuang sat down naturally beside Jiang Chen and asked softly, Honey, did you finish eating? No, we were just starting when your bestie dragged me out for questioning. I just got back, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Yi Lingshuang glanced at Yi Paying, who was trailing behind. At that moment she understood why Yi Paying had insisted they go out to buy something. It was because she saw Jiang Chen dining with Zhang Yuding and the others and thought he was cheating, so she took it upon herself to handle the situation alone. Although her approach was a bit clumsy, she was genuinely looking out for her friend. Yi Lingshuang smiled sweetly and said, Sweetie, come over here. Big sis loves you. Yi Paying turned her face away proudly. You heartless woman. I don't want to talk to you for the next hour. Come on, enough already. Lin Xiaoxiao dragged over a chair and pushed Yi Paying down into it. The table they were at could seat 6 at most, but with each Xu Shan, there were 7 of them, making it too crowded. Just then, a private room became available as the guests finished their meal. Jiang Chen quickly negotiated with a couple waiting for a table, suggesting they take the spot in the main hall while he and his group moved to the private room. Since everyone was local, they were easygoing about it, and soon the group relocated to the private room. Once inside, Yi Lingshuang formally introduced Jia Li and Zhang Yuding to Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Paying. Zhang Yuding, feeling a bit awkward, said, Sis, so you guys are best friends. I thought Sister Paying was your love rival. Yi Lingshuang laughed. Yuding, your sister Paying flirts with everyone she sees. Don't pick up her bad habits. Got it. Zhang Yuding nodded obediently. Yi Paying grinned mischievously, Sister. It's not flirting, it's genuine affection. I just can't help wanting to grow old together with our hubby. Yi Paying's little performance left Zhang Yuding and the others even more impressed by her audacity. Thus, a playful verbal sparring match began among the women at the table, with Jiang Chen reduced to a mere spectator, quietly enjoying his food and drink. The meal ended on a relatively cheerful note. As they left the restaurant, Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and said, Xiao Chen, earlier Shuanger mentioned that there's a rafting spot nearby. How about we go rafting? Jiang Chen looked at Yi Lingshuang for her input. Honey, Xiaoxiao and Paying's hometown is in the plains, so they don't have rafting activities there. Now that they're finally here, let's go and have some fun. Since Yi Lingshuang had spoken, Jiang Chen couldn't refuse. However, Zhang Yuding and Xie Li weren't interested at all. Growing up in the mountains, they thought rafting was just a reckless game with their lives, so they opted out. Yu Shan also decided not to go since she had a lot of work to handle. Since Yi Lingshuang had become the owner of a talent agency, there was plenty to manage. As her assistant, Yu Shan had to handle the simpler tasks while Yi Lingshuang was out having fun, leaving the important matters for Yi Lingshuang to address later. With that, Yi Shan took Zhang Yuding and Jia Li with her and left. Yi Lingshuang, Jiang Chen, and the others returned to the hotel, got into the Mercedes, and headed for the rafting spot. In the car, Yi Paying couldn't hide her discontent. I say, little brother, you're a grown man. How can you let a lady drive? Does that seem right to you? Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Paying, I'm not even old enough to get a driver's license yet, and besides, I don't know how to drive. Do you really think it's appropriate for me to take the wheel? Hearing this, Yi Paying rolled her eyes and said, You can't drive. You're bad at conversation, and you have no idea how to please others. What on earth did Shuang Yi see in you? Jiang Chen grinned. Isn't being handsome enough? Yi Paying was at a loss for words, feeling completely defeated. Shuang Yi, you have such basic taste. Yi Lingshuang smiled, Sweetie. Why don't you lower your standards and find a boyfriend like my hubby, someone who can write songs, sing, play multiple instruments, and is handsome too? Yi Peng wisely shut her mouth. How could she even respond to that with all those talents stacked up? Before long they arrived at the rafting spot. This time they were well prepared, having changed into casual clothes before following the staff inside. They paired off, with Yi Lingshuang and Jiang Chen in one group and Yi Peng and Lin Xiaoxiao in another. As Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang were about to get into their raft, a delighted voice called out, "Jiang Chen, is that really you? I thought I was seeing things." Jiang Chen turned to see a girl about 18, wearing the uniform of the scenic area, looking at him with excitement. He recognized her immediately. Gu Xiaoman, his classmate from elementary through middle school. Yu Xiaoman had been his deskmate in middle school, and they had always been close. Jiang Chen was curious. Gu Xiaoman should be in college by now, so why was she working at a scenic spot? And her skin looked a bit tanned, clearly from the hot weather. What had happened? "Xiaoman, what are you doing here?" Jiang Chen asked, surprised. Yu Xiaoman noticed his astonished look and touched her face, feeling the roughness. Her heart ached. 2 years ago, her father's business had been thriving. He tried to expand his market by partnering with 3 out-of-town businessmen, only to be swindled. Her father ended up deep in debt, and the men disappeared. Overwhelmed by debt, her mother divorced him. Though her mother offered to take her along, Yu Xiaoman chose to stay behind to care for her grandmother and 8-year-old brother. Then her father vanished, leaving the family without support. As the older sister, she had to step up. She chose to work at the scenic spot because the hours were short, and the pay was decent. By day she worked at the scenic area, and by night, she waited tables to support her family. The hard work and sun exposure, coupled with the inability to afford skincare products, had left her face dry and weathered. Seeing how much his once brilliant classmate had changed, Yang Chen felt a pang of sadness. "Sweetie, hold on a moment. This is my classmate, Yu Xiaoman. You've met her before," Jiang Chen explained to Yi Lingshuang. Yi Lingshuang remembered. Back then, Jiang Chen and Gu Xiaoman used to walk home together. Worried that Jiang Chen might be taken from her, she had found an excuse to give him a beating. Now, seeing them meet again, with Jiang Chen's face full of concern for Gu Xiaoman, she felt the pangs of jealousy stirring within her. Even though she felt a pang of jealousy, Yi Lingshuang was mature enough now to not drag Jiang Chen into the woods for a beating like she might have in the past. "Honey, you go ahead. I'll stick with Xiao Xiao and the others." Jiang Chen was eager to catch up with Gu Xiaoman and find out what had happened to her over the years, but he didn't want to leave Yi Lingshuang behind. "Sweetie, won't it be inconvenient for the 3 of you?" he asked. "Just wait a moment, I won't be long." Yi Lingshuang smiled gently. "It's fine, really, we'll manage. Besides, they've never done this before, so it'd be better if I stay with them in case the raft tips over halfway." She was lying, of course. Rafting didn't require any special skills since there were safety staff along the river. She just figured that Jiang Chen and Gu Xiaoman hadn't seen each other in a long time, and it would take more than a few words to catch up. She wanted to give them enough time to reminisce. Seeing how considerate Yi Lingshuang was, and noticing Gu Xiaoman's worn and tired appearance, Jiang Chen didn't argue further. At a cafe in the scenic area, Jiang Chen ordered 2 cups of milk tea, and they sat down to chat. They had always been close, so Gu Xiaoman knew that Jiang Chen had gone to high school out of town to avoid Yi Lingshuang. Now learning that Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang were actually together, she was completely shocked. "You've got to be kidding me, Jiang Chen," she exclaimed. "I thought you'd never see her again. I can't believe you two ended up together." Jiang Chen felt a bit awkward and puzzled at the same time. His relationship with Yi Lingshuang had made headlines everywhere, yet Yu Xiaoman, a young person, seemed unaware of it. That was quite surprising. "Xiaoman, have you not been on your phone much lately?" he asked. Yu Xiaoman fell silent. Her younger brother needed to attend school, and her grandmother required hospital treatment. She barely had enough time in the day as it was. Where would she find time to use her phone? Smiling, she replied, "Yeah, it's been a while." Seeing the bitter smile on Ju Xiaoman's face, and the hardship written all over it, Jiang Chen felt deeply saddened. This girl had gone through so much. Even though his own parents had been irresponsible and never gave him money, his grandparents had treated him well, and Yi Lingshuang's parents had supported him too. He also had time to work as a tutor and earn some money, so the pressure hadn't been overwhelming. But it seemed that Gu Xiaoman's situation was even worse than his had been. As they continued to talk, Gu Xiaoman learned that Jiang Chen was about to get engaged to Yi Lingshuang. Smiling, she said, "Congratulations, Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen accepted her congratulations with a smile and said, "You should come to the engagement party. The more, the merrier." Jua Xiaoman was happy for him. But she knew she couldn't afford to take time off work. She worked at the scenic area from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. each day, earning 70 yuan a day. In the evenings she worked at a restaurant for 10 yuan an hour. 4 hours there earned her 40 yuan, making her daily total 110 yuan. Early each morning she secretly made and sold buns at a construction site. If she wasn't chased off by thugs or caught, she could earn 100 yuan in the morning after deducting the cost of materials. With her breakfast earnings, her job at the scenic area, and her restaurant part-time job, she made a little over 6,000 yuan a month. Although it seemed like a decent amount, her grandmother's medical expenses were 100 yuan per day, leaving her with just over 3,000 yuan after a month. After paying 600 yuan in rent and over 1,000 yuan for living expenses, not to mention buying new shoes, clothes and extra classes for her brother, she was barely scraping by. Any school expenses would leave her with nothing to save. She was also on a break from school, working so hard in hopes of curing her grandmother and returning to finish high school, then attending a good university. After struggling at the bottom of society for years, she had realized that knowledge was the only way to change her fate. So, even though she wanted to attend Jiang Chen's engagement party, her financial situation simply wouldn't allow it. Missing a day of work could cost her both her jobs, leaving her family without support. "So," she said, "Jiang Chen, I'm really sorry. I don't think I'll have time to come to your engagement party." Hearing this and seeing her difficult fate, Jiang Chen felt a deep sense of pity. Gu Xiaoman was only 18, the prime of her youth, yet she was burdened with the responsibility of supporting her entire family, sacrificing her own future. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen asked, "Xiaoman, what's your dream now?" "My dream?" Gu Xiaoman thought for a moment and then smiled. "I hope my grandmother gets better and can walk again. Then I can go back to school." As she finished speaking, her expression darkened. Get better. Her grandmother's illness was chronic. It was difficult to cure. But she still held on to hope. Having lost her parents, she couldn't bear to lose her grandmother too. So, she was determined to earn enough money to provide her grandmother with the best medical care. Jiang Chen, hearing this, fell silent again. He checked her fate once more, and the more he saw, the worse he felt. He could see that her grandmother's condition never improved, and she remained bedridden. This situation held Gu Xiaoman back, and her dream of attending university never came true. Burdened by her ailing grandmother and an irresponsible brother, her life turned out miserable. Such a kind-hearted girl couldn't be allowed to suffer like this. Jiang Chen decided he would change both Gu Xiaoman's fate and her grandmother's. He couldn't let such a good person be destroyed by hardship. Changing the subject, he said, "Xiaoman, it's been a long time since I've seen Grandma Wang. When do you get off work? Take me to visit her." Gu Xiaoman looked at Jiang Chen with deep gratitude. All her acquaintances who knew about her family's troubles had distanced themselves from her. Even her closest friends spoke ill of her behind her back. But Jiang Chen, being stared at like that made Jiang Chen feel a bit uncomfortable. Gu Xiaoman realized she was acting out of character, so she took a sip of her drink to hide her awkwardness. "Jiang Chen, I get off work at 4 in the afternoon, she said. "But after that I have to go to the restaurant for my part-time job, so I might not have time." Jiang Chen sighed. This girl was working herself to the bone. Smiling, he said, "It won't take long." Seeing how sincere he was, Gu Xiaoman started calculating the time. She usually rode her bike to work. If she pedaled quickly, it would take about 30 minutes to reach the hospital. She could stay there for 20 minutes, and then take another 10 minutes to bike to the restaurant and change into her work clothes. It seemed doable, so she nodded in agreement. Just then, the manager of the scenic area came over to find Gu Xiaoman. He told her to stop chatting and get back to serving tourists, so the two of them had to part ways. Jiang Chen stepped outside and noticed that Yi Lingshuang wasn't around. Figuring she had gone off with Lin Xiaoxiao, he decided to skip the rafting and sat down nearby to play a game on his phone. He had just finished a round of Honor of Kings when a well-dressed man approached him and said, "Hey, are you a friend of Xiaoman?" Jiang Chen looked at the man curiously, then put away his phone and asked, "What's this about?" The man, displaying a refined demeanor, said, "Here's the thing, I've liked Xiaoman for a long time. If you help me convince her to be my girlfriend, I'll give you 10,000 yuan as a reward. What do you think?" Jiang Chen sized up the man in front of him. The guy was dressed well and was reasonably good-looking, but his smile seemed forced and insincere. Jiang Chen disliked dealing with people who had that kind of fake, smiling facade, so he replied, "If you want to pursue Xiaoman, Then go ahead and pursue her. She's not interested in me, the man complained. Seeing that Jiang Chen wasn't interested in helping him, he pulled out a stack of cash, a full 10,000 yuan, and placed it on the table. Kid, you look like a student. To earn this much, it would probably take you at least 6 months. But if you can convince Xiaoman to be my girlfriend, I'll give you another 10,000. The man's arrogant and self-important attitude left Jiang Chen speechless. He stood up and started walking away, not wanting to waste any more time on this idiot. But the man didn't get the hint and followed him to the entrance. Kid, I'm serious about Xiaoman, he insisted. I saw you two chatting and laughing earlier. It's clear you have a special relationship. You must know about her family situation. If you help her become my girlfriend, I'll solve all her family's problems. Jiang Chen stopped and looked at the man, who was undeniably handsome but incredibly annoying. This guy was like a ghost that wouldn't go away. Realizing the man wasn't going to leave him alone, Jiang Chen reluctantly activated his fate modifier to check the man's future. Wan Junpeng, 34 years old, 38 years remaining. Jiang Chen dug deeper into Wan Junpeng's future and saw that he was married with 2 daughters. Jiang Chen's face darkened as he realized Wan Junpeng's true intentions. He wanted to make Gu Xiaoman his mistress and have her bear him a son. Jiang Chen also discovered why Gu Xiaoman had become so tanned. It turned out that Wan Junpeng was the one responsible. Here's how it happened. Wan Junpeng was a live-in son-in-law. His wife was disabled, but she had given birth to 2 daughters. Unable to have any more children, Wan Junpeng was frustrated. He wanted to leave, but his wife's family was too powerful. The position of manager at the scenic area had been arranged by his wife's family. Without a son, Wan Junpeng felt inferior, and came up with the idea of keeping a mistress to give him a son. When he first saw Gu Xiaoman, with her pure looks, smooth skin, and alluring figure, he decided to target her, knowing she was in desperate need of money. He pursued her relentlessly, but despite her financial struggles, Gu Xiaoman refused his advances. Upset by her rejection, he used his limited power to assign her to work under the scorching sun, greeting tourists. Gu Xiaoman, needing the money for her family, endured it in silence. At this point, Wan Junpeng had no idea that Jiang Chen already knew everything about him and what he had done to Gu Xiaoman. Seeing Jiang Chen's dark expression, Wan Junpeng felt a surge of anger but forced himself to smile, recalling Gu Xiaoman's tempting figure and the humiliation of being rejected over 100 times. Kid, if you think I'm not offering enough, we can negotiate, he said, still smiling. Jiang Chen's voice turned cold. You're married with 2 daughters. Don't you have any shame? Wan Junpeng was stunned. How did Jiang Chen know he had 2 daughters? He stared at Jiang Chen as if he had seen a ghost, then seemed to realize something. He decided to drop the act and pulled out another stack of cash from his briefcase, flashing it at Jiang Chen. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by a smug sense of superiority. Yeah, I have 2 daughters. But what does that have to do with me pursuing her? He said, smirking. You take the money. As long as her grandmother gets the treatment she needs, what does it matter whether I'm married or have daughters? Jiang Chen was thoroughly disgusted. This man had 2 daughters of his own and still wanted to use a young girl's body to have a son? Absolutely revolting. Kid, Xiaoman has been working here for nearly 2 years, Wan Junpeng continued. I've never seen her with any other man. You're the first guy she's met in all that time, and the first one who's made her smile in years. He shoved 2 stacks of cash into Jiang Chen's hands. Take this 20,000. Help me out, make her my girlfriend, and get her to have my son. Afterward, I'll give you a big bonus enough to buy an apartment in the city. Jiang Chen was furious at Wan Junpeng's shameless proposal. Seeing people walking by, he said, Follow me. Wan Junpeng, thinking Jiang Chen was about to accept his offer, followed him without hesitation. Jiang Chen led him to a secluded corner. Once they were alone, Jiang Chen swung his hand and slapped Wan Junpeng across the face with a loud crack. Wan Junpeng's face caved in, and his teeth clattered to the ground. He was stunned Jiang Chen had actually hit him. Kid, how dare you hit me, Wan Junpeng began, but before he could finish, Jiang Chen slapped him again, hard. The force of the blow sent Wan Junpeng spinning in place before he collapsed to the ground, his left cheek now as swollen as his right, and his remaining teeth scattered around him. Jiang Chen, still seething from Wan Junpeng's repulsive attitude, wasn't satisfied. He crouched down and began pummeling Wan Junpeng's head and face with his fists. He only stopped when Wan Junpeng was too battered to speak, his face covered in blood. You've made Xiaoman's life miserable enough, Jiang Chen spat, and you think you can just use your power to ruin her even more? You've pushed her this far, and I still don't feel like I've beaten you enough. Jiang Chen paused, an idea forming in his mind. He stood up slowly, lifted his foot, and stomped on Wang Junpeng's groin. Wang Junpeng screamed in agony. But Jiang Chen quickly stuffed a handful of leaves into his mouth. From now on, Jiang Chen said coldly, "You can forget about touching any other woman ever again." With that, Yang Chen stomped on Wang Junpeng's chest and quickly modified his fate. He didn't want to kill Wang Junpeng, he wanted him to remember this day for the rest of his life. But Wang Junpeng would be too afraid to tell anyone about it, only reliving the shame and fear every time he thought about what happened today until the day he died. With Wang Junpeng's fate adjusted, Jiang Chen looked at the terrified man and gave him a cold smile before leaving the corner. He headed to the parking lot near the entrance to Rafting City, planning to wait there for Gu Xiaoman to finish work. As he sat down, he overheard two women nearby chatting. "Sister Ling Shuang, I haven't seen you in years. You've become so beautiful I almost didn't recognize you." "Xiaoman? Are you saying I wasn't beautiful before?" "Sister Ling Shuang, how could you twist my words like that?" Gu Xiaoman said anxiously. Back in middle school, she had liked Jiang Chen and even dreamed of being his wife. She had also harbored some resentment toward Yi Ling Shuang for always beating Jiang Chen up. But now, after learning that Jiang Chen and Yi Ling Shuang were getting engaged, those feelings had vanished. The reason was simple: she no longer had parents to care for her, and she had a grandmother and a younger brother to look after. She felt that she was no longer worthy of Jiang Chen. Seeing how flustered Gu Xiaoman had become, Yi Ling Shuang felt a bit awkward and said, "Xiaoman, I was just teasing you." But Gu Xiaoman wasn't naive. She could tell that Yi Ling Shuang was jealous, so she quickly reassured her, "Sister, you don't have to worry at all, I'll definitely keep my distance from him." Yi Ling Shuang felt even more embarrassed. Was she really so petty as to be jealous of an 18-year-old girl? Jiang Chen, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but shake his head. Yi Ling Shuang really was the jealous type. Smiling, he walked over and said, "Honey, didn't you go rafting just now?" At Jiang Chen's words, Yi Ling Shuang felt a surge of frustration. She had intended to go, but those two mischievous friends of hers had gone off on their own. When she came back, she saw Jiang Chen and Gu Xiaoman chatting animatedly at the cafe, and didn't want to interrupt, so she went back to the car to play games and blow off steam. She lost several rounds in a row. When she rolled down the window for some fresh air, she saw Jiang Chen, but when she called out to him, he didn't respond. By the time she had hurriedly put on her shoes and got out of the car, he was nowhere to be seen. After searching for a while, she bumped into Gu Xiaoman. Once Jiang Chen understood the situation, he felt a bit awkward. So that's what happened. After some comforting words, he checked the time and realized they had about 2 hours before Gu Xiaoman's shift ended. He suggested, "Honey, why don't we go rafting now?" Yi Ling Shuang's eyes lit up. "Right now?" Yeah. He. Yi Ling Shuang was thrilled. She had thought she wouldn't get to have any fun today, but this unexpected turn of events was a pleasant surprise. She eagerly linked arms with Jiang Chen and turned to Gu Xiaoman, saying, "Xiaoman, we're off to play. You take care. Have fun, Sister Ling Shuang." Gu Xiaoman replied with an easy smile, making Yi Ling Shuang feel even more embarrassed. It seemed she had been worrying over nothing. As Gu Xiaoman waved them goodbye, Jiang Chen called out, "Xiaoman, if I'm not back by 4, just wait for me by the car." Hearing this, Yi Ling Shuang's heart tightened, and she shot Jiang Chen a sharp look. "What have you two been planning behind my back?" Jiang Chen didn't want to upset her, so he explained everything about Gu Xiaoman's family situation, except for the part about the system and the fate modifications. Yi Ling Shuang was stunned. She hadn't realized how much Gu Xiaoman's life had changed. She remembered that Gu Xiaoman's family used to be well off, and her parents were very much in love. But now, after going bankrupt, they had divorced. It was a stark reminder of how, when disaster strikes, even the closest couples can fly apart. After hearing about Gu Xiaoman's difficult circumstances, Yi Ling Shuang said, "Honey, we have to help her. I remember she used to buy fruit for you and your grandparents all the time. She even bought you lots of art supplies and notebooks. Now that her family is in trouble, you can't just stand by and do nothing." As Yi Ling Shuang recalled those memories, Jiang Chen found himself lost in thought. Yes, back in elementary school, Gu Xiaoman had always been there for him. She knew that his parents rarely came home and that he didn't have money for things like sketchbooks and watercolor pens. Gu Xiaoman would often share her supplies with him, eventually buying 2 of everything just so he could have his own. "Honey, I know what I need to do," Jiang Chen said, holding Yi Ling Shuang's hand tightly. It seemed his wife wasn't so petty after all. They reached the deck at the start of the rafting course, listened to the staff's instructions and safety tips, and then got into a raft. "Honey, if I'd known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come down here, Yi Lingshuang complained. How is this different from a waterslide? Watching the raft slowly drift down the river, Yi Lingshuang was full of disappointment. Rafting was supposed to be thrilling, but this river had been artificially modified. There were no rocks or sharp turns, nothing like the excitement of a real river. It felt more like a slow ride in an amusement park. Just as they were about to leave out of sheer boredom, they suddenly heard people screaming from up above. Lots of people, in fact. Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang exchanged confused looks. Then, the raft suddenly picked up speed, and they noticed the water rushing much faster behind them. Both of them were stunned. So, the slow pace earlier had been due to a lack of water? Now, the water was surging down the river. The raft sped up, and they had to use their paddles to keep it steady and avoid capsizing. The river, though man-made, featured many sharp turns, causing several women to scream in fright. Yi Lingshuang wasn't immune either. She had completely forgotten about using the paddle to maintain balance, and was clinging tightly to Jiang Chen. "Honey, you have to keep me safe, don't let me fall in," she cried. Looking at the beauty in his arms, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. It turned out that no matter how strong a woman seemed, she still had her vulnerable side. "Don't worry, honey," Jiang Chen reassured her. "The water may be fast, but it's all designed to be safe. Nothing bad will happen." Yi Lingshuang slowly lifted her head from Jiang Chen's chest, sneaking a peek with one eye. But when she saw how steep and fast the current was, she quickly buried her head back in his chest. Jiang Chen could only smile wryly and focus on keeping the raft balanced by himself. After an intense, thrilling ride, they finally reached the pool at the end of the course. Many of the women were pale and trembling, clinging to their boyfriends or husbands. It was clear that the sharp turns had scared them out of their wits. Just then, someone on the shore called out through a megaphone, "If you need a private shower for two, you can buy a ticket here. It's 30 yuan per person. There aren't many available, so get them while you can." The shower was really just a place to rinse off. After such an intense and sweaty ride, even if they hadn't been splashed by the water, a shower was definitely necessary. The scenic area had set up this service to make even more money, quite the savvy business move. Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang exchanged glances. Yi Lingshuang instantly understood what Jiang Chen was thinking, and her face flushed red, like a blooming rose, making Jiang Chen's heart race just looking at her. Yi Lingshuang felt embarrassed as Jiang Chen stared at her. With her head lowered, she asked, "Honey, should we rinse off?" "What do you think?" Jiang Chen replied with a mischievous grin. This was a rare opportunity, how could he just let it pass? Yi Lingshuang felt uneasy. There were so many people around. What if someone recognized her? Nervously, she whispered, "There are too many people here. Don't you think that makes it more exciting?" Jiang Chen teased. Unable to hold back, Yi Lingshuang lightly hit Jiang Chen's chest. "You're terrible," she exclaimed. Jiang Chen burst out laughing. "Isn't this something I learned from you?" After spending time together, Jiang Chen had come to know that Yi Lingshuang was quite open to new experiences and even enjoyed a bit of thrill, so this little matter wasn't a big deal at all. They paddled their boat to the shore and bought 2 tickets. Most of the people who came here were couples, so the couples' shower rooms were in high demand. When they entered their shower room, they hadn't even started undressing when they heard suggestive sounds from the room next door. Yi Lingshuang and Jiang Chen exchanged an awkward glance. They knew there were couples who would think of doing such things, but they hadn't expected the walls to be so thin. And they'd just gotten here. Did the others start right away? How intense. They quickly undressed and turned on the shower. Jiang Chen, with a swift motion, pulled Yi Lingshuang into his arms, leaning in for a kiss. She closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around him and responding tenderly. Perhaps it was the special environment that stirred their desires, but Yi Lingshuang was unusually cooperative, allowing Jiang Chen to once again experience the joys of being with his exceptional wife. Time flew by. Half an hour later, they finally finished up and stepped out of the shower room. As they prepared to take the park shuttle back to their parking spot, they spotted Yi Paying and Lin Xiaoxia watching them from a distance with dark expressions on their faces. Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang were stunned. Why were they still here? And what were those looks about? Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Paying exchanged glances and checked the time. 40 minutes. They were thunderstruck. Most people were done in 15 to 20 minutes. But these two had doubled that time. Yes, they had been waiting here for Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang. When they finally saw them arrive, they were about to say hello, but the couple had gone straight into the private shower room, leaving them feeling frustrated. To make matters worse, they stayed inside for so long that it was obvious what they had been up to. At that moment, the two of them felt utterly wronged. Other people came here to have fun, but they had just come to witness this public display of affection. How annoying. As Yi Lingshuang and Jiang Chen approached, Lin Xiaoxiao sniffed around Yi Lingshuang curiously. No scent. That puzzled her. The shower rooms had shower gel that was quite fragrant, yet Yi Lingshuang didn't smell like anything. Clearly she hadn't used it. Lin Xiaoxiao guessed that they must have been so caught up in their passion that they didn't even notice the shower gel. Yi Lingshuang was confused by Lin Xiaoxiao's behavior and quickly pulled away. Xiaoxiao, what are you doing? Are you a dog? Yes, a single dog. Lin Xiaoxiao replied with a resentful look. She and Yi Paying exchanged glances, then leaned in close to Yi Lingshuang, mischievously asking, Little devil, how many games did you two play in the shower room? What? Yi Lingshuang finally realized they knew she and Jiang Chen had gone into the private shower. How embarrassing. She quickly pulled away, her face flushed. What are you talking about? SKTSK embarrassed are we? 40 minutes. That's enough time for several rounds, right? You're something else. Yi Lingshuang was mortified. You two are so indecent. How could you think such dirty thoughts? Seeing that they weren't going to let her off, she added, we were just washing up, nothing else. Nothing else? And it took 40 minutes? Nothing else, and you didn't even notice the shower gel and shampoo provided by the park? Yi Paying and Lin Xiaoxiao looked at her skeptically. The longer they stared, the more frustrated they became. After hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's words, Yi Lingshuang finally understood why she had been sniffing her earlier. She was checking for the scent. She really hadn't noticed the shower gel and shampoo. Trying to stay calm, she defended herself, I'm not used to using things from outside. Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Paying rolled their eyes. Since when were you so particular? They had known each other for so long that they were well aware of each other's habits. Seeing Yi Lingshuang at a loss for words, Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Paying were quite pleased with themselves. They grinned and moved closer, teasing, so tell us, what kind of high-level moves did you show off in there? How's your little husband's stamina? Fed up with their teasing, Yi Lingshuang couldn't take it anymore. She lunged at them, and they quickly ran away. Yi Lingshuang was skilled in martial arts, and if she really wanted to take them down, it would be as easy as pie. Don't run. Didn't you want to know? Come back, I'll tell you. But of course they didn't dare. They ran far away. Just then, the park shuttle arrived, and they stopped their banter to board it and returned to the entrance. It was nearly 4 o'clock by now, and since they were in the mountains, the park had stopped selling tickets for the day. As they prepared to relax in the air-conditioned comfort of their Mercedes, Jiang Chen spotted Gu Man pushing her old folding bike from her school days toward the park entrance. Go Xiaoman also noticed Jiang Chen and smiled as she approached to greet him. Since Yi Paying and Lin Xiaoxiao hadn't met her before, Jiang Chen introduced them. After the introduction, Yi Paying and Lin Xiaoxiao started to feel a bit concerned. They had just learned that the reason Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang had been delayed was because of Go Xiaoman. They began to scrutinize her carefully. Despite being a little tanned by the sun, Gu Xiaoman had a great figure. If she rested and took care of herself, she could easily become a beauty. At that moment they started to worry that Yi Lingshuang might be in trouble. After all, these two had been desk mates from elementary through middle school. Their relationship must have been special. What if Gu Xiaoman was Jiang Chen's first love? Seeing Yi Paying and Lin Xiaoxiao's anxious expressions, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel exasperated. They were overthinking things. He walked up to Gu Xiaoman and said, Xiaoman, why don't you join us in the car? Gu Xiaoman looked at her bike and then at the Mercedes in front of her. She hesitated. No, I'll just ride my bike. We can put the bike in the trunk. Jiang Chen insisted. Gu Xiaoman tried to refuse, but Jiang Chen was firm. He opened the trunk and folded up her bike, placing it inside. Go Xiaoman was nervous. Chen, what if the bike scratches the car? I should just ride. Jiang Chen smiled. You won't have to pay for it. Get in. Gu Xiaoman still felt a bit uneasy, but with Jiang Chen insisting and the bike already in the car, she reluctantly agreed and got into the car with him. Jiang Chen and Gu Xiaoman were so close that it made Yi Paying and Lin Xiaoxiao worry. They were afraid Gu Xiaoman might steal Jiang Chen away, leaving Yi Lingshuang without a husband. However, they were too embarrassed to ask directly, so they tried to find out in a roundabout way. Xiaoman, the salaries in this small town are quite low. Would you like to move to the capital and work as my assistant? I can offer you 50,000 yuan a month, and it could increase in the future, Yi Paying suggested. Yu Xiaoman was originally from a wealthy family, and was quite intelligent. Although Yi Paying and Lin Xiaoxiao didn't ask about her relationship with Jiang Chen directly, and even invited her to work in the capital, as a smart person, she immediately understood their intentions. She replied, Sister Paying, Sister Xiaoxiao, Thank you for thinking so highly of me, but my grandmother is in the hospital, and my younger brother is still small. They need me here. This simple statement eased Yi Ping and Lin Xiaoxiao's worries. She was clearly saying that she wouldn't leave Longcheng and certainly wouldn't become Yi Lingshuang's rival. They could rest easy. After Go Xiaoman's response, both Yi Ping and Lin Xiaoxiao felt a bit ashamed for having been overly concerned. They had really worried for nothing. As they drove, the group chatted intermittently. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at a suburban hospital. Yi Lingshuang initially wanted to go in with them but decided against it, realizing she didn't know Gu Xiaoman's grandmother. Plus, if she went along, it might make it difficult for Jiang Chen and Gu Xiaoman to talk freely, so she found an excuse to leave. Gu Xiaoman was surprised by how considerate Yi Lingshuang had become. In the past, if she saw Gu Xiaoman with Jiang Chen, she would have definitely given Jiang Chen a hard time. But now, after a brief silence, Gu Xiaoman said, "Chen, Sister Lingshuang has really changed a lot." Jiang Chen just smiled. They then stopped at a fruit shop near the hospital to buy some fruit before heading inside with Gu Xiaoman. When the doctor saw Gu Xiaoman, he quickly updated her on the results of today's examination. Her grandmother's condition was worsening. Given the limited medical equipment in the suburban hospital, he suggested transferring her to a city hospital. Hearing this, Gu Xiaoman's face darkened. Moving her grandmother to the city hospital meant she couldn't continue working in Drift City. Moreover, the cost of treatment would double, and renting an apartment in the city would add a few hundred yuan to her monthly expenses. This would significantly increase her financial burden. Jiang Chen had already seen Gu Xiaoman's future earlier. Transferring to the city hospital would cost 150 yuan per day. Even so, Gu Xiaoman would make the move, enrolling her younger brother in a city school as well. Life in the city would become more stressful, forcing Gu Xiaoman to take on multiple jobs, leaving her with only 5 or 6 hours of sleep each day. Despite her hard work, there would be times when she couldn't pay the medical bills, leading to unkind treatment from doctors and nurses. Reflecting on this, Jiang Chen said, "Xiaoman, let's go see your grandmother first." Gu Xiaoman nodded. They walked to the entrance of the hospital ward, a large room that could accommodate 10 patients. Before they even opened the door, they could hear the elderly patients inside chatting. "Sigh. I'm just an old bag of bones and I'm still burdening my granddaughter. I've tried to die several times but she keeps saving me. My granddaughter has had such a hard life. If I had a granddaughter like yours, I'd live to be 100. My ungrateful sons haven't visited me in a month. They don't even pay the medical bills. If I don't contact them, they'd probably forget I even exist. It really makes me angry." Hearing these conversations from the elderly patients, Jiang Chen shook his head. As the saying goes, a long illness tests filial piety. Gu Xiaoman felt a bit speechless hearing the older patients complain about ungrateful children. It wasn't always that the children were unfilial. Sometimes, the elderly were just too unreasonable. If the children talked back even a little, they would be accused of being ungrateful, of being unwilling to spend money, and of hoping for their parents' death, getting scolded harshly. There was also an elderly person who was particularly biased. He gave his pension to his eldest daughter, eldest son, and second son, but left the third child with nothing and still expected the third child to take care of him. Despite not receiving a penny, the third child was still very dutiful, providing care diligently. But because all the medical bills were covered by the third child, who also had several children to raise, it became overwhelming. The elder siblings didn't contribute a dime and even accused the third child of being stingy. Feeling unappreciated and resentful, the third child eventually left to work elsewhere and never returned. The elderly person then contacted the other 2 children, but they were busy with work and couldn't visit immediately. The daughter and son-in-law only came every 2 or 3 months, but each time they brought something, the elderly person would be overjoyed, praising them highly. The 2 brothers who visited regularly and cared for their mother never received a single word of praise. Now, when the sister brought just some fruit, she was praised to the skies, making the older brothers feel resentful, and eventually, they too stopped visiting. Realizing they couldn't wait any longer, Gu Xiaoman and Jiang Chen entered the ward, where Gu Xiaoman politely greeted everyone with a smile. Jiang Chen followed her, carrying the fruit, and the elderly patients in the ward couldn't help but feel envious. Gu Xiaoman really was exceptional. She came to the hospital every day to take care of her grandmother without a single complaint, and now she even brought along a tall, handsome boyfriend. Someone couldn't hold back and asked Gu Xiaoman, "Xiaoman, is this young man your boyfriend?" "Grandma Zhang, he's just a classmate. He recently returned from another city, and we happened to meet, so he came along," Gu Xiaoman explained with a smile, then handed Jiang Chen a chair to sit down. Looking at the elderly woman lying in bed with her head full of white hair, Jiang Chen felt a mix of emotions. 3 years ago, this woman was full of energy, running every morning like a young person. Now, her hair was completely white, her eyes dull, and she seemed frail and sickly. Jiang Chen reached out and gently held the elderly woman's withered hand, asking softly, "Grandma, do you still remember me?" The old woman looked at Jiang Chen for a moment, as if recalling something from deep in her memory. "Aren't you the boy who came home with Xiaoman for her birthday? I think your name was Jiang. Jiang something." Although she couldn't remember Jiang Chen's full name, she recognized that he had once accompanied Gu Xiaoman home. "Yes, Grandma. That's me. My name is Jiang Chen," he replied with a smile. The elderly woman brightened up. Despite being a bit muddled, she still remembered some things. She had a good impression of Jiang Chen from back then. After chatting for a while, she suddenly said, "Xiao Chen, can you please convince Xiaoman to stop bringing me to the hospital? I'm almost 70 years old and can't handle all these treatments anymore. There's no point wasting money." Gu Xiaoman quickly stepped forward, pretending to be angry. "Grandma, please don't say such things. If you really care about me, then cooperate with the doctors. When you get better, my brother and I will work hard to earn money and buy back our old house." Listening to their conversation, Jiang Chen felt a pang of sadness. The old feared for the young suffering, and the young feared for the old suffering. What a situation. Since Gu Xiaoman was chatting with her grandmother, this was the perfect time for Jiang Chen to alter her fate. When he looked into Gu Xiaoman's future, he was surprised to find that her grandmother would live for another 18 years, although not in good health, which would burden Gu Xiaoman. Jiang Chen quickly made some changes to the elderly woman's destiny. Given that her illness had been ongoing for a long time, if she suddenly recovered, people might get suspicious and possibly even want to study her. So Jiang Chen devised a flawless plan. He would personally prepare a traditional Chinese medicine prescription for Gu Xiaoman to brew for her grandmother. Once she took the medicine, she would start to recover. This approach would avoid raising any suspicions. With the fate adjustment complete and Gu Xiaoman needing to get to work, the two of them left the hospital. As they walked downstairs, Jiang Chen turned to Gu Xiaoman and said, "Xiaoman, I got a prescription from a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. I'll go buy the herbs, and you can brew them for your grandmother to see if it helps." Gu Xiaoman completely trusted Jiang Chen's words. After leaving the hospital, Gu Xiaoman didn't ride her bike. Instead, they walked side by side reminiscing about funny stories from their childhood. When they passed by a lottery shop, Jiang Chen stopped and playfully asked, "Xiaoman, do you want to get rich overnight?" Yu Xiaoman looked at Jiang Chen, puzzled. "Get rich overnight? What do you mean?" "Lottery tickets. You could win 5 million with just 2 yuan, Jiang Chen explained. Yu Xiaoman stared at him in disbelief. Jiang Chen had never been interested in something as trivial as the lottery before. Now, after being with Yi Lingshuang, a billionaire celebrity, why was he suddenly into this? "Chen, wouldn't it be better to spend those 2 yuan on a couple of sausages instead?" Gu Xiaoman retorted. Jiang Chen was at a loss for words. After all, he used to say the same thing to Gu Xiaoman when they were together. After thinking for a moment, he said, "It's still early before you need to go to work. Let's give it a try. Who knows, maybe we'll turn a bike into an aircraft carrier." Yu Xiaoman found this behavior odd. But since Jiang Chen wanted to try, she figured it wouldn't hurt to spend 2 yuan on it. Well, that meant her brother would be short 2 yuan for snacks tonight. So, they went into a lottery shop. Despite lottery tickets being considered a tax on stupidity, there were quite a few people inside, and many were spending a lot, some even 100 or 200 yuan at a time. Jiang Chen shook his head. If it weren't for his system, which allowed him to manipulate fate, he would never buy a lottery ticket. There had been countless reports about lottery scandals, yet people still clung to the hope of winning. It was truly astonishing. Gu Xiaoman looked at the numbers on the wall, confused. "Chen, how do we pick?" Jiang Chen shook his head. "Let's start with scratch-off tickets. You can cash those in right away." Gu Xiaoman, who was tight on money, nodded in agreement. To her, the 2 yuan was already a sunk cost, so it didn't matter how they spent it. The important thing was that Jiang Chen was happy. "Do you have any 2 yuan scratch-off tickets?" Jiang Chen asked the shop owner. The owner was taken aback. 2 yuan scratch-off tickets. The profit margin on those was so low she didn't bother selling them anymore. Nowadays, the lowest denomination was 5 or 10 yuan, with some even costing 20 or 50. The higher the price, the more commission she earned. "You're kidding, right? 2 hours ago, all the stations got a fresh supply. Each one got 102 yuan scratch-off tickets. There's no way you sold out that fast. Jiang Chen said with a bright smile, having already used his fate-altering ability to know everything about the owner. The owner cursed internally but couldn't deny what Jiang Chen said. Indeed, 2 yuan tickets had been forced upon them by certain institutions trying to squeeze money from the poor who still hoped to get rich quick. Though these tickets offered no profit for the shop owners, they were pure profit for the institutions. Reluctantly, she bent down and pulled out about a dozen tickets, muttering, "This is all I've got." Jiang Chen smiled, knowing she was hiding most of them. Still, it didn't matter. With Go Xiaoman's fate altered, any ticket she picked would be a winner. "Xiaoman, give her the 2 yuan and pick one," Jiang Chen said. Gu Xiaoman nervously approached, selecting a ticket at random. "Boss, can these scratch-off tickets be redeemed on the spot? What's the maximum amount you can pay out here?" Jiang Chen asked with a confident grin. The owner found Jiang Chen's confidence amusing, as if he was sure to win. She replied smugly, "I've got 200,000 yuan in the safe." "So, you can redeem up to 200,000 here?" Jiang Chen asked. "That's right," she confirmed. Jiang Chen was reassured and encouraged Gu Xiaoman to scratch the ticket. She hesitated. "Chen, aren't you going to buy one?" Jiang Chen coughed awkwardly. He could alter others' fates but not his own, so if he bought a ticket it really would be a waste of money. "I've had bad luck lately so I'm not buying." "Oh. Okay," Gu Xiaoman replied, not doubting him for a second as she carefully scratched the ticket. 2 stars appeared on the card. According to the instructions, that meant she had won 120,000 yuan. Unsure, she handed the ticket to Jiang Chen. "Chen, can you check if I won?" Jiang Chen took a look and confirmed it, just as he had altered fate. 120,000 yuan, the highest prize for a 2 yuan ticket. "Boss, can you check if this is a winning ticket?" Jiang Chen asked. The owner lazily took the ticket, but her eyes widened when she saw it. 120,000 yuan. In all the years she had run this shop, selling nearly 1,000,000 yuan worth of scratch-off tickets, none had ever won more than 100,000. And now Go Xiaoman had hit the jackpot. "Boss, can this be cashed here?" Jiang Chen asked, seeing the owner's sour expression. The owner, now feeling as though she had swallowed a fly, forced a smile. "Young lady, you're really lucky. Winning such a big prize on your first try." Jiang Chen could sense the owner's displeasure and asked with a grin, "Boss, how many tickets would you say it normally takes to win this prize?" The owner's smile froze as Jiang Chen caught her in her own words. Not wanting to continue the conversation, she quickly said, "Young lady, I can cash out the prize for you right now, but we'll have to deduct 20% for taxes. 24,000 yuan. Gu Xiaoman, who had just started to feel excited, suddenly felt her heart sink at the thought of losing over 24,000 yuan, almost a year's worth of income. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but there was no way around it. Taxes were mandatory. Seeing her disappointment, Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Xiaoman, you've got great luck. Why not try buying a few more tickets? You might win even more and make up for the taxes." The owner's eyes lit up at Jiang Chen's suggestion, eagerly adding, "Yes, young lady. With your luck, buying a few higher value tickets might bring in an even bigger prize." Jiang Chen chuckled to himself. The shopkeeper was really trying to hustle Gu Xiaoman. What a savvy businesswoman. Jiang Chen turned to Gu Xiaoman and said, "Did you hear the boss? Buy a few more tickets, who knows, you might win even more." Gu Xiaoman wasn't greedy and knew full well that the lottery was essentially a tax on those who weren't thinking straight. The odds of winning again were incredibly low. But seeing Jiang Chen so excited, she decided to spend another 2 yuan on a scratch-off ticket just to see what would happen. The shopkeeper was frustrated. She had hoped to make a bit more commission, but Gu Xiaoman was being stingy, only spending 2 yuan. It was infuriating. Still, she kept a smile on her face. Gu Xiaoman picked out a ticket and handed it to Jiang Chen. "Chen, you scratch this one." Jiang Chen shook his head. "My luck isn't great, better if you do it yourself." Gu Xiaoman found this odd. He was the one who had suggested buying the tickets in the first place, so she assumed he wanted to join in the fun. But it turned out he just wanted to watch her play. Fine. If Jiang Chen didn't want to scratch, she would do it herself. When she scratched the ticket and saw the result, she was stunned. It was identical to the last one. "Chen, check this, did I win again?" Jiang Chen glanced at it and nodded. "Yep. Another 120,000 yuan. He handed the ticket to the shopkeeper with a smile. "Looks like we hit the jackpot again." The shopkeeper, curious, took the ticket. When she saw the result, she was dumbfounded. It was exactly like the first one, 120,000 yuan. Such luck was unbelievable. At that moment, the shopkeeper started to suspect that Jiang Chen and Gu Xiaoman might be cheating. She scanned the ticket's serial number with her machine, but it confirmed that the ticket was legitimate. Now, the shopkeeper was green with envy. In a single day, Gu Xiaoman had won more than she earned in a year from her shop. "Young lady, your luck is incredible." Yu Xiaoman couldn't believe it either. She had won the lottery, not just once but twice. Even after taxes, she would take home 192,000 yuan. 3 years ago, this amount of money wouldn't have mattered much to her. But now, it was life-changing. She could afford better treatment for her grandmother, return to school, and even live in a nicer place. She was overwhelmed with joy, something she hadn't felt since her family's misfortune. Others in the shop, seeing Gu Xiaoman win 2 big prizes in a row, were filled with envy. Some assumed that this batch of tickets was lucky and rushed to buy the remaining 2 yuan scratch-offs. The shopkeeper regretted not putting out more tickets earlier. While the commission on the 2 yuan tickets was low, selling all 100 would still have been worthwhile. Now, she had to stick to her claim that only a dozen tickets were available, as bringing out more would have been awkward. The remaining tickets were quickly snatched up, but no one won anything. Disappointed, everyone realized that winning was purely a matter of luck. Go Xiaoman had already claimed the big prizes, so the odds of anyone else winning were slim. After all, these institutions weren't in the business of losing money. With that in mind, the other customers decided not to buy any more scratch-off tickets. They all knew it was a fool's game, but they held on to the hope that someday, they might be the lucky ones. Now that Go Xiaoman had won, they saw no point in trying their luck again. Sensing the shift, the shopkeeper tried to upsell them. "There are no more 2 yuan tickets, but we have 5 and 10 yuan ones. This batch seems to have a high win rate. If 2 yuan can win 120,000, who knows what 10 or 20 yuan could win? Maybe millions." But the customers weren't interested. One man joked, "The bait's already been taken, boss." The shopkeeper was left embarrassed. Jiang Chen, observing the situation, couldn't help but sigh. Everyone knew it was a fool's game, yet they still clung to the hope of hitting the jackpot. After some small talk, Jiang Chen turned to the shopkeeper and said, "So, can we cash in our prize?" The shopkeeper looked sour. She was used to taking money from others, not handing out large sums. The thought of giving away 192,000 yuan made her heart ache, even though she knew she could reclaim it from the lottery center the next day. Sensing her reluctance, Jiang Chen smiled and asked, "You're not thinking of withholding our winnings, are you?" The shopkeeper, though unhappy, knew she had to stay in business. If she refused to pay out, she would lose customers. Reluctantly, she opened the safe and placed 192,000 yuan on the counter. "I've already deducted the tax. Here's 192,000 yuan. Please count it." Jiang Chen glanced at the shopkeeper's fate and, seeing that the money was legitimate, didn't bother counting it. "Could you give us a bag?" The shopkeeper, now eager to get rid of them, handed over a large black bag for the money. Jiang Chen passed the bag to Gu Xiaoman. "Xiaoman, the banks are still open. Let's deposit this money right away." Gu Xiaoman nodded and carefully left the lottery shop. After they deposited the money at the bank, she turned to Jiang Chen, full of gratitude. "Chen, I can't thank you enough. Without you, I never would have won this money." Jiang Chen smiled. "If you want to thank me, just give me a big red envelope on my wedding day." "Absolutely," Go Xiaoman promised. As they walked, they passed another lottery shop. Jiang Chen thought about letting Gu Xiaoman win 1,000,000 yuan this time. With that amount, her life would be truly transformed. "Xiaoman, you've been so lucky today. Why not go big and try for 1,000,000? You could become a millionaire." Gu Xiaoman thought for a moment and decided it was worth a try. Turning a small amount into something big, that was the dream. She followed Jiang Chen into the shop and bought 2 tickets. Gu Xiaoman didn't usually play the lottery, but she knew that buying too many tickets was just throwing money away. So, she only bought 2. "Chen, if we win, let's split it 50-50, Gu Xiaoman said seriously. Jiang Chen looked at her in amazement. She was still the same as ever. After a moment he smiled and said, "You know I'm not short on money. If you win, use it to build a better life for yourself. And make sure to keep an eye on your brother, don't let him go down the wrong path." Jiang Chen had seen in Gu Xiaoman's fate that her brother was a bit of a troublemaker. Even though her fate had been altered and her life was improving, there was no telling how her brother might turn out. Since he couldn't check on her brother right now, he could only offer this advice. Gu Xiaoman looked worried. "My brother has been so quiet and withdrawn since everything happened. But now that we have this money, I won't have to work so hard. I'll spend more time helping him." As they continued walking and chatting, they passed by a traditional medicine shop. Jiang Chen bought the herbs and handed them to Gu Xiaoman. Since Gu Xiaoman was running late, Jiang Chen decided not to accompany her any further. He was about to hail a cab back to the city when he heard a teasing voice behind him. "Little brother, already missing your sweetheart." Jiang Chen turned around to find Yi Paying staring at him with a dark expression. Confused, he asked, "Sister Paying, what are you doing here? What do you think?" Yi Paying's tone was harsh, as if Jiang Chen owed her money, leaving him baffled. Yi Paying didn't care about Jiang Chen's confusion. She looked him up and down, her anger apparent. "You're really something, aren't you? Accompanying your old classmate to the hospital, buying her medicine, and even taking her to buy lottery tickets for fun. You two seem so close, why not find a cozy spot to have a nice long chat?" Jiang Chen was stunned, completely at a loss. What had gotten into Yi Paying? Why was she so upset? He stared blankly for a moment, unable to figure out what had triggered her anger. He didn't bother to use his fate-altering ability to check this kind of baseless fury wasn't worth his attention. Instead, he looked around and asked, "Sister Paying, where's my wife? Isn't she here? Now you remember you have a wife?" Yi Paying's tone was sarcastic, clearly irritated, which annoyed Jiang Chen. He decided not to ask any more questions and simply pulled out his phone to call Yi Lingshuang. The call connected quickly. "Honey, I'm done here." "Where are you?" Jiang Chen asked. "I'm at the square with Xiaoxiao, eating skewers." Yi Lingshuang's gentle voice came through. "Do you want some, honey? I can have the vendor make a few more." "Sure, I'll be there soon," Jiang Chen replied. Meanwhile, Yi Paying stood there, feeling frustrated. Why did Jiang Chen always ignore her? "Hey, why are you so warm and caring with your old classmate but so cold to me?" she complained. After ending the call, Jiang Chen remained silent for a moment before saying, "Sister Paying, I just don't think we have much to talk about." Yi Paying felt even more upset. Was Jiang Chen really that blunt? Didn't he realize how offensive that was? She thought back to how easily he had chatted and laughed with Gu Xiaoman, how they had even gone to buy lottery tickets together. They seemed so comfortable, with Jiang Chen often initiating the conversation. Why was it so different with her? Conversations are supposed to be a two-way street, right? She stared at him for a while, realizing that it wasn't that he was socially awkward, he just didn't want to talk to her. It was like how she had shut down her own suitors in the past, making it clear that they didn't have a chance. In that moment, Yi Paying couldn't understand what she had done to make Jiang Chen dislike her so much. As she stood there, puzzled, Jiang Chen's voice broke the silence. "Sister Paying, let's go. Xiaoxiao and my wife are at the square." The square wasn't far, and Jiang Chen knew exactly where it was since he had passed by it earlier with Gu Xiaoman. Yi Paying watched him walk off, not even glancing back to check if she was following, which only deepened her resentment. Muttering under her breath, she thought, "This guy is really infuriating." She hurried to catch up with him, still fuming. "What did I do to make you so uncomfortable? Why would you say we have nothing to talk about? You hadn't seen your old classmate in 3 years, yet you had plenty to talk about with her." Jiang Chen paused, then replied seriously, "Sister Paying, I have things to talk about with my old classmate because we're already close. Besides, she speaks gently and doesn't have any ulterior motives. But with you, your tone always makes it seem like I owe you something. It's not just the tone, I also get the feeling that you're after something from me." Yi Paying had thought she must have done something terribly wrong to upset Jiang Chen, but hearing this, she realized it was all because of her attitude and what he called ulterior motives. She had only been stern because she felt Jiang Chen was too attractive and was drawing too much attention from other women, putting her friend at risk. As for the idea that she had ulterior motives, that made her burst out laughing. "You think I'm after your body or something? Have I lost my mind? You're my best friend's husband, why would I have any designs on you?" Jiang Chen smiled slightly. "Well, as long as that's clear." With that, he resumed walking, leaving Yi Paying stewing in frustration. She quickly caught up, still irritated. "Listen, little brother, there's a line of guys waiting to pursue me that stretches from one side of the planet to the other. So don't flatter yourself into thinking I'd fall for you. And by the way, being self-centered is a sickness, you should get that checked out." With those words, she stormed ahead, her high heels clicking on the pavement. Jiang Chen just shook his head, deciding to keep his distance from her in the future. She was even more overbearing than his own wife. When they arrived at the square, they found Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Paying sitting at a small stall, chatting over drinks. Yi Lingshuang spotted Jiang Chen and jumped up excitedly, waving at him. "Honey, are you thirsty? I'll get you an iced milk tea." Before Jiang Chen could respond, she was already rushing to a nearby shop, returning quickly with the drink in hand. Jiang Chen couldn't help but pull her into his arms. "You're the best, sweetheart." "Tahi." Yi Lingshuang giggled happily. Suddenly she pointed to the table, where skewers of squid and other meats were laid out. Let's eat first. After that, we'll head back to the city. My mom called earlier, some of your uncles are in the hospital, and we should visit them. Jiang Chen fell silent. He was well aware of their fate and knew that visiting them wouldn't change anything. I already visited them this morning. You don't need to go. Honey, even if they're a bit strange, they're still our elders. We should at least pay our respects. My mom said we need to observe the proper etiquette, Yi Lingshuang insisted. Jiang Chen sighed. Zhang Yunpei, who came from a scholarly family, placed great importance on proper etiquette, and it looked like he had no choice but to make another trip to the hospital. But for now, he decided to focus on the skewers in front of him. All right, let's eat first. We can talk about it afterward. Blushing, Yi Lingshuang hesitated. I'll pass. I have a fitting for my dress tomorrow. If I eat too much, it might not look good. Jiang Chen was exasperated. Then why did you order so much? I ordered it for you, she replied, grinning. Their playful banter made Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Peiing uncomfortable. Hey, can you two knock it off? Yi Peiing snapped. We're still here, you know. If you want to be all lovey-dovey, do it at home. Yi Lingshuang blinked innocently. What? We're not doing anything. But her wide-eyed innocence only made Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Peiing more annoyed. They wanted to punch something but restrained themselves. Yi Peiing rolled her eyes and said, if hugging and sweet-talking isn't doing anything, then what is? Giggling, Yi Lingshuang replied, we're just showing you how nice it is to have a husband. With that, she sat down beside Jiang Chen, placed his hand on her waist and teased, honey, give me a kiss. It's been so long, I really miss the taste of your lips. All right. Jiang Chen held Yi Lingshuang by the waist, gently pulling her head to rest on his arm as he bent down to give her a deep, affectionate kiss. Seeing Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang so lost in each other, Yi Peiing and Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't take it anymore. It was as if they didn't even exist, completely ignored in this public display of affection. The two single women had had enough and left in a huff, feeling utterly exasperated. Being single really does have its disadvantages. As they walked away, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang finally let go of each other. Watching Yi Peiing and Lin Xiaoxiao leave, Yi Lingshuang smiled, thinking to herself, now you two should realize just how deep the love between my husband and me really is. Maybe you'll think twice before joking about sharing a husband in the future. Indeed, earlier, after Jiang Chen had left for the hospital with Gu Xiaoman, the two women had teased Yi Lingshuang again, reminding her of a pact they had made when they were drunk. They had sworn that if any one of them got married, the man would have to marry all three of them so they could stay together forever. Now, Yi Peiing and Lin Xiaoxiao had come to collect on that old joke, but Yi Lingshuang wasn't amused. She decided to flaunt her relationship to make it clear that the past was in the past, and such jokes wouldn't fly anymore. Yang Chen noticed her smile but didn't ask about it. With the two light bulbs gone, he felt more at ease. Looking at the plate of skewers on the table, he asked, honey, why don't you have some? No way. Yi Lingshuang shook her head. There are only a few days left until the wedding. Don't tempt me. I want to look my best for you and capture it all in the photos for our future kids to see. Jiang Chen stared at her, a bit stunned. She was really thinking far ahead. If it were up to him, he wouldn't have thought that far. But since she didn't want to eat, he didn't push it and started eating the skewers himself. He had to admit, the skewers with the local seasoning were really tasty. As he devoured one squid skewer after another, savoring the flavor, Yi Lingshuang couldn't help but swallow a couple of times. She loved these skewers too, but was trying to resist the temptation because they were so easy to gain weight from. Noticing her hesitation, Jiang Chen offered her a skewer. Honey, you've got such a great figure, you could eat these every day for a month and still look the same. Go on, have one. We don't get to come here often. Yi Lingshuang looked at the delicious skewer and Jiang Chen's expectant gaze. Licking her lips, she timidly accepted the skewer and said, well, just one, then. Hein. Jiang Chen grinned. This silly woman, one meal wouldn't make her gain weight. Sigh. Being a celebrity and trying to stay beautiful really is tough. Yi Lingshuang took a small bite of the squid. The aroma of the various spices hit her immediately, and it tasted incredible. After finishing the skewer, she still craved more. Seeing this, Jiang Chen handed her another one. Darling, I just eat it, the flavor is really great. Who knows when we'll have the chance to enjoy these again. Unable to resist the temptation of the squid, Yi Lingshuang began eating again. Seeing the happiness on her face, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. This must be what happiness feels like, seeing the person you love smile makes you smile too. As they enjoyed the skewers and chatted, Their conversation naturally drifted to their upcoming wedding. Honey, the big day is getting closer. You should reach out to your middle school and high school classmates. See if they're free. If they are, we can cover their plane tickets so they can join in the celebration. Jiang Chen thought about it. He had stayed in touch with a few high school friends, but most had gone abroad to study, and only a few were still in the country. As for his middle school classmates, he hadn't kept in touch and didn't have their contact information. Honey, I don't have any contact info for my middle school classmates. And most of my high school friends are studying overseas, so they probably wouldn't be able to make it, Jiang Chen explained, then added, besides, this is just the engagement, not the wedding. We can invite everyone when it's time for the actual wedding. Before he could finish, Yi Lingshuang interrupted him. Honey, Mom and Dad aren't talking about an engagement. They're planning the wedding once you reach the legal age. We'll go get the marriage certificate. Jiang Chen was stunned. Wedding? He distinctly remembered that Jiang Zhenqianqian and Lin Susu had said this trip was just for the engagement. Honey, I'm pretty sure my parents said it's an engagement. They're here to hold an engagement banquet. Seeing Jiang Chen's bewildered expression, Yi Lingshuang couldn't help but laugh. Have you ever heard of an engagement banquet being held in a stadium? Or one that cost tens of millions? Her words made Jiang Chen realize how naive he had been. She was right. An engagement banquet usually just involved the parents meeting and having a meal. But now, his father was spending millions on a stadium and even more on custom outfits. How could this be just an engagement? At that moment, Jiang Chen realized just how inexperienced he was. So, my parents tricked me, he muttered. Yi Lingshuang laughed again. You big dummy. With everything going on, how could it just be an engagement? Jiang Chen scratched his head, embarrassed. I just thought they wanted to give you something special, to make you feel important. Yi Lingshuang laughed even more. At that moment she found her husband incredibly adorable. Suddenly a thought crossed her mind, and she nervously asked, Honey, did you only want to get engaged and not actually get married? Jiang Chen was taken aback. Honey, what are you talking about? Then why did you look so shocked when you found out it was a wedding and not just an engagement? You looked like you were scared. Don't overthink it, Jiang Chen quickly reassured her. I was just surprised because my parents haven't even registered their marriage yet, and now they're planning for us to get married without the paperwork. I don't get what they're up to. Hearing this, Yi Lingshuang blushed and softly said, What do you think? They just want to have grandkids soon. She reached out and took Jiang Chen's hand, speaking gently, Honey, once we're married, however many kids you want, I'll have them for you. I'll be a good mother, teaching them, caring for them, and making sure they grow up healthy and happy. Yi Peiying and Lin Xiaoxiao returned to find Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang cuddling again, their faces darkening with frustration. How could these two be like this? Was it really necessary to rub their happiness in the faces of single people? Annoyed, Yi Peiying asked, Do you two ever get tired of being glued to each other? How could we get tired? Yi Lingshuang replied with a playful smile. You wouldn't understand the joy of having a boyfriend since you've never had one. Yi Peiying was left speechless. She was indeed single and had never been in a relationship. Seeing her friend at a loss for words, Lin Xiaoxiao interjected, All right, it's getting late. We should head back to the city. We still have to get on the highway, and driving at night can be dangerous. With Lin Xiaoxiao's reminder, the group decided to stop teasing and started walking toward the parking area. Although they were in the suburbs, it was still a good 30 kilometers to the city, and driving on the highway at night wasn't safe, especially since Yi Peiying wasn't the best driver. Once they reached the car and started heading back to the city, Yi Peiying, still curious, asked, By the way, since you're getting married, have you sent out the invitations? I've already asked Xiao Shan to handle it, Yi Lingshuang replied. She should be almost done by now. Although Xiao Shan was young, she had studied abroad and was quite reliable. If she took something seriously, there wasn't much she couldn't handle, especially something as straightforward as sending out wedding invitations. Even though Xiao Shan seems dependable, you should still keep an eye on the important people. You don't want a repeat of last time when you got blacklisted for no reason, Yi Peiying cautioned. The entertainment industry was all about connections, and the big shots cared a lot about face. Offend them, and you're in big trouble. Jiang Chen chuckled to himself. Those so-called big shots were merely managers under his father, Jiang Zhenqian. If his father ever found out they were giving his daughter-in-law a hard time, a simple cough would send them running. So there was no need to worry about being blacklisted. If anything, his father might just clean up the entertainment industry instead. As the women continued their conversation, Jiang Chen, having nothing to contribute, picked up his phone to check the news. He saw that there were rumors circulating about his and Yi Lingshuang's wedding taking place in their hometown, with reports that they had even rented out a stadium for the event. The article mentioned that the stadium was currently being decorated in a luxurious manner. There were even rumors that the event was being planned by one of the country's top event planning companies, with the owner personally overseeing the arrangements. This news had the internet buzzing. People speculated that Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang must have offered an astronomical sum to get such a high-profile planner involved, someone who usually only worked for foreign royalty. The consensus online was that the money was simply too tempting to refuse. Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head at the gossip. The owner of a planning company wasn't that important, yet the media was blowing everything out of proportion just to attract attention. Amused, he scrolled to the next article. He noticed that some accounts, which had previously criticized Yi Lingshuang harshly, were now praising her for her charitable donations to schools in mountainous regions, calling her actions worthy of admiration. Curious, Jiang Chen clicked on the article. It described how a volunteer teacher in a rural area had learned from the school principal that the entire construction of the school was funded by Yi Lingshuang. Additionally, since the teachers in those areas earned very little, Yi Lingshuang had been providing them with substantial bonuses out of her own pocket each month. She also sent money regularly to improve the food quality for both the students and teachers. These were things Yi Lingshuang had done quietly, without seeking recognition, and if not for the volunteer teacher's revelation, no one would have known. Surprised, Jiang Chen glanced at Yi Lingshuang, who noticed him looking at her and asked curiously, "Honey, what's up?" Jiang Chen handed her the phone. Yi Lingshuang took it, her expression turning to one of shock as she saw the news article. She had gone to great lengths to keep her charity work private, so how had it leaked out now? For 4 years, she had been quietly supporting not just one but over a dozen schools. The principal who had guaranteed confidentiality must have let it slip. Seeing the distressed look on her face, Jiang Chen tilted his head and asked, "Is it true, honey?" Feeling a bit awkward, Yi Lingshuang nodded. Since it was already out in the open and Jiang Chen had seen it, there was no point in denying it. Jiang Chen was puzzled. Most celebrities try to find ways to avoid taxes, and even when they do charity, they make sure everyone knows about it, staying in the spotlight for days. But you quietly send money to rural areas and don't let anyone know. Should I say you're naive or just incredibly kind? Yi Lingshuang responded seriously, "Honey, I spend about 1,000,000 yuan a year on these students. For me, that's just the cost of a couple of handbags. But for those kids in rural areas, it can change their lives." Her words left Jiang Chen astonished. Indeed, for someone like Yi Lingshuang, who made 500 or 600 million yuan a year, 1,000,000 was nothing. But for those children, it truly could change their futures. Teachers with high salaries would be more dedicated to their students, and well-fed, worry-free students would be more focused on their studies. In rural areas, everyone knew that education was the only way out. From the passenger seat, Lin Xiaoxiao overheard their conversation and asked, "What are you two whispering about? Can you speak up?" "Nothing much." Yi Lingshuang smiled. She knew that if she made a big deal out of her charity work, it would lose its meaning. It would be seen as a publicity stunt, not true charity. She didn't like those phony displays of charity. She decided that as soon as they got out of the car, she would contact the school principal to stop spreading the news and get the article taken down. Noticing Yi Lingshuang's evasiveness, Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. The two of them had been chatting away happily just a moment ago, but now they clammed up the moment she asked. "Shuang Ar, you've changed," Lin Xiaoxiao teased. "We used to tell each other everything. Now that you're married, you're keeping secrets from me." Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao pouting unhappily, Yi Lingshuang smiled playfully. "Xiaoxiao, I was just discussing with my husband how we can quickly have a baby. Do you really want to hear that?" She even raised her eyebrows suggestively, making Lin Xiaoxiao's face flush red. "You've really grown bold. Getting married means having cute babies with the man you love and raising them together, right? What's so embarrassing about that?" Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't find a retort. Yi Lingshuang had a point. Marriage usually led to having kids. Why get married if you weren't going to have children? Yi Peiying, who had been listening, grinned and asked, "So, have you figured out how to have a baby quickly? I'd like to hear that too." Seeing Yi Peiying eager to stir the pot, Yi Lingshuang playfully replied, "If you want to get pregnant quickly, the first step is to find a man, fall in love, and then get married." FF'd. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh at her response. It was logical and flawless. Yi Peiying's face darkened immediately. She realized that ever since Yi Lingshuang got together with Jiang Chen, she couldn't win any verbal sparring matches with her. Her words had become sharper and more mischievous. Seriously? That's like stating the obvious. Yi Paying retorted. Everyone knows you need to fall in love first if you want to have a baby. What I want to know is, what's your secret method for getting pregnant quickly? Or maybe, what position you use? Sorry, we haven't figured that out yet, Yi Lingshuang teased. Yi Paying pouted. Yi Lingshuang was just too sly. After some more playful banter, half an hour later they arrived in Longcheng. Since Yi Lingshuang's mother had mentioned visiting Jiang Chen's uncle, Jiang Ho Hoshin, in the hospital to avoid being rude, Yi Lingshuang asked Yi Paying to drive them there. At 6:30 in the evening, they reached the first hospital. Jiang Zhenchen had arranged for his brothers to stay in VIP rooms. As they entered, Yi Lingshuang looked at Jiang Hoshin and the others lying motionless on the beds, puzzled. Dad, how are Uncle and the others? How did they suddenly get cancer? They can't speak or move, they're like living statues. Sigh. Jiang Zhenchen sighed deeply, equally bewildered. The cancer had appeared suddenly, almost out of nowhere, and it was very strange. He had even used the newly developed special medication from his company, which could usually kill cancer cells with a single injection, but it had no effect this time. It was baffling. After chatting for a while, Jiang Zhenchen turned to Yi Lingshuang and said, Shuang Ayer, it's getting late. Since they're not conscious, there's no point in you staying. Take Xiao Chen and go have dinner and get some rest. The next few days might be tiring. Your mom and I will stay here and watch over them. Hearing this, Yi Lingshuang agreed. As Jiang Zhenchen said, there wasn't much she could do by staying. She was about to pull Jiang Chen to leave when he said, Honey, you go ahead and have dinner with Xiaoxiao and the others. I'd like to stay here for a bit. Although curious about why Jiang Chen wanted to stay, Yi Lingshuang didn't press him and left with the others. Once they were alone, Jiang Chen approached Jiang Zhenchen, noticing his worried expression. Dad, this isn't something that'll get better quickly. You should head home and rest. Jiang Zhenchen smiled bitterly. If I leave and they wake up, who will be here to take care of them? You could hire a nurse, Jiang Chen suggested. Jiang Zhenchen shook his head. Xiao Chen, we're brothers. If they wake up and don't see any family around, how disappointed would they be? As he spoke, Jiang Zhenchen suddenly remembered that Jiang Chen's wedding was just around the corner. Realizing how much Jiang Chen had to prepare, he said, By the way, Xiao Chen, your wedding with Shuang Yi is coming up soon. Have you notified your friends and classmates? You'll need a few good friends to be your groomsmen. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Groomsmen? Where was he supposed to find groomsmen on such short notice? At that moment, Jiang Chen felt a wave of frustration. Dad, you originally told me this was just an engagement, so I didn't contact anyone. Now, all of a sudden, it's a wedding. How am I supposed to find groomsmen on such short notice? Jiang Zhenchen looked a bit embarrassed. What about your classmates? Most of my high school friends are studying abroad, and I haven't kept in touch with my middle school classmates. As for university, I didn't even attend a single day of class, so I don't really have any friends. Who would want to be my groomsmen? Jiang Chen's rapid-fire complaints left Jiang Zhenchen scratching his head awkwardly. Son, I figured with such a big wedding venue, you'd know it was for the wedding. After all, who has such a grand setup for an engagement? Jiang Chen was getting increasingly annoyed. I've never been married before, so how would I know the difference between an engagement and a wedding? Jiang Zhenchen was at a loss for words. He realized that Jiang Chen was still young and inexperienced when it came to such matters. After a moment of silence he added, Well, now that you know, you should hurry up and contact your close friends. If you can't find any good friends to be your groomsmen, I'll be disappointed in you. Living this long without any close buddies. Jiang Zhenchen's words left Jiang Chen dumbfounded. The way his father was shifting the blame was truly impressive. Jiang Zhenchen also felt a bit awkward, realizing he had made a mistake. But instead of admitting it, he decided to pass the responsibility onto Jiang Chen, turning the situation around. What's wrong? Do you really not have any close friends? That's pretty sad. When I was your age, I could summon 100 groomsmen with one phone call. But you're a real disappointment. Yang Zhenqian's dramatic sighing and head shaking left Jiang Chen fuming. How shameless can you get? But his father's words did remind him that not having groomsmen at the wedding would indeed be awkward. Realizing he had the important task of finding groomsmen ahead of him, Jiang Chen decided not to argue further. He left the hospital, went to a noodle shop, and ordered a bowl of noodles. While waiting, he opened his messaging app and scrolled through his friends list. The last time he had chatted with his high school friends was about a month ago when they were saying their goodbyes before heading abroad. Seeing all their profile pictures grayed out, he knew they were offline. After some thought, Jiang Chen decided to send them messages anyway. They had been good friends in high school, and if they found out later that he got married without telling them, it could strain their friendship. So, he sent out messages to each of them. Meanwhile, Yi Lingshuang, Lin Xiaoxiao, and the others were at a sauna, wrapped in towels, chatting about more personal matters. Shuang Er, you still haven't been intimate with your husband. Isn't he upset? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Blushing, Yi Lingshuang replied, he does get a little moody sometimes. Both Yi Peiing and Lin Xiaoxiao leaned in, curious. And how do you deal with his moods? Yi Lingshuang lowered her head shyly. I just give him some special attention, make sure he feels cared for and happy. Yi Peiing and Lin Xiaoxiao could easily imagine what Yi Lingshuang had been doing for Jiang Chen, and the thought left them stunned. After all, Yi Lingshuang was a proud and famous celebrity, yet now. Yi Peiing stared at Yi Lingshuang in disbelief, a thought forming in her mind. With a hopeful expression she asked, Hey, what have you been learning lately? Come on, share some tips with us. What? Yi Lingshuang looked at them, completely confused. What are you two up to? We want to learn, Yi Peiing said with a mischievous grin. You're the only one of us who's married and has done all these things with your husband. Teach us, so we'll know how to take care of our future husbands too. Yi Lingshuang's face darkened immediately. What were these two even thinking? Teach them. She stepped back, shaking her head in disbelief and said, Don't ask me, I don't know anything. Come on, be nice. Yi Peiing quickly wrapped her arms around Yi Lingshuang's waist and pleaded, Don't be so heartless. Teach us, so our future husbands won't cheat on us. Yi Lingshuang closed her eyes, choosing to ignore them as they continued to pester her with playful whining. But when she realized they weren't about to let go, she couldn't take it anymore. Standing up, she said, Wait until you find boyfriends, then we'll talk. These things are best learned naturally. With that, she headed toward the shower, leaving Yi Peiing and Lin Xiaoxiao exchanging confused glances. She just left? They had hoped to get some tips from Yi Lingshuang, but she wasn't playing along. Realizing they weren't getting anywhere, the two quickly left the sauna as well and headed to the showers. As they entered, Yi Peiing snuck up behind Yi Lingshuang and hugged her from behind. Startled, Yi Lingshuang instinctively grabbed Yi Peiing's hand and twisted it. Ow, 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 Yi Peiing cried out in pain, her voice full of mock hurt. Are you trying to kill me? Seeing it was just her friend, Yi Lingshuang let go, turning around to see Yi Peiing looking at her with a pout. Sighing, she said, Since when did you get so annoying? HNP. Yi Peiing pretended to be offended. I just wanted to see how much you've changed since getting a husband. Yi Lingshuang was momentarily speechless. Come on, hurry up and wash off, you're all sweaty. Yi Peiing added, sniffing herself. Though she wasn't smelly, the sweat was uncomfortable, so she quickly started rinsing off. After they finished and got dressed, Yi Peiing linked her arm with Yi Lingshuang's, grinning playfully. I noticed you've gotten a bit fuller, you know? Having a husband must really be good for you. Yi Lingshuang rolled her eyes. When did Peiing get so obsessed with this kind of talk? If you think having a husband is so great, why don't you go find yourself a boyfriend? Lingshuang teased. Peiing pouted. The one I love doesn't love me. And the ones who love me, I don't love. Lingshuang's curiosity was piqued. You have someone you like? Yup, Peiing replied with a sly smile. I like our husband, but he doesn't like me. Realizing what she said, Peiing noticed Lingshuang's face darken, and she bolted before Lingshuang could retaliate. Lin Xiaoxiao, watching the two jokesters bicker, could only shake her head in exasperation. Shuang Er, are you heading back now, or do you want to hang out for a bit? Lingshuang looked around. It was the same old town with nothing particularly exciting, so she replied, Longcheng is too small, and there aren't many places to have fun. I can't really think of anywhere else to go. So are we just going back to the hotel to sleep? Xiaoxiao asked, a bit disappointed. Her work was usually very demanding, so she didn't want to waste this rare free time. Seeing Xiaoxiao's downcast expression, Peiing fell silent for a moment before something clicked in her mind. Hey, I remember that 3 years ago, the city started building an amusement park. It should be finished by now. If it's open, it might be lively tonight. Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up at the idea of going to an amusement park. She hadn't been to one in years. The last time was after her middle school exams when her parents took her to Shanghai's amusement park as a reward. After that, she got busy with school and never had the time to go again. Let's go check it out then. It's not even 8 yet, so we still have plenty of time to have fun, she suggested. Lingshuang nodded but felt that just the three of them going to an amusement park might not be as fun. She thought about inviting Xiao Shan and Jiang Chen too. She had been with Jiang Chen for so long, but they had never really gone out to have fun together. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had just gotten home. When he got Ling Shuang's call, inviting him to the amusement park, he got up from the couch and headed downstairs. As he walked, he was also texting his friends in a group chat. Second bro. Third bro. It's settled. You guys better come to my wedding and back me up. Otherwise I'll be short on groomsmen. Second bro, of course. Fourth bro. If the teacher doesn't let me go, I'll beat him up. Third bro, yeah, these foreign teachers really need to be taught a lesson. Let me tell you, once there was this pretty teacher who always gave Big Bro a hard time. Big Bro got so fed up that he beat her up, and she ended up crying and begging for mercy. After that, she behaved really well. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Wait, Big Bro beat up the pretty teacher until she cried for her parents. Did he actually, beat her? Ha ha ha. Everyone in the chat burst into laughter. Second bro, fourth bro, you've changed since getting a wife, now you understand so much more. By the way, I'm at a school near Big Bro's. I'll go see him during lunch break. Once he hears you're getting married, I'm sure he'll bring that pretty teacher to your wedding. Jiang Chen was a bit dizzy from all this. Bring a foreign pretty teacher to the wedding? That guy might look like a giant gorilla, but he's only 19. And those university teachers have to be at least 25 or 26, right? No matter how well they take care of themselves, foreign women that age usually have freckles on their faces by then. Is this really going to work? Jiang Chen's second bro, third bro. Is Big Bro serious? How old is that pretty teacher? Isn't Big Bro too young to handle this? Second bro, you'll find out when you see them. I'm telling you, when you meet her, you'll be seriously impressed. Third bro, yeah, when Big Bro introduced us to her, I was blown away. Big Bro really knows how to handle things. As second bro and third bro continued hyping up Big Bro in the chat, Jiang Chen grew more curious. What kind of girlfriend did that tough guy manage to find? At this moment, it was already past 8 p.m. in the country, while abroad it was 9 a.m. Jiang Chen's friends were still in class, so he didn't want to disturb them. He went downstairs, hailed a taxi, and headed to the amusement park. The driver informed him that the park closes at 11 p.m., meaning he still had 2.5 hours left. Driver, how many rides does our city's amusement park have? Which one is the most fun? Jiang Chen asked in the local dialect, which made the driver warm up to him. Our city's amusement park has plenty of rides, the driver said enthusiastically. There's the roller coaster, bungee jumping, haunted house, bumper cars, pirate ship, Ferris wheel. The driver listed off many rides without stopping. He even suggested that if Jiang Chen was taking a girl, he should definitely try the haunted house, maybe he'd end up with a girlfriend afterward. Jiang Chen was stunned by the driver's bold suggestion. Truly, this was an experienced driver. They chatted all the way to the amusement park, and soon they arrived. Since this was the only amusement park within a 100-kilometer radius and there was no entrance fee, it was quite lively. In fact, to make it even busier, the park allowed vendors to set up stalls inside for a fee of 50 yuan per night. This attracted even more people, as vendors offering games like balloon shooting and ring toss set up shop inside. Of course, while the entrance was free, each ride required a separate ticket. At the entrance, Jiang Chen saw Yi Lingshuang, Lin Xiaoxiao, Yi Peiying, and Zhu Shan already playing at one of the ring toss stalls. Darling, aim a bit better. Yi Peiying's voice called out. Look at that little doll, it's so cute. If you think you can do better, go ahead, retorted another woman. You're making me nervous. If I could hit it, would I still be here? The two women bickered as Jiang Chen approached. He glanced at the toy Yi Lingshuang was trying to win, a palm-sized porcelain roly-poly doll, which was indeed very cute. Smiling, Jiang Chen said, Honey, how about I give it a try? Yi Lingshuang, delighted to see Jiang Chen, quickly turned around and handed him the ring. Sweetheart, that porcelain doll is so adorable. It even makes a sound. I really want it. Seeing her eyes light up like a child's at the sight of a beloved toy, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Since you want it so much, I'll win it for you, he said, throwing the ring towards the doll. Unfortunately, he missed. Jiang Chen was frustrated. Even with the enhanced skills he'd gained from Yi Lingshuang, why couldn't he hit it? Could her skills really be that bad, even after a 100-fold boost? Yi Lingshuang didn't mind that he missed. Keep trying, darling, she encouraged. Jiang Chen nodded, focused, and threw the ring again. But he still missed. It was getting awkward. Then, a woman's skeptical voice rang out, Boss, aren't these rings a bit too small? My husband almost got it, but it slipped right off. Her complaint was quickly echoed by others. The rings were indeed small, and no one had been able to win any toys. Faced with the crowd's doubts, the stall owner said, "These rings are definitely not too small." But no one believed him. Someone even tried fitting a ring around a toy, and it just barely fit. Seeing the growing dissatisfaction, the owner paused before saying, "All right, everyone, these rings really can fit around the prizes. Let me show you." He picked up a ring that had just been thrown, walked over to Jiang Chen's side, and casually tossed it. Amazingly, he landed every single one of his 10 rings on a prize. Though the rings were small, it was indeed possible to win. The crowd fell silent, convinced by the demonstration. Jiang Chen had been watching the owner closely. The man was incredibly skilled, able to land a ring on anything with a simple flick of his wrist. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of envy. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. "Host, didn't I give you the plunder skill? Take the owner's ring-tossing skill for yourself. That way you'll be just as good as he is." The system's words made Jiang Chen realize his oversight. He still had the plunder skill. The system had given him several abilities, including plunder, modify, and enslave. Plunder allowed him to steal other skills, modify let him change someone's fate, and enslave could turn anyone into his servant. It seemed like the perfect time to use plunder. Smiling, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and glanced at the stall owner a few more times. Suddenly, the ring-tossing technique appeared in his mind. "System, have I successfully plundered the skill?" he asked. "Yes, host. The plunder skill automatically optimizes the ability, so you're now even better than the owner," the system replied. Overjoyed, Jiang Chen looked at the ring in his hand and casually tossed it. It landed perfectly on the porcelain roly-poly doll with a crisp clang. Yiling Shuang and the others hadn't noticed Jiang Chen's success, yet they were still processing the owner's earlier demonstration. Just as they were about to ask Jiang Chen for the ring to try again, the owner stood up, holding the doll. He walked over to Jiang Chen and said, "Young man, you're pretty sharp. I only showed you once, and you already nailed it." Jiang Chen smiled modestly. "Just luck, pure luck." Luck is also a form of skill, the owner said before turning back to the crowd and promoting his stall even more. With Jiang Chen's success, everyone regained their confidence and rushed to buy more rings. Jiang Chen handed the porcelain doll to Yiling Shuang and asked, "Honey, what else would you like? I'll win it for you." Yiling Shuang was a bit skeptical. Just a moment ago Jiang Chen wasn't doing well at all. He must have gotten lucky with this one, so how could he possibly win another? But being a smart woman, she knew better than to dampen the mood. She pointed to a bottle of iced tea in the second row and said, "Sweetheart, I'm a bit thirsty. Can you win that bottle of iced tea for me?" Jiang Chen was a bit puzzled. Just winning a bottle of iced tea? That didn't seem like Yiling Shuang's usual style. Suddenly, Jiang Chen noticed a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. His mind whirred, and after a moment he figured it out. "So, you're worried I won't be able to win, and that's why you picked something close like the iced tea?" The thought made Jiang Chen chuckle bitterly. It wasn't a big deal, but it felt a bit insulting. He decided it was time to set things straight. "Honey, iced tea isn't expensive, it's only 3 yuan, I'll buy it for you later." He then looked at the items on the stall and confidently said, "Actually, I'm pretty good at ring toss. I was just a bit rusty earlier, but now I've got my groove back. Pick something you really like, and I'll definitely win it for you." Realizing that Jiang Chen had seen through her, Yiling Shuang felt a bit embarrassed, but seeing how confident he was, she decided not to hold back. Her eyes fell on a lucky cat piggy bank in the distance. She'd had her eye on it earlier, thinking it would be great for saving up small change. By the time their future children were 5 or 6 years old, it could amount to a decent sum, enough to buy them something nice. Pointing at the distant piggy bank, she said, "Sweetheart, I want that lucky cat." Lin Xiaoxiao, standing nearby, was surprised by Yiling Shuang's choice of such a distant target. She whispered, "Shuang er, your husband is just showing off. Are you trying to embarrass him?" "Xiaoxiao, my husband never brags. If he says he can do it, then he can definitely do it," Yiling Shuang replied, though she was a bit nervous. She had never seen Jiang Chen play games like this before. But as a wife, she felt it was important to support him no matter what, and not let others think less of him. Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head. She thought Yiling Shuang was being delusional. The lucky cat was at least 6 meters away. Even an expert might struggle to win it, let alone Jiang Chen, who seemed like a novice. Yi Ping, on the other hand, watched Jiang Chen with keen interest. She sensed that he was hiding something, especially after he took Yu Xiaoman to buy lottery tickets earlier that day, and they won twice in a row, netting tens of thousands of yuan. Winning once could be chalked up to luck, but twice in a row? That wasn't luck, it was skill. Turning to Lin Xiaoxiao, Yi Peiing grinned and said, Xiaoxiao, how about we make a bet? Bet on what? Lin Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Do you think this young man can win the lucky cat? Yi Peiing asked. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the target again and shook her head. It's 6 meters away. Even an expert would struggle to win it. How could he possibly manage? That was exactly what Yi Peiing wanted to hear. Smiling, she said, then let's bet. If he wins, you'll have to agree to whatever I ask, no questions. If he doesn't, I'll do the same for you. How about it? Lin Xiaoxiao was intrigued. She knew Yi Peiing was sharp, but Jiang Chen's previous attempts had been so poor that she couldn't imagine him succeeding now. Sure, I'm not afraid. Lin Xiaoxiao agreed. As the two women placed their bets, Jiang Chen remained unfazed. Although he had plundered the stall owner's ring-tossing skills and even upgraded them, the distance was considerable, so he had to be careful. After calculating the speed and angle, he swiftly tossed the ring. With a clear clang, the ring landed on the lucky cat's ear. It wasn't that Jiang Chen's aim was off, the cat's head was simply too big for the ring to fit over, so it caught on the ear instead. Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned. Wasn't Jiang Chen terrible at this just a moment ago? How had he suddenly become so skilled? Yi Peiing, seeing that Jiang Chen had performed just as she expected, grinned and wrapped an arm around Lin Xiaoxiao's waist. Xiao, you lost. Don't forget our bet. Lin Xiaoxiao, her face darkening, quickly pushed Yi Peiing away. Stop being such a tease. Hey he. Yi Peiing withdrew her hand, smiling awkwardly, and turned her attention to Yi Lingshuang and Jiang Chen. Yi Lingshuang was beaming with joy as she held the lucky cat. Walking over, Yi Peiing teased, Wow, your husband's really something. Yi Lingshuang lifted her head proudly, her smile bright. Of course, he's my husband. There's no one else like him in the world. Yi Peiing covered her face with her hand. Honey, everyone's husband is one of a kind. It's different, my husband is especially outstanding. Yi Lingshuang insisted. Yi Peiing could only sigh in resignation. She thought her friend had truly become smitten after getting married. After a bit more playful banter, Yi Peiing noticed that Jiang Chen still had 2 rings left. She walked over and asked with a smile, Hey there, could you win something for me too? Jiang Chen looked at Yi Lingshuang. Honey, is there anything else you want? Yi Lingshuang shook her head. She was satisfied with the roly-poly doll and the lucky cat. Seeing that Yi Lingshuang didn't want anything else, Jiang Chen turned to Yi Peiing. Sister Peiing, which one would you like? Yi Peiing felt a bit annoyed. Jiang Chen always prioritized his wife, and only asked her after Yi Lingshuang declined. With a pout, she muttered, with that attitude, you're going to have a hard time making friends in the future. Jiang Chen just smiled, unfazed. Do you want something or not? If not, I'm leaving. Pouting, Yi Peiing grumbled, Fine, I don't want anything. Seeing that he still had 2 rings left, Jiang Chen turned to Lin Xiaoxiao. Sister Xiaoxiao, is there anything you like? Lin Xiaoxiao was surprised. Jiang Chen was offering to win something for her? Since he was willing, she wouldn't refuse. She had noticed that Jiang Chen's throwing technique and strength earlier indicated he was quite skilled. Maybe she had misjudged him. Well, if you insist, I won't hold back, she said with a grin, eyeing a pair of lucky dolls in the front row. They looked festive and cheerful. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen tossed the ring, winning the pair with ease. Since the dolls came as a set, Jiang Chen used his last ring to secure the second one. Watching all of this unfold, Yi Peiing was utterly frustrated. Jiang Chen was so nice to Lin Xiaoxiao, but seemed to be indifferent to her. She felt he must have something against her, and was treating her this way on purpose. Finding the ring toss less interesting now, the group decided to continue exploring the amusement park. When they passed a balloon shooting stall, Yi Peiing's eyes lit up. She stopped and asked Jiang Chen with a playful smile, I've heard boys love playing with guns. How good are you at shooting? Jiang Chen grinned. I'm decent, I guess. Seeing him take the bait, Yi Peiing challenged, Let's have a competition then. Whoever loses has to agree to whatever the winner wants, no questions asked. How about it? Jiang Chen looked at Yi Peiing with confusion. What was this girl up to now? Sister Peiing, this competition doesn't make any sense, he said. Yi Peiing was puzzled. Didn't most guys love a good bet? She looked him over and asked, Little brother, are you afraid of losing to me? Seeing her confidence, Jiang Chen was speechless. After a moment of silence he replied, Sure, let's say I'm afraid of losing to you. To be honest, Jiang Chen found Yi Peiing a bit tricky to deal with. He didn't want to get too involved with her. Besides, there was no point in betting with her, there was nothing for him to gain. Yi Peiying grew more frustrated seeing how rational and unmoved Jiang Chen was. She turned to Yi Lingshuang with a teasing smile. "Honey, your husband is so weak." Yi Lingshuang grinned and replied, "Peiying, don't try to provoke him. My husband doesn't fall for those tricks." Yi Peiying was completely defeated. No wonder they were a couple, they understood each other so well. With no way to vent her frustration, she handed 10 yuan to the stall owner and began rapidly shooting the balloons on display. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of balloons popping echoed continuously as she hit every single target with all 30 plastic bullets in a matter of seconds. Her speed drew the attention of everyone around. It was faster than anything you'd see in an action movie. Even Jiang Chen was shocked. He had read about Yi Peiying before. She came from an ancient and prestigious family and wasn't as fragile as she appeared. But he hadn't expected her to be this good at shooting. Yi Lingshuang and Lin Xiaoxiao were equally stunned. They had no idea their friend was so skilled with a gun. Seeing Jiang Chen and the others so amazed made Yi Peiying feel triumphant. Jiang Chen had been so difficult to deal with, constantly frustrating her, but now she finally had the upper hand. She smiled and said, "Little brother, you didn't need to admit defeat. You were never a match for me to begin with." Hearing this, Jiang Chen felt an inexplicable annoyance. He was actually quite good at shooting. After a moment of silence, he picked up the toy gun, aimed at the newly arranged balloons and began firing. Tat tat tat. His speed was comparable to that of a machine gun. In less than 10 seconds, all the balloons had been popped. Yi Peiying was stunned. Jiang Chen was even faster than she was. His speed was on par with the retired mercenaries employed by her family. Of course, this was just with toy guns. Real guns would be much more difficult to handle. Seeing Yi Peiying's shocked expression, Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Sister Peiying, I didn't refuse to compete with you because I wasn't good enough. I just thought it wasn't worth it." Yi Peiying's face burned with embarrassment. The skill she had been so proud of had just been utterly outdone by Jiang Chen. No wonder he was so confident he really had the ability to back it up. Yi Lingshuang, noticing Yi Peiying's disappointment, walked over and said, "Honey, losing to my husband is nothing to be ashamed of. When he was 10, he could win me dozens of stuffed animals. Shooting balloons is as easy as pie for him." Hearing this, Yi Peiying felt even more defeated. Jiang Chen had been winning plush toys since he was 10, while she was still playing with Barbie dolls at that age. Only now did she realize just how exceptional Jiang Chen really was. Whether it was writing songs, singing, dancing, he excelled at everything. No wonder Yi Lingshuang always talked so highly of him. If she had such a talented husband, she'd probably brag about him too. At that moment, the stall owner handed 2 life-sized polar bear plushies to Jiang Chen and Yi Peiying. "Your shooting was amazing. These are your prizes, please enjoy," the owner said. Yi Lingshuang, excited by the huge plush bear, eagerly took it. The bear was about 1.6 meters tall, nearly as tall as her. Though Yi Lingshuang was 1.75 meters, she was already holding the roly-poly doll and lucky cat she had won earlier. "Sweetheart, let's put these in the car and then come back to play," she suggested. Jiang Chen nodded. They had too many things to carry to continue exploring the park comfortably. He took the bear, the lucky cat, and the roly-poly doll and headed to the car. Yi Peiying, carrying her own giant bear, followed behind. After putting everything away, she jogged to catch up with Jiang Chen, praising him. "Little brother, you're amazing. Is there anything you can't do?" Jiang Chen stopped, thought for a moment, and then smiled. "Sister Peiying, I'm not sure there is." His response left Yi Peiying speechless. Wasn't he just bragging about how great he was? But instead of calling him out, she playfully asked, "Little brother, have you ever been punched for saying something like that?" Jiang Chen just smiled and said nothing. Yi Peiying sighed internally. It seemed Jiang Chen really did have something against her. Otherwise, why wouldn't he respond? She ran to catch up with Yi Lingshuang. At that moment, Yi Lingshuang, Lin Xiaoxiao, and Zhu Shan were standing by the carousel, watching it spin. Seeing their envious expressions, Jiang Chen asked with a smile, "Sweetheart, do you want to ride it?" Hearing Jiang Chen's voice, Yi Lingshuang turned around and gently said, "No, it's too crowded." Jiang Chen glanced around and saw many parents with children waiting in line. He decided not to push the idea and just stood by watching for a while before they moved on. As they passed the pirate ship, Ferris wheel, and other smaller attractions, they noticed the crowds were too large, so they didn't bother joining the queues. Eventually they arrived at the haunted house, which surprisingly had no line at all, not even a single person in sight. Yi Lingshuang felt a bit nervous. She had never played such games before, let alone gone into a haunted house. But she had heard that it was quite thrilling inside, and she wanted to experience the excitement. "Sweetheart, I'll go buy the tickets," she said, heading off with determination. Jiang Chen nodded. Now, only Yi Peiying, Lin Xiao, and Zhu Shan were left at the entrance. "Brother-in-law, I'm not going in there. It's too scary." Yi Xiu Shan was the first to back out. Lin Xiao hesitated but then said, "I've never been in one before either. Count me in the first, don't want to miss out on something so fun." It left only Yi Peiying. At that moment, her face was pale, and she was trembling. It was hard to tell whether it was from fear or something else as she stared blankly at the entrance to the haunted house. Lin Xiao noticed something off about Yi Peiying and took her hand, asking curiously, "Peiying, what's wrong?" Yi Peiying didn't answer. Instead, she started slowly backing away, as if she wanted to flee. Seeing this, Jiang Shen immediately checked her fate and realized the issue. She was scared. Yes, scared. The reason was simple. When she was a child, Yi Peiying had gone to a haunted house with some friends and gotten lost inside. It had terrified her, leaving her with a lasting fear. Now, just the sight of a haunted house brought those childhood memories rushing back. As Jiang Chen was about to modify her fate to erase this fear, he heard Yi Peiying speak up. I'm fine," she said. Jiang Chen quickly looked at her. He saw that Yi Peiying's expression had turned determined. It was clear she wanted to confront her fear and overcome the shadow of her past. Indeed, Yi Peiying was determined to face her fear. She closed her eyes, clenched her hands for a moment, then forced a casual smile and said, "Xiao, let's go. I haven't been to a haunted house in ages." Lin Xiao still felt something was off with Yi Peiying, but before she could ask more, Yi Lingshuang returned with the tickets. "Where's Xiao Shan?" Yi Lingshuang asked, noticing Zhu Shan was missing. Lin Xiao chuckled and replied, "Xiao Shan's too scared to go into the haunted house. She went off to play outside." "Oh." Yi Lingshuang glanced at the extra ticket in her hand. She thought about giving it away, but there was no one around who wanted to join them. With a sigh, she decided to return the ticket. Even though it was just 100 yuan, that money could buy plenty of groceries, no need to waste it. After returning the ticket, the group went to have their tickets checked and entered the haunted house. Inside, the flickering lights added to the eerie atmosphere. They walked into an empty room, where tables and chairs were strewn about, covered in dust. Even spiderwebs clung to the windows. The group couldn't help but admire the owner's attention to detail. Everything felt so realistic, perfectly setting the creepy mood. They continued deeper into the haunted house and eventually reached a secluded room where they found a pool of blood beneath the table and chairs. The sight of the blood caught everyone's attention. As adults, they knew it was just a prop, so they weren't particularly scared. Instead, they leaned in to inspect it closely, even debating whether it was ketchup or paint. Yi Lingshuang squatted down to examine the blood and said thoughtfully, "Sweetheart, I don't think this is ketchup or paint, it looks like animal blood. Look at it, the blood is so fresh and has a slight smell. It really seems like real blood. The owner of this place is really dedicated." Lin Xiao nodded seriously. She had heard that most haunted houses use fake props, but this blood seemed too real, making her appreciate the owner's effort even more. Yi Peiying, who had been nervous earlier, started to feel less afraid. Seeing Yi Lingshuang and the others so casually analyzing the blood, her fear subsided by half. She squatted down next to Yi Lingshuang, examining the blood more closely. "Why does it look so much like human blood?" she murmured to herself. Coming from an influential family with ties to the underworld, she had seen human blood more than once, even witnessing brutal scenes where people were tortured, their blood dripping from their wounds. She was very familiar with the smell of human blood. Animal blood, in contrast, tends to smell bad and coagulate quickly, turning dark within minutes. Human blood, however, remains bright red for much longer. The pool of blood in front of her was vivid and fresh. "Sweetheart, this isn't animal blood," Yi Peiying said. Yi Lingshuang, slightly exasperated, replied, "If it's not animal blood, are you saying it's human blood?" But as she spoke, her expression shifted to one of shock. "No way, really. If it is human blood, that's a huge waste. There's at least 700 or 800 milliliters here that could save someone's life." She frowned, clearly displeased with the idea of wasting blood for a mere effect. Seeing her reaction, Yi Peiying explained, "Sweetheart, this might be human blood, but it's probably expired. Otherwise, why would the owner use it here? Expired blood isn't worth much." "Expired blood?" Yi Lingshuang argued. "Hospitals everywhere are in short supply of blood. In the capital, a patient has to pay 800 yuan for just 100 milliliters of blood, and that's after waiting in line. Even here in Longcheng, where there are fewer people, the demand for blood is high. Any leftover blood would be sent to the provincial capital. There's no way it would expire. The two women started bickering again, leaving Lin Xiaoxiao feeling helpless. She glanced around the room and suddenly noticed something in the corner. Shuang Er, look over there in the corner. What's that? She said, pointing. Yiling Shuang stopped arguing and turned to where Lin Xiaoxiao was pointing. She saw a woman in casual clothes lying in the corner, her body still and covered in bloodstains. Yiling Shuang was shocked by how lifelike the scene was. This person could easily outshine most actors with her dedication. If she were in the entertainment industry, she'd surely steal the spotlight from the lesser talents. Thinking this, Yiling Shuang approached the woman, squatted down, and with a smile said, "Hey, you can stop now. Come on, let's talk." But the woman didn't respond. She lay there motionless, not even flinching. Seeing this, Yiling Shuang decided it might be best to introduce herself. How about joining the entertainment industry? I can offer you 5 times what you're earning here. Still, the woman didn't move. Yi Peiying and Lin Xiaoxiao, seeing how dedicated the woman was to her role, also walked over. Her performance as a corpse was too convincing. Lin Xiaoxiao, noticing the blood on the woman's body and hair, suggested, "Shuang A, maybe she's just asleep. Let's not bother her. We should check out the rest of the haunted house." Xiaoxiao, she's so dedicated. If she were this committed in the film industry, she might not become a superstar, but she'd definitely earn more than she does here. I'm thinking of signing her to our company. Jiang Chen was baffled. Was Ling Shuang really scouting for actors in a haunted house, and picking someone who was playing a ghost, no less? Her thought process was truly unique. But since Ling Shuang wanted to sign her, Jiang Chen felt obligated as her husband to help. He approached the woman and quickly checked her fate. When he saw the results, he was utterly stunned. Name Lu Yu Yujin, 19 years old, remaining lifespan 0. Seeing this result, Jiang Chen's face turned pale. The woman in front of him wasn't an actor, she was dead. Lu Yu Yujin? Jiang Chen muttered to himself. The name was exactly the same as that of a classmate he had in middle school. Immediately, Jiang Chen crouched down to get a closer look at the woman's face. She had a delicate oval face, though now it was deathly pale. Jiang Chen recognized her. It was indeed his middle school classmate, Lu Yu Yuzhen. He also noticed a knife embedded in her abdomen. Clearly, Lu Yuzhen had been murdered. Jiang Chen wanted to alter fate and save her, but he quickly realized he couldn't change the fate of someone who was already dead. There was no way to bring her back. Standing there, powerless to help his classmate, Jiang Chen felt a deep sadness mixed with anger. Who could be so cruel as to kill such a kind and beautiful woman? As he stared at Lu Yu Yuzhen's face, memories of their time together in middle school came flooding back. Back then, Lu Yuzhen was always cheerful, with a smile for everyone. She had been close to all her classmates, and because Jiang Chen was top of the class, she often came to him for help with difficult questions. They had shared a strong bond, and Jiang Chen never expected that after 3 years of not seeing each other, their reunion would be like this. The thought filled him with rage. Meanwhile, Yiling Shuang and Lin Xiaoxiao hadn't noticed Jiang Chen's expression, but they had also seen the knife in Lu Yuzhen's body. They assumed it was a prop and were amazed. "Wow, so realistic," Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed. "That knife looks so real." As a straight-A student, Lin Xiaoxiao didn't believe in ghosts and never considered the possibility that someone had been murdered here. She was convinced it was all just part of the haunted house experience. Yiling Shuang took out her phone and turned on the flashlight. She noticed blood still oozing from the base of the knife and felt something was wrong. Nervously, she grabbed Jiang Chen's hand and said, "Sweetheart, look, it's still bleeding. What's going on?" Jiang Chen hesitated. Should he tell them the truth? If he revealed that Lu Yuzhen had been murdered, would it terrify them to the point they wouldn't sleep at night? He looked again at Lu Yuzhen and the blood around the knife, which had already turned dark. It was clear she had been dead for over 30 minutes. Even if he called the police now, the killer might already be long gone. Besides, Jiang Chen had a hunch that the person who brought Lu Yuzhen here was likely someone she knew well. If that was the case, they wouldn't get far. Deciding it was better to keep the truth hidden to avoid scaring the women, Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Sweetheart, you forgot we're in a haunted house. This is all fake." With that, he pulled Yiling Shuang up by her hand. Yi Peiying stared at Jiang Chen, sensing something wasn't right. But since Jiang Chen insisted it was fake, she tried to believe him. After all, they were in a haunted house, and the owner seemed to have gone to great lengths to make everything as realistic as possible. The group left the room and continued exploring other parts of the haunted house. Surprisingly, despite her past trauma, Even Yi Paying found the experience underwhelming. The actors playing ghosts weren't frightening at all, in fact, it seemed like the group was scaring them instead. Feeling unimpressed, they quickly lost interest and exited the haunted house after only a few minutes. Outside, Jiang Chen said, "Sweetheart, you all head home first. I just ran into an old classmate and want to catch up." Yi Lingshuang smiled and said, "I'll go with you then." Jiang Chen was put in an awkward spot. How could he bring her to see Lu Yuzhin's dead body? If she found out that Lu Yuzhin was the corpse they'd just seen, she'd be terrified. "Sweetheart, maybe another time," he said, trying to dissuade her. But Yi Lingshuang wasn't pleased. She pouted and teased, "Are you meeting a secret lover? Or is Xiaoman around here too?" Jiang Chen was exasperated. "What are you thinking? Do you really think I'm that kind of person?" Yi Lingshuang thought about it and realized he was right. With a playful smile, she said, "All right, I'll wait for you at home then." Jiang Chen nodded and watched as the group left. Only then did he call the police. About 10 minutes later, officers arrived. Jiang Chen led them to the room where Lu Yuzhin's body was. After examining the scene, one of the officers noted, the time of death was at least an hour and a half ago. Given that the victim was brought here, it's clear this was done by someone she knew. He then instructed his team, investigate the victim's relationships immediately, and also bring all the amusement park's surveillance footage to the station. The officer seemed experienced and quickly focused the investigation. After giving instructions, he turned his cold gaze on Jiang Chen and asked, "You said you were middle school classmates with the victim? When did you discover she had been killed?" Jiang Chen had already prepared his response. "My friends and I found her lying there when we arrived. At first we thought she was working and was just acting like a corpse, so we didn't disturb her. Since I hadn't seen her in years and it was getting late, I thought I'd wait until she was done so we could catch up over drinks." He began weaving a story. After all, if he admitted he had known she was dead from the start but hadn't called the police to avoid scaring his friends and girlfriend, they might take him in for questioning. The officer stared at Jiang Chen, as if unsure whether to believe him. Jiang Chen didn't back down, maintaining eye contact until the officer finally looked away. It was clear the officer was suspicious, but Jiang Chen wasn't worried. The officer asked more questions about Jiang Chen's recent years, and what Lu Yuzhin had been like in middle school. Officer. Back in middle school, she was very well liked. She never had any conflicts with anyone. After graduation, I went to study out of town and lost touch with everyone, so I don't know what happened after that, Jiang Chen explained. The officer listened, gave Jiang Chen a long look, and then said, "All right, I'll need you to come to the station to give a formal statement. It will really help us with the investigation." "But didn't you already take notes?" Jiang Chen asked, curious. The officer stared at him for a moment before saying, "I still have more questions to ask you." Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. He hadn't expected that his attempt to help with the investigation would turn him into a suspect. This was just great. Seeing the self-deprecating smile on Jiang Chen's face, the officer frowned. "What are you smiling about?" Jiang Chen, exasperated, replied, "Uncle, do you really need to question me for just smiling?" The officer was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Chen's response. After all, there was no law against smiling. This realization made him uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do about it. Jiang Chen wasn't a criminal. The officer stared at Jiang Chen for a while, clearly annoyed by how indifferent Jiang Chen seemed to be toward him. His frustration grew until another man whispered something in his ear. Upon hearing it, the officer's expression changed dramatically. He looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief, said nothing, and then quietly left. A different officer approached Jiang Chen with great respect and said, "Mr. Jiang, thank you for the information you provided earlier. Could you please leave your contact details? We might need to consult you again as the investigation progresses." Jiang Chen was surprised by their sudden change in attitude but cooperated and gave them his phone number. Leaving the haunted house, Jiang Chen noticed a crowd had gathered outside. Remembering scenes from crime movies where killers often return to the scene, he decided to check if the murderer might be among them. He activated his fate modifier and scanned the faces in the crowd. But to his disappointment, there was no sign of the killer. Just as he was about to head home, he heard a woman's voice behind him. "Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment." He turned to see a female police officer approaching him. When she reached him, she asked, "Do you know Lu Yuzhu?" "What's this about?" Jiang Chen asked, curious. The female officer, realizing Jiang Chen did indeed know her, glanced around. Spotting a nearby milk tea shop that was still open, she invited Jiang Chen to sit down there. After ordering 2 milk teas, she pulled out a voice recorder. "What's going on, officer?" Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. Mr. Jiang, we just reviewed the surveillance footage and saw that the victim arrived at the amusement park with Liu Yuxu. About 5 minutes after they entered the haunted house, Liu Yuxu came out alone. Jiang Chen was confused. Why was she telling him this? He wasn't part of the police. But he figured the officer had more to ask, so he said, "Just tell me what you want to know. I'll share whatever I can." The officer noticed that Jiang Chen was much more polite to her than he had been to the previous investigator. This made her reconsider her initial impression of him. She had thought Jiang Chen was acting superior, but now she realized he had just been frustrated with the other officer's attitude. Feeling more at ease, she explained the situation. "Mr. Jiang, since you were classmates with the victim, Liu Yujin, can you tell me what kind of relationship she had with Liu Yuxu? How close were they?" "They were cousins," Jiang Chen replied. "As for how close they were, I'm not sure. Liu Yuxu wasn't in my class, so I don't really know." The officer wasn't entirely satisfied with this answer, but she understood that as a university president, Jiang Chen was used to speaking cautiously. After a brief pause, she asked Mr. Jiang, "What can you tell me about Liu Yuxu?" "To be honest, I don't really know her," Jiang Chen replied, giving nothing away. The officer was a bit disappointed by his evasive answers, but she wasn't ready to give up. "Do you think Liu Yuxu could be capable of a crime of passion?" she asked. Jiang Chen frowned, clearly annoyed. "Officer, I'm not an expert. How could I possibly speculate on something like that?" Seeing the officer's blank stare, he added, "If you suspect Liu Yuxu, why don't you just bring her in for questioning? You'll get your answers that way." The officer shook her head. "We haven't been able to contact her." "Then go to her home," Jiang Chen said, growing more exasperated. "She's a local, surely you know where she lives." The officer, feeling a bit embarrassed, explained, "We checked, but no one was home." Jiang Chen was increasingly frustrated. "What about her parents? Couldn't you ask them, or her neighbors? Anyone would know more about her than I do." The officer looked even more uncomfortable. "Mr. Jiang, you might not be aware, but her family's village was demolished a year ago, and they received a large payout. Her entire family has since emigrated abroad. Most of their neighbors have also moved away, either overseas or to other parts of the country. We haven't been able to reach anyone." Jiang Chen hadn't expected this. So Liu Yuxu's village had been demolished, and her family had made enough money to move abroad. It really was like winning the lottery. What most people worked their whole lives for could be dwarfed by a single real estate deal. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen asked, "What about Liu Yuxu's classmates? They'd know more than I do." The officer gave a bitter smile. "Mr. Jiang, most of Liu Yuxu's classmates are now university students. Even if they're not studying, they're working. It's already past 11 p.m., and most people have turned off their phones and gone to bed. You're the only one we've been able to reach." Jiang Chen was genuinely surprised. It made sense that at this hour, most people would be unreachable. Feeling a bit helpless, Jiang Chen said, "Officer, I'm really sorry, but I'm afraid I can't be much help." As he spoke, a thought occurred to him, and he asked, "Officer, have you already determined that she's the suspect? Are you planning to issue a warrant or something?" The officer shook her head. "Mr. Jiang, Liu Yuxu is currently a foreign national. Whether it's summoning her for questioning or conducting an investigation, there are a lot of legal procedures we have to follow." Jiang Chen understood what she meant. Summoning a foreign national for questioning was complicated. If Liu Yuxu was indeed the culprit, that would be one thing. But if she wasn't, and she decided to cause trouble, they'd have to involve the consulate, and the local authorities would be in a tough spot. Therefore, they needed solid evidence before taking any action. Only then could they proceed confidently, even if the consulate got involved. With that in mind, Jiang Chen said to the officer, "If you trust me, give me Liu Yuxu's contact information. I'll see if I can get in touch with her tomorrow." Jiang Chen took Liu Yuxu's phone number and left the amusement park. To be honest, he didn't believe Liu Yuxu was the killer. After all, back in middle school, Liu Yuxu and Liu Yuzhen were close sisters who shared everything. If someone bullied one of them, the other would always stand by her side, and they would fight back together. Their relationship was very strong. The reason he hadn't mentioned this to the police officer was that he could tell she had already made up her mind that Liu Yuxu was a suspect. Having lived two lives, Jiang Chen understood that trying to change someone's opinion was often futile. It's better to just go along with what people think. Sometimes you have to say what the situation demands, whether you're talking to a person or a ghost, to avoid unnecessary trouble. If he had defended Liu Yuxu, it would have been like an old man taking poison. It would have been dangerous. Jiang Chen was getting married in just a few days. If he got called in for questioning on his wedding day, would the wedding even happen? So, he had no choice but to play along with what the police officers said. As he left the amusement park, Jiang Chen hailed a taxi to go home. On the way, he noticed a young woman walking down the street, holding a skewer and bouncing along with a bag in hand. He frowned as he recognized the woman. It was Liu Yuxu, Liu Yujin's cousin. Jiang Chen quickly asked the driver to stop and hurried over to Liu Yuxu. She looked surprised to see him, pointing at him and stammering, "Hey you! After a few moments of trying to recall his name, she gave up and awkwardly asked, "I remember you were Xiao Zhan's classmate. What was your name again?" "Ah, it's Jiang Chen," he replied, scratching his head awkwardly. "Oh right. Sorry, it's been over 3 years. You've gotten more handsome, and it made me too excited to remember your name," Liu Yushu said with an apologetic smile. Jiang Chen covered his face, thinking how similar the two sisters were in personality. He recalled that the first thing Liu Yuzhen had ever said to him was, "Hey handsome, can I borrow your pencil sharpener?" Their way of greeting was certainly unique. Liu Yuxu's large eyes twinkled as she looked at him. "Xiao Chenchen, I heard from Xiaozhen that you're getting married to a big celebrity in a few days. Why are you wandering the streets so late? Shouldn't you be with your famous wife?" Then, as if a thought suddenly struck her, she pouted and said, "By the way, Xiaozhen's been talking about you a lot these days. Have you forgotten about her? You didn't invite her to your wedding, did you? You heartless guy. She's been so excited to attend your wedding that she even bought a gift, but she hasn't received an invitation. Do you know how sad she is?" Hearing that Liu Yuzhen had already bought him a wedding gift made Jiang Chen's heart ache. He would never again see her innocent, sweet smile. When Liu Yuxu noticed Jiang Chen's eyes turning red, she thought he was moved and said with a smile, "Xiao Chenchen, don't get too emotional. You still have a few days before your wedding, so there's time to make it up to her." Seeing Jiang Chen's blank stare, she added, "But of course you'll have to make it up to me too. How about treating us to a late-night snack? We can forgive you for that. Let's not wait tonight works. I'll call Xiao Jin and tell her to skip her date with her boyfriend." "Boyfriend?" Jiang Chen caught the key word, frowning as he asked, "Xiao Zhen has a boyfriend?" Liu Yuxu rolled her eyes. "Of course. She's 19 now, you know." Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Nervously he asked, "Yuxu, are you saying Xiao Zhen was on a date with her boyfriend today?" "Yes." Liu Yuxu confirmed, her irritation from earlier resurfacing. She pouted and added, "I can't believe Xiao Zhen chose her boyfriend over me. Today when we went to the haunted house and she ran into him, she ditched me. It made me so mad." As she spoke, she noticed that Jiang Chen's expression had changed. Curious, she asked, "What's wrong? Do you like Xiao Zhen or something?" Jiang Chen didn't answer and instead asked, "Do you have her boyfriend's number? Give it to me." Liu Yuxu looked at him with wide eyes and playfully asked, "Are you planning to challenge him to a duel?" "Yes." Jiang Chen replied, his face darkening. "Ooh, this is getting interesting," she teased, but then sighed, "Too bad I don't have his number. But I can call Xiaozhen and ask her to bring him along." As she reached into her bag, her face lit up with a mischievous grin, imagining the thrill of two guys fighting over a girl. But when she pulled out her phone and tried to turn it on, it was dead. Disappointed, she said, "Xiao Chenchen, my phone's dead. Let me use yours." Jiang Chen was feeling conflicted. Damn it. If Liu Yuxu found out that Liu Yuzhen was already dead, wouldn't she be devastated? This truth was too cruel. If only there were a way to bring the dead back to life, then no one would have to suffer, and he wouldn't have to live with this regret. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system's voice rang out in his head, "Host, bringing someone back from the dead isn't impossible. If you're willing to offer something in return, I can bring your classmate back to life." "What the?" Jiang Chen was stunned. His face quickly lit up with excitement. "System, can you really bring someone back to life? The skills you've given me don't include resurrection." "Host, just because you can't bring the dead back doesn't mean I can't," the system replied. Jiang Chen was curious. "How can I bring someone back to life?" "All you have to do is transfer some of your lifespan to the deceased. And I can bring them back," the system explained, leaving Jiang Chen in awe. The system really was incredible. Jiang Chen had thought it was powerful enough when it allowed him to alter people's fates, and even enslave them, but he had underestimated it. However, the idea of trading his lifespan for Liu Yuzhen's made him hesitate. He didn't even know how many years he had left. What if he gave up too much and ended up dying himself? Sensing his hesitation, the system spoke again, "Host, Don't forget about the skill I gave you, plunder. You can steal other people's lifespans. Is that really possible? Jiang Chen was shocked. The idea of being able to steal someone else's lifespan was mind-blowing. Of course it's possible. I am the master of all things. There's nothing you can think of that I can't do, the system boasted, filling Jiang Chen with joy. If he could plunder lifespans, he wouldn't have to worry about losing his own. But now he faced a dilemma: whose lifespan should he steal to save Lu Yuzhen, his old classmate? Jiang Chen was deep in thought, wondering whose lifespan he could plunder to save Lu Yuzhen. Meanwhile, Lu Yuzhu dialed Lu Yuzhen's number, but the call didn't go through. The automated message said the phone was off, which puzzled Lu Yuzhu. Xiao Chenchen, Yuzhen's phone is off. That's strange, she never turns it off. Maybe she didn't want me interrupting her date with her boyfriend? Her words snapped Jiang Chen out of his thoughts. Right now, the priority was to bring Lu Yuzhen back to life. As for whose lifespan to steal, he could figure that out later. Taking Lu Yuxu's phone, he quickly said, "Yuxu, I just remembered something important. Let's plan to eat together next time." Huh? Lu Yuxu was left confused. What was going on? Next time, was he trying to run away? She tried to grab Jiang Chen, but before she could, he dashed to the roadside, flagged down a taxi, and disappeared from her sight. Lu Yuxu stood there, dumbfounded. Even if he didn't want to treat her, did he really need to run away that fast? Jiang Chen returned to the amusement park, where he saw two men in white coats pushing a cart out of the haunted house. They were talking and laughing, clearly in a good mood. Jiang Chen quickly approached them and lifted the white sheet covering the cart. Inside lay Lu Yuzhen's body. The two men were from a funeral home. When they saw Jiang Chen lifting the sheet, they frowned, assuming he was a rival from another funeral home trying to take their business. "Who are you?" one of them asked coldly. "This job's already been booked by Paradise Funeral Home." Jiang Chen was speechless. He had heard stories in the news about funeral home employees fighting over business, even getting into physical altercations over a single dead body. He had always thought those stories were exaggerated, but now he realized that competition in the funeral industry was indeed fierce. Seeing that Jiang Chen wasn't a competitor, the two men's attitudes softened immediately, turning respectful as they began to explain the funeral arrangements. They had learned that Lu Yuzhen's parents were already deceased, and that her uncle had moved abroad. With no close family around, they saw Jiang Chen as an important person to please, hoping to secure a lucrative deal. Ignoring their sales pitch, Jiang Chen focused his thoughts on the system. "System, it's up to you now. Host, before I can revive her, you need to understand something," the system replied. "Reviving the dead requires your lifespan. In other words, however many years of your life you give to Lu Yuzhen, that's how long she'll live. You can't modify her lifespan after the fact." Jiang Chen frowned. His original plan had been to give Lu Yuzhen a few years, then use the fate modifier to extend her lifespan later. After reviving her, he planned to steal someone else's lifespan to replenish his own. But now, it seemed that wouldn't work. As he looked at Lu Yuzhen's body, memories of their time together in school flooded back. After a moment of silence, he asked the system, "How many years do I have left to live?" "Host, I'm sorry to inform you that you only have 5 years left," the system responded. "What the?" Jiang Chen was stunned. "Only 5 years? System, you've got to be kidding. I'm strong enough to punch a bull to death, and you're telling me I only have 5 years left? I'm getting married at 18, and you're saying I won't even live to see 23? Host, that's correct. Your lifespan is very short. In human terms, you could be considered a short-lived person." "A short-lived person? I'm a short-lived person?" Jiang Chen couldn't believe it. He didn't smoke or drink, yet he was destined to die before the age of 23? "Host, don't worry. Even though your remaining lifespan is short, you can increase it by plundering the original lifespans of others. With that, you could live for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, whatever you want, as long as you can plunder enough." Hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a wave of relief. If he were truly a short-lived person, it would be a tragedy for Yiling Shuang, who would become a widow so young, and for his future children, who would grow up without a father. The thought of it made him break out in a cold sweat. His gaze fell on Lu Yuzhen's lifeless body. The system had already explained that he could only lend her as many years as he had, and those years couldn't be altered. With only 5 years left himself, even if he gave Lu Yuzhen 3 of those years, she would still die in just 3 years. Would there really be any difference between dying now and dying in 3 years? If he was going to save her, he couldn't let her die so soon. After some thought, Jiang Chen decided it would be best to plunder more lifespan from someone else first, then give a substantial amount to Lu Yujin so she could live a good life. He began scanning the area for a suitable target. By now, the amusement park had been cleared of visitors, leaving only law enforcement officers and funeral home staff. Thanks to the fate modifier, Jiang Chen could see their remaining lifespans. 25 years. 30 years. 18 years. 28 hours. As he examined the lifespans, an idea struck him, and his eyes lit up. System, can I increase someone's lifespan by 100 years, and then plunder it back? Host, you really are a clever one. The system replied with a hint of disdain. Embarrassed, Jiang Chen listened as the system continued. You can only plunder someone's original lifespan, not any lifespan you artificially extend. And to plunder someone's lifespan, you must get their consent first. Without it, you can't take anything. Jiang Chen was floored. No loopholes in the system, and now he had to get permission to plunder someone's lifespan. Who in their right mind would agree to that? The system's voice broke his train of thought. Host, here's what you do: withdraw 1,000 yuan from the bank and drop it on the ground. Right on the money, lend me 10 years of your lifespan. As soon as someone picks up the money and spends it, they automatically agree to the transaction. You'll then gain 10 years of their lifespan. What the? Jiang Chen was stunned by the system's suggestion. It was an incredibly clever idea. After all, there were always people in the world eager to grab free money. If he scattered some cash on the ground, someone was bound to pick it up. But then, a thought struck him: wasn't this a bit too cruel? Jiang Chen hesitated, feeling a pang of conscience. System, isn't this kind of unethical? Host, if they're greedy enough to take your money, then taking some of their lifespan is a fair trade. The system replied. The system's reasoning made perfect sense to Jiang Chen. After communicating with the system for a while, it felt like he had discovered a whole new world. The system was like a genius loophole, finding machine, almost like a master trickster, but even more formidable. Meanwhile, the two funeral home workers, noticing Jiang Chen standing in a daze beside Lu Yujin's body, asked curiously, "Sir, is there anything else you'd like to know about our services?" Jiang Chen snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the two workers. Given that he only had 5 years of life left, he couldn't afford to lend any of it to Lu Yujin yet. He needed to plunder someone else's lifespan first. He said to the workers, "For now, please don't send my friend to the freezer. Just keep her in a refrigerated room. There have been cases of people being mistakenly declared dead. Who knows, she might wake up." The workers exchanged glances. They had heard similar requests before from family members clinging to hope, but those cases involved people who were gravely ill, not someone with a knife still stuck in their abdomen. With Lu Yuzhen's condition, there was no chance she could be in a state of suspended animation. Even if she had been, it was too late now. Of course, they didn't say this aloud, not wanting to upset Jiang Chen. But they did feel the need to clarify something. "Sir, since this is a murder case, the forensic team will need to examine the weapon and the body. They might even conduct an autopsy here at the funeral home." Jiang Chen realized they were right. The knife was still in Lu Yuzhen's abdomen, and since this was a homicide, the forensic team would definitely want to investigate both the body and the weapon. After a moment of silence, he said, "If you want to keep my friend here, you'll have to follow my instructions and keep her in the refrigerated room. I'll talk to the forensic team." The workers thought Jiang Chen was being unrealistic. How could he still harbor hope at this point? But since the customer is always right, they didn't argue further. Seeing that they agreed, Jiang Chen was about to find the person in charge of the investigation and use his fate modification ability to stop the forensic team from touching Lu Yuzhen's body when he heard a man's voice crying out, "Yuzhen! Yuzhen! Nishin!" Jiang Chen looked up to see a young man, around 20 years old, running toward them, tears streaming down his face. Jiang Chen was surprised. He recognized the man. It was Fu Yuanqiao, a former classmate from middle school. Fu Yuanqiao's loud crying attracted a lot of attention, even drawing some of the officers from the crime scene investigation below. Leading the group was the female officer who had spoken with Jiang Chen earlier, Jia Bing. Jia Bing was surprised to see Jiang Chen. "Mr. Jiang, when did you come back?" Jiang Chen smiled and pointed to Fu Yuanqiao, asking, "Did you call him here?" "Yes, we found that the victim had been in frequent contact with him over the past few days, so we reached out to him. That's how we found out he's the victim's boyfriend." "Boyfriend?" Jiang Chen frowned. Lu Yuxiu had mentioned that Lu Yuzhen had a boyfriend, but could this boyfriend really be Fu Yuanqiao? "Are you sure he's really Xiaozhen's boyfriend?" Jiang Chen asked. "He admitted it himself," Xia Bing replied. "It couldn't be a lie, right?" Seeing Jiang Chen's expression darken, Xia Bing asked, "Is something wrong, Mr. Jiang?" "Nothing," Jiang Chen replied curtly. brushing past her to approach Fu Yuanqiao. At that moment, Fu Yuanqiao was standing beside the cart, gripping Lu Yuzhan's hand with trembling fingers, crying out in anguish, "Yuzhan, we were only apart for a few hours, how could this happen to you? Who killed you? If you can hear me, send me a sign, tell me who the killer is so I can avenge you." Watching Fu Yuanqiao's dramatic display, Jiang Chen frowned. The way he was shouting so loudly made it seem like he was putting on a show for everyone else. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen activated the fate modifier and checked Fu Yuanqiao's details. Fu Yuanqiao, age 19, remaining lifespan 62 years. After reviewing his personal details and lifespan, Jiang Chen delved into Fu Yuanqiao's future. It didn't take long for Jiang Chen to learn everything. Fu Yuanqiao was a classic case of unrequited love. He had been pursuing Lu Yuzhan for 4 years, and just a few days ago, Lu Yuzhan finally agreed to date him, on a trial basis, to see if they were compatible. Overjoyed, Fu Yuanqiao followed Lu Yuzhan and Lu Yuxu to the amusement park that day, hoping to stage a coincidental meeting in the haunted house, believing it might bring them closer. The plan worked. When the sisters entered the haunted house, they ran into Fu Yuanqiao, who played the role of a perfect gentleman, trying to win Lu Yuzhan's affection. Seeing this, Lu Yuxu, not wanting to be a third wheel, left early. With Lu Yuxu gone, Fu Yuanqiao saw his chance. He repeatedly tried to hold Lu Yuzhan's hand, but she refused each time. After several failed attempts, he grew frustrated, especially seeing other couples in the haunted house holding hands while he walked alone. When they reached a secluded part of the haunted house, Fu Yuanqiao made another attempt to hold her hand. Lu Yuzhan, realizing that Fu Yuanqiao was more interested in taking advantage of her than in a genuine relationship, decided to end things then and there. But Fu Yuanqiao didn't want to break up. He pleaded with her to continue the relationship, but when Lu Yuzhan firmly refused, his anger boiled over. Spotting a prop knife embedded in a skeleton, he grabbed it, and, in a fit of rage, stabbed Lu Yuzhan in the stomach. To avoid suspicion, Fu Yuanqiao staged the scene to make it look like part of the haunted house, hiding the body in a corner before sneaking out. After seeing all of this, Jiang Chen's face darkened. So, it was a case of rejected love turned to murder. How cruel! Watching Fu Yuanqiao clutching Lu Yuzhan's hand, sobbing loudly, Jiang Chen's expression grew colder and colder. With acting this convincing, the world really owes you an Oscar, Jiang Chen muttered to himself as he slowly approached Fu Yuanqiao. At that moment, Fu Yuanqiao noticed Jiang Chen. He recognized him, of course. Back in school, Lu Yuzhan and Jiang Chen were close, and Fu Yuanqiao knew that Lu Yuzhan had feelings for Jiang Chen. He had always seen Jiang Chen as his biggest rival. But recently, when Jiang Chen's relationship with the famous Yi Lingshuang made headlines, Fu Yuanqiao had been relieved. With Jiang Chen out of the picture, he ramped up his pursuit of Lu Yuzhan. His persistence paid off a few days ago when Lu Yuzhan finally agreed to give him a chance. However, despite all his efforts, he hadn't yet won her over completely. Seeing Jiang Chen now felt like a thorn in his side. He frowned and asked, "What are you doing here?" Jiang Chen didn't answer. Instead, he gently pried Fu Yuanqiao's hand away from Lu Yuzhan's and laid her hand down flat. Seeing Jiang Chen so casually remove his hand, Fu Yuanqiao was furious and felt an urge to lash out. In his mind, Jiang Chen was the reason things had turned out this way. Without Jiang Chen, he believed he would have already been with Lu Yuzhan. Jiang Chen, meanwhile, had been scanning Fu Yuanqiao's fate and found it absurd that Fu Yuanqiao blamed him for everything. It wasn't his fault that Fu Yuanqiao couldn't win over Lu Yuzhan. Jiang Chen had a good relationship with everyone in the class, and if some girls had secretly admired him, was he to blame for their unrequited feelings? Looking at Fu Yuanqiao, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and then asked, "So, I hear you're Xiao Zhen's boyfriend?" "Yes," Fu Yuanqiao replied coldly. "What are you doing here?" The hostility in Fu Yuanqiao's voice made Jiang Chen feel even more exasperated, but he played along. "Xiao Zhen and I were classmates. Is there a problem with me being here?" Fu Yuanqiao was at a loss for words. He knew Jiang Chen had a closer relationship with Lu Yuzhan than he did. Jiang Chen had every right to be here. Jiang Chen smiled inwardly at Fu Yuanqiao's hesitation. Flying off the handle without any leverage or power only highlighted his incompetence. It was no wonder Lu Yuzhan had never fallen for him. She preferred men who were calm and composed, with a plan in mind, not someone who couldn't even control his temper. After a brief silence, Jiang Chen said, "If you had the chance to bring Xiaozhen back to life, would you take it?" "Bring her back to life?" Fu Yuanqiao looked at Jiang Chen. "Chen, bewildered. He had no idea what Jiang Chen meant. But remembering the role he was playing, and not wanting to give himself away, he replied with righteous indignation, "What kind of question is that? Yao Zhen is my girlfriend. If I could bring her back, I wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice my own life." Secretly, he found the idea laughable. Lu Yuzhen had been dead for hours, how could anyone possibly bring her back? But he saw no harm in making a grand statement. It would only make him look better, earning sympathy and admiration while deflecting suspicion away from him. Jiang Chen saw that Fu Yuanqiao had taken the bait, and felt a surge of satisfaction. "So, you're saying that if it meant saving her, you'd willingly give up your lifespan for Xiaozhan?" "Of course. If it meant saving her, I'd give her all my years without a second thought," Fu Yuanqiao declared, trying to sound noble. Watching Fu Yuanqiao's passionate declaration, Jiang Chen mentally asked the system, "Can I plunder his lifespan now?" "Yes, host," the system responded promptly, detecting 62 years of remaining lifespan in Fu Yuanqiao. "Would you like to plunder it all?" "Plunder it all?" Jiang Chen didn't want to go that far. Simply killing Fu Yuanqiao wasn't enough punishment. The true suffering would come from making him live out his days in misery. So he said, "Just plunder 60 years, leave him with 2 years to enjoy the hospitality of his fellow inmates." As soon as he finished speaking, the system confirmed, "Lifespan plundered successfully. You now have 65 years of life." With the plundering complete, Jiang Chen looked at the still smirking Fu Yuanqiao and asked the system, "When will he start showing signs of aging?" 24 hours from now, host. If his lost lifespan isn't replenished, he'll begin to deteriorate rapidly." Jiang Chen wasn't thrilled by this response. He had hoped to tweak Fu Yuanqiao's fate so he could suffer a long, drawn-out decline. "Is there any way to delay the aging process?" Jiang Chen asked. "Of course. If you modify his fate, he'll appear however you want him to," the system replied. Jiang Chen smiled. The system truly was powerful. He hadn't even considered the possibility of altering someone's appearance before. Now, with this new ability, he could envision countless ways to use the system's powers to his advantage. Meanwhile, Fu Yuanqiao, unaware that his lifespan had just been drastically reduced, was basking in the admiration of those around him. Seeing the tears in the eyes of some onlookers, he felt even more pleased with himself. But he knew this wasn't enough. He needed to make it clear that he was a devoted, loving partner. Grasping Lu Yuzhen's hand, he made a heartfelt declaration, "Xiaozhen, if you wake up, I would give anything, even my life, to be with you. I truly love you. How could you leave me behind like this?" His emotional display brought tears to many eyes. But Jiang Chen found it utterly repulsive. The fact that Fu Yuanqiao could murder Lu Yuzhen, and then make such a brazen declaration, was beyond disgusting. Unable to stomach Fu Yuanqiao's act any longer, Jiang Chen decided it was time to take matters into his own hands. Ignoring the scientific impossibilities, and what others might think, he transferred 60 years of his newly acquired lifespan to Lu Yuzhen, determined to bring her back to life. Fu Yuanqiao, unaware of what was happening, continued his performance. He noticed that his words were moving the crowd and decided to up the ante. "Xiaozhen, even though you're gone, I know in my heart that you were meant to be my wife. Tomorrow I'll have a matchmaker come to formally propose to you. I want you to be my wife, and I'll have you honored in my family's ancestral hall." With this grand gesture, Fu Yuanqiao thought he had sealed his reputation as a devoted lover. He felt confident that no one would suspect him now. Just as he was inwardly celebrating his success, he heard a familiar voice, one he never expected to hear again. "What did you say? You want to propose to me and make me your wife?" "Yes. I'm going to make you my wife and bring you into the Fu family." As Fu Yuanqiao was halfway through his declaration, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Why did someone respond? He looked around and saw Lu Yuzhen, her face pale, staring at him with cold, angry eyes. Seeing the hatred in Lu Yuzhen's gaze, Fu Yuanqiao was so frightened that he wet himself. His body trembled as he staggered back, pointing at Lu Yuzhen with a shaky hand. "Why, Yuzhen, are you a ghost or a human?" "What do you think?" she replied, her voice dripping with malice. "You murderer." Lu Yuzhen's words were filled with murderous intent. Fu Yuanqiao looked at her deathly pale face, and didn't need to think twice. This was definitely a ghost. Terrified, he collapsed onto the ground. Suddenly he seemed to remember something and, trembling, knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Lu Yuzhen. "Yuzhen, I didn't mean to kill you. I'm so sorry. If you let me go, I'll burn lots of money for you in the underworld, so you can live like a rich person there. I don't need your money, I only want you dead." Lu Yuzhen stepped off the cart and grabbed Fu Yuanqiao by the throat, lifting him off the ground with ease. It looked just like a scene from a movie where a ghost seeks revenge on a traitor. Fu Yuan Qiao found himself hovering above the ground. He looked at Lu Yu Yuzhen's ghastly pale face in front of him and screamed in terror, "Help! Help me!" His cries echoed throughout the amusement park like the wails of a slaughtered animal. The onlookers, witnessing Lu Yu Yuzhen truly awake and strangling Fu Yuanqiao, were gripped with both fear and disbelief. Had they really seen a ghost? Someone checked their phone. It was exactly midnight, the time when, according to old tales, vengeful spirits roam. Some believed Lu Yu Yuzhen was indeed a ghost and fled the amusement park in a panic. Others wanted to run but found their legs too weak from fear to move. Even Xia Bing, who was a staunch atheist, was shocked by Lu Yu Yuzhen's actions. She knew the severity of Lu Yu Yuzhen's injuries, how the knife had pierced through her stomach and into her intestines, how she'd been dead for more than 3 hours. Such a serious wound couldn't possibly result in a mere near-death state. Even if she had been in such a state, how could she have woken up with enough strength to lift a man weighing over 100 pounds? None of this made any sense, shaking even Xia Bing's disbelief in the supernatural. At that moment, she overheard Lu Yu Yuzhen and Fu Yuanqiao's conversation. "Fu Yuanqiao, I never expected you to be so cruel as to kill me." "Yuzhen, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I wasn't really trying to kill you." Fu Yuanqiao, still convinced Lu Yu Yuzhen was a ghost, had no thought of resisting, only begging for his life. But Lu Yuzhen showed no intention of sparing him. "If you wanted to kill me, then you should die." With that, she tightened her grip on his throat. Fu Yuanqiao struggled desperately, trying to pry her hands away, but it was useless. As his breathing became more labored, he stammered, "Eugene, please, forgive me this once. In my next life, I'll be your servant." "You must die," Lu Yu Yuzhen hissed, her grip tightening further. Seeing that Fu Yuanqiao was about to suffocate, Xie Bing didn't care whether Lu Yu Yuzhen was a ghost or not. She quickly ran over and pulled Lu Yuzhen's hands away, saving Fu Yuanqiao. Fu Yuanqiao collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Then, suddenly remembering his confession, he realized he needed to flee before he was arrested. He tried to run, but Xia Bing was faster. She took out handcuffs and restrained him. She had heard everything they said. Fu Yuanqiao was the murderer, and she couldn't let him escape. As the truth came to light, Jiang Chen walked over and supported Lu Yu Yuzhen. Seeing him, Lu Yuzhen smiled weakly. The person she had longed to see had finally arrived. Looking at her own wounds, she smiled bitterly. "Old Chen, I don't think I'm going to make it." "I'll get you to a hospital right away," Jiang Chen said, then turned to Xie Bing. "Officer, my friend is in critical condition. Can we take her to the hospital first?" Xie Bing snapped out of her daze. Seeing the blood still flowing from Lu Yu Yuzhen's stomach, it was clear she wasn't a ghost. She quickly ordered her team to take Fu Yuanqiao to the police station and drove Jiang Chen and Lu Yuzhen to the hospital. In reality, Jiang Chen could have directly altered Lu Yu Yuzhen's fate, healing her injuries in an instant. But he was afraid she would be taken for research if anyone found out, so he decided to take her to the hospital first. After all, he had already modified her lethal injury, and even if the doctors examined her, they wouldn't find anything abnormal. With the police escort and the late hour, they reached the hospital in under 5 minutes. As soon as they arrived, doctors rushed Lu Yu Yuzhen into surgery. Xia Bing and Jiang Chen sat on chairs in the hallway. "Officer, how is a case like this usually handled?" Jiang Chen asked. Xie Bing replied, "Attempted murder can lead to a life sentence at most." "Life imprisonment?" Jiang Chen tilted his head, considering. It was a harsher punishment than he had expected. Thinking Jiang Chen was unsatisfied, Xie Bing added, "Mr. Jiang, from the way the suspect staged that earlier scene, it's clear he was trying to evade legal responsibility. If he doesn't receive your friend's forgiveness, or if he has a criminal record, the sentence could be harsher, up to the death penalty." Jiang Chen understood the implication behind her words. Shaking his head, he said, "Let the law take its course." Xia Bing wisely chose not to press further. Just then, a little girl's voice came from ahead. "Uncle, why hasn't my mom woken up yet? Is she just asleep?" Jiang Chen and Xia Bing turned to see where the voice came from. By the side of an operating room stood 2 little girls in tattered clothes, clinging to a doctor's coat, their big eyes filled with questions. "I'm sorry, little ones," the doctor said apologetically, "your mother has passed away." "Uncle, you're lying," one of the girls protested. "My mom isn't dead. We made a promise that when we grew up, we'd make lots of money, buy a big house, and let her live in comfort. She hasn't enjoyed any of it yet, so she can't be dead." The two doctors in white coats looked at each other with guilt, then gently removed the girls' hands from their coats and left. As they walked away, the girls turned their tearful eyes to the nurse pushing the cart. "Nurse, please, my mom isn't dead. Please save her." The nurse, who had witnessed many farewells, was deeply moved by the sight of the two little girls, barefoot and dressed in rags, with tears streaming down their faces. Her eyes reddened as she said, "I'm sorry, little ones. You brought her in too late. But you can stay here a little longer and say goodbye." "No," the girls cried, bursting into tears. "Our mom isn't dead. She promised us she'd live to be 100. The two girls sobbed, their faces streaked with tears. Seeing the nurse make no effort to resuscitate their mother, they wiped their tears, held their mother's hand on the cart, and pleaded, "Mom, please wake up. Don't leave me and my sister alone. We'll be good from now on and won't make you angry anymore. I'll even earn lots of money to buy a big house for you and my sister, so you don't have to live in the rain. I'll make sure you and my sister have meat to eat every day. Please, wake up." Seeing the two little girls in tattered clothes crying so heartbreakingly, Jiang Chen immediately stood up. He walked over to them, and then looked at the woman lying on the gurney. Her eyes were closed, and it wasn't clear whether she had fainted or had died. Without speculating further, Jiang Chen quickly used the fate modifier to check the woman's fate. It turned out she was already dead. The thought of her leaving behind two poor daughters filled Jiang Chen with deep sorrow. He wanted to lend her some of his lifespan, but he only had 5 years left. Even if he gave her a few of those years, she would eventually die again, leaving her daughters heartbroken once more. As he was worrying about this, a voice from the system spoke in his ear. "Host, you can discuss this with the two girls. If they are willing, you could take 10 years from each of their lifespans to extend their mother's life." The system's suggestion brought joy to Jiang Chen's face. Of course, he could use a small portion of the girls' lifespans to prolong their mother's life. He immediately checked the fate of the two little girls. He found that they both had bright futures ahead of them. More importantly, they each had plenty of lifespan left, minus 85 years for the elder sister and 84 years for the younger one. After some thought, Jiang Chen crouched down and asked the two girls, "Do you want to save your mother?" The girls nodded eagerly, their faces full of hope. The older girl wiped her tears and asked expectantly, "Big brother, can you really save my mom?" "There is a way," Jiang Chen replied gently, "but I need your cooperation. Can you do that?" Jia Bing, overhearing this, was utterly confused. How could Jiang Chen save someone the doctors couldn't? The two little girls, however, were filled with joy. "Big brother, as long as you can wake our mom, we'll do anything you ask." Seeing their sincerity, Jiang Chen asked the system, "Does this count as their consent?" "Yes, host. You have their consent. How many years of their lifespans do you wish to take?" Jiang Chen looked at the lifespans of the two sisters, 7 years old with 85 years left, and 4 years old with 84 years left. After a moment of silence, he decided to take 20 years from the elder sister and 15 years from the younger one. Together, this would give their mother 35 more years to live. He believed that with those extra years, the woman could enjoy many happy moments with her daughters. "Big brother, as long as you can save our mom, we'll agree to anything. Please," the older girl said, about to kneel before Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen quickly helped her up. "Stand over there, I'll take a look at her." Under the stunned gazes of everyone around, Jiang Chen walked over to the woman. He pretended to check her pulse and then carefully lifted her off the gurney. "What are you doing?" one of the nurses exclaimed. "She's already gone." "Just a moment, please," Jiang Chen replied calmly and began performing CPR on the woman. Everyone stared in shock. Was this guy crazy? The woman was dead, and even the doctors couldn't save her. How could Jiang Chen, a regular person, do anything? "Kid, do you think you're more skilled than those doctors?" one of the onlookers asked skeptically. "They couldn't save her, so how can you? Even though these girls are pitiful, giving them false hope only to crush it again is cruel," another added. One of the nurses said, "We were going to operate," but her heart had already stopped. Before she could finish, they all heard a faint cough. Cough, cough. The sound, though small, was startlingly loud in the quiet hallway. Everyone was stunned. The woman whom the doctors had declared dead was alive again. And Jiang Chen, just a young man, had somehow brought her back. The two little girls, tears still wet on their faces, were overjoyed to see their mother awake. They ran to her, hugging her tightly and crying out, "Mom." The woman lifted her head, saw her daughters, and reached out to hold them close. Jia Bing stood nearby, staring at Jiang Chen in disbelief. The woman's heart had stopped, and the doctors had surely tried CPR and even defibrillation, all to no avail. Yet Jiang Chen had revived her with just a few chest compressions. It was nothing short of miraculous. As she stared blankly at Jiang Chen, her mind drifted back to what had happened at the amusement park. Jiang Chen had left and returned, and Lu Yuxin, who had also been dead, suddenly came back to life, even stronger than before. Feeling Xia Bing's intense gaze, Jiang Chen felt a bit uncomfortable. He turned to the nurses and said, "Ladies, please contact the doctors and arrange the best nutrition for them. I'll cover the cost." The nurses, snapping out of their shock, quickly called the doctors. Within 2 minutes, 2 doctors arrived. When they saw that the woman was not only awake but looked healthy and flushed, they were as shocked as if they had seen a ghost. They had tried everything earlier, but nothing had worked. Now the woman was suddenly alive. If this story got out, they'd be called incompetent quacks. Desperately trying to understand, they asked the nurses what had happened. "Dr. Zhao, this student here performed CPR on the patient," one of the nurses explained cautiously. The doctors looked at Jiang Chen incredulously. "He just did CPR? Nothing else?" "Yes." The nurse confirmed. The doctors were stunned and immediately questioned Jiang Chen about what he had done. "Well, I checked her pulse," Jiang Chen began. "I realized she was in a state of apparent death." Noticing the skeptical looks from the doctors, he quickly added, "I read about similar cases in traditional Chinese medicine. This state can't be detected with modern instruments." Jiang Chen knew he had to come up with something plausible, as he had no real medical skills. Reviving the woman had already challenged the doctor's authority, and he didn't want to become their enemy. The doctors were half convinced. Though apparent death was difficult to diagnose, they had already confirmed multiple times that the woman was dead. And in today's world, what illness couldn't be detected by medical instruments? Even apparent death should show up on tests. Xia Bing, hearing Jiang Chen's explanation of apparent death, felt something was off. Earlier, Jiang Chen had used the same explanation for Lu Yuxin. What was going on? Had apparent death suddenly become common? 2 cases in one night, and both involved Jiang Chen. The more she thought about it, the more she suspected Jiang Chen was somehow connected to all of this. Feeling uncomfortable under Xia Bing's persistent gaze, Jiang Chen wondered why she kept staring at him. Curious, he activated his fate modifier to see what Xia Bing was planning. What he saw left him stunned. He immediately turned to the doctors and asked, "Doctors, have their hospitalization and treatment fees been paid? If not, I can cover the cost." The doctors didn't respond, but instead, the 2 little girls spoke up gratefully. "Big brother, thank you. We've already paid." Jiang Chen was surprised. They had already paid? Upon checking their fate, he learned that the 2 girls had scraped together 5,000 yuan. It was with this money that their mother had been taken into surgery. Jiang Chen's heart ached for the girls, imagining them begging strangers for money outside the hospital, even kneeling to some. Moved by their struggle, Jiang Chen gently patted the girls on their heads. "You 2 are amazing," he said. Then he added, "Let me see your phone for a moment." The older girl, though puzzled, handed Jiang Chen her simple, worn-out phone that hung around her neck. Jiang Chen opened her payment app, added himself as a contact, and transferred 200,000 yuan into her account. The account was linked to their mother's ID. After returning the phone, Jiang Chen said, "Take good care of your sister and your mom, okay? If you need anything, you can contact me. I've added you as a friend." The girl checked her phone, saw the new friend request, and politely said, "Okay. Thank you, big brother." Smiling, Jiang Chen asked the nurses to help the woman into the car and then pushed her away. Although he had saved her life, the hospital still needed to conduct a series of tests. Once the family had left, everyone in the hallway swarmed around Jiang Chen, asking about what had just happened. After all, he had managed to revive someone the doctors had declared dead, using nothing more than basic CPR. It was astonishing. Overwhelmed by the attention, Jiang Chen spent nearly 10 minutes answering their questions before returning to wait outside the operating room, where Lu Yuxin was still in surgery. Xia Bing, sitting beside him, couldn't contain her curiosity. "Mr. Jiang, was she really in a state of apparent death? Can CPR really revive someone from that?" Jiang Chen replied casually, "Officer, I just got lucky." This response left Xia Bing speechless. She thought Jiang Chen was terrible at explaining things, which only made her more frustrated. She pressed on, "So was your classmate also in a state of apparent death? Are there really that many cases of apparent death these days?" "Officer, didn't my classmate come back to life? If it wasn't apparent death, what do you think it was?" Jiang Chen's question left Xie Bing even more confused. Why was he turning her questions back on her? If she knew the answers, she wouldn't need to keep asking him. Seeing her at a loss, Jiang Chen didn't bother engaging further. He thought to himself that this woman was a bit too fixated on things. Even if she suspected he had used some secret method to save people, was it really necessary to dig so deeply? It wasn't like he was doing anything bad, quite the opposite, in fact. Checking the time, he saw it was already midnight. Earlier that evening, his father Jiang Zhenqian had said he would stay and watch over their uncle. Since Liu Yushin was still in surgery and Xie Bing was being so persistent, Jiang Chen decided he might as well buy some late-night snacks for his father. "Officer, I'm going to grab some late-night snacks. Do you want anything?" Xie Bing looked at the time, then at Liu Yushin, who was still in surgery. As the person in charge, she couldn't leave, so she said, "Could you bring me a bowl of sour noodle soup?" "Sure thing." Jiang Chen got up and headed for the elevator. The noodle shop next to the hospital stayed open late. Jiang Chen ate there first, then ordered 2 takeout meals. He asked the owner to deliver Xie Bing's meal, while he took the other to his father, Jiang Zhenqian, who was in his uncle's hospital room. When he entered the room, he found Jiang Zhenqian sitting in a chair, typing away on a laptop, writing lines of code. Jiang Chen was stunned his father could code? In fact, Jiang Chen didn't know that his father was originally a programmer. It was because Jiang Zhenqian was an exceptionally skilled programmer that he had been able to amass a fortune in such a short time. Jiang Chen quietly approached his father from behind and glanced at the screen, realizing that the code was far more complex than anything he could write. After watching for about 3 minutes, Jiang Chen figured out that his father was working on a firewall. Jiang Chen was amazed. With his current skill level, he couldn't even dream of writing such complex code. "It turns out my dad is really impressive," he thought, full of admiration. Just as Jiang Chen was getting absorbed in watching, Jiang Zhenqian suddenly stopped, ran his hand through his hair in frustration, and then continued coding. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think that if his father kept pulling at his hair like that, he might end up bald. Seeing his father, who was such an expert, struggle, Jiang Chen curiously opened the fate modifier to check what exactly Jiang Zhenqian was working on. It turned out that his father was reinforcing the firewall for a national website that was under attack by top-tier hackers. Despite the high level of security already in place, the hackers' skills were so advanced that Jiang Zhenqian had to personally step in to repair and strengthen the firewall. This revelation completely changed Jiang Chen's perception of his father. "My dad is truly incredible. No wonder he's a self-made billionaire." After finishing the code and sending it off to the relevant department, Jiang Zhenqian stretched comfortably. As he moved his chair to go shower and rest, he noticed Jiang Chen sitting in a chair across the room, playing on his phone. Jiang Zhenqian asked in surprise, "Son, when did you get here?" "I've been here for a while." Jiang Zhenqian stared blankly at his son. Jiang Chen was also a computer whiz, so if he had been there for a while, he must have seen what the code was for. In a serious tone, Jiang Zhenqian asked, "Did you figure out what the code I wrote was for?" Jiang Chen noticed the shift in his father's tone and saw his face turn serious. He couldn't help but think back to what he had seen through the fate modifier and smiled wryly. "If I say I figured it out, are you going to kill me to keep the secret?" Jiang Zhenqian was puzzled by Jiang Chen's reaction. Why would his son think he would kill him? Jiang Chen was his only child after all. Everything he was doing now was for Jiang Chen's well-being. "Son, what are you thinking? I would never harm you." Seeing no hostility in his father, Jiang Chen finally relaxed. Earlier, he had seen through the fate modifier that Jiang Zhenqian was involved in something very serious. He had also witnessed his father's ruthless methods. Anyone who accidentally discovered his secrets was eliminated, no matter who they were. Jiang Zhenqian's cold-blooded approach made Jiang Chen instinctively view him as someone devoid of familial affection. But now, noticing Jiang Chen's dazed expression, Jiang Zhenqian paused for a moment before saying, "Son, I know you have a lot of questions, but there are some things you don't need to be curious about just yet. You're still young. When the time comes, we'll tell you everything." Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. "Dad, I'm getting married in a few days. Once you're married, you'll be an adult. But there's no need to burden you with these matters just yet. After you've gotten married and had kids, then we can talk." Jiang Zhenqian didn't want to reveal too much to Jiang Chen. Despite his maturity beyond his years, Jiang Chen was still only 18. There were some things that the adults would handle on their own. Seeing that his father wasn't going to share more, Jiang Chen decided not to press further. Just as he was about to leave, Jiang Zhenqian called out, "By the way, son, what brings you to the hospital so late?" Jiang Zhenqian wasn't naive enough to think Jiang Chen had come just to bring him some late-night snacks. "I happened to run into a classmate who was sick, so I brought her to the hospital," Jiang Chen explained. Jiang Xinqian's tone turned serious. Son, you've always been outstanding, and it's natural that many girls like you. But now that you're about to get married, you need to keep your distance from other women. Don't hurt Shuang Yi's feelings, understand? She's a famous actress who made billions last year, yet she still came to me, wanting to be with you. That shows how deeply she cares for you. Jiang Chen was surprised to hear his usually carefree father speaking so seriously. It was a side of him Jiang Chen wasn't used to seeing. But he knew his father was only looking out for him, so he replied, Dad, I understand. Don't worry, I won't mess things up. Not stopping there, Jiang Zhenchen continued with fatherly advice. You're about to have a family of your own. Whatever you do, you should think of Shuangyi first, consider things from her perspective. It's the middle of the night, and I'm sure she's waiting for you at home. So check on your classmate's surgery, and if she needs care, hire some nurses. There's no need for you to stay and take care of her. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. After leaving Zhang Haoqian's hospital room, he returned to the surgery ward where Liu Yuzhen had been operated on. Xia Bing was still sitting in a chair, which made Jiang Chen wonder had Liu Yuzhen not come out of surgery yet. The wait seemed unusually long. As Xia Bing stood up, she asked, Mr. Jiang, where did you go? I have a relative hospitalized here, so I went to check on them. Jiang Chen replied just as the light above the operating room turned off. He quickly walked over. At that moment, the doors to the operating room opened, and 2 doctors in white coats emerged. Doctor, how is my friend? She's fine. She just needs to rest for 10 to 15 days, and the wound should heal, the doctor said before walking away, still muttering to himself. It's incredible. The knife went all the way in, but she didn't die. It's a miracle. Jia Bing, hearing this, turned her gaze back to Jiang Chen. Somehow, she felt that Liu Yuzhen's survival was connected to him. She was about to ask more when 2 nurses came out, wheeling Liu Yuzhen on a gurney. She was unconscious, breathing through an oxygen mask. After asking the nurses, they learned that Liu Yuzhen had been given a full anesthetic and wouldn't wake up for another 2 hours. Jiang Chen followed as the nurses wheeled her to the inpatient ward. One of the nurses looked at Jiang Chen and Xie Bing and asked, Are you both family members of the patient? Someone needs to stay overnight with her. Jiang Chen felt awkward. He couldn't stay because, as his father had pointed out, Yiling Shuang was likely waiting for him at home. As for Xia Bing, she couldn't stay either. She was here to gather information from Liu Yuzhen, hoping to question her tomorrow and expedite the case against Fu Yuanqiao. Seeing neither Jiang Chen nor Xia Bing willing to stay, the nurse frowned. So, neither of you wants to stay overnight? Miss, we both have important matters to attend to during the day, Jiang Chen explained. We really can't stay. Do you have any on-call nurses available? The nurse looked at the time. It was already past 1 in the morning and replied, It's late, and the on-call nurses are probably already asleep. Please contact one anyway, Jiang Chen insisted. I'm willing to pay double. Hearing about the double pay, the nurse didn't hesitate and immediately called a nurse. After making the arrangements, Jiang Chen and Xie Bing sat in chairs by the hospital room. They chatted for a while until the nurse arrived, and Jiang Chen stood up saying, Officer, I'm going to head out now. Someone is waiting for me at home. Go ahead, Xia Bing replied. I'll stay and wait for her to wake up so I can ask some questions. Jiang Chen didn't linger. He left the hospital, caught a taxi, and headed back to his neighborhood. During the ride, the driver couldn't stop talking about the amusement park incident. After all, what had happened to Liu Yuzhen was so strange. Coming back to life after being presumed dead was a first for Long Cheng, and the story was spreading like wildfire. Sir, cases of apparent death occur every year in our country, Jiang Chen said, trying to deflect the conversation. I even saw a news story about an 80-year-old man who woke up 3 days after being put in a coffin, just before he was about to be buried. That's different, the driver exclaimed. That man was just very old and went into a death-like state. But this incident at Longcheng Amusement Park was a murder. Blood was everywhere, and the knife went into her body. There's never been a case of apparent death like that in the entire world. Realizing he couldn't fool the driver, Jiang Chen understood that the situation was more serious than he had thought. All he could hope now was that the news wouldn't mention his name. When Jiang Chen arrived at his apartment complex, he looked up and saw that the lights in Yiling Shuang's room were still on. Clearly, his father had been right. Yiling Shuang was waiting for him to come home. Jiang Chen picked up his phone and checked his chat app. Surprisingly, Yiling Shuang hadn't sent any messages, but his high school classmates had sent plenty. Dude, are you really getting married? Oh my god, you're not even 18 yet. Why are you in such a rush? How could you settle for one tree when you've got a whole forest to choose from? With your looks and talent, you'll have no trouble finding a wife in the future. If you really can't find someone, I'll marry my sister to you, then I can be your brother-in-law. Though, my sister's only 8. Reading his buddy's messages, Jiang Chen was bewildered. Shaking his head, he quickly replied, "You'd offer your 8-year-old sister? You're some brother." A response came back almost immediately. "Bro, here's what I think. No woman out there deserves you, but my sister is special. She's the apple of our parents' eye. They've already decided that she'll inherit the family business. She's top-notch, so marrying her would be a steal for you. Plus, if you become my brother-in-law, you could help me out. Otherwise, I might end up begging on the streets." Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle at his friend's antics. This guy was always scheming to get money from his family, even to the point of trying to marry off his sister just to mooch off his brother-in-law. Truly ambitious. After some banter, their conversation ended not because they ran out of things to say, but because his friend, who was studying abroad, had to attend class. The guy was working hard now, knowing that if he didn't step up, his sister would take over the family business, leaving him with nothing. Jiang Chen closed the chat and checked other unread messages. Some were from Yi Peiying and Lin Xiaoxiao, while others were from his high school classmates. They were all asking if it was true that he was getting married. If so, they wanted to come and see the bride for themselves. The girls, in particular, were envious, as Jiang Chen had been the top student in high school. Despite his family's financial difficulties, they all saw his potential and believed he would go far in life. They figured that if he was marrying someone from a well-off family, he was bound to rise even higher. As Jiang Chen walked home, he responded to his classmates' messages. When he arrived, his mother, Lin Susu, was already asleep. Jiang Chen quietly slipped into his bedroom and sent a message to Yi Lingshuang. "Honey, I saw your light was still on. Are you asleep?" She responded almost instantly, "Are you home?" The speed of her reply took Jiang Chen by surprise. Had she been holding her phone, waiting for his message? She must have been worried. "Yeah, just got back," he replied quickly. Then, suddenly thinking of something, he opened a video call. She answered right away, whispering, "Don't talk, honey. Mom's asleep." Jiang Chen didn't dare make a sound, afraid of waking his mother-in-law. He quickly texted, "Honey, you should sleep. It's really late." "I can't sleep." Yi Lingshuang replied in a message, "Where did you go just now? Why are you home so late?" "I told you I ran into a middle school classmate who had some trouble, so I took her to the hospital. I had to wait until the surgery was over, so I got back late." Yi Lingshuang was surprised by how straightforward Jiang Chen was, but it made her happy that he wasn't hiding anything from her. "Why did you tell me it was a female classmate? You could have made up any excuse," she teased. "You're my wife. I don't need to make up excuses," Jiang Chen texted back. Reading this, Yi Lingshuang felt touched. "You're so good to me, honey. Actually, you're the amazing one. Marrying you feels like I must have done a lot of good deeds in my past lives to deserve such a wonderful wife." As she read his words, warmth filled her heart. "Honey, being your wife is my greatest honor." The two of them continued chatting sweetly, like a couple in the early stages of love. After about an hour, Yi Lingshuang rubbed her eyes and said, "Honey, I'm starting to get sleepy. I really miss sleeping in your arms." As soon as she said that, memories of their time together flooded Jiang Chen's mind, making his cheeks flush. "Honey, I miss you too," he texted. Seeing his longing expression through the video, Yi Lingshuang instantly understood. She glanced at her mother, who was still asleep, then quickly typed, "Is your mom asleep?" "She should be. When I got home, she wasn't in the living room, and their bedroom door was closed." Her eyes lit up. "So, how about I come over?" "Really?" Jiang Chen's face lit up with joy. "Are you serious? Don't you want me to come?" she asked shyly, lowering her head. She felt embarrassed. Since when had she become this way? The idea of sneaking out in the middle of the night to see him was something she never would have considered before. But now, just because Jiang Chen said he missed her, her first thought was to rush over and cuddle with him. It was crazy. Seeing her shy expression on the video call, Jiang Chen's heart raced with excitement. He quickly typed, "Honey, come over. I'll leave the door open for you. Just come straight in." Not hesitating any longer, Yi Lingshuang glanced at her mother again, who was still fast asleep. She quietly slipped out of bed, put on her slippers, and tiptoed out of the bedroom. Yi Lingshuang managed to leave the house without any issues. When she arrived at Jiang Chen's place, she found the door left slightly open, just as he had promised. She gently pushed it open and stepped inside. Her eyes instinctively drifted toward the room where Jiang Chen's parents were staying. The door was closed, and she let out a small sigh of relief. However, she remained cautious, took a deep breath, and quietly made her way through the living room to Jiang Chen's bedroom. Jiang Chen had left his door slightly ajar, making it easy for her to slip inside. When he saw her, he quickly walked over and scooped her up into his arms. "Shh! Don't wake Mom," Jiang Chen whispered. Ling Shuang's heart was pounding. Sneaking into her fiancé's room in the middle of the night was nerve-wracking. It would be so embarrassing if anyone found out, even if it was just her future mother-in-law. Understanding her concern, Jiang Chen gently set her down and peeked out the door to check if his mother's room was still quiet. Seeing no one, he quietly closed the door and locked it. As soon as he turned around, Ling Shuang wrapped her arms around him and whispered, "I love you." Jiang Chen, already feeling a bit flustered, couldn't contain his emotions any longer. With such a beautiful wife in his arms, how could he resist? He wrapped his arms around her waist and murmured, "You're absolutely stunning tonight." Sensing his feelings, Ling Shuang slowly lifted her head and wrapped her arms around his neck. "And you're so handsome," she said softly before closing her eyes. As Jiang Chen leaned in, their lips met in a passionate kiss. When they finally pulled away, they were both breathless and lay down on the bed together. Jiang Chen rested his head on Ling Shuang's chest, inhaling her sweet scent. "Honey, what kind of body wash did you use tonight? You smell amazing." Ling Shuang blushed. It wasn't the body wash, she had naturally carried a sweet fragrance since childhood. Her friends often thought she wore perfume, but she rarely used any, except for certain events or endorsements. However, since Jiang Chen assumed it was perfume, she didn't correct him. Instead, she leaned down, kissed him, and asked, "Do you like it?" "Of course I do," he replied. "The scent makes me feel refreshed, like I've just taken some kind of magical tonic." Ling Xuan couldn't help but laugh. "You're such a silly husband," she said, wrapping her arms around him like cradling a child, her face beaming with affection. Seeing her in such a good mood, Jiang Chen tentatively asked, "Honey, why don't you stay with me tonight? Don't go back, okay?" Ling Shuang understood what he meant. She kissed him again and asked, "But what if my mom wakes up and notices I'm not there?" Jiang Chen's mind flashed back to when Ling Shuang's mother had visited them in Beijing. Back then, she had been eager for them to share a room and start a family as soon as possible. He figured that even if she noticed Ling Shuang was gone, she would probably guess where she had gone and wouldn't be upset. In fact, she might even be secretly pleased. "I think Mom would understand," he said. "Even if she notices you're not there, she'll know you're with me and won't be upset." Ling Shuang thought about it and realized he might be right. Her mother had been eager for them to be together and have children quickly. However, Jiang Chen's parents weren't as easygoing. Her father had even bought them a separate villa for after their wedding, insisting they live there instead of at the family home. So, the real concern wasn't her mother but Jiang Chen's parents. She pointed toward the door and whispered, "But what about your mom? If she finds out I'm sleeping here, will she be angry?" Jiang Chen remembered his mother's earlier advice. She had warned him that with the wedding so close, it wouldn't be good for their reputation if anyone found out they were staying together before the wedding. Sighing, he held Ling Shuang tightly and said, "I don't think Mom would make a big deal out of it. Please just stay with me tonight." Seeing Jiang Chen's childlike plea, Ling Shuang couldn't help but smile and stroke his hair. "As long as you're not afraid of getting in trouble with your mom, I'm fine with it." Jiang Chen's heart leaped with joy. Finally, he could sleep beside his wife. He had been waiting for this moment for so long. Seeing how happy he was, Ling Shuang couldn't help but laugh. Her silly husband was sometimes so adorable. They continued whispering to each other until Ling Shuang's phone buzzed. She picked it up and saw a message from her mother. "Sweetie, it's been 2 hours. Aren't you coming back?" Ling Shuang froze. Had her mother already woken up when she left? Jiang Chen, sensing her sudden tension, looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Blushing, Ling Shuang handed him the phone. Seeing the message, Jiang Chen's face flushed with embarrassment too. Had they been caught? And it seemed like her mother wanted her to come back. Wasn't her mom supposed to be more understanding? Sigh. Jiang Chen realized he would have to spend another lonely night. What a pity. Ling Shuang, unsure of what to do, asked hesitantly, "Should I go back? Mom seems to want me home." Jiang Chen was clearly disappointed. He didn't want her to leave. Holding his wife close was so comforting, and the night was long with many potential delights. If she left, all those possibilities would disappear. Sensing his reluctance, Ling Shuang hesitated for a moment before shyly suggesting, "I could pretend I didn't see the message." Jiang Chen was stunned. His wife was truly amazing. Overcome with emotion, he pulled away and sat up, hugging her tightly. "You're the best, honey. I must have done something really good in a past life to deserve you. I love you so much." Seeing the sincere look in Jiang Chen's eyes, Ling Shuang couldn't resist leaning in and kissing him on the lips. Your lips have been so sweet lately, like they're coated in honey. Honey, that's not true. Jiang Chen protested playfully. I'm just speaking the truth. I can't bear to be away from you even for a moment. When I don't see you, I feel lost, like a lifeless soul wandering without purpose. Hearing Jiang Chen's heartfelt words, Yi Lingshuang blushed. Her silly husband was becoming more and more charming. She stared at him for a moment, then licked her lips and said, "Thank you for loving me so deeply. I have nothing to offer in return, except my whole self." With that, she wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen's neck and passionately kissed him. Jiang Chen was taken aback by her sudden boldness. He wasn't prepared for this, but as a man of action he quickly rose to the occasion. After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Chen lay contentedly on the bed, while Yi Lingshuang, her face flushed, nestled in his arms. "Honey, it's late. Let's get some sleep," she whispered. Jiang Chen murmured, feeling utterly exhausted. He held her close for a while before sleep overcame him. As she noticed Jiang Chen had fallen asleep, Yi Lingshuang smiled to herself. This silly husband of mine seems a bit worn out. I should find something to help him regain his strength. With that thought, she picked up her phone and started searching online for supplements that could help. But soon her own fatigue took over, and she drifted off to sleep, her phone slipping from her hand. When she woke up again, dawn was breaking. She quickly straightened her clothes and, seeing that Jiang Chen was still asleep, snuck in one last kiss on his cheek before quietly opening the door. She cracked it open just a little, checking to make sure her mother's room was still closed and no one was around, then carefully made her way back to her own bedroom to catch a little more sleep. When she slipped into bed, her mother, Zhang Yunpei, who had been pretending to sleep, sighed inwardly. Her daughter was only just getting back at dawn, how much more could she tire herself out? But thinking that her daughter had been with Jiang Chen, she didn't scold her. After all, the more time they spent together, the sooner she might get a grandchild. Just as Zhang Yunpei was about to pretend she didn't know what had happened, she heard Yi Lingshuang's voice. "Mom, I know you're awake, so stop pretending." Busted. Zhang Yunpei turned and gave her daughter a playful tap on the forehead. "Sweetie, I don't mind you being with Jiang Chen, but his parents did say you shouldn't live together until after the wedding. Aren't you worried about running into your mother-in-law?" Yi Lingshuang grinned. "Mom? You don't understand. My husband is so clingy. Besides, my mother-in-law is still asleep, so it's not like she caught me." Zhang Yunpei could only sigh again and tap her daughter's forehead a couple more times. Then they started chatting about everyday things. Holding her daughter close, Zhang Yunpei's tone became more serious. "Sweetie, I can't believe you're getting married so soon. I'm really going to miss you." Sensing her mother's feelings, Yi Lingshuang hugged her tightly and said in a playful tone, "Mom, even though I'm getting married, I'll always be your daughter. And think about it, before, it was just me coming home for the holidays. Now there'll be a whole family coming over. Won't that be fun?" Seeing the happiness on her daughter's face, Zhang Yunpei smiled too. "As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Jiang Chen is a good man, we've known him since he was a child. Just remember to be gentle with him and don't lose your temper, okay?" "I won't, Mom. I promise," Yi Lingshuang replied. The two of them continued talking until the sun was fully up. Since she had stayed up late with Jiang Chen, Yi Lingshuang went back to sleep, while Zhang Yunpei got up to make breakfast. When she walked into the living room, she saw that Zhang Yuding and Xie Li were already busy in the kitchen. Over the past few days, Zhang Yuding and Xie Li had learned how to cook using the gas stove. "Auntie, why don't you rest a little longer? Breakfast is almost ready," they said. "We'll wake you and sis when it's done." Zhang Yunpei smiled warmly at them. "I'm already awake, so I might as well help." But when she walked into the kitchen, she realized there wasn't much left to do. The vegetables were already washed, the porridge was nearly done, and the eggs were fried. With nothing to keep her occupied, she settled on the sofa to watch the morning news. It was only 7:30, so the early news was on. The broadcast featured a story about Liu Yujin's miraculous revival last night. To her surprise, Zhang Yunpei saw Jiang Chen's photo in the report. Though it was only of his back, she recognized him instantly. She had watched Jiang Chen grow up, so she knew him even from behind. Was that Jiang Chen with his female classmate? She wondered aloud. Why was he with a classmate in the middle of the night? This didn't sit well with Zhang Yunpei. If Jiang Chen was with a classmate last night, then who had her daughter been with? Worried, she quickly went back to the bedroom and pulled the covers off Yi Lingshuang, startling her awake. "Mom, what's wrong?" Yi Lingshuang asked groggily. With a stern expression, Zhang Yunpei demanded, "Last night, weren't you with Jiang Chen?" "Of course I was, Mom." Yi Lingshuang replied, confused. Zhang Yunpei still wasn't convinced. Suddenly, A thought crossed her mind. She grabbed Ling Shuang's hand and led her to the living room, pointing at the TV. Last night, Jiang Chen was with his classmate. He even stayed at the hospital with her. Seeing her mother's agitation, Yi Ling Shuang felt exasperated. Why was her mom so jumpy whenever Jiang Chen was mentioned? Why didn't she trust her? Sighing, Ling Shuang explained, "Mom, he told me about his classmate yesterday. He took her to the hospital for surgery, and after it was done, he came home." Realizing she might have jumped to conclusions, Zhang Yunpei felt embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. "Sweetie, do you think that person really came back to life? The news said the knife wound was so deep that she shouldn't have survived." "Mom, I'm going back to sleep," Ling Shuang said, relieved to drop the subject. "If you're curious, ask my husband. He was there last night, so he probably knows more." Just as she finished speaking, they heard Jiang Chen's voice. She turned to see him walking in with a carton of milk. When he entered the room, Jiang Chen noticed Zhang Yunpei and Yi Ling Shuang staring at him, making him nervous. He assumed it was about last night, but he forced himself to ask, "Mom, where's Dad?" "He went to the martial arts school," Zhang Yunpei replied. Relieved that his father-in-law wasn't around, and that his mother-in-law wasn't angry, Jiang Chen relaxed. He had been worried about getting scolded because his father-in-law was very protective of his daughter. Jiang Chen put the milk away and was about to start a conversation with his mother-in-law when he noticed the news playing on TV. It was still covering Lu Yushen's story from last night, and even included a video of him performing CPR to save her life. The story was spreading like wildfire. Jiang Chen frowned. Who on earth leaked this story and even exaggerated it? Watching the video, Yi Ling Shuang curiously asked, "Honey, is that you?" Jiang Chen nodded, knowing there was no way to hide it anymore. "Yes." Ling Shuang was astonished. "Honey, you actually saved someone the doctors couldn't. That's incredible." Jiang Chen covered his face, not sure how to explain. After a moment he said, "Maybe the doctors didn't do their job properly. I guess we'll have to let them take the blame. After all, with what happened, their medical skills might be questioned anyway, so it's better to use that as a cover." Neither Yi Ling Shuang nor Zhang Yunpei suspected that Jiang Chen was the one who saved the person. They both assumed the doctors must have made a mistake. After breakfast, Jiang Chen and Yi Ling Shuang decided to head out to the sports arena to check on the wedding setup. As they approached the front door, they noticed a crowd of reporters outside. Just then, a security guard from the property management approached them. "Mr. Jiang, these reporters are from local and provincial news outlets. I was worried they might disturb you, so I kept them outside." Jiang Chen felt grateful for the property's diligence in keeping the reporters at bay. "Thank you." He then asked, "Could you please open the back gate for us? We'd prefer not to be interviewed." The security guard nodded and contacted his colleagues over the radio. The complex was large, with several emergency exits and entrances, all monitored by security. After a few moments, the guard reported back, "Mr. Jiang, I'm afraid reporters are stationed at every exit." Jiang Chen was speechless. How could a small city with only 50 or 60,000 people have so many reporters? And why were they blocking the gates? Not wanting to stay cooped up at home, Yi Ling Shuang suggested, "Honey, why don't I ask Xiao Shan to drive over? We can leave in the car." Jiang Chen agreed. Although they might encounter some difficulties, he trusted the security wouldn't let things get out of hand. "Miss Ye, just give me the license plate number, and I'll make sure the car gets in," the security guard offered. "Thank you," Ling Shuang replied. The security guard left, and Jiang Chen and Ling Shuang returned to the house, where they found Xie Li and Zhang Yuding watching videos. Xie Li was engrossed in an antique appraisal show, while Zhang Yuding was watching a fashion runway program. Seeing them so focused, Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire their ambition. Who said kids from the countryside lack drive? These two were proof that wasn't true. Xie Li wanted to become a jeweler, so she was immersing herself in antique knowledge. Zhang Yuding, on the other hand, aspired to be a model, and was studying the way professionals walked the runway. When Jiang Chen and Yi Ling Shuang entered, Zhang Yuding noticed them and put down her phone. "Sis, brother-in-law, did you forget something? You could have called us to bring it down." "No, there are a lot of reporters downstairs, so we're waiting a bit before going out." "Oh." The two quickly understood the situation. After all, the morning news had been full of stories about Jiang Chen's heroics, making him quite the hot topic. "Sis, I actually think brother-in-law should do an interview. It would boost his profile," Zhang Yuding suggested. After just a couple of days online, she'd learned that in today's world, whether you were a model or a celebrity, you needed exposure. And right now Jiang Chen had plenty of it. Exposure equals money. Yi Ling Shuang smiled, knowing what Zhang Yuding was thinking. Yuding, your brother-in-law isn't interested in fame. Besides, we don't need that kind of attention right now. For him, those reporters are just a nuisance. Jiang Yuding and Jie Li didn't fully understand Jiang Chen's perspective. They had no idea how wealthy he was, so their first thought was to seize the opportunity to make money. Exposure could be monetized. They figured that if Jiang Chen started live streaming with his current popularity, he could rake in a fortune. Although they didn't entirely get it, they didn't push the matter. After chatting for a while, Zhang Yuding seemed to remember something. She walked over to Ling Shuang, a bit shy, and asked, "Sis, do you think I could become a model?" She even twirled in front of Ling Shuang for good measure. Ling Shuang looked her over seriously and said, "Yuding, you've got the height and the looks. But making a living as a runway model can be tough. But I've seen online that the bar to becoming a model isn't that high. And the pay is pretty good," Zhang Yuding replied. Ling Shuang laughed. "Yuding, there's no such thing as a low barrier, high-paying job in this world. Sure, modeling has a relatively low entry point, you just need the right body and looks. But if you want to earn real money, looks alone won't cut it." As someone in the entertainment industry, Ling Shuang knew just how tough it could be. She wouldn't have achieved her success if her parents hadn't made her study dance, learn musical instruments, and develop her poise from a young age. The same goes for modeling. Without the right presence and skills, the earnings are limited. Plus, modeling is a career with a short shelf life. If you haven't made money by the time you're 25, it gets much harder after that. Both Zhang Yuding and Xie Li were older and had grown up in the countryside. While they had above-average looks and figures, they lacked the refinement needed to break into the modeling world. Developing that kind of presence takes time they didn't have much of. Jiang Chen, understanding the subtext of Ling Shuang's words, chimed in, "Honey, isn't your company also a talent agency? Why not take Yuding to Beijing and have her trained by a professional coach? I think she has the potential to be a supermodel." Ling Shuang's agency typically didn't sign models because the profit margins were too low. A runway show might only bring in tens of thousands, and after splitting the earnings with the model and covering the costs of coaching and other expenses, there wasn't much left. That's why the company avoided models. But since Jiang Chen had spoken up, she needed to find a solution. After thinking for a moment, she said to Zhang Yuding, "Yuding, if you're willing to work hard, I can arrange for you to be trained by a coach." "Sis, I'm ready to work hard." "All right, after the wedding come back to Beijing with us," Ling Shuang agreed. Seeing that Yuding would be going to Beijing, Xie Li quickly jumped in, "Sis, I want to go to Beijing too." "Okay, let's all go together." As the women continued chatting, Zhang Yuding and Jie Li began daydreaming about their bright futures. About an hour later, Ling Shuang's phone rang. It was a call from Zhu Shan. When she answered, Yi Shan's voice came through the line, "Sis, the car's parked at the entrance. You and brother-in-law can come down now." Since Yu Shan had arrived, Jiang Chen and Yi Ling Xuan quickly gathered their things and headed downstairs. When they got into the car, they found Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Peiing already inside. "Wow. Your husband is seriously famous now," Yi Peiing teased. "He's so amazing he can bring people back from the dead." Ling Shuang rolled her eyes at Yi Peiying's exaggeration. "Are you here to stir up trouble like those reporters? This whole thing is clearly the hospital's responsibility. If you keep making jokes, I'm really going to get mad." "Don't be angry, dear," Peiying said with a grin. "Just listen to me for a moment." She then explained, "At first I thought the doctors just didn't do their job well. But then the doctors who performed the surgery were interviewed, and they even pulled up the surveillance footage. They tried to save that woman for over 15 minutes, but she had no heartbeat. Then your husband did a few chest compressions, and suddenly she was fine. It's like magic. And your husband's classmate had been dead for over 3 hours, with the knife still in her, and her limbs were swollen. But when he showed up, she miraculously came back to life. People online are calling him a god." Peiying went on, recounting everything she'd heard in the news. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. He knew this would turn into a big deal. Lu Yuxian's situation was far too bizarre. After 3 hours of death and visible swelling, it was clear this wasn't a case of apparent death. Cases of apparent death don't include such symptoms, only actual corpses swell like that. This realization left Jiang Chen feeling even more troubled. But he couldn't admit anything, so he joked, "Peiying, if I were really a god, do you think I should go ahead and take over the world? After all, there's only one of me." Peiying rolled her eyes back at him. "Whether you're a god or not, I don't know. But what I do know is that after you showed up, 2 dead people came back to life. I'm just an innocent bystander here." She laughed, clearly amused by the whole situation. Jiang Chen decided to just let it go. After all, this country was strictly atheist, and eventually, someone would come up with a scientific explanation for what happened. By the way, little brother, are you really a god? If so, could you do me a favor and make me prettier? Maybe give me longer legs and a thinner waist, like your wife. Before Paying could go any further, Ling Shuang, face darkening, cut her off. That's enough, you old rascal. I was just kidding. Paying laughed. If there are any miracles to be had, they should benefit me first. Unable to listen to any more, Jiang Chen turned to Zhu Shan and said, Shan, start the car. And please turn up the music. Yu Shan nodded, turned on some lively DJ music, and drove toward the exit. As they approached the west gate, a fire exit, they saw more than 30 reporters already camped out there. Fortunately, the security team was doing a great job and didn't let the reporters block the car. As they left the complex, Jiang Chen noticed some people chasing after the car. Honey, aren't these supposed to be serious journalists? Why are they acting like entertainment paparazzi? Ling Shuang shook her head, unable to answer. Just then, Yu Shan spoke up. Brother-in-law, some of them are from independent media. They're even more relentless than paparazzi. If they get a single photo of you, they'll create a whole wild story to go with it. These days, independent media is all about making up stories to go with any picture they find. Jiang Chen was left speechless. He decided not to ask any more questions. Just then, Jiang Chen's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He was puzzled. Only a few close friends and family members had his number. He hesitated but decided to answer. To his surprise, Su Mengmeng's familiar voice came through the line. Jiang Chen, I've been stranded by a driver halfway to your place. Could you come pick me up? Meng, you're in Longcheng? Jiang Chen asked, surprised. Yeah, you're getting married, right? I had to come to your wedding. Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly. But there are still a few days left until the wedding. I wanted to come early and explore the city, Meng explained. Realizing she was genuinely there and stranded on the side of the road, Jiang Chen quickly said, wait right there. We'll come pick you up. After hanging up, Ling Shuang, a bit anxious, asked, was that Meng? Yes, she flew in but got left on the roadside by a cab driver. Let's go pick her up. Ling Shuang agreed, and Zhu Shan turned the car around to head toward the airport. Suddenly, something clicked for Zhu Shan. She turned to Jiang Chen and asked, brother-in-law, there's only one flight from Hangzhou to Longcheng, and it's supposed to arrive at 8 p.m., right? Jiang Chen realized Zhu Shan was right. My classmate probably didn't come from Hangzhou. Indeed, he was correct. After the military training at Hangzhou University, Su Meng had taken time off to visit her parents abroad. She had just returned to China yesterday and then took an early morning flight from Beijing to Longcheng. As the car drove along, about half an hour later, they spotted Su Meng standing by the roadside with her luggage, idly playing with some roadside weeds. Jiang Chen was relieved to see she was safe. He had worried she might encounter some trouble. They pulled over, and Jiang Chen got out to greet her. When Meng saw him, her face lit up with joy. Jiang Chen, I'm so glad you're here. Jiang Chen hurried over, concerned. Are you okay? No one bothered you, right? Meng was touched by his concern. After exchanging a few words, Jiang Chen helped her load her luggage into the car's trunk. Back in the car, everyone was curious to hear what had happened. Meng couldn't help but smile as she recounted the story. It was actually kind of fun. The driver realized I was from out of town and tried to raise the fare on me, even threatening me. I pretended to go along with it and asked him to pull over. Then, when he wasn't looking, I sprayed his eyes with pepper spray and jumped out of the car. He got mad and tried to come after me, but I zapped him with my stun pen and kicked him where it counts. He screamed in pain and ran off after rinsing his eyes with a bottle of water. The women exchanged glances, clearly surprised. Su Meng, who looked so innocent, turned out to be quite the fighter. Just imagining that taxi driver getting hit with her "No children ever again" kicks made them wince. They couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for the poor guy. Meng, what kind of stun pen did you use? It sounds really powerful. Lin Xiaoxiao asked, intrigued. Unlike the others, Lin Xiaoxiao didn't have any self-defense skills. Yi Peiying, due to her background, had learned some martial arts and could handle herself against a few troublemakers. But Lin Xiaoxiao, with her good looks, often attracted unwanted attention, and having something for self-defense seemed like a good idea. Sure, Xiaoxiao, let me show you. Meng said, reaching into her bag and pulling out a pen. She handed it to Lin Xiaoxiao, who looked at the small, seemingly ordinary pen with disbelief. This little thing can really take someone down? Lin Xiaoxiao asked, skeptical. Meng smiled, understanding her doubt. Don't be fooled by its size. If it's set to full power, it could incapacitate an elephant for 3 minutes. If I had used the highest setting earlier, that guy would have been foaming at the mouth and passed out. Seriously, Lin Xiaoxiao wasn't the only one shocked. Everyone in the car was stunned. This thing sounded dangerous enough to kill someone. And how would Meng Meng manage to bring something like that on a plane? Paying, clearly puzzled, asked Meng Meng, "Are you sure you're not exaggerating? If it's that powerful, how did you get it through airport security?" Meng Meng chuckled. "This isn't your typical stun pen. It's designed to look like a regular pen and uses the latest technology. Airport scanners can't detect it because the equipment hasn't been upgraded yet." The women exchanged astonished looks. Latest technology? Undetectable by airport security? What kind of cutting-edge gadget was this? At that moment, Ling Shuang's curiosity got the better of her. "Meng Meng, what kind of company does your family run? This is some seriously advanced stuff." Meng Meng grinned. "We're in the security business." This answer left the women even more confused. "A security company that does research and development?" someone asked, puzzled. Meng Meng thought for a moment, and then explained, "Yes, my dad's company handles a lot of cash transport for banks. My uncle's company specializes in developing offensive and defensive tools for my dad's employees. This pen is one of their latest inventions." Wow! The women were stunned. Su Meng Meng's family was clearly a big deal. Running a security company that handles cash for banks and develops weapons, that's serious business. Jiang Chen, who had been quietly listening, was just as shocked. A company that transports bank cash and develops weapons? That was practically an underground empire. And yet, Su Meng Meng, the sweet and gentle girl he knew, came from such a powerful background. It was hard to believe. At this point, everyone was eager to know if Meng Meng's family had any other high-tech gadgets for self-defense. "Meng Meng, do you have more stuff like this?" Lin Xiaoxiao asked, intrigued. Meng Meng smiled and pulled out what looked like a lipstick from her pocket, further piquing their curiosity. "What's this?" they asked, confused. "This one's a little more intense," Meng Meng said with a grin, unscrewing the cap to reveal a small hole that looked like it could be the barrel of a tiny gun. "Wow! This thing could really do some damage," someone murmured, realizing what it was. Everyone in the car was now in awe of Su Meng Meng's resources. They couldn't help but think that the taxi driver was lucky to have run off. If he had pushed his luck, he might have ended up with a very different fate. "Can you really carry something like this around?" Ling Shuang asked, still surprised. "Yeah. The bullets aren't made of metal, they're a new material. And there's no gunpowder, just a powder that's even more powerful," Meng Meng explained. "Like the stun pen, it's all new tech, so nobody knows about it yet." The women were thoroughly impressed by now, even a bit intimidated. After all, Meng Meng was practically carrying around her own personal arsenal. Paying, who had initially planned to keep a close eye on Meng Meng because she knew how much Meng Meng liked Jiang Chen, was now rethinking her strategy. This girl was not someone you wanted to mess with. She could take you out before you even saw it coming. Sensing the shift in mood, Meng Meng asked nervously, "Why are you all looking at me like that? You're freaking me out." Jiang Chen noticed the tension and jokingly said, "Come on, you're the ones who asked her to show you. Meng Meng shared because she sees you as friends. Now you're acting all scared? That's cold? If I were Meng Meng, I'd give each of you a bullet to send you off to the afterlife." "Jiang Chen, don't scare them like that," Meng Meng protested, laughing. "I'm not that terrifying, really." To lighten the mood, she pulled out 4 more stun pens from her bag and handed them to Lin Xiaoxiao, Ling Shuang, Peiying and Zhu Shan. Lin Xiaoxiao examined the pen, still curious. "So, these are all stun pens?" "Yep, the switch is on the cap. There's a display that lets you choose between 3 settings. The first setting just gives a mild shock like touching a live wire, nothing serious. The second setting will paralyze someone temporarily. And the third setting can knock someone out or worse. So be careful with it." The women were fascinated and a bit nervous as Meng Meng showed them how to use the pens. Each pen had a display that activated when turned on, showing the different modes. Just like a smartphone, you could swipe to change the settings, with a confirmation prompt, and even fingerprint recognition. If you lost the pen, nobody else could use it. Everyone was amazed by the level of technology involved. It was clear that we were living in a high-tech era where the tools of self-defense could be both discreet and deadly. Thanks to Meng Meng's generosity, she quickly became well liked by everyone in the group. After arriving at the city hotel and getting Meng Meng settled in her room, the group was about to head out for a meal when Ling Shuang received a call from her mother, Zheng Yinpei. Her mother reminded her that it had been a while since Peiying and Lin Xiaoxiao had come over, and they hadn't yet had a meal at the family home. She asked Ling Shuang to bring them over for dinner. Not wanting to refuse her mother's request, Ling Shuang agreed, and they all got back in the car to head home. When they arrived at the neighborhood entrance, there were still quite a few reporters lingering around. Fortunately, the security guards recognized the car's license plate and quickly blocked the reporters, allowing the car to enter the complex. As they entered Ling Shuang's home, Jiang Chen noticed his mother, Lin Susu, was also there. He thought to himself, "Mom's here for a free meal again." He was about to introduce his mother to Paying and the others when Su Mengmeng's surprised voice rang out, "Auntie? What are you doing here, Auntie?" Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang exchanged puzzled looks. Who was Su Mengmeng talking to? They turned and saw Lin Susu, Jiang Chen's mother, looking just as surprised. "Mengmeng, what are you doing here?" Lin Susu asked, clearly shocked. "I'm here to attend my classmate's wedding," Su Mengmeng replied, delighted. She hadn't expected to run into someone she knew, especially her beloved auntie. Jiang Chen was completely confused. How did Su Mengmeng know his mother? And why did they seem so close? Seeing the bewilderment on Jiang Chen's face, Lin Susu took Su Mengmeng's hand and said, "Son, let me reintroduce you properly. This lovely young lady is the daughter of your father's sworn brother. You're a day older than Mengmeng, so from now on, you're her big brother." Jiang Chen's mind went blank. What was going on? Su Mengmeng was the daughter of his father's sworn brother. "Mom, what's happening here?" Jiang Chen felt like his head was spinning with 1,000 questions. This didn't make any sense. Su Mengmeng's family was from Jiangnan, while his father, Jiang Zhenqian, was from a remote mountain village. Even their ancestral home was over 1,000 kilometers from Su Mengmeng's region. Back in the day, travel wasn't easy. How on earth did these two men become sworn brothers? Seeing the confusion on Jiang Chen's face, Lin Susu's thoughts drifted back to events from over a decade ago. More than 10 years ago, she and Jiang Zhenxing were together but didn't have their family's approval. After Jiang Chen was born, they had to flee abroad, seeking refuge with Su Mengmeng's father, who had smuggled himself out of the country to start a business. When they arrived, they found out that much of the money Su Mengmeng's father had brought from China had been either lost in bad investments or swindled by foreigners. Left with little choice, he discovered a quicker way to make money fighting for territory with those foreigners. When Lin Susu and Jiang Zhenqian arrived, they found Su Mengmeng's father in the middle of a violent confrontation. Seeing his sworn brother being bullied, Jiang Zhenqian grabbed a brick, smashed it over one of the foreigners' heads, seized a gun, and turned the tide of the battle. They won the fight, drove out their rivals, and made a significant amount of money in the process. The two men tasted victory and decided to take things further. Armed with guns, they went on to conquer the underground world of an entire city, becoming the unchallenged rulers. But they weren't satisfied with just that, they also took control of the city's governance. Despite becoming the de facto rulers, Jiang Zhenqian was always on guard, aware that with Lin Susu's powerful family background, they needed to protect themselves. So, they expanded their empire, capturing more cities and amassing wealth and power. However, after conquering enough, they realized that if they continued, they'd become terrorists and likely face military intervention. Even with these concerns, they knew that to maintain influence abroad, power was essential. Su Mengmeng's father, lacking the business acumen to go legitimate, remained in the underground world, expanding his territory. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhenqian, with a sharp business mind, turned the money they had earned into a legitimate empire, investing heavily in emerging technologies and recruiting top talent from around the world. Within 5 years, he became one of the most powerful figures behind the scenes in multiple countries. Jiang Zhenqian's ambitions grew, and he began to target key economic sectors in various countries. With Su Mengmeng's father's underground forces providing support, they controlled both the black market and the legitimate economy. In less than 10 years, they held sway over both the legal and illegal realms abroad. Despite their dominance, Jiang Zhenqian remained vigilant, even developing powerful weapons in preparation for future threats. However, as time went on, Jiang Chen's grandparents aged and their health declined. Jiang Chen had grown up and could take care of himself, so Lin Susu and Jiang Zhenqian decided to move the grandparents abroad for advanced medical treatment. Fearing that Jiang Chen might discover their true identities or be found by Lin Susu's family, they orchestrated an elaborate ruse involving Jiang Chen's grandparents. Later, when they learned Jiang Chen wanted to leave Longqing, they set up a plan for him to become classmates with Su Mengmeng. After all, as the daughter of Jiang Zhenqian's sworn brother, Su Mengmeng was always surrounded by hidden bodyguards. With her, Jiang Chen would be safe. Of course, these details weren't something Lin Susu could reveal now. Especially not their true identities. So, she simply smiled and said, "We'll talk about this later." Jiang Chen wasn't satisfied. His parents were always like this, saying they'd explain later. What was this later nonsense? His parents were seriously the worst. Su Mengmeng, meanwhile, felt like she was living in a drama. She had always thought her meeting with Jiang Chen was fate, but it turned out it was all part of their parents' plan. Still, she didn't mind gaining a big brother out of it. Wasn't so bad. She walked over to Jiang Chen with a cheeky grin. "So, big brother, I guess our roles have changed, huh?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Their birthdays were just one day apart, and now he was the big brother. That seemed a bit unfair. Yi Lingshuang and Lin Xiaoxiao were equally stunned. They hadn't expected things to turn out like this. Su Mengmeng had suddenly become Jiang Chen's little sister. Yi Paying leaned over to whisper in Lingshuang's ear. "Looks like you've gained a sister-in-law and lost a potential rival. Plus, your new sister-in-law's family seems to be quite powerful. Isn't that a pleasant surprise?" Lingshuang rolled her eyes at her friend. She had already learned about Jiang Chen's family situation from him. His family was wealthy beyond imagination. But since Jiang Chen's parents hadn't revealed this, she wouldn't either. She replied, "What does Mengmeng's powerful family have to do with us?" "How can you say that?" Ping countered. "With a powerful family like Mengmeng's behind you, no one will dare mess with you anymore. You'll have all the resources you need. Girl, you're going to be set." Lingshuang decided to ignore Paying's silly comments and walked over to Su Mengmeng with a smile. "Mengmeng, it looks like we're family now." Blushing, Su Mengmeng shyly asked, "So, should I call you sister-in-law or just sister?" "Any name is fine." Yi Lingshuang really didn't have any strong preferences. Whether Su Mengmeng was Jiang Chen's classmate or his sister, it didn't change how they should interact. "Then I'll just call you sister." Su Mengmeng felt awkward. "Calling you sister-in-law feels strange. Jiang Chen is only a day older than me. It already feels odd to call him big brother, let alone calling you sister-in-law, so I guess I'll gradually adjust what I call you." Jiang Chen could tell what Su Mengmeng was thinking. After all, they were only a day apart, and it's hard to adapt to a sudden shift in relationship dynamics so quickly. After introducing Yi Paying and Lin Xiaoxiao to her mother, Yi Lingshuang started eating. Zhang Yunpei's cooking was quite good, which amazed both Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Paying. They wondered why Yi Lingshuang hadn't inherited her mother's skills. When the meal ended, Zhang Yunpei curiously asked Yi Lingshuang, "Dear, the bridesmaids' dresses are almost ready. When will your friends who are going to be bridesmaids arrive?" Yi Lingshuang checked her phone. Over the past few days, she had been in touch with both her university and high school friends, inviting them to the wedding. However, they had difficulty getting time off. "Mom, my university and high school friends are all seniors now. According to school rules, they need to find internships, and they've been trying to get time off. They should be able to come in the next couple of days. As long as they can make it before the wedding, that's fine." Seeing Zhang Yunpei urging Yi Lingshuang, Lin Susu also asked Jiang Chen, "Xiao Chen, what about your groomsmen? When will they arrive? The fabrics are ready, but the sizes are still undecided. You need to give me their measurements so I can have the clothes made." Jiang Chen picked up his phone and checked. He found that their original small group of friends had grown to over 30 people, and the group chat was buzzing. Everyone was discussing which airline was the safest and planning to book the safest one for their flight back to China. Jiang Chen was deeply moved that his friends were even talking about chartering a flight to attend his wedding. "Mom, my classmates are all abroad. They're talking about chartering a plane to come back, so they should be here by tomorrow if everything goes as planned." The room fell silent in astonishment. Chartering a flight from abroad? That would cost a fortune. "Xiao Chen, since your classmates are chartering a plane, you can't let them pay for it themselves. You should transfer the money to them." Jiang Chen was a bit helpless. He had already offered to cover their travel expenses, but his friends had refused, insisting that they didn't need his money. They even threatened to end the friendship if he kept insisting, since they were all financially well off. If he tried to send money now, they might not even show up. After all, true friendship is priceless. "Mom, don't worry about it on my end." With that, he picked up his phone and continued chatting with his classmates in the group. One of them, nicknamed Flathead, joked, "Hey, old four, where's your little wife? Turn on the video, we want to see what she looks like." "You know, Xiaoxiao and Xiaoyu have cried rivers of tears over this. They said if your wife isn't as pretty as them, you're in trouble." Another classmate, with the ID your grandpa, added, "Old Chen, I'm with Xiaoyu and the others right now. She's crying her eyes out. If your wife is around, show her on video so they can give up. And Mengmeng, I bet she's cried gallons of tears too. She hasn't even been active in our high school group, she's probably cried a river by now." Jiang Chen looked over at Su Mengmeng, who was sitting beside him, and shook his head at their exaggerations. Mengmeng is right here with me, no need to be so dramatic. Liar. We've been tagging her in the group, and she hasn't replied. If she's really next to you, I'll eat my hat on livestream. Jiang Chen glanced at Su Mengmeng again, then at the confident messages in the group, and decided against opening the video. He quickly typed, "If you don't believe me, come and see for yourselves." The group members, realizing he wouldn't start a video chat, decided he was bluffing and dropped the matter. After a bit more chatting, Jiang Chen remembered the groomsman and quickly asked, "By the way, who wants to be a groomsman? Send me your clothing sizes so I can have the suits adjusted." With the conversation turning serious, the group members quickly sent in their sizes, which Jiang Chen saved and handed to Lin Susu. "Mom, these are my friend's sizes." Lin Susu checked them, asked Jiang Chen to forward them to her, and said, "You all wait here, I'm going to contact the tailor." She left the room to make the call. Meanwhile, at Yi Lingshuang's home, she was also reaching out to her friends. As she mentioned earlier, some of her university and high school friends couldn't get their leave approved, and those who could hadn't managed to get train tickets yet. This made Yi Lingshuang realize the drawbacks of living in a small city like Longcheng. The city was too small, with flights only going to the provincial capital, and few train services, making it hard to get tickets. After a moment of thought, an idea struck her, and she asked Jiang Chen, "Honey, when are your friends arriving?" "They're chartering a plane to fly over soon. It should take about 18 hours to fly from the capital of the United States to Longcheng." Yi Lingshuang, curious, asked, "Are they flying directly to Longcheng? No stop in Beijing?" "Honey, why stop in Beijing? We have an airport in Longcheng." Yi Lingshuang had been thinking of having Jiang Chen's friend's plane stop in Beijing so her friends working or studying in nearby cities could gather there and fly together to Longcheng. Noticing her deep in thought, Jiang Chen asked, "What's on your mind?" "My friends. Some places don't have direct trains or flights to Longcheng, so I was thinking they could go to Beijing airport and wait for your friend's plane, then catch a ride with them to Longcheng." Jiang Chen thought it was a great idea. "If your friends are near Beijing, they can meet at the airport. I'll ask my friends to stop there and pick them up." Excited yet concerned about the availability of seats, Yi Lingshuang asked, "Will there be enough seats on the plane?" They said there are over 80 seats, and they only have 37 people, so there should be plenty of room. Yi Lingshuang, hearing that there were so many seats available, decided not to dwell on it. With transportation settled, she turned her thoughts to the wedding itself. Curious, she asked Jiang Chen, "Honey, how many groomsmen do you have?" "Well, as of just now, 22, Jiang Chen replied. "What?" Yi Lingshuang was stunned. 22 groomsmen? That's way too many. "Honey, you usually need about 8 to 10 groomsmen and bridesmaids at most. There's no need for so many." Jiang Chen, looking a bit bewildered, said, "I didn't know. They were all so excited, so I let them be groomsmen." Yi Lingshuang sighed. It was true his friends wanted to stand by him because they valued their friendship. Even if they knew how many groomsmen were typically needed, it wouldn't have been easy to say no. Now, Yi Lingshuang found herself in a bind. She had initially planned for just 8 bridesmaids, but now with Jiang Chen having 22 groomsmen, she needed to find 22 bridesmaids as well. Noticing the change in Yi Lingshuang's expression, Lin Xiaoxiao walked over and asked, "What's wrong, Shuang-er? My husband has 22 groomsmen. Where am I supposed to find that many bridesmaids?" Lin Xiaoxiao was also taken aback. Jiang Chen's friends were really over the top. Who needs that many groomsmen? But since it was a joyous occasion and Jiang Chen had so many friends coming, they would have to make it work. "Shuang-er, we have plenty of classmates. Why not reach out to them?" Yi Lingshuang replied with a troubled look. "During university, I was busy with filming and album releases, so I only got close with my roommates. Even counting Xiaoli and Yuding, that's only 10. What about your high school friends?" "There are 8 I'm still close with, so they could be bridesmaids too. But that only makes 18. That leaves us 4 short." Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at Jiang Chen, speechless. His friends had really put them in a tough spot. Jiang Chen, puzzled by their expressions, asked, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" "Shuang-er doesn't have enough bridesmaids," Lin Xiaoxiao replied, frowning. "Not enough?" Jiang Chen thought for a moment about the girls in his group chat who had also wanted to be bridesmaids. "I have quite a few female classmates. If needed, I can ask them to be bridesmaids." Lin Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Bridesmaids are supposed to be from the bride's side, not the groom's. Having Jiang Chen's female friends as bridesmaids wouldn't make any sense. "What about people you know from the entertainment industry?" Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Besides paying, do you have any other close friends? Yiling Shuang shook her head. In the entertainment world, true friendship is rare. Then maybe reach out to some classmates you get along with and ask them to help out. Yiling Shuang didn't want to. A wedding is a big deal, and she couldn't bring herself to ask acquaintances for such a favor. Seeing that her daughter hadn't thought about her extended family, Zhang Yunpei said, Dear, what about your uncle's 2 daughters? And your 2 cousins? Have you forgotten them? Yiling Shuang's eyes lit up. Right. Her 2 younger cousins had just turned 18 and started university. They could definitely be bridesmaids. And then there were her 2 older cousins, who were both in their late 20s and pursuing PhDs. She hadn't considered them before because of the age difference after all. She was only 21, and Jiang Chen was just 18. But now, with 22 groomsmen, she had to set aside such concerns and focus on finding enough bridesmaids. Turning to Jiang Chen, she said, Honey, can you ask your classmates to make sure their plane stops in Beijing? I'll get in touch with our wedding guests, and those who can't get a direct flight or train to Longcheng can meet up in Beijing first. Jiang Chen had no problem with that. A quick message in the group chat was all it took. Meanwhile, Yiling Shuang had to contact her friends one by one, as they were scattered in different places and didn't know each other well enough to be in a group chat. After she was done, she walked over to Jiang Chen and said, Honey, it's all settled. Now, let's go check on the wedding venue and try on our outfits. Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Peiying, hearing about trying on dresses, lit up with excitement. They had heard that a renowned wedding planning company had been hired, with an initial budget of 1 billion yuan. With such a huge budget, the dresses were sure to be special and beautiful. As bridesmaids, they were eager to see what they'd be wearing. The women happily headed downstairs. In the car, with Yi Shushan driving, she curiously asked, Sis, why have Yuding and Xiaoli been staying at home and not going out? Well, Yiling Shuang didn't know how to answer. Zhang Yuding and Xie Xiaoli didn't seem like typical girls from rural backgrounds. Usually girls from the countryside love shopping and buying things to improve themselves, but not these 2. After a moment, Yiling Shuang smiled and said, Maybe they're more mature than their peers, Xiaoshan. Yi Shushan shook her head. They've been glued to their phones all day. If they were really mature, wouldn't they be thinking about settling down in a big city and making lots of money? Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh at Xu Shan's comment. Xiaoshan, they're on their phones not for entertainment, but for their future. Xu Shan was curious. How could looking at a phone be about the future? But she didn't ask further, focusing instead on driving through the busy streets. As they approached an intersection and prepared to stop for a red light, there was suddenly a loud bang from behind. Before they could react, their car was hit and pushed forward. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves in the middle of the intersection, past the stop line and across the crosswalk. The screeching of brakes and the sound of collisions echoed in the car, ringing in everyone's ears. Once everything calmed down, everyone got out of the car to see what had happened. They saw that a sedan had rear-ended them. Fortunately, their Mercedes, being a large business vehicle, wasn't too badly damaged. But the sedan that hit them had its front end almost completely destroyed, with smoke billowing from the engine. Through the windshield, they could see the driver bleeding from the head, slumped over the steering wheel, unconscious. Just as Jiang Chen was about to go check on the driver, they heard crying and calls for help from further back. Turning around, they saw another car overturned by the roadside, smoke pouring from the hood. The cries for help were coming from inside that car. Jiang Chen quickly assessed the situation. There were multiple accidents at the intersection, with more than a dozen cars involved in rear-end collisions. It was clear that other drivers had slammed on their brakes when they saw the initial crash, causing the pile-up. Noticing that their car was now in the middle of the intersection dangerous, even with no immediate traffic, Jiang Chen told Xu Shan to move their car to safety. Then he turned to Yiling Shuang and the others. Honey, Meng Xiao, get to the side of the road. It's too dangerous here. Yiling Shuang and the others nodded in agreement. The middle of the road was indeed not a safe place to be. However, as they were about to leave, Yiling Shuang couldn't ignore the overturned car with smoke pouring out and the desperate cries from inside. Honey, there are people in that car. We need to help them first, she said, running toward the overturned vehicle. Jiang Chen was stunned. Didn't she realize how dangerous it was? The car could catch fire or explode at any moment. Other drivers and bystanders had already backed far away, not out of lack of compassion, but out of fear for their own safety. Yet here was Yiling Shuang, rushing in with no thought for the risk. Jiang Chen was both frustrated and worried, but he couldn't let her go alone. He ran after her. As he passed the car that had rear-ended them, he noticed the driver was unconscious. Quickly, he opened the door, pulled the man out, and moved him to a safer spot. Then he hurried over to the overturned car. Smoke was now thick inside the car, and Yi Ling Shuang and the others were struggling to open the doors or push the car upright, but it wouldn't budge. As Jiang Chen arrived, he heard a woman's voice from inside the car. "Save my son," she cried out. Moments later, they heard the coughing of both the woman and a child. Realizing there was a child in the car, Jiang Chen crouched down to try and open the door. But the car was upside down, and the doors were jammed, leaving only a small opening too small for anyone to escape through. The only way to get them out was to right the car. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen grabbed the frame of the car and, with a tremendous effort, flipped it over with a loud crash. The car, weighing over 2,600 pounds, was turned over by Jiang Chen alone, leaving everyone, including Yi Ling Shuang and the bystanders, utterly astonished. There was no time to marvel at the feat. Jiang Chen immediately tried to open the doors and get the people out. But as soon as he opened the door, a strong smell of alcohol hit him. It was clear that the accident had been caused by drunk driving. His frustration flared. If the man was foolish enough to drink and drive, he had only himself to blame. Still, there was a child to save. He looked into the back seat and saw a boy of about 5 or 6, covered in blood and staring at Jiang Chen in shock, clearly terrified. Jiang Chen tried to open the door, but it was too damaged. Without a second thought, he ripped the door off its hinges. "Come on, little brother, it's safe now," he said, trying to smile reassuringly. But the boy was too frightened to move. Glancing at the smoking engine, Jiang Chen lost patience. He picked the boy up and handed him to Yi Peiying. "Take him to a safe place, quickly." Yi Peiying was in shock herself. Jiang Chen had just ripped off a car door with his bare hands. How strong was he? 200 pounds? 500? 1,000? This was beyond anything she could comprehend. But now wasn't the time to question it. She took the boy and hurried away. With the boy safe, Jiang Chen turned back to the car, which was now dangerously close to catching fire. He shouted to Yi Ling Shuang and the others, "Honey, Meng Meng, you all need to get out of here. It's too dangerous." Seeing that the car was now upright and the doors were open, Yi Ling Shuang and the others quickly retreated to a safe distance, knowing they'd only be in the way if they stayed. Once they were clear, Jiang Chen again used brute force to tear open the driver's side door, pulling out the man from the front seat and then the woman from the passenger seat. He dragged them both to the roadside. Just then, there was a hissing sound, and within seconds, the car burst into flames. About 30 seconds later, it exploded, sending the car flying into a nearby SUV, which also caught fire. The SUV's owner was devastated, watching helplessly as his car burned. He wanted to rush in to try and save it, but the fire was too intense, and he didn't dare get close, fearing for his own life. The drivers of the other cars that had been in the pile-up quickly moved their vehicles away, fearing that the burning SUV might explode and set their cars on fire too. Just as they managed to get clear, the SUV did indeed explode. Though it didn't fly into the air, it was completely destroyed. Jiang Chen checked the 2 people he had rescued. Both were unconscious but alive, having passed out from inhaling too much smoke. The woman, regaining consciousness, looked at Jiang Chen with deep gratitude and said, "Thank you." Jiang Chen didn't respond. He was angry that she had let her husband drive drunk in the first place. It was sheer stupidity. In his mind, they were a perfect match, both equally reckless. But since they were out of immediate danger, Jiang Chen didn't waste any more time. He called for an ambulance, and then walked back to where Yi Ling Shuang and the others were waiting. As he approached, he noticed the way everyone was looking at him with a mix of awe and disbelief, as if he were some kind of superhuman. As everyone stared at him, Jiang Chen still hadn't fully grasped what was going on. To him, it seemed ridiculous these people hadn't helped when it mattered, but now that he had, they were just gawking at him. It was infuriating. Just as he was about to check on the little boy to make sure he was okay, a man's voice rang out, "I recognize you. You're that miracle doctor from the news, the one who brought someone back to life with CPR. Jiang Chen." "Chen." As soon as the man finished speaking, another man chimed in, sounding dismissive, "Your eyesight must be terrible." "Yes, his name is Jiang Chen, but he's the fiancé of the famous actress Yi Ling Shuang. Didn't you see her standing right there? We're talking about the same person. He's both Yi Ling Shuang's fiancé and the miracle doctor." Yang Chen found their conversation incredibly dull. He glanced at the little boy, saw that he was not in any immediate danger, and turned to Yi Ling Shuang. "Honey, let's go. They're fine, and the ambulance will take them to the hospital for some quick treatment." Despite how serious the accident had looked, the damage was mostly to the vehicles. 2 cars were burnt out, 1 was totaled, and only 4 people were injured. Since their injuries were relatively minor, Jiang Chen saw no reason to stick around. "Honey, let's wait for the ambulance," Yiling Shuang insisted. "The boy is terrified, and his parents aren't fully conscious yet." Before she could finish, the sound of approaching sirens filled the air. The ambulance arrived, and 2 paramedics quickly assessed the situation, confirming that none of the victims were in critical condition before loading them into the vehicle. Jiang Chen carried the boy over to the ambulance. One of the nurses recognized Jiang Chen immediately. The night before, he had brought Lu Yuzhen to the emergency room, and now, here he was again, involved in a major traffic accident. She smiled and said, "It's you again. It seems like we're fated to keep meeting." Jiang Chen joked, "Since we're so fated, how about a discount next time I call for an ambulance?" The nurse chuckled, "Next time you need a ride, I'll give you 20% off." After exchanging a few more light-hearted comments, the ambulance departed. Jiang Chen and Yiling Shuang were ready to leave too, but they noticed that a crowd had gathered, with many people filming them. Some were even live-streaming the scene, pointing their cameras directly at Jiang Chen and Yiling Shuang. Given that Jiang Chen and Yiling Shuang were soon to be married, and the fact that they had been the only ones brave enough to help during the accident, the streamers were eager to turn this into a viral moment. They knew this story would blow up online, potentially reviving their struggling channels. The more persistent among them even approached Jiang Chen and Yiling Shuang, pushing for interviews. Yang Chen chose to ignore them. He couldn't believe how shameless some people could be, all for a few more followers. Unlike these small-time streamers, he still had his dignity to maintain. 2 particularly persistent streamers kept hounding them, their questions becoming increasingly intrusive and juvenile. "Goddess Ling Shuang, is this how you usually are? Do you always ignore people when they ask you questions? In your dramas you're so kind and gentle. On social media you're so responsive to your fans. Why are you acting so cold with us? And your boyfriend, is he really not even 18 yet? Is it true what they say online? Did you raise him yourself? Is he really marrying you out of love?" The relentless questioning finally pushed Jiang Chen over the edge. He snatched their phones and smashed them to the ground. The 2 streamers were stunned. Those phones were brand new iPhone 13s, bought on installment plans, and now they were shattered before the first payment was even made. "How could you do that? You smashed our phones," they cried out, panicking at the thought of the financial burden. Yu Xiushan, seeing the confrontation, stepped forward and handed them a business card her cousin had given her. "If you want compensation, call this number. You'll get the answers you're looking for." The streamers looked confused. "Who is this?" Yi Xian smiled. "She's a lawyer. If you want compensation, give her a call. She'll tell you who should be compensating whom." The 2 streamers were dumbfounded. A lawyer? They were being sent to deal with a lawyer? They realized that pursuing this could end up being a disaster for them. After all, they knew that filming without Jiang Chen and Yiling Shuang's consent was against the rules. They would lose in court and end up embarrassing themselves further. Realizing they were outmatched, the streamers backed off. Xu Shan then turned to Yiling Shuang and said, "Sis, you got a bit dirty from the smoke earlier. Do you want to go home and freshen up?" "No need," Yiling Shuang replied. "Let's head to the sports arena and check on how things are going there." "Okay," Xu Shan agreed. And they all got into the car and drove toward the arena. In the car, Jiang Chen noticed that the women were all staring at him with wide eyes. He couldn't help but ask, "What's up with you guys? I know I've gotten more handsome lately and more charming, but you shouldn't be this smitten with me. My heart belongs to my wife. So you've got no chance." The women rolled their eyes. "Who's smitten with you?" Yi Paying retorted. "There are plenty of guys like you in the entertainment industry." "Then why are you all staring at me?" Jiang Chen asked. "It's your strength," Yi Paying said. "How on earth did you manage to flip that car by yourself? It's incredible." The others chimed in, eager to know. "Honey, what happened back there? It's one thing to tear off a car door, but how did you manage to flip a car that weighs over 2,000 pounds? Jiang Chen froze. He hadn't meant to reveal his superhuman strength, but in the heat of the moment, he had lost control and exposed his abilities. Now he was worried. The hospital incident wasn't even fully resolved yet, and the reporters were still camped outside. If word of this got out, who knows what would happen? At this rate, he might end up being dissected for research someday. Being stared at by several women gave Jiang Chen a headache. But what troubled him even more was how to cover up what had happened. After all, the car weighed over 2,000 pounds. And yet he had managed to lift it by himself. This feat was even more impressive than that of a strong man. It was hard to find a way to explain it away. After thinking for a while, he decided that the best excuse was to play dumb. So, with a helpless expression, he said, "I don't know either. Just now, I only wanted to rescue the person as quickly as possible. I didn't think too much about it." Jiang Chen's expression was one of genuine confusion, as if he himself didn't fully understand what had happened. This left the women exchanging puzzled glances. "That explanation doesn't hold up," one of them said. "Little brother, are you joking with us?" Another woman asked. "If you'd just ripped off the car door, we might have believed it. But you lifted a car that weighs a ton. And now you're telling us it was an accident?" It was Yi Peiing who spoke. Ever since she discovered that Jiang Chen was quite wealthy, she had been curious about his true identity. Using her family's influence, she investigated him. Unfortunately, the information she uncovered showed that Jiang Chen was just an ordinary person. Not satisfied, she then investigated Jiang Chen's parents. The results left her bewildered. Jiang Chen's parents turned out to be extremely irresponsible. For money, they had even sold their own son. Yes, they had sold him for 100,000 yuan to Yi Lingshuang to be her husband. When Yi Peiing read this, she was almost driven to madness. How unreliable could this family be? Continuing her investigation, she found that Jiang Chen's parents were just travel enthusiasts, and poor ones at that. But that didn't match up at all. Jiang Chen's mother's skin didn't look weathered from years of exposure to the elements, like someone who traveled a lot. Instead, she looked like a wealthy lady. Whenever she dressed up, no one on the street would believe that Jiang Chen's mother was already 36 years old. People would think she was a young woman of 18. Yes, 18. Jiang Chen's mother, Lin Susu, had incredibly good skin and a great figure. So Yi Peiing doubted the information. Jiang Chen's parents couldn't be ordinary people. However, she had no proof. But today, Jiang Chen had suddenly turned into a strong man, lifting a car weighing over 2,000 pounds like a savage giant. This made her more convinced that Jiang Chen's family was not simple. But how exactly they were not simple, she still needed to investigate further. Seeing Yi Peiing smiling at him, Jiang Chen felt extremely guilty. However, he forced himself to stay calm and said, "Peiing Ji, when a person is in a life-threatening situation or crisis, they often display strength dozens or even hundreds of times greater than usual. From a scientific point of view, there's nothing wrong with what I just did." Yi Peiing rolled her eyes. "You weren't in any crisis, nor were you in any life-threatening situation. The person in the car has nothing to do with you, so why would you suddenly gain super strength?" The more Jiang Chen tried to explain, the more Yi Peiing's amused smile grew, feeling increasingly certain that Jiang Chen was no ordinary person. Remembering what Jiang Chen had done earlier, she couldn't help but recall something her grandfather had once told her. He had said that there were incredibly powerful people in China whose strength was terrifying, capable of destroying everything in their path. When she came to China, her grandfather had specifically warned her not to cause trouble. If she offended those people, even the family couldn't save her. And now, the strength Jiang Chen displayed was very similar to what her grandfather had described. Next to them, Lin Xiaoxiao, seeing how evasive Jiang Chen was being, also chimed in, "Little brother, you're being quite dishonest. If you say that today was an accident, what about last night? Last night your classmate had been dead for over 3 hours. But after you arrived, she suddenly came back to life and even grabbed the culprit by the neck, nearly killing him. Was that also an accident?" Jiang Chen hadn't expected Lin Xiaoxiao, who rarely spoke, to join the fray and with such sharp questions. This made Yi Peiing realize something too. Yes, what Jiang Chen did last night caused a national sensation. Someone even interviewed the staff at the funeral home. Jiang Chen had specifically instructed them not to put Lu Yuzhen in the freezer, but in a cooler, suggesting that she might not actually be dead. While it's not impossible for someone to appear dead but still be alive, the odds are 1 in a million. Yet, last night Jiang Chen encountered 2 such cases. The first was his classmate. The second was the woman at the hospital. The doctors had already declared her dead, but Jiang Chen had used the same false death explanation to get away with it. How could there be such coincidences? Encountering 2 cases of false death in one night. As she thought about today's news and her grandfather's past experiences, she recalled that 10 years ago, her grandfather had stopped breathing for more than 10 hours. A wandering Taoist passing by saved him with just a few silver needles. It was truly miraculous. She later learned that this old man was a descendant of an ancient Chinese healer, incredibly skilled. As she considered all this, Yi Peiing wondered, could Jiang Chen also be a descendant of some legendary healer? The more she thought about it, the more she was shocked. The Taoist who saved her grandfather was already white-haired and had spent a lifetime practicing medicine. Yet Jiang Chen, at only 18, already had such abilities. His future was limitless. Jiang Chen stood to the side, feeling even more stressed as the women became more interested in what had happened last night and today. Just as he was trying to think of a way to change the subject, he heard Su Mengmeng's voice. Jiang Chen, where's the gym? How much longer until we get there? I can't wait to see what the venue looks like. Seeing Su Mengmeng coming to his rescue, Jiang Chen's face lit up with joy. Indeed, Su Mengmeng was always so kind, no matter the situation. Mengmeng? I'm your older brother. You should call me brother from now on. Su Mengmeng pouted, as if. You're only 1 day older than me. Jiang Chen replied sternly. Even if I'm older by just 1 minute, I'm still your brother. I'm not calling you that. So what? As Su Mengmeng and Jiang Chen started bickering in the car, the women looked at them in confusion. Even if you two siblings wanted to change the subject, shouldn't you have planned it a bit better? Suddenly interrupting like that is so rude. We still want to know who Jiang Chen really is. When Yi Peiing tried to steer the conversation back, Yi Lingshuang smiled and said, Meng, why don't you be my bridesmaid? My cousin is a bit older, and she doesn't quite fit in with our group. Su Meng tilted her head and looked at Yi Lingshuang for a moment. She quickly understood what Yi Lingshuang was thinking. As Su Mengmeng's relationship with Yang Chen grew closer, and since they weren't related by blood, Yi Lingshuang was worried that over time, something might happen between them. Upon realizing Yi Lingshuang's concerns, Su Mengmeng remained silent. In some sense she was Jiang Chen's sister, which made her Yi Lingshuang's sister-in-law, and it wouldn't be appropriate for her to be a bridesmaid. However, not wanting Yi Lingshuang to overthink things, she didn't refuse. Sure, sis. I've never worn a bridesmaid dress before. Yi Lingshuang's feelings were mixed. Su Mengmeng was right. Jiang Chen and Su Mengmeng were getting closer, and she was genuinely afraid that something might happen between them. After all, Su Mengmeng was not only stunningly beautiful but also younger, giving her a natural advantage. Expressing her concerns subtly to Su Mengmeng might help show her stance, even if it made her seem calculating. But what's a little manipulation for the sake of the one you love? Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Peiing understood the meaning behind Yi Lingshuang's intervention, so they stopped asking questions about earlier. After all, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang were about to get married. It was better to discuss these matters after the wedding. With the tension diffused, the women began chatting away again as they drove. Jiang Chen, sitting in the front passenger seat, finally relaxed when he realized the conversation had moved away from him. The car continued to drive slowly, and soon they reached the sports arena. From a distance they could see a large crowd gathered at the entrance, including many reporters and live streamers. Seeing the swarm of people at the entrance, Jiang Chen was speechless. While the internet age had made life more convenient, it also had its downsides, like these so-called influencers, who didn't care if they disrupted others' lives as long as they could gain popularity and money. It was truly annoying. Brother-in-law, do you still want to go in? Su Shan asked, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the crowd. Jiang Chen didn't answer but instead looked at Yi Lingshuang. Honey, do you want to go in? Yi Lingshuang shook her head. With so many people and no security, we wouldn't even be able to get into the arena. Jiang Chen agreed. The only reason they had managed to leave their neighborhood earlier was because the security guards there were effective. Now, with so many people at the arena, getting inside would be nearly impossible. So, he instructed Zhu Shan to turn the car around and head back to the neighborhood. They had become public figures now, and wherever they went, they couldn't get anything done. It was better to stay home. On the way back, Yi Lingshuang said, Honey, when we get back to the neighborhood, ask the property management if they can hire more security guards and send them to the arena. Jiang Chen was a bit puzzled. The property management isn't responsible for that, right? They're just for our neighborhood, not for. Yi Lingshuang interrupted him. I mean, we can pay them extra to go to the arena, not as a favor. Jiang Chen understood. The security guards in their neighborhood were indeed very responsible. All right, I'll ask when we get back. My classmates should be arriving tomorrow, and knowing them, they'll definitely go to the arena first thing. Sounds good. As Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang continued chatting, Yi Peiing, who had been listening for a while, asked Yi Lingshuang, Dear, what exactly do we bridesmaids need to do? Well, Yi Lingshuang hesitated. She honestly didn't know. She had never been asked by her family to do anything like this, and she had never been a bridesmaid before, so she had no idea. Seeing that Yi Lingshuang couldn't answer, Yi Peiing widened her eyes. Dear, you didn't just ask us to be bridesmaids so we could have a meal together, did you? Embarrassed, Yi Lingshuang replied. I've never been a bridesmaid, and my mom didn't give any instructions. So, I guess there's nothing specific you need to do. I can't believe you guys. Yi Peiing covered her face in disbelief. Was this a wedding or just a casual gathering of friends? After thinking for a moment, she asked, "Where's your wedding room? It can't be just in that neighborhood, right?" "Of course not. My dad bought a wedding house for us." Hearing this, Yi Paying was somewhat reassured. But then, a thought crossed her mind, and she asked curiously, "Dear, is your wedding room already decorated?" Yi Lingshuang, feeling awkward, explained, "The house is very clean, so I didn't think it needed much decoration." "I can't believe you." Yi Paying was utterly speechless. Turning to Zhu Shan, she said, "Xiao Shan, do you know where your sister's wedding room is? Take us there, and we'll decorate it. We should still have time." Yi Shan nodded and turned the car around, heading to the villa complex where Yi Lingshuang's father had bought the house. When they arrived, they saw that the villa was already decorated, with the Chinese character for double happiness pasted everywhere. Even the staircase was covered with a red carpet, and the railings were adorned with flowers made of red silk, giving the place a very festive look. They went up the stairs, noticing that every bedroom door had the double happiness character on it. The decorations were perfect. When they opened the door to the master bedroom, they found that it was also beautifully decorated. It was clear that whoever had done this had put a lot of thought into it, and the style matched Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang's taste perfectly. "Dear, are you sure this wasn't your doing?" Yi Paying asked in surprise, looking at the colorful lights that illuminated the hallway as they walked. "It really wasn't us." Yi Lingshuang was equally puzzled, looking around the room. Suddenly, a thought occurred to her, and she turned to Jiang Chen in astonishment. "Honey, I think this was arranged by my dad and father-in-law." Jiang Chen shook his head. "Those two don't have the skills for this. I think it was probably the wedding planning company." Jiang Chen knew his father's taste was questionable, and the decorations in the villa were very much in line with current trends. His father definitely wasn't capable of this. Yi Lingshuang agreed that her father probably wasn't capable of it either, so it must have been the planning company. Seeing that the wedding room was already decorated, Yi Paying asked curiously, "Where are your wedding photos? Have you taken them yet?" Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang exchanged glances. Right. They hadn't taken their wedding photos yet. Clearly neither of them had much experience with weddings. They hadn't even taken care of something as important as the wedding photos. Yi Paying and Lin Xiaoxiao were speechless. These two really were a perfect match. Most people start with the wedding photos, but these two, they didn't even bother with that. Unbelievable. "I'll contact a friend's company and have them charter a plane overnight to get here. This is a major event, and the most important thing is to have the wedding photos. I can't believe you haven't done that yet," Yi Paying complained, pulling out her phone to make a call. Jiang Chen quickly said, "Ping Ji, wait a minute. Let me ask my dad first if they have any plans." Jiang Chen knew his parents well. For such an important event like a wedding, it was impossible that they would forget about the wedding photos. If they hadn't asked them to take photos yet, there must be a reason. So, he called his dad to ask if there were any special arrangements. "Son, what's going on?" Jiang Zhenqian's puzzled voice came through as soon as the call connected. "Dad, we want to take wedding photos." Jiang Chen got straight to the point, not wasting any words. "You're Chinese, why are you taking wedding photos?" Jiang Zhenqian's angry voice echoed through the phone. "That Western nonsense, it's a disgrace to our ancestors." Jiang Chen was stunned. Was his dad really this old-fashioned? Was he not even allowed to take wedding photos? After a brief silence, Jiang Chen weakly replied, "Dad, people only get married once in their lives. We should dress up nicely and keep it as a memory." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Zhenqian's voice came through again. "I've already contacted a photography company. Once the traditional costumes from different dynasties are ready, you'll go to the ancient city next door for the photos. Don't wear those white clothes, people might think you're in mourning." Jiang Chen was taken aback by the scolding. His dad was really something else. That's not a mourning cloth, it's a wedding dress. But after thinking it over, Jiang Chen realized his dad was right. Both of them were Chinese. Why take Western-style wedding photos? That Western nonsense. If they were going to take photos, they should be in traditional Chinese attire. China had thousands of years of history, with dozens of dynasties, and the clothing from each was far more beautiful than any wedding dress. Those ancient garments were what the Chinese should be proud of. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen turned to Yi Lingshuang. "Honey, Dad said we're not taking Western-style wedding photos. Once our traditional outfits are ready, we'll wear costumes from each Chinese dynasty and take photos in the ancient city." When Yi Lingshuang and the other women heard this, their eyes widened in surprise. "Honey, did Dad really say that? No wedding photos?" "Yes." Jiang Chen, recalling his dad's words, awkwardly explained. He said we're Chinese, so there's no need to wear wedding dresses. That kind of thing is like our country's mourning cloth. The women fell silent after hearing this. True, what was so great about Western clothing? Which Chinese dynasty didn't have better looking attire? Little Chen, your dad is right, wedding dresses really aren't a big deal. Our country has 5,000 years of history and so many styles of clothing. Any one of them could easily outshine a wedding dress, the women chimed in, agreeing with Jiang Chen's dad. And the idea of having outfits made from different dynasties to take photos in was a great one. The thought of Jiang Chen's dad commissioning these costumes made the women start imagining how they would look. After all, many of them had never seen clothing from those dynasties. Just as they were daydreaming about the outfits, a phone rang. It was Yi Shushan's. She awkwardly stepped aside to answer it, and when she returned, she looked at Yi Lingshuang with a strange expression. Sis, it was a call from the Hangzhou Education Bureau. They said someone wants to partner with you to manage Hangzhou University. Yi Lingshuang was taken aback. Manage Hangzhou University? And the Education Bureau was involved? Honey, since the Education Bureau is involved, you should give them face, Jiang Chen suggested. Yi Lingshuang nodded and asked Yu Shan to contact the person and have them send over the details of the proposal. Yu Shan called the Education Bureau, left an email address, and after hanging up, said, Sis, they've already sent the proposal to your email. Do you want to take a look? Glancing around the villa, Yi Lingshuang realized there wasn't a computer in sight. Xiao Shan. Let's go home. Since the Education Bureau is involved, we should at least review the proposal before deciding whether to agree. Seeing that Yi Lingshuang had work to do, the other women didn't press her any further. They followed the car back to the city, where Su Mengmeng, Yi Peiying, and Lin Xiaoxiao got out to go shopping, while Su Shan drove Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang back to the neighborhood. By this time a large crowd had gathered in the neighborhood, mostly internet influencers. Some had already recognized the car that Yi Lingshuang was in, and as soon as it stopped at the entrance, the crowd swarmed around it. Yi Lingshuang immediately rolled up the windows, not wanting to deal with the media and streamers. The neighborhood security saw that Jiang Chen's car was blocked and quickly stepped in to push the media back, clearing a path. Just as they were about to enter the gates, a woman suddenly jumped in front of the car, holding her phone up to film. But it was no use. Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang were in the back seat, which had privacy glass, so no one outside could see inside. Despite her efforts, the woman couldn't get a shot of Yi Lingshuang. Unwilling to give up, the woman tried to jump onto the hood, but two security guards quickly grabbed her and moved her aside. Apologetically, one of the guards said to Zhu Shan, Sorry about that. We'll clear the way right away. With that, they pushed the crowd back, and a minute later, the road was clear. The car entered the neighborhood, and the gates closed behind them. Zhu Shan patted her chest, her heart still racing. Sis. Those people are crazy. They made me so nervous just now I almost floored the gas pedal. If I had, I'd be trending on social media tomorrow, and you'd be dragged into it too. Yi Lingshuang just smiled. After parking the car, Yi Shushan didn't leave. As both Yi Lingshuang's personal and work assistant, she needed to review the proposal with her and figure out how to respond. They didn't expect Jiang Chen to help. Once home, the two women went straight to the bedroom, opened the computer, and started reviewing the documents from the Education Bureau. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen headed to his own place, flopping onto the couch in a relaxed position and pulling out his phone to chat with his friends. When he opened the chat app, he saw a lot of messages. He clicked on the discussion group. His buddies were already on the plane, but without a signal, they had left the group chat. Just as Jiang Chen was about to play some games to pass the time, a message popped up. It was from the high school group chat. Jiang Chen clicked on it and saw a message from someone with the username Chen Xuan, who had tagged him. Jiang Chen, you're getting married, and you didn't even tell me. Are you afraid I can't afford a wedding gift? Seeing this message, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. Chen Xuan had been the class president in high school, always bossing people around because he thought of himself as a leader. Jiang Chen didn't like it, so he talked back a few times. Chen Xuan saw this as a challenge to his authority and started picking on Jiang Chen, leading to 3 years of barely speaking to each other. Now, after 3 years of silence, Chen Xuan was suddenly reaching out. Was he looking to attend Jiang Chen's wedding? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen decided to ignore this person. His wedding was a happy occasion, and having someone like that around would only be irritating. So, he pretended not to see the message, exited the chat, and opened the King of Glory app to enjoy some gameplay. An hour and a half later, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was a local number, and knowing that only family or close friends had his number, Jiang Chen paused his game and answered the call. It was his middle school classmate, Go Xiaoman. Chen, do you have time tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner, she said. Confused, Jiang Chen asked, Xiaoman, why the sudden invitation? Are you up to something? On the other end, Gu Xiaoman nervously explained. My grandma's illness has been cured. It was thanks to the medicine you gave me so. Hearing her nervous explanation, Jiang Chen chuckled. I'm glad she's better. No need to be so formal with me. After a moment of silence, Go Xiaoman shyly asked, So, do you have time tonight? Even if it's not to thank you, we're old classmates, right? It's been a while, let's grab some skewers, have a drink, and catch up. Since she put it that way, Jiang Chen couldn't refuse. After all, Gu Xiaoman had been his closest female friend in middle school. Having a drink with a friend was perfectly normal. All right, but you'll have to wait a bit, he said. There are a lot of reporters and live streamers outside my neighborhood gate. I'll wait until they clear out a bit so I don't get followed. Okay, no problem. Just as Jiang Chen hung up, the door opened, and Yi Lingshuang walked in, pouting. Honey, who were you talking to? She asked. Jiang Chen calmly replied, It was Xiaoman. She wants to treat me to dinner. Go Xiaoman? Yi Lingshuang's heart skipped a beat. Honey, why is Go Xiaoman inviting you to dinner out of the blue? Jiang Chen answered instinctively, I gave her grandma some herbal medicine, didn't I? Her grandma got better after taking it, so she wants to thank me. Yi Lingshuang gave him a strange look. She remembered that Gu Xiaoman had mentioned her grandma's illness was quite serious and chronic, and that the hospital treatments hadn't helped. Now, suddenly Jiang Chen's herbal medicine had cured her. Something didn't add up. She thought for a moment and asked, Honey, when did you learn how to treat illnesses? And when did you start prescribing medicine? Jiang Chen felt cornered. Since he'd already lied, he had to keep covering it up. Honey, I got it by chance when I was studying. And how were you sure this prescription would work? Seeing that Yi Lingshuang was pressing him further, Jiang Chen started to panic. She had never asked so many questions before. At that moment, Yang Chen felt that something was off with Yi Lingshuang, but she also felt something was off with Jiang Chen. The Jiang Chen she knew before, while capable and dependable, had no knowledge of medicine. Yet now, he seemed not only knowledgeable but highly skilled. He hadn't just helped a paralyzed elderly woman, he'd even brought people back to life, including an old classmate who had been dead for several hours, and another woman. Reviving the dead? Even the world's best doctors couldn't do that. Seeing Yi Lingshuang staring at him in a daze, Jiang Chen's anxiety grew. After a moment of silence, he decided to lie again. Honey, an old man gave me this prescription. His condition was exactly the same as Xiaoman's grandma's, so I figured I'd give it a try. But Yi Lingshuang didn't believe him. At that moment she realized that Jiang Chen had too many secrets. Jiang Chen could tell she didn't believe him, so he prepared to play his trump card. Honey, you're not worried I'd do something to betray you, are you? Yi Lingshuang blushed. I trust Xiaoman. She's not the type to steal someone's husband. Then why are you asking me so many questions? Clearly you don't trust me. Are you saying love can fade? Jiang Chen looked at her with a wounded expression. Yi Lingshuang was suddenly confused. How had the tables turned? She had been questioning him, but now it felt like he was questioning her. At that moment she realized she had been led astray. She wanted to steer the conversation back, but after thinking it over she decided to let it go. Maybe she had touched on something Jiang Chen didn't want to share. If he didn't want to talk about it, she wouldn't press him. Honey, love doesn't fade, she reassured him. Then give me a kiss. Jiang Chen looked at her expectantly. Yi Lingshuang felt a bit helpless. Jiang Chen was getting more shameless by the day. But as a good wife she had to be a bit more considerate. So, she walked over, pulled him up, hugged him, and slowly leaned in for a deep kiss. Is that enough? She asked when they finally broke apart. Jiang Chen smiled and said nothing. He glanced at his phone and checked the time. It was already 4 o'clock, almost time for dinner. Honey, do you want to join me and Xiaoman for dinner? No way. I don't want to be a third wheel. As she said this, a thought seemed to cross Yi Lingshuang's mind. Oh, by the way, honey, I read the file from the Education Bureau. A Chinese expat wants to buy a stake in Hangzhou University. They're offering 200 billion yuan for a 30% share. Xiao Shan and I did the math, and if we sell, we'll make quite a profit. Jiang Chen was surprised that someone was willing to pay so much for a share of Hangzhou University. After all, he had only invested 500 billion initially. Now someone was offering 200 billion for just 30%. Although he had spent a lot of money bringing in top international professors, it was still a great deal. But businessmen never make deals that lose money, so he said, honey, with the faculty we have now, Hangzhou University is already a tier above Peking University. It's only a matter of time before we become a world-class institution. But since the Education Bureau introduced them, make sure to be polite when you reply. Yi Lingshuang understood what Jiang Chen was implying. Hangzhou University now had a world-class faculty, and Jiang Chen had no intention of selling. So, she didn't disturb him any further. As she was about to leave the room, she remembered that Jiang Chen had plans to meet with his old classmate and kindly suggested, honey, if you're going to see Xiaoman, there are still a lot of people at the gate. I suggest you contact the property management and have them give you a security uniform. That way you won't attract attention. Yi Lingshuang's idea wasn't bad. Jiang Chen borrowed a security uniform from the property office and confidently walked out of the neighborhood. He headed to the hotel where he and Gu Xiaoman had arranged to meet. From a distance, he spotted Gu Xiaoman sitting by the window, resting her chin on her hand, staring outside. As he got closer, Jiang Chen noticed that Gu Xiaoman looked much more energetic, as if she had been reborn. She was wearing makeup that concealed her tan skin. Moreover, her outfit looked extremely elegant, like that of a wealthy young lady. Jiang Chen also noticed that many men were sneaking glances at Gu Xiaoman, only to be caught by their girlfriends, forcing them to hurriedly explain themselves. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. When he approached Yi Xiaoman, he realized she hadn't noticed him yet. Curious, he asked, Xiaoman, what are you looking at so intently? Hearing Jiang Chen's voice, Gu Xiaoman instinctively replied, there's a street performer singing over there. She then turned her gaze toward Jiang Chen. Seeing him in the security uniform, she looked surprised. Chen, did you become a security guard? No. Jiang Chen awkwardly explained, there were too many people at the entrance, so I had to disguise myself a bit. Gu Xiaoman understood. These days there were many internet streamers and media lurking around Jiang Chen's neighborhood, thinking about how Jiang Chen went to such lengths just to meet her. Gu Xiaoman felt deeply touched. This was true friendship. Chen, you've really gone through a lot. Now, don't be so polite. Jiang Chen chuckled, pulling out a chair and sitting down. Have you ordered yet? Not yet. I was waiting for you. Gu Xiaoman smiled and handed him the menu. Jiang Chen ordered a few signature dishes. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't order any alcohol, Gu Xiaoman added a bottle of Maotai to the order. Xiaoman, since when did you start drinking? Jiang Chen asked, surprised. Well, people grow up eventually. Gu Xiaoman said playfully. What, you don't drink? Actually, I'm better at pouring drinks, Jiang Chen replied with a laugh. It's been years, and you've changed so much. You've even learned to be witty, Gu Xiaoman teased. Jiang Chen smiled. Didn't you say that people grow up? After chatting for a while, Gu Xiaoman suddenly remembered why she had called Jiang Chen here today. She pulled out a bank card from her bag and handed it to him. Chen, take this card. Jiang Chen was baffled. Why are you giving me this? Seeing his shock, Gu Xiaoman explained. Remember the lottery tickets we bought the other day? We won. I just came back from the provincial capital after claiming the prize. Jiang Chen suddenly understood. A few days ago, he had taken Gu Xiaoman to a lottery shop where they scratched off a couple of tickets and won 200,000 yuan. Then, they bought 2 more tickets. Turns out, they had won 10 million yuan. Of course, Jiang Chen knew Gu Xiaoman would win, but he still had to act surprised and happy. How much did you win, Xiaoman? 10 million, she said. Wow. That much? Jiang Chen exclaimed, feigning astonishment. Gu Xiaoman nodded. If it weren't for taxes, we'd have gotten even more. Jiang Chen smiled. Taxes go to the country. I know, but it still stings. Gu Xiaoman replied, sighing. Then, as if something suddenly came to her mind, she said, Chen, something really interesting happened when I went to claim the prize today. Curious, Jiang Chen asked. What happened? You seem really happy about it. Let me tell you. It's hilarious. Today the lottery center actually tried to force me to make a donation. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed when he heard this. They did what? What happened? Gu Xiaoman didn't hold back and recounted the whole experience. It turned out that when the lottery center saw that Gu Xiaoman had won 10 million yuan, they asked her to donate 500,000 yuan. Gu Xiaoman didn't have a problem with donating. After all, she had seen firsthand how poor the country still was, far from the prosperity often portrayed. When she had taken her grandmother to the hospital for months, she had witnessed many people forced to take their elders home to die because they couldn't afford treatment. Some even sold their cars and houses, or took out loans, but in the end, when the elderly passed away, entire families were left homeless. So, donating 500,000 yuan seemed perfectly reasonable to her. But when it came time to make the donation, Gu Xiaoman realized something was wrong. The staff wanted her to donate not to poor children or the sick, but to a welfare institution. Gu Xiaoman flatly refused. Everyone knew these welfare institutions were scams. The staff didn't give up and kept pushing her to donate, even resorting to emotional blackmail, claiming she lacked compassion. They even threatened that if she didn't donate, they wouldn't give her the prize money. Gu Xiaoman wasn't one to tolerate such nonsense, so she called the police. It was only when the police arrived that the staff reluctantly handed her the money. The lottery center staff were furious with her, handing over the check and rushing her out. Hearing about the lottery center's shady practices, Jiang Chen was outraged. These scumbags had been milking the public for years, and now, when someone finally got some money out of them, they tried to swindle it back. Truly despicable. Xiaoman, you did the right thing. Don't let them get away with this. It's your money. You decide how to use it. Don't let them guilt trip you. Hearing Jiang Chen's support warmed Gu Xiaoman's heart. She handed him the bank card again and said, "There's 6 million in here. The password is your birthday. Take it." 6 million? Jiang Chen was stunned. After taxes, there was only 8 million left from the prize. And Gu Xiaoman was giving him 6 million of it. Xiaoman, the lottery ticket was yours, and the money is yours too. Why are you giving it to me? Gu Xiaoman replied earnestly, "You're the one who convinced me to buy the ticket. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have won. So, I'll only feel at peace if you take the money. No need. You know I don't need money right now." Seeing that Gu Xiaoman was still reluctant to keep the money, Jiang Chen finally said, "Use this money to buy back your family's villa. Bring your grandma home." Gu Xiaoman was touched. Jiang Chen was just like he used to be, always thinking about her. "Chen, I've already bought back the villa. I still have 800,000 left. That's more than enough for me to finish high school and go to college." Hearing this, Jiang Chen's heart ached. This girl had been through so much, and yet she was still so sensible. "Xiaoman, if you keep being so formal with me, we might as well stop being friends." Hearing Jiang Chen's serious tone, Gu Xiaoman grew anxious. If Jiang Chen really cut ties with her, she'd lose one of the most important people in her life, but still, giving him all the money didn't sit right with her. After thinking for a while, Gu Xiaoman came up with an idea. In a few days, Jiang Chen was getting married. She decided she would give him a gift then. Although it wouldn't be as much as the full amount, it was better than giving him nothing at all. Having made up her mind, Gu Xiaoman put the bank card away. "Well, since you don't want it, I won't be polite," she said. Jiang Chen smiled. "I told you, don't be so formal with me." "Alright, it's really great to have a friend like you," Gu Xiaoman said sincerely. As she was about to put the card back in her bag, 3 women walked in, laughing and chatting. Those women were none other than Yi Peiying, Lin Xiaoxiao, and Su Mengmeng. Gu Xiaoman didn't know Su Mengmeng or Lin Xiaoxiao, but she did know Yi Peiying. Yi Peiying also noticed Jiang Chen and Gu Xiaoman. However, since Gu Xiaoman was wearing makeup that made her skin appear fairer and was dressed like an elegant princess, Yi Peiying didn't recognize her. Seeing Jiang Chen dining with such a beautiful woman, Yi Peiying's face darkened instantly. This bastard Jiang Chen, she had tried so hard to seduce him back then, but he hadn't budged. And now here he was, having dinner with another woman. It was infuriating. Lin Xiaoxiao, noticing Yi Peiying stop and stare at Gu Xiaoman by the window, asked curiously, "What's up, old witch? Frost's husband is sneaking around." It wasn't until Lin Xiaoxiao took a closer look that she noticed Jiang Chen sitting across from Gu Xiaoman. As she was about to ask what was going on, Su Mengmeng had already left their side, smiling as she walked toward Jiang Chen and Gu Xiaoman. "Bro, are you on a date?" "Huh." Jiang Chen was taken aback. Su Mengmeng? What was she doing here? And why was she suddenly calling him brother? Hadn't she said she wasn't used to that yet? Though surprised by Su Mengmeng's odd behavior, Jiang Chen introduced her to Gu Xiaoman. "Xiaoman, this is Su Mengmeng, my desk mate from high school, and also my sister." Sister. That word immediately made Gu Xiaoman's mind wander. After all, sister could mean a lot of things. Jiang Chen instantly understood her thoughts. "What are you thinking?" he said, exasperated. "She's my dad's sworn brother's daughter." Gu Xiaoman felt a little embarrassed. "So, This sister was really just a sister. Hi Meng Meng, I'm Gyu Xiaoman. I was your brother's desk mate back in middle school. As a well-bred young lady, Su Meng Meng politely introduced herself as well. Hey bro, Sister Xiaoman is really pretty. Why didn't you make a move back then? Jiang Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Su Meng Meng was stirring up trouble. You know about young love, don't you? What young love? You were just too scared to confess because you were afraid of getting in trouble with my sister-in-law. Jiang Chen felt deeply wronged. This sister of his was too much. Seeing Jiang Chen flustered by Su Meng Meng's teasing, Gyu Xiaoman's face turned red. So, did Jiang Chen really like her back in middle school? Thinking back to the memories of them together at that time, she felt a bit emotional. It had been such a wonderful period, but sadly there was no going back. As they continued chatting, Yi Peiing and Lin Xiaoxiao approached the table. Little Chen, I see you're quite the charmer, huh? Yi Peiing said with a sarcastic tone, keeping things lively outside while holding down the fort at home. For some reason, seeing Jiang Chen with another woman made her uncomfortable. And the prettier the woman, the more it bothered her. Jiang Chen was speechless. This woman always acted like he owed her something, talking to him in such a passive-aggressive way. But he chose to ignore her. Yu Xiaoman stood up. Sister Peiing, what are you talking about? Yi Peiing furrowed her brow and looked at Gyu Xiaoman. Who are you, and how do you know me? It's me, Xiaoman. Yu Xiaoman was puzzled. Other than her makeup and hair, she hadn't changed that much. Gyu Xiaoman? Yi Peiing finally recognized her and stared in shock. What happened to your face? Just makeup. Gyu Xiaoman laughed, then glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao. And who is this? Oh, this is Ling Shuang's best friend, Lin Xiaoxiao. After the introductions, Su Meng Meng spoke up. Xiaoxiao, I'll just have lunch here with my brother. You two can go on ahead. Yi Peiing and Lin Xiaoxiao exchanged a glance, understanding each other's thoughts. Just as they were about to stay, Jiang Chen cut in. Meng Meng mine, why don't you go have lunch with Xiaoxiao and Sister Peiing? Bro, are you trying to kick me out? Su Meng Meng blinked her big eyes at Jiang Chen. I'm your sister, you know? It's not about being my sister or not. You came with them, so you should eat with them. It's polite. Su Meng Meng wanted to stay. But when she saw Jiang Chen smiling at her, she immediately got the message. She knew Jiang Chen wanted her to take Yi Peiing and Lin Xiaoxiao away, so they wouldn't linger. Standing up, she grabbed Yi Peing's hand. Sister Peiing, let's go. Don't interrupt their date. Yi Peiing still wanted to stay, but Su Meng Meng pulled her along. Sister Peiing, what do you want to eat? My treat today. With that, Su Meng Meng led Yi Peiing away, and Lin Xiaoxiao, though uninterested in eating, had no choice but to follow. She couldn't help but be surprised by how well Jiang Chen and Su Meng Meng understood each other. One look, one hint, and Su Meng Meng immediately got it. Su Meng Meng truly was Jiang Chen's confidante. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao felt relieved for Yi Ling Shuang. If Yi Ling Shuang hadn't taken the initiative to find Jiang Chen and stay close to him, it might have been over between them. After Su Meng Meng, Yi Peiing and Lin Xiaoxiao left, Gyu Xiaoman finally spoke. Chen, your sister is really impressive. She knew exactly what you were thinking without you saying a word. We were desk mates for 3 years. Of course she understands me. You know my thoughts too, don't you? Yu Xiaoman blushed, thinking, that's only because I've been paying attention to you so much. How could Su Meng Meng know your thoughts like that? Of course she couldn't say this out loud. At that moment, the waiter arrived with the dishes and the wine. Yu Xiaoman stood up, opened the bottle of Mao Tai, poured a glass for both Jiang Chen and herself, then raised her glass. Chen, thank you for giving me a second chance at life. I'll drink to that. You can drink as much as you like. With that, she downed a full glass of 53-degree Mao Tai in one go. Then she poured herself another. This time she thanked Jiang Chen for saving her grandmother. And again she poured another, thanking him once more. After downing 8 consecutive glasses of Mao Tai, Gyu Xiaoman was visibly drunk. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at Jiang Chen, smiling. Chen, who knew you'd look so handsome in a security uniform? Seeing Gyu Xiaoman's hazy eyes, Jiang Chen knew she was drunk. After thinking for a moment, he picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and placed it in Gyu Xiaoman's bowl. Xiaoman, I know I'm handsome, but I'm a married man now, he joked. Don't fall for me. Gyu Xiaoman's heart sank at his words. That's right, Jiang Chen was about to get married. All those thoughts she'd been having, she should probably just keep to herself. It would be too awkward to let them out now. So, they switched topics and started talking about school. Since they had been desk mates, naturally, there had been a few minor clashes between them. For instance, they once drew a line down the middle of the desk, agreeing that neither would cross it. As they reminisced about their school days, they couldn't help but laugh. They ate and talked, and an hour passed by quickly. Just as they were getting ready to leave, maybe to go for a walk outside, Go Xiaoman noticed Su Mengmeng walking out from a private room, followed by Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Paying. At that moment, Gu Xiaoman realized her hope of spending more time alone with Jiang Chen was dashed. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She had wanted to be with Jiang Chen alone for a little longer. Su Mengmeng, seeing the two of them finishing up their meal, smiled brightly. "Bro, Sister Xiaoman, did you two finish eating?" She didn't wait for an answer and pulled out a chair, sitting right next to Jiang Chen. "Pretty much," Jiang Chen replied, curious. "What about you guys, have you eaten?" "Aim." Su Mengmeng nodded, then looked at them expectantly. "So, bro, Sister Xiaoman, do you have any plans after this?" Jiang Chen knew that Gu Xiaoman had called him out because she didn't want anyone else around, so he quickly said, "Mengmeng, Xiaoman and I have some things to do. If you want to go shopping, why don't you go with Sister Xiaoxiao and the others?" Su Mengmeng was taken aback. Was Jiang Chen trying to send her away so he could be alone with Gu Xiaoman? Even though part of her didn't like the idea of Jiang Chen and Gu Xiaoman being alone together, she wasn't about to interfere. "Alright, bro. You two have fun. I won't bother you." Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Paying, however, were both stunned. Su Mengmeng was being way too cooperative, too understanding. Seeing her not make a fuss about Jiang Chen and Gu Xiaoman being alone together was completely unexpected. With Su Mengmeng staying quiet, Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Paying couldn't really say anything either. So, after a brief goodbye, they left the restaurant. Once the three women had gone, Gu Xiaoman looked at Jiang Chen in a daze and said, "Chen, your sister is really something." Jiang Chen chuckled. He stood up and asked, "Do you have any plans for the evening?" "I just found out that Yu Shen was admitted to the hospital. How about we go visit her?" Yu Jin, or Lu Yu Jin, was a classmate whom Jiang Chen had once saved at an amusement park using the destiny modifier. They left the restaurant and took a taxi to the hospital. Lu Yushin had already woken up. When she saw Jiang Chen and Gu Xiaoman, she was surprised. She had already seen the news. Jiang Chen's neighborhood had been swarmed by internet streamers and reporters. And yet, here he was, visiting her. She felt deeply touched and smiled. "Xiaoman Chen, you're here." Jiang Chen noticed that Lu Yuzhane still looked pale and briefly considered modifying her destiny to speed up her recovery. Back when he had changed Yu Xiaoman's fate, he hadn't made her recovery instant, so it wouldn't draw too much attention. But now, seeing Lu Yuzhane's pale face, he felt a pang of sympathy and decided to modify her destiny too, sparing her any further suffering. After making the change, Jiang Chen asked, "Yuzhen, how are you feeling?" "I was in some pain earlier, but now that you're here, it doesn't hurt at all." Jiang Chen smiled. Of course, she didn't feel pain anymore, she was nearly healed. They chatted for a while, and then Lu Yuzhine looked at Jiang Chen with wide eyes. "Chen, I saw in the news that you have some kind of power to bring people back to life. I was dead for 3 hours, and you brought me back. Is that true?" Her large, curious eyes locked onto Jiang Chen. Her last memory was of being stabbed and lying alone in the haunted house, unable to speak or move, just watching the blood drain away until she blacked out. Seeing her expectant gaze, Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Don't listen to the media. They exaggerate everything. If someone really had the power to bring people back to life, wouldn't the world be in chaos? I didn't let the morgue take you to the freezer because I still had a bit of hope. After all, in rural areas when someone passes away, people keep vigil for 3 days, just in case. That's all it was, a small hope." Jiang Chen's explanation made perfect sense. After chatting a bit more, Lu Yuxu came in with a lunchbox, followed by a middle-aged couple in their 40s. Lu Yuxu's parents. Lu Yushen's parents had passed away, but Lu Yuxu's family had moved abroad after a profitable relocation project. Lu Yuxu had originally come back to bring Lu Yuzhin with her overseas, but after this incident, she had called her parents back. Seeing Lu Yuxu's family arrive, Jiang Chen decided it was time to leave. Before he could go, Lu Yuzhin called out, "Chen, when's your wedding? Give me an invitation." Jiang Chen smiled. "The wedding is the day after tomorrow, at the sports center. You don't need an invitation, just come." Lu Yuzhin grinned. "Alright, I'll definitely be there." As Jiang Chen and Gu Xiaoman left, Gu Xiaoman kept sneaking glances at him. What's on your mind? Just say it, Jiang Chen prompted. After biting her lip for a moment, Gu Xiaoman finally said, when you went away to study, she kept asking me about you. And she didn't go abroad with her uncle because of you. Now that she knows you're getting married, I can only imagine how heartbroken she must be. I feel like what happened to her has something to do with your marriage announcement. Jiang Chen fell silent after hearing Gu Xiaoman's words. He looked at her for a moment and then said, it's getting late. Let me take you home. Gu Xiaoman immediately understood what Jiang Chen meant. Smiling, she replied, I'll just take a taxi. As soon as she said that, a cab pulled up in front of them. She waved it down and got in. Before leaving, she stuck her head out the window and smiled. Chen, say hi to Sister Ling Shuang for me. Watching Gu Xiaoman leave, Jiang Chen felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. In his previous life, no one liked him. Now, in this life, quite a few people did, but he had let them all down. Shaking his head, he continued walking down the road. He didn't take a taxi, preferring to walk and enjoy the cool evening breeze, which felt quite refreshing. On his walk, he ran into a few middle school classmates. Back in school, they had been on good terms, often playing table tennis together during breaks. Jiang Chen had thought they would have a nice chat, but he soon realized he was mistaken. These classmates seemed a bit afraid of him, speaking with caution and hesitation. This change in their attitude made Jiang Chen feel uncomfortable. They used to have fun together, so why were they so tense now? Seeing how their behavior had shifted, Jiang Chen didn't feel like staying long. After saying goodbye, he flagged down a taxi and headed back to his neighborhood. Since he was still wearing a security guard's uniform, he encountered little resistance when entering the complex. In fact, some reporters and streamers even moved aside, thinking he was a security guard coming to kick them out. Once inside his home, Jiang Chen noticed that the living room was filled with nearly 100 pieces of clothing hanging around. He walked over to take a closer look and saw that there were both men's and women's outfits, all of which were exquisitely made. One particular piece stood out: a red ceremonial dress. The design resembled the grand attire worn by a queen in a historical drama. It was majestic and intricate. Could this be the wedding dress my wife will wear? Jiang Chen thought, feeling a bit shocked. The dress was embroidered with gold thread in every part, making it clear that it was worth a lot. Jiang Chen was filled with anticipation, imagining how stunning Yi Ling Shuang would look in it. After daydreaming for a moment, he continued to browse through the other clothes. The styles were so diverse that he soon realized these must be royal outfits from various dynasties and nations. Not being able to recognize most of them, Jiang Chen decided to take some photos and search for information online. What he found left him stunned. Many of these garments were from the royal families of small, long-forgotten nations, places Jiang Chen had never even heard of before. But the designs were beautiful. After looking everything up, Jiang Chen gained a newfound respect for his eccentric parents. They had managed to replicate the royal outfits from so many different eras in just a few days, and with perfect accuracy. Admiring the clothes for a while longer, Jiang Chen thought of asking Yi Ling Shuang to try them on for fun. But before he could head out, the front door opened, and in walked Yi Ling Shuang. She was dressed in a red qipao, which accentuated her already perfect figure, making her look even more enchanting. Honey, when did you get here? She asked, first happy to see him, then curious. I've been here for a bit. Jiang Chen replied as he walked over to her, instinctively wrapping his arm around her waist. You look stunning. Yi Ling Shuang's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly pushed him away. Stop it. My mom's in the room. So what? Jiang Chen teased. She was young once too. Without another word, he picked Yi Ling Shuang up in his arms. Startled, she struggled a little. Stop messing around. My dad and your father have been drinking a lot. You should go check on them before they can't stand up again, she said, trying to change the subject. I'll change my clothes and come over. Hearing that their dads were drinking again, Jiang Chen shook his head. Those two could never be trusted to stay sober when they met. Every time they saw each other, they drank as if they hadn't had alcohol in years. Reluctantly letting go of Yi Ling Shuang, he kissed her on the cheek before heading to her family's house. As soon as he stepped inside, he heard them playing a drinking game. His father had just lost, so he downed another bowl of liquor. Seeing Jiang Chen enter, Yi Ling Shuang's father stood up quickly and pulled him over. Ah, son-in-law. Perfect timing. Come have a drink with us. Before Jiang Chen could respond, his father-in-law had already poured him a bowl of liquor and handed it over. Jiang Chen had planned to stop them from drinking so much, but now that his father-in-law had made the first move, he couldn't refuse. Besides, his own father was glaring at him, so he had no choice but to drink. One bowl down, and Jiang Chen already felt uncomfortable. He wasn't much of a drinker, and though he had only had 2 glasses at the restaurant with Gu Xiaoman, it had already pushed him to his limit. "Ah, son-in-law, you really need to work on your drinking," Yi Wuqian, his father-in-law said, patting him on the shoulder. "Around here we express hospitality with drinks. Once you marry Ling Shuang, there'll be a lot of family visits, and if you don't drink, people will start talking." Jiang Chen lowered his head. "I understand, Dad." "Good." Yi Wuqian was pleased and poured him another bowl. This time, Jiang Chen didn't refuse, which made his father-in-law even more satisfied. And so, the drinking continued, with Jiang Chen losing track of how many bowls he had downed. Soon, he couldn't tell which way was north, and his vision became blurry. Seeing that Jiang Chen was clearly drunk, Yi Wuqian finally said, "All right, you've had enough. Go rest now before you cause trouble." Hearing his father-in-law's dismissive tone, Jiang Chen struggled to stand up. Summer and Zhang Yuding, who had been sitting on the sofa, rushed over to help him when they saw him stumbling with a flushed face and half-closed eyes. "Brother-in-law, let us help you back home," they offered. "No need. I'm just next door. I can manage," Jiang Chen muttered. But Summer and Zhang Yuding didn't trust him to walk on his own. As they prepared to assist him, they heard Lin Suxu's voice. "You two drunks. Don't you know that Jiang Chen can't handle alcohol? Didn't you realize he had other things to do? And yet, you made him drink this much." She scolded the 2 older men before coming over to help Jiang Chen. Back in his own home, Yi Ling Shuang had just finished changing when she saw that Jiang Chen was drunk again. She couldn't help but sigh. Her dad and father-in-law had really set him up this time. They knew he couldn't drink, but they still insisted. Now, the important stuff they had planned for the evening would have to wait. With the help of the others, she got Jiang Chen onto the bed. Although they weren't married yet, both of their parents already considered them a couple. After Lin Suxu gave Jiang Chen a shot to help sober him up, everyone left. Once alone, Yi Ling Shuang sat at the edge of the bed and pouted. "Honey, please stop drinking with them from now on. Mom even wanted you to try on some clothes tonight, but now look at you." Hearing her complain, Jiang Chen instinctively reached out and grabbed her, pulling her into his arms. "Wife, stop talking. Let's sleep," he murmured. Blushing, Yi Ling Shuang stammered, "This is your room. How can I sleep here? We're not even married yet." But Jiang Chen, in his drunken state, didn't care. He held her tight and said, "I don't care. You're staying with me tonight." "Trying to be a rogue, huh?" Yi Ling Shuang shot Jiang Chen a glare. "Honey, just look at my eyes. Can't you see the longing, the sincerity?" Jiang Chen's expectant gaze made Yi Ling Shuang soften. "I still need to go try on some dresses to see which one fits," she said. "I'll come over later tonight." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. "That's perfect. Staying here now would be a little too obvious." Yi Ling Shuang left, and Jiang Chen lay back down on the bed. Despite the shot he had to sober up, the alcohol still made him uncomfortable. He headed to the bathroom, splashed himself with cold water until he was fully awake, and then got back in bed, playing games on his phone while waiting for Yi Ling Shuang to return. As he played, 4 hours passed. It was now 1 a.m., but Yi Ling Shuang still hadn't come. Jiang Chen quickly opened the messaging app and sent her a message. "Honey? Are you asleep?" Her reply came back almost instantly. "Honey, go to bed. Mom and the others are still discussing the wedding. It might go on for a while." Jiang Chen nearly coughed up blood. So, no cuddling with his wife tonight either. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "What are they talking about?" "They're going over the wedding details." Jiang Chen was speechless. What more could there be to discuss? But since the adults were handling it, he couldn't interfere. Sleepiness overtook him, and they both drifted off to sleep. The next morning at 8:30 a.m., Jiang Chen was awakened by his phone ringing. When he looked, he saw it was an international call. His high school friends had arrived in the capital. Rubbing his eyes, he answered. "Hey Fourth, we've arrived in the capital," his friend said. "How's everything going on your end?" Jiang Chen patted his chest. "No problem on my side. I'll arrange the food right now. We should arrive around noon." "Just a heads up," his friend added, "don't have them prepare a lot of fancy dishes. We're not fans of that. Just some simple hometown food will do." Jiang Chen laughed and hung up. He quickly got out of bed, washed up, and dressed, then headed to Yi Ling Shuang's house. When he arrived, several women in the household were busy preparing breakfast. Seeing him, Yi Ling Shuang greeted him gently. "Honey, just wait a little. Breakfast will be ready soon." "Honey, my friends have already arrived in the capital." They should be here in Longchong around noon, Jiang Chen said. Call Xiaoshan and ask her to arrange lunch at the hotel. Make sure it's not too greasy, focus on hometown dishes. Yi Lingshuang immediately understood what he meant. Jiang Chen's friends were all wealthy, so they were tired of fancy meals. What they craved now were simple local dishes. Got it. I'll make the call, she replied, picking up her phone to call Xu Shan. However, Yi Xu Shan had already taken care of everything. She had booked the hotel rooms and the restaurant in advance. With around 40 classmates visiting, plus other local friends and family, she anticipated the need and reserved the whole hotel. Hearing this, Yi Lingshuang felt even more confident that having Xu Shan by her side was the right decision. After breakfast, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang left the neighborhood to check the hotel's cleanliness. Miss Yi, don't worry, the hotel manager reassured her. To make sure your friends are comfortable, we've replaced all the sheets and mattresses with brand new ones. The floors have been hand cleaned, and we guarantee there are no odors or stains. Hearing this, Yi Lingshuang glanced curiously at Xu Shan. She knew it was Xu Shan who had made these arrangements, ensuring that everything would be perfect for the wedding. Sister, I've already signed a contract with the hotel regarding cleanliness and food, Yi Xu Shan said. If there are any issues, they won't be able to continue operating. My sister's a lawyer, she's never lost a case. Yi Lingshuang smiled. Yi Shan's thoroughness was impressive, and she had already taken care of any potential problems. Thank you, Xiaoshan, she said gratefully. This is part of my job, Yu Shan replied with a smile. Suddenly, Yi Xu Shan pulled out a document and handed it to Yi Lingshuang. Sis, since so many people are arriving, do you want to use the hotel's shuttle buses to pick up your and brother-in-law's friends, or should we rent some sedans? After thinking for a moment, Yi Lingshuang replied, if we use sedans, we'll need over 10 cars. People might think something big is happening. Just use 2 buses, it's not far, only about 20 kilometers. Xu Shan nodded, then turned to the hotel manager to arrange the transportation. Although the hotel staff assured them that the rooms were ready, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang still wanted to inspect them personally. After checking the rooms, they visited the kitchen to ensure all the ingredients were fresh. By the time they finished, it was 11:30 a.m. According to the earlier phone call, the flight was scheduled to arrive in Longcheng around noon. Driving to the airport now would give them just enough time to meet their friends as they landed. With that, they set off in the hotel's shuttle buses, with Yi Peiying, Lin Xiaoxiao, and Su Mengmeng joining them. On the way, Su Mengmeng asked curiously, Hey bro, I heard Fatty say in the group chat that one of your friends is bringing a foreign girlfriend. Is that true? Probably, Jiang Chen replied. Big bro never lies. Is his girlfriend really his teacher? Su Mengmeng asked, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. At this, the women in the car exchanged amused, curious glances. If it was true, Jiang Chen's friend had some unusual tastes. Foreign university teachers were usually at least 25 or 26 years old, and sometimes even older. Everyone knew that by that age, even if a foreign woman hadn't had children, her figure often started to change. Especially for teachers, a group not known for being active, they could only imagine what Jiang Chen's friend's girlfriend might look like. Don't look at me, I haven't met her either, Jiang Chen said, feeling a bit defensive. But from what the guys say, she's got a lot of personality. And if she's got enough personality to catch my friend's eye, she definitely won't look like what you're imagining. Seeing the skeptical looks on their faces, Jiang Chen added, Don't judge people too quickly. My bro's company is worth over 5 billion. His standards are high, there's no way she's what you're thinking. Su Mengmeng couldn't help but smirk when she heard Jiang Chen defending their big brother. High standards? She wasn't so sure about that. She remembered how that muscular guy once tried to chase after a plump girl in class, and in the end, he still couldn't win her over. The whole class had almost died of laughter, and it became a source of entertainment for half the semester. Noticing Su Mengmeng's mischievous smile, Jiang Chen silently prayed that their big brother's taste had improved, and that he wouldn't bring home another overweight lady. If he really showed up with a foreign big mama, it would be hard for Jiang Chen to handle the situation. The women in the car were all chatting and laughing, clearly intrigued by the idea of their big brother having a foreign girlfriend. They were eager to see what a woman in her 20s from abroad would look like. The car sped toward the airport, and soon they arrived. It was already 12:20, but the plane hadn't landed yet. They had no choice but to wait nearby. About 10 minutes later, they heard the sound of a plane in the distance. Everyone looked up. It was a large commercial aircraft with English writing on the side, clearly a flight from abroad. This had to be the plane Jiang Chen's high school friends had chartered. Bro, do you think that's their plane? Su Mengmeng asked curiously. Seems like it, Jiang Chen said thoughtfully, as he started walking toward the exit. About 5 minutes later, Jiang Chen spotted a tall, burly man, nearly 2 meters in height, chatting with an overweight foreign woman. Oh no! No! The woman looked old enough to be the man's mother. Jiang Chen couldn't bear to look. Big brother, did you really choose this foreign teacher? Your taste is a bit much. Su Mengmeng also noticed the woman next to the burly man. Having been abroad, she estimated the woman was at least 35 or 36 years old. Wow, big bro sure has guts. Bro, how did Fatty end up with such strong teeth? He can chew through anything, Su Mengmeng teased. Jiang Chen covered his face in embarrassment. While everyone had the freedom to love whomever they chose, Big Brother had really let them down this time. There were so many beautiful women in the world, why pick someone like that? The other women in the group also noticed the massive man and the foreign woman next to him. Her skin was fair, but her stomach looked like she was pregnant with a 13-month-old baby. It was overwhelming. Honey, is that your dorm's big brother? Yi Lingshuang asked softly. And is that his foreign girlfriend? Jiang Chen awkwardly replied, that's Pang Si, though Meng Meng likes to call him Fatty. As for the woman next to him, I'm not sure. Let's wait until he gets here and ask him. Pang Si spotted Jiang Chen and Su Mengmeng standing at the entrance and waved excitedly. Mengmeng. Fourth. Su Mengmeng forced a smile. Pang Si jogged over, giving Jiang Chen a once-over. Fourth, what happened to you? You've gotten so skinny. Has your wife been treating you badly? Yi Lingshuang had been about to introduce herself, but hearing this made her face darken. What do you mean, treating him badly? She thought. It's clearly Jiang Chen who's always pushing me, and now I'm the one to blame? Jiang Chen awkwardly pulled Yi Lingshuang closer and introduced her. Big bro. This is my wife Yi Lingshuang. Her name's Yi Lingshuang? Pang Si asked in confusion. Isn't that the same name as a famous actress? He turned to look at her, and when he saw her face, he gasped in shock. This. He stammered, unable to find the words. Is she real? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Of course she's real. What, you think she's fake? I mean, is she really the famous actress Yi Lingshuang? Yeah, that's her, Jiang Chen confirmed. Pang Si's eyes widened in disbelief. He pulled Jiang Chen aside and whispered, Fourth, you're not being fair. How come you never told us your wife was a celebrity? I did tell you guys, you just didn't believe me, Jiang Chen replied with a chuckle. Pang Si scratched his head. He never thought it was actually true. After a moment of silence he said, if I remember correctly your wife is 21, right? And you, well, you'll be turning 18 in 2 days. Should I call her little sister-in-law or big sister? Jiang Chen grinned. You can call her sister-in-law. Get lost. Pang Si grumbled, then added, no way, I'll stick with little sister-in-law. Calling her sister-in-law sounds weird. After they exchanged a few more words, Jiang Chen glanced at the foreign woman in the group and asked curiously, Big bro, that woman isn't your girlfriend, is she? Girlfriend? Pang Si looked confused for a moment. He followed Jiang Chen's gaze toward the large foreign woman and immediately smacked him on the head. Are you crazy? Why would I choose her as my girlfriend? Jiang Chen sighed with relief. For a moment he really thought Pang Si had lost his mind. Looking around, Jiang Chen couldn't see any other foreign women or their other friends. Big bro, where's your girlfriend and the others? She just went to the restroom. As for the other two, their parents are in the capital, so they're visiting them first. They'll take the train later and should arrive by 7 p.m. Just then, Pang Si's phone rang. It was one of their other friends calling to say they were already on the train and would arrive in the evening. After a bit of casual chatter, Jiang Chen noticed a tall foreign woman with blonde hair waving at Pang Si with a smile. That's my girlfriend, Pang Si said proudly. Her name's Sophia, and she's 25. Jiang Chen glanced at Sophia. She was tall, with a nice figure and good looks. If he had to rate her, she'd probably score a solid 90. Not bad, big bro, Jiang Chen said, impressed. Pang Si puffed out his chest. Of course. I went abroad, I couldn't let the country down. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh and playfully punched Pang Si in the chest before heading over to chat with some other classmates. Meanwhile, 37 of Yi Lingshuang's college friends had arrived, and she was busy catching up with them. On Jiang Chen's side, 39 of his classmates had come, and they were all engaged in conversation with Su Mengmeng. With so many friends arriving, Jiang Chen boarded one of the buses with his classmates, while Yi Lingshuang and Lin Xiaoxiao got on another bus with their group. As the bus started moving, some of Jiang Chen's classmates couldn't resist teasing him. Jiang Chen, you've been childhood friends with a celebrity, and you never told us? All those girls who secretly had crushes on you. You really let them down. Think about it. You've unknowingly broken the hearts of so many girls. On the plane ride home, I bet they shed at least a liter of tears each. So, how are you planning to make it up to all the girls whose hearts you broke? Compensation? Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. Just as he was wondering how to respond, an idea suddenly came to mind, and his eyes lit up. He scanned the group of girls in the car and, with a playful smile, said, "How about you all discuss among yourselves? Who wants to be my second wife, third wife, fourth wife?" Everyone in the car was speechless. Second wife? Third wife? What was he even talking about? Judging by his tone, it sounded like he was dreaming of a harem. One girl stood up, her face dark. "Jiang Chen, do you think you're an emperor or something? 3 palaces, 6 courts, and 72 concubines. You want a harem, don't you?" Jiang Chen grinned. Hey, I really can't think of any better solution. I guess I'll have to sacrifice myself and take in all the heartbroken ladies. Don't misunderstand, I'm just trying to comfort the broken-hearted classmates, he said, feigning innocence. Go die. Go die. The car erupted with playful scolding from the blushing girls. Pang Si, seeing the girls turning red and yelling at Jiang Chen, stood up and teased, "Fourth, with all these girls, are your kidneys going to hold up? Do you need a hand from your brothers? If it gets too overwhelming, don't forget, I'm here to help out." The guys in the car burst into laughter. "Jiang Chen, you're the kind of friend I want. Just let us know if you need help, don't be shy. We're more than happy to lend you a hand." Pang Si shot them all a look and said, "No chance. My kidneys are strong enough to take on 100. The girls, now thoroughly annoyed, exchanged glances before standing up in unison. Sensing danger, Pang Si quickly shrank back and looked at Jiang Chen with a pitiful expression. "Bro, help me out here." Jiang Chen just smiled and ignored him. Realizing there was no escape, Pang Si peeked out to see a group of more than 10 girls walking toward him, cracking their knuckles and grinning. There was no avoiding this beatdown. He quickly covered his head and yelled, "Not the face. I still have to be the best man." Thud, thud, thud. One punch after another landed as the group of girls took turns. When they were finally done, Pang Si's face was bruised, his eyes swollen, and his once neat clothes were torn to shreds. His hair stood up like a street beggar's, and miserable didn't even begin to describe him. Feeling utterly defeated, Pang Si clung to Jiang Chen, whining, "Fourth, is our friendship really this weak? One wave, and it's over. Big bro, look at who you messed with." Jiang Chen replied, pretending to be scared. The girls in their class were no joke back in school. It was well known that the boys were outnumbered and had to tread carefully. "But you're my brother." Pang Si protested. "Aren't we supposed to share both good times and bad?" "Don't worry, big bro." Jiang Chen reassured him with a grin. "I'll help you deal with them later." The two of them muttered to each other, while Su Mengmeng, sitting behind them, just shook her head. Pang Si always had a loose tongue and had gotten into trouble for it before. How had he not learned his lesson by now? Back in high school, the girls were already a force to be reckoned with, and now in college, messing with them was even riskier. Standing up, Su Mengmeng grabbed Pang Si's hair. "Fatty, let's switch seats. I need to talk to my big brother." By now, Pang Si knew that Su Mengmeng was Jiang Chen's godsister, so calling Jiang Chen big brother was completely normal. But being cheeky as ever, Pang Si grinned and asked, "Hey Mengmeng, is this brother really a proper brother? You're looking for trouble, aren't you?" Su Mengmeng snapped, grabbing a fistful of Pang Si's hair and yanking it, making him yelp in pain. Admitting defeat, Pang Si quickly moved aside, giving up his seat to Su Mengmeng. Sitting next to Jiang Chen, Su Mengmeng asked, "Big bro, what's the plan for after lunch? You can't expect us all to stay in the hotel, right?" Her question got Jiang Chen thinking. That's right. There were so many people he couldn't just let them stay in the hotel. They needed something to do. After a moment of thought, he suggested, "Mengmeng, how about you take everyone to Drift City for rafting?" Su Mengmeng had never been to Drift City, so she didn't know where it was. "Big bro, I don't even know where Drift City is." Jiang Chen hesitated. He'd forgotten that Su Mengmeng hadn't been with them last time only Yi Peng and Lin Xiaoxiao had gone. Thinking quickly, he said, "I'll ask Xiao Shan to take you all there." "What about you?" Su Mengmeng asked curiously. "Aren't you coming with us?" "With the wedding the day after tomorrow, I've got a lot of things to take care of," I won't be able to go, Jiang Chen replied. Su Mengmeng didn't press further, understanding that preparing for a wedding could be hectic. The car continued down the road and soon arrived at the hotel. The hotel staff escorted everyone to their rooms, and after traveling for over 10 hours, the first thing most of Jiang Chen's classmates did was freshen up. Once they had washed up and changed into clean clothes, they headed downstairs for lunch. Since the hotel had been reserved exclusively for Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang's guests, they had the entire restaurant to themselves. The lunch went smoothly, and everyone enjoyed themselves. After the meal, Jiang Chen was about to send his classmates off to Drift City for some rafting when his phone rang. It was his mom. Son, have your friends who are going to be the groomsmen arrived? If they have, bring them to the villa to try on the groomsmen's suits. If any of them don't fit, we'll need to have them altered. Hearing his mom's instructions, Jiang Chen called out to the group, guys, if you're part of the groomsmen, follow me to the villa to try on your suits. The group of more than 10 guys all looked excited. None of them had ever been groomsmen before. Meanwhile, Yi Lingshuang also got a call from her mom, asking her to come to the villa to try on the bridesmaids' dresses. Jiang Chen had originally planned to let everyone go rafting to relax, but once they heard they'd be trying on the outfits, they all decided to skip the rafting and head to the villa. After all, Jiang Chen's wife was a celebrity, so they were eager to see what the groomsmen and bridesmaids would be wearing. Surely the outfits would be something special. With everyone agreeing to go, Jiang Chen contacted the hotel manager to arrange for transportation to the villa. Upon arriving at the villa's main hall, they saw 2 racks of clothing. On the left were the men's suits, which were styled like black robes from the Tang dynasty, with intricate dragon patterns. The dragons had 4 claws, symbolizing a noble rank equivalent to an ancient prince. On the right were the women's dresses. These were adorned with large bird motifs, possibly phoenixes, and were made with gold thread, real gold. As everyone stood there, amazed by the outfits, 5 staff members approached carrying boxes. When they opened them, the boxes were filled with jewelry. It turned out, these were the accessories for the bridesmaids. Yi Lingshuang's classmates and friends stared in awe at the jewelry in the cases. They instantly recognized that these were top-quality pieces, each one a masterpiece. Lingshuang, these are gorgeous. One of the women exclaimed, their eyes lighting up. Every piece of jewelry inside was worth millions. And each bridesmaid had a full set of 3 pieces, meaning each person was wearing accessories valued at around 3 to 4 million yuan. Even Yi Lingshuang was taken aback. She hadn't expected Jiang Chen's parents to prepare such exquisite jewelry for her wedding. While everyone was still in shock, a group of over 10 women approached and said, ladies and gentlemen, please check the sizes of the clothes and pick one that fits. Head to the rooms to try them on, and we'll help with final adjustments. We want everything to be perfect so that on the wedding day, we won't be rushing to get everything ready. These women were all employees from the wedding planning company, top-tier makeup artists and personal stylists, hired specifically by Jiang Chen's parents to ensure everything went smoothly. The bridesmaids and groomsmen all selected their outfits and went to the 2 rooms on the first floor of the villa to try them on. Since these outfits were styled after ancient Tang dynasty clothing, which had multiple layers, and most of the guests had never worn anything like this before, the staff from the wedding planning company stepped in to help them dress and style their hair accordingly. After nearly an hour, everyone emerged from the rooms, and those waiting were left wide-eyed with amazement. The bridesmaids, already beautiful and elegant, now looked absolutely stunning in their traditional outfits, each of them radiant like a fairy. As for the groomsmen, their black Tang-style robes, embroidered with 4-clawed dragon designs, made them look like dignified ancient princes, handsome and regal. Pang Si, wearing his outfit, strutted over to Jiang Chen with a proud look on his face. Fourth, take a good look. Don't I look just like a dashing prince? He puffed out his chest and struck a pose. Jiang Chen laughed. Big bro. You look great. Of course, Pang Si grinned widely. Then, in a low voice he added, Fourth, I've got to say, the tailors your family hired are incredible. These clothes fit me better than anything my family's company makes. He leaned closer. Once the wedding is over, could you give me their contact information? I'd love to hire them at a high price to come work for us. Jiang Chen was a bit stunned. He knew Pang Si's family owned a clothing business, but he didn't expect him to want to poach the wedding stylists. He laughed inwardly. These were some of the best professionals in the country, hired by his father for the wedding. Their salaries were likely well over 500,000 to 600,000 yuan a year, so the idea of hiring them away was far-fetched. Big bro. These folks are from the wedding planning company. You can ask them directly if you want, Jiang Chen replied. Pang Si thought for a moment, and then said, Good idea. That girl who helped me with my outfit was pretty cute. Maybe I'll get her number too. Jiang Chen shot him a look. You already have a girlfriend. What do you need her number for? Pang Si grinned. I'm just doing my part to boost international relations you wouldn't understand. Jiang Chen was speechless. How is having a foreign girlfriend considered boosting international relations? At that moment, a woman's voice interrupted the conversation. Is everyone happy with their makeup and outfits? Looks great. Pang Si responded first, grinning from ear to ear. The stylist glanced at Pang Si, then looked at the others. Everyone seemed pleased. The woman turned to Jiang Chen and Yiling Shuang. Mr. Jiang, Miss Lin, do you see anything with the groomsmen's or bridesmaids' outfits that needs adjusting? Jiang Chen scanned the room. The outfits and hair looked perfect. Everyone had been transformed into figures from the Tang dynasty. But he noticed something off and said, everything looks great. But what about the shoes? They're all still wearing their own shoes. The stylist followed his gaze and realized the oversight. Pang Si and the others were indeed still wearing modern shoes, which looked completely out of place with their ancient attire. She smiled awkwardly. I'm so sorry. We were in such a rush earlier that we forgot to bring the shoes. Please wait a moment, and we'll get them right away. She quickly made a phone call to have the shoes delivered. Not long after, a van pulled up in front of the villa, and 5 or 6 staff members carried in boxes of shoes. These had all been prepared in advance, but had been left behind in the rush. Once the groomsmen and bridesmaids changed into the proper shoes, their entire look was complete, and their transformation was even more striking. Seeing that everything was in order, Jiang Chen turned to Yiling Shuang and said, Honey, why don't you go home and try on your phoenix robe? The previous day, Jiang Chen had seen Yiling Shuang's wedding dress, a stunning phoenix robe, and he hadn't been able to stop thinking about how beautiful she would look in it. I already tried it on yesterday, and it fits perfectly, Yiling Shuang replied. Jiang Chen gently took her hand and said, but I really want to see you in it. You'll see it on the wedding day, Yiling Shuang smiled. Although she knew Jiang Chen wanted to see her in the robe, it was quite a hassle to put on. The robe had a long train, and it was heavy. Even walking in it required someone to help carry the edges. She had worn it for just a short while the previous day, and it had been exhausting. After seeing that Yiling Shuang wasn't eager to wear the robe again, Jiang Chen felt a bit disappointed. But then he remembered that the wedding was only a couple of days away, so he didn't dwell on it. The rest of the day was spent hanging out at the villa, chatting and having fun. In the evening, everyone enjoyed dinner together, and afterward, Jiang Chen and Yiling Shuang returned home. Son, we've already arranged a photo shoot with the photographer, Jiang Chen's mother said. Tomorrow, you and Ling Shuang will go to the ancient city next door, wear outfits from different dynasties, and take some photos as keepsakes. Hearing this, Jiang Chen excitedly suggested, Mom, why don't you and Dad come too? We could take a family portrait together. We're not going, dear, his mother replied. Tomorrow we have to pick up some of your father's relatives who are arriving. As she said this, she suddenly remembered Jiang Chen's grandparents. After all, she and his father had tricked him into believing they had passed away. If they showed up tomorrow, would Jiang Chen be too shocked? At that moment, she was wondering if she should give him a heads up. Jiang Chen realized his mom had to pick up relatives from their hometown, so he didn't press her further. Just as he was about to head back to his room and message Yiling Shuang, he heard Lin Suzy calling his name again. Xiao Chen. Yes, there's something. I. Lin Suzy hesitated. She wasn't sure how to break the news to Jiang Chen. After all, she had been the one who told Jiang Chen that his grandparents had passed away. Now having to reverse that story, it was hard for her to find the right words. What's wrong, Mom? Jiang Chen asked, confused by her odd behavior. Since returning from the villa, he had noticed that his mom had been avoiding eye contact with him. Now, she seemed to be stumbling over her words. Xiao Chen, I think. It's better if your dad explains this later, Lin Suzy finally said, unable to bring herself to say more. She figured Jiang Chen's father would handle it better. Jiang Chen felt even more puzzled but decided to drop it for now. He was about to use his system skills to figure out what was bothering her when his phone chimed. It was a message from Yiling Shuang. With that distraction, he set aside his curiosity about his mother. After replying to the message, he noticed that Lin Suzy had already left the room. Well, I'll ask her later, he thought. Jiang Chen returned to his bedroom, lay down on the bed, and started messaging Yiling Shuang again. Honey, are you coming over tonight? Not sure. It depends on how long Dad and the others keep drinking, Yiling Shuang replied, clearly implying that if the drinking session lasted too long, she wouldn't be able to make it. Honey, How can you leave me to spend such a long night all alone? Jiang Chen sent a sad emoji, trying to play the sympathy card. Be patient. It's only a couple more days until the wedding, she replied. After that you can have me all to yourself. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up at her words. Although they'd been close and intimate for a while, they hadn't yet crossed that final line, and he had been eagerly waiting for their wedding night. Honey, just make sure you don't back out then, he teased. Stop it. You're so annoying, she replied, clearly blushing even through text. Jiang Chen could imagine how shy she must have looked, and it made him smile. As they chatted, a video call from Peng Si popped up. Jiang Chen accepted the call. Fourth, old second and old third want to go out for some skewers and drinks. You coming? Peng Si asked, grinning. Jiang Chen thought for a moment. Since there wasn't much going on at home and he wasn't going to see Yi Ling Shuang tonight, he figured he might as well go out and hang with his friends. Yeah, sure. I'll join you, Jiang Chen agreed. Great. We'll wait for you at the hotel, Peng Si said excitedly before ending the call. Jiang Chen quickly messaged Yi Ling Shuang to let her know about his plans. Honey, should I come with you? She replied almost instantly. Big bro didn't bring his girlfriend either, Jiang Chen typed back. As soon as he sent that, Yi Ling Shuang replied with a crying emoji. Honey, I'm not trying to keep you on a leash or anything, but I've heard that guys like to let loose a bit right before the wedding. Jiang Chen was speechless. What's she thinking? He wondered. Let loose? How is having some skewers with friends considered letting loose? I'm just going out for some skewers and to catch up with the guys. We haven't all been together in a long time, he explained. You could take me along. I'll be good and won't say anything, she responded, sending a cute, pleading emoji. Jiang Chen hesitated. His friends had come all this way just to hang out and chat, and bringing Yi Ling Shuang along would change the whole dynamic. After a moment of silence he replied, How about next time, honey? The guys didn't bring their girlfriends, so it would feel a bit odd if I did. Feeling a bit down, Yi Ling Shuang knew Jiang Chen really didn't want to bring her this time. It was the first time he had ever turned her down for anything, which only made her worry more. It wasn't that she doubted Jiang Chen's loyalty, she trusted him completely. What worried her were his friends, especially Peng Si, who had always been a bit wild. After all, he was the one who had openly kissed his foreign girlfriend in front of everyone without a care. If Peng Si ended up taking them to a bar or invited some girls to relax, what would happen then? She knew Jiang Chen would refuse at first, but what about the second or third time? Friendship had a way of leading people into tricky situations. But being smart, Yi Ling Shuang didn't want to come off as overly controlling. Instead, she softly said, Honey, just promise me you won't go to any bars, okay? I can give you anything those girls can. And I'd do it even better, she added with a flirty tone. Jiang Chen sighed. She really worries too much. After assuring her he wouldn't do anything questionable, he quickly got dressed and left the house. As he reached the first floor, he sneaked a glance toward the front entrance. Sure enough, a group of online streamers and reporters were still camped outside, waiting for any juicy news. Why are they so obsessed with chasing trends? Jiang Chen thought, shaking his head. He contacted security to have them open the back door and quietly slipped out, catching a cab to the hotel where his friends were waiting. When he arrived, he saw Peng Si chatting with two other guys, Zhao Lin and Xu Jiang, his old high school buddies. Fourth. What took you so long? Were you moving at a turtle's pace? Zhao Lin, the tall, lanky one, teased as he playfully punched Jiang Chen's chest. Zhao Lin came from a family that owned a medical equipment company. His family's heart stents were used in surgeries across the country. Though profits had shrunk due to government regulations, they now earned about 10 million yuan annually, which was still quite impressive, though much less than in the past. The other man, who looked more refined, was Xu Jiang, and he also gave Jiang Chen a friendly punch. You're late, man. Xu Jiang's family was in the business of manufacturing electronic components for airplanes and high-speed trains. Though their profits weren't huge due to the nature of their contracts, they still had a stable business. All right, enough with the punches. Let's go get some skewers, Jiang Chen said with a grin. If we stick around too long, some classmates might spot us, and we'll never get away. Peng Si immediately hailed a cab, and the group headed to a familiar skewer spot, the same one Jiang Chen and Yi Ling Shuang had visited before. The place was still bustling with people. As they walked in, Jiang Chen noticed a man with a bandaged hand eating skewers with a group of younger guys. Recognizing him immediately, Jiang Chen realized it was Fu Qi, the local tough guy who controlled that part of the city. Fu Qi noticed Jiang Chen as well, and the sight of him caused his face to go pale. The memory of Jiang Chen disabling his hand was still fresh in his mind. The skewer he had been eating suddenly lost its appeal as he anxiously stood up. "Brother Kui, what's wrong?" asked one of the younger men with him, noticing Fu Kui's change in demeanor. Following Fu Kui's gaze, the young man spotted Jiang Chen. "Is that guy giving you trouble?" Another one asked. "Say the word, and we'll deal with him right now." Fu Kui shot them a cold glare. "Shut up and get lost." "Mess with Jiang Chen?" he thought to himself. "Are you crazy?" Jiang Chen could take them all out without breaking a sweat. The younger men were confused. They had only been trying to help, but now they were getting scolded? "Didn't you hear me? I said get lost." Fu Kui's icy stare made the group scatter quickly. Despite his injured hand, Fu Kui's reputation as a formidable figure still held strong in the city. None of the young men dared to question him. After they left, Fu Kui approached Jiang Chen with a fawning smile. "Young Master Jiang, you're here." Jiang Chen glanced at Fu Kui with indifference. "Do you need something?" No, not at all," Fu Kui stammered. "Then why are you still here?" Jiang Chen's tone was sharp. "You want me to treat you to dinner or something?" No, I'll leave now," Fu Kui replied quickly, backing away. Despite what Jiang Chen had done to him, Fu Kui harbored no thoughts of revenge. It was simple. Jiang Chen's influence had grown. With Yi Lingshuang, a billionaire and celebrity, as his fiancé, and Jiang Chen himself being the principal of a prestigious 985 university, Fu Kui knew he stood no chance. One word from Jiang Chen could ruin him. Fu Kui and his men left hurriedly, leaving Jiang Chen's friends Pang Si, Zhao Lin, and Zhu Xiang staring in confusion. In their eyes, Jiang Chen had always been a kind and approachable person, someone who got along with everyone. Except, of course, for the overbearing class president. This kind demeanor was why nearly the entire class, excluding the class president, had come to Jiang Chen's wedding. Not all of them had studied abroad. Some, like Zhao Lin and Zhu Xiang, had taken high-speed trains from other cities in China to attend. But now, Jiang Chen was showing a completely different side of himself. Fu Kui and his gang were clearly local thugs, yet they had fled from Jiang Chen in fear. "Fourth, I didn't know you held such authority around here," Pang Si teased. "Those hooligans were scared to death of you. If I had known you were a big shot in this city, I wouldn't have gone abroad. I'd have opened a factory here and had you protect me." Pang Si's family ran a clothing business, manufacturing in China and exporting overseas because of cheaper labor costs. Now, seeing Jiang Chen's influence, Pang Si was jokingly considering hiring those same street thugs as workers. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at his friend. He knew exactly what Pang Si was thinking. That guy just had bad luck. Last time my wife and I came here for skewers, we had a bit of a run-in with him, and I had to teach him a lesson. Jiang Chen smiled as he explained, and found an empty table for them to sit at. They ordered skewers and beers, and the night rolled on. After a few rounds of drinks, Pang Si's expression turned sour. "Fourth, out of all of us, you're the one living the dream," he said. "You've got a gorgeous wife who's not only a famous star but also a billionaire. Life's been good to you, man. How about throwing some good fortune my way? You're still struggling?" Jiang Chen asked, raising an eyebrow. "Your family's clothing brand rakes in billions every year. If anyone should be helping, it's you." Pang Si sighed dramatically. "My family's wealth? You know how it is. It's all my sister's now. None of it's mine. When I was studying abroad, I had to take part-time jobs just to get by. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had money to take girls out or even to eat." Pang Si's eyes sparkled with mock tears. "I even saw the dentist last week. He said my teeth are bad, and the only thing I can eat now is soft rices. As in, I need to find a rich woman to take care of me." Jiang Chen rolled his eyes again. "What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't your parents send you over 20,000 yuan a month when we were in high school?" "That's right," Pang Si replied. "Now that I'm in college abroad, they give me 500,000 yuan a month." 500,000? Jiang Chen was stunned. "And that's not enough? How can that be enough overseas? A couple of fancy meals at a Michelin restaurant and a new bag for my girlfriend, and it's all gone." Jiang Chen shook his head in disbelief. This guy, 500,000 a month and he still claims to be broke? Looking over at Zhao Lin and Xu Xiang, he asked, "What do you guys think? Doesn't it sound like he needs a good beating?" Both of them nodded in agreement. "Then tonight's dinner is on him," Jiang Chen declared. He stood up, went to the nearby liquor shop, and grabbed 2 bottles of Mao Tai, a premium Chinese liquor, which cost a fortune. "Big bro, go settle the bill," Jiang Chen said. "That'll be 6,000 yuan. Pang Si's face fell. "Fourth, Are you trying to bankrupt me here? He grumbled as he went to pay, realizing the hard truth pretending to be rich could really backfire. Still, he swiped his card without hesitation. After all, 6,000 yuan was nothing to him. When he returned, the group chatted about everything and anything as they shared the Mao Tai. As the alcohol flowed, their conversation became livelier. After a while, Pang Sai leaned in with a mischievous grin. Fourth, you know you're not going to be a free man for much longer, right? How about we hit the bar tonight, one last time before the wedding? Zhao Lin and Zhu Xiang perked up at the mention of a bar. Back when they were abroad, curiosity had led them to explore the bar scene, and they had quickly become fans. The women there were friendly, and a little tip could make them even friendlier. They could see that Jiang Chen was hesitating, and Zhao Lin nudged him. Fourth, have you never been to a bar? Trust us, it's a lot of fun. Once you go, you'll want to go back again and again. Seeing the gleam in their eyes, Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Have these guys turned into party animals after just a few months abroad? Brothers, this isn't a big city like where you've been. Dragon City is smaller, and not everything is as straightforward here, Jiang Chen said, trying to warn them. As visitors, you're easy targets. If you run into a setup like a honey trap, things could get messy. The guys looked confused. A honey trap? In a nightclub? Pang Si scoffed. Simon Fourth, are you trying to scare us? It's 2024. Do things like that still happen? Trust me. Jiang Chen said seriously. Getting caught in a honey trap is the least of your worries at worst. You lose some money, and we all know that's not a problem for any of us. But if you cross a local thug's girl, that's when things get really ugly. He wasn't exaggerating. Dragon City wasn't closely monitored by the authorities, and the local underground world ran its own show. The unspoken understanding between those in and out of the system kept things in a delicate balance. When Pang Si and the others saw how serious Jiang Chen was, they fell silent. They knew Jiang Chen well enough to trust him when he spoke so earnestly. But if that's the case, how does anyone go to clubs here? One of them asked. You make it sound like everyone's walking into a trap. Jiang Chen chuckled. The locals know how to avoid trouble. But you're not from here, so the moment you open your mouth and don't sound local, they'll be onto you. Pang Si and the others finally got the message. It seemed Dragon City wasn't the place for out-of-towners to mess around, no matter how strong they were. The old saying came to mind, a powerful dragon can't defeat a local snake. In this small town, they wouldn't stand a chance against the locals. Jiang Chen's warning quickly killed any desire they had to visit a nightclub. Instead, they spent the evening chatting and drinking at the skewer stall until they were tipsy, then caught a cab back to the hotel. After making sure his friends were safely in their rooms, Jiang Chen spoke with the hotel manager and security, instructing them to keep an eye on the group and make sure they didn't sneak out. If they couldn't stop them, they were to call Jiang Chen directly. Once everything was sorted, Jiang Chen took a cab home. Walking down the hallway toward his apartment, he noticed the noise from his dad and Yi Lingshuang's dad drinking had finally died down. Good, he thought, they've gone to bed. He quickly unlocked the door and headed to his room, pulling out his phone to message Yi Lingshuang. Hey honey, are you still awake? He texted. Her reply came almost immediately. Yeah, are you home? Just got back, Jiang Chen responded. Before he could send another message, a video call from Yi Lingshuang popped up. He answered quickly, seeing her in her pajamas, wearing a face mask. Honey, why are you putting on a mask this late at night? He asked. I'm afraid of getting old and you not wanting me anymore. She typed, her face hidden behind the mask. Jiang Chen sighed. What are you talking about? Why would I not want you? But I'm 3 years older than you, she replied. In 30 years I'll be aging faster, while you'll still be young. People will talk. Jiang Chen was caught off guard by how far ahead she was thinking. 3 years is barely noticeable, he thought. Stop worrying about that, he typed back. I'll always want you, no matter what. But Yi Lingshuang wasn't done. Today, when I saw your female classmates, they all looked so young and full of energy. I couldn't help but feel jealous. I wish I were their age. Then I wouldn't have to worry about growing older than you. It finally dawned on Jiang Chen how deeply her insecurities ran. She was genuinely afraid of losing him in the future. I just want to cuddle with you right now, Jiang Chen sent. Yi Lingshuang glanced at her mom, who was sleeping beside her, and shook her head before quickly typing, I can't come tonight. My mom is next to me, and if I move she'll wake up. But don't worry, I love you forever. They continued chatting for a bit, but the alcohol was starting to catch up with Jiang Chen, and his eyes began to droop. Eventually they ended the video call so he could sleep. The next morning, Jiang Chen woke up around 9. After washing up he headed over to Yi Lingshuang's place, where she had already changed into a gorgeous Tang Dynasty-style princess outfit. The regal elegance of her attire made her look even more stunning. Seeing him, Yi Lingshuang smiled and handed him a bowl of porridge and some buns. "Eat your breakfast, hubby. Afterward we'll head to the ancient city for the photo shoot." Jiang Chen nodded and quickly finished his meal. After breakfast, Yi Lingshuang took his arm, and they headed downstairs. Yu Shan was already waiting in the car, ready to drive them. Jiang Chen had expected Lin Xiaoxiao and the others to join them, but the car was empty. "Honey, why don't we ask Xiaoxiao and the others to come along?" he suggested. "They haven't been to the ancient city yet." "They're coming too," Yi Lingshuang replied. "And your classmates as well. But since there are so many people, it wouldn't be fair to have just one group ride with us." Jiang Chen understood. With so many friends and family members involved, it was best to keep things balanced. If they invited her friends into their car, what about his? The simplest solution was to have no one ride with them. The car pulled out of the neighborhood, with the help of the security guard opening the gate for them. Once they were on the highway, Jiang Chen received a message from Pang Sai in the group chat. "Fourth, the scenery around here is amazing. Green mountains, clear water, and no pollution. Perfect for retirement. I'm thinking of buying some land here and building a dozen villas for the family to retire in." Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh at the message. "Big bro, you've picked the wrong spot. It's freezing in the winter and scorching in the summer. Not exactly ideal for retirement. If you want a good place to retire, find a spot with a nice climate or buy a small island abroad. Build some villas there, and you'll have the perfect peaceful life," he suggested. The group chat exploded with discussions about the idea. While buying an island sounded tempting, they all knew it wasn't cheap. Even though they were wealthy, the idea of purchasing an entire island seemed out of reach. Seeing the excitement in the chat, Jiang Chen added, "That's not a problem. In 10 years, we'll all have enough money to make it happen." Yi Lingshuang glanced at him, intrigued by the conversation. "Hubby, are you seriously thinking about buying an island to retire on one day?" "Maybe." Jiang Chen smiled. "Wouldn't it be nice to grow old together in paradise? Thinking about retiring abroad?" Jiang Chen had considered it in the past, but his interest in living overseas had faded. "Wife, the moon abroad isn't any rounder than the one at home," he said, hinting at his feelings. Yi Lingshuang immediately understood, but her curiosity got the better of her. "If you don't want to go abroad, why were you encouraging our classmates to buy an island overseas?" "It's simple," Jiang Chen replied. "They're business people. Buying an island abroad benefits them in many ways. In foreign countries, when you buy land, it's yours forever whether it's 1,000 years or 10,000 years, the land belongs to them. But in our country, no matter how much you pay now, after 70 years, the land belongs to the state. So why not buy foreign land and truly make it your own?" Yi Lingshuang nodded, finally understanding Jiang Chen's long-term perspective. She admired how he thought things through, always considering the bigger picture. Yu Shan, who had been quietly listening, chimed in. "Sis, brother-in-law, when I was in school, one of my classmates lived on a private island her family owned. I visited her once, and the environment was amazing. Buying an island overseas, whether for investment or for living, is a great idea. If you two have extra money, you should really consider it. When you have time, you could go there on vacation. It's way better than vacationing here." Hearing Xu Shan's suggestion, Yi Lingshuang's eyes lit up. "Honey, after our wedding, let's go abroad for our honeymoon. We could check out some islands, and, if we find the right one, buy it. Then, when our kids grow up we could take them there during the summer holidays." Seeing the excitement on Yi Lingshuang's face, Jiang Chen couldn't say no. He was open to the idea of owning land abroad. The conversation continued as they drove, and after about an hour and a half, they arrived at the ancient city. The wedding planning team was already there, ready to help Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang with their makeup and costumes, which were themed around various historical dynasties. The makeup and costumes were elaborate, so it took quite some time. After 6 hours, and over 40 outfits and nearly 1,000 photos taken across every corner of the ancient city, they were finally done. However, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang weren't ready to leave just yet. "The ancient city's night scenes are the most beautiful," Jiang Chen said, suggesting they stay a bit longer. They went with a group of classmates to have dinner at a local restaurant before resuming the photo shoot. By 7 p.m., the sky had darkened. The wedding planners led them to an ancient street by the river, where they intended to take more photos. Just as Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang were about to start, they noticed an elderly couple sitting on a stone bench, smiling warmly at them. The sight of the couple made both Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang's hearts skip a beat. The elderly pair looked strikingly like Jiang Chen's grandparents. They exchanged a glance, disbelief written all over their faces. "Honey," Yiling Shuang whispered, noticing that Jiang Chen's eyes had reddened. She quickly took his hand. "That's not them." Jiang Chen's expression grew somber. She's right, he thought. His grandparents had passed away over 3 years ago, and their bodies had been cremated. It was impossible for them to be here now. Yiling Shuang gently squeezed his hand, her voice soft and comforting. "Let's go home, okay?" The sight of the elderly couple had stirred up memories, and Jiang Chen wasn't in the mood to continue the photo shoot. He felt a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry, honey." "You don't have to apologize," Yiling Shuang reassured him with a gentle smile. "Let's go home and rest." The wedding planners were left puzzled. Just moments ago, the couple had been all smiles, and now, they suddenly wanted to stop. "Miss Yi, Mr. Jiang, what's wrong?" one of the planners asked. "The night view on this street is beautiful, especially with the river as a backdrop. It would look perfect with your Tang Dynasty outfits." "It's okay, thank you," Jiang Chen said apologetically. "We've had enough for today. Please pack up the equipment, we'll head back." The planners exchanged confused glances. The night is the most beautiful part of the ancient city, why would they stop now? But they didn't argue. After all, the clients had the final say. As Jiang Chen and Yiling Shuang were about to leave, they suddenly heard an elderly voice behind them. "My dear grandson, granddaughter-in-law, where are you going?" Jiang Chen and Yiling Shuang froze. They looked at each other, wondering if they were both hearing things. That voice. It sounded just like Grandpa. They turned around to face the elderly couple. The couple had stood up and were walking toward them. "Are they talking to us?" Yiling Shuang asked in confusion. Jiang Chen didn't answer. He just stared at the elderly man, speechless. "Xiao Chen. Ling Shuang, don't you recognize me?" "I'm your grandpa," the old man said, his face beaming. Both Jiang Chen and Yiling Shuang were stunned. How could this man know their names? Could it be? Yiling Shuang began to feel a deep unease. Jiang Chen's grandparents had been dead for 3 years. Yet here, in this ancient city, were two people who not only looked like them but knew their names. Instinctively, she stepped behind Jiang Chen, feeling a chill down her spine. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, wasn't afraid. He just stood there, staring in disbelief as the elderly man approached. When the man reached him, he gently cupped Jiang Chen's face in his hands. "It's been over 3 years, and look at you now. You've grown so much, my dear grandson." The man's kind expression broke through Jiang Chen's disbelief, and he suddenly hugged him tightly. "Grandpa, I've missed you so much." Tears began to stream down his face. "I've missed you too, my boy," the elderly man said, holding Jiang Chen close. He glanced at Jiang Chen's father, feeling a surge of frustration. Why did they lie and say I was dead just because I was sick? Why couldn't they just tell the truth? "Xiao Chen, don't cry. Grandpa's here now, and I'm not leaving anymore. I'll be around to see my great-grandchildren grow up," the old man said warmly. Jiang Chen clung tightly to him. "Grandpa, I'm sorry I wasn't able to give you a better life before. But now I can take care of you. I'll burn paper money for you every day. Don't hesitate to use it. If you run out, just come to me for more." As Jiang Chen spoke, the elderly man's smile slowly faded, realization dawning on him. Burn paper money? Letting go of Jiang Chen, he stepped back and looked at his tear-streaked face. Only now did the old man understand what was happening. So all this time, Jiang Chen thought I was dead. Seeing Jiang Chen's tear-streaked face, the elderly man felt even more resentful towards Jiang Zhenqian. It was just an illness back then. Yet Jiang Zhenqian had insisted on taking him to the crematorium, staging a whole act to force Jiang Chen to grow independent. "Look at what you've done to your own grandson." Hugging Jiang Chen tightly, the old man said, "Xiao Chen, I didn't die." "Grandpa, I know," Jiang Chen whispered, holding the old man even tighter. "You've always been alive in my heart." The old man was speechless, his frustration growing as he listened. "Xiao Chen, I'm really not dead," he said, placing Jiang Chen's hand on his wrinkled face. "Feel this? I'm alive. Grandpa, stop joking. You might look and feel real, but I saw you off to the crematorium myself. I even lit the fire in the furnace. I carried your ashes out with my own hands." Tears streaming down his face, Jiang Chen continued. "I have a lot of money now. Do you have a house down there? How big is it? Is it comfortable? If it's not, I'll buy a big villa and burn it for you. And do you know how to use a smartphone yet? If not, I can burn one for you too. The guy who invented the iPhone is already dead, I'll burn a picture of him too, so he can teach you." The more Jiang Chen spoke, the more upset he became, tears flowing freely. The elderly man's heart ached seeing how deeply his grandson had been hurt. That fool, Jiang Zhenjin. Look what he's done to such a kind-hearted child. His fists clenched involuntarily. For the first time in his life, he had the overwhelming urge to teach his son a painful lesson. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, aware of the situation, was almost laughing to himself. He had already figured out from Jiang Zhenxian's behavior that his grandparents weren't actually dead, they had been taken abroad for treatment. His parents' strange behavior left him feeling helpless, but as their son, it wouldn't be right to hit his father. But grandparents? Now, that was a different story. It's only natural for a father to discipline his son, Jiang Chen thought with a smirk. Satisfied that he had stirred up enough resentment against his father, Yang Chen turned to his grandmother, Chen Yumei. Tears welled up in his eyes again as he walked over to her. "Grandma, you're here too? You've lost weight, Grandma. Are there no cows or pigs where you are? Don't worry, I'll slaughter a cow, a pig, and a sheep for you to feast on." Chen Yumei's eyes filled with tears. Such a good boy, she thought. Even after 3 years, he remembers I love meat. The mixed emotions of pride for her grandson and anger at her son, who had come up with the cruel idea of faking their deaths, overwhelmed her. Hugging Jiang Chen tightly, she said, "My dear grandson, you've suffered so much all these years." "Grandma, it's nothing. I don't feel wronged," Jiang Chen replied, trying to sound as pitiful as possible. "If anyone is at fault, it's me. I haven't been able to let you and Grandpa live a good life." Chen Yumei's heart broke even more. Such a wonderful grandson, she thought. And yet my heartless son left him to fend for himself. This time I won't let it slide. Jiang Chen could see the emotion on his grandmother's face, and it made him feel a sense of satisfaction. This will definitely end badly for my parents, he thought. But he knew he had to keep up the act to maximize his parents' punishment. With tears streaming down his face, he said to his grandmother, "Grandma, how did you and Grandpa come back? Did the King of Hell approve it? Can you talk to him for me? I'm willing to trade 50 years of my life for you to stay here for just 3 more years." His words tugged at Chen Yumei's heartstrings even more. This child would sacrifice his own life just for us, she thought, her anger towards her son intensifying. Meanwhile, Jiang Dahu, Jiang Chen's grandfather, was also deeply moved by his grandson's willingness to give up years of his life. He swore to teach Jiang Zhenxian a lesson as soon as he got the chance. But for now, he had to figure out how to make Jiang Chen believe they weren't actually dead. This is bad, he thought, seeing how distraught Jiang Chen was. He doesn't believe we're alive. Then, an idea came to him. Ling Shuang. She wasn't as emotionally shaken as Jiang Chen. Perhaps she could help explain the truth. With this in mind, he approached Ling Shuang with a gentle smile. "Ling Shuang." But before he could say more, he noticed the look of fear in her eyes. She quickly stepped back, clearly frightened. Jiang Dahu was taken aback. "What's going on?" he thought. Ling Shuang was always brave, even saying she wasn't afraid of ghosts. "We got along so well. Why is she scared now?" What he didn't realize was that Ling Shuang had witnessed the cremation of Jiang Chen's grandparents. Seeing them standing here now felt like a nightmare come to life. Despite her usual courage, who wouldn't be terrified of seeing ghosts? Seeing the fear in Ling Shuang's eyes, Jiang Dahu quickly took 2 steps back. "Ling Shuang, I'm your grandpa Jiang. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." Ling Shuang stammered, "Grandpa. If you have something to say, just say it. If there's anything you and Grandma need in the afterlife, let Xiao Chen and me know, and we'll bring it to you." Jiang Dahu sighed in frustration. Why doesn't anyone believe me? He hadn't died. Suddenly an idea came to him, and he quickly pulled out his phone to call Ling Shuang. When Ling Shuang saw the name on her screen Jiang Dahu, she was stunned. She looked up at Jiang Dahu, who gestured for her to answer. "He's Jiang Chen's grandpa, my grandpa too," she thought. If their ghosts have come back, there must be some unfinished business. Though afraid, she felt obligated to help. She swiped to answer. "Ling Shuang, don't be afraid, just listen to me carefully. Grandpa, whatever you need, just say the word. Xiao Chen and I will do everything we can to fulfill your wishes." Jiang Dahu held his face in his hands. "I guess it's time to get to the point," he thought. "Ling Shuang, your grandma and I didn't die. Back then I had some heart issues, and Xiao Chen's dad, wanting Xiao Chen to become more independent, faked my death and took me abroad for treatment. Later he did the same with your grandma." Ling Shuang was in shock. This sounds like a plot twist even a novelist couldn't dream up. She stared at Jiang Dahu, trying to process everything. She had personally seen them go into the crematorium. Jiang Chen had even lit the furnace and carried out their ashes. Grandpa Xiao Chen and I saw you and Grandma go into the crematorium ourselves. That wasn't real, child, Jiang Dahu explained. There's a hidden passage in the crematorium. As soon as we went in, we exited through it. The ashes you took were just animal ashes. Yi Lingshuang's worldview shattered. She knew Jiang Chen's parents weren't the most reliable, but this, pretending to die just to make their son independent? Unbelievable. Lingshuang, Xiao Chen's very upset right now. You need to talk to him. Let him know we're not actually dead. Yi Lingshuang still found it hard to believe, but the fact that Jiang Dahu and Qin Yumei were alive did make her happy. Grandpa, I'll talk to him, she said, regaining her composure. Thank you, child, Jiang Dahu said, relieved. He knew Yi Lingshuang was the one person Jiang Chen would listen to. After hanging up, Yi Lingshuang walked over to Jiang Chen. Seeing his red, puffy eyes, her heart ached. He must have loved his grandparents so deeply. When Jiang Chen saw her approaching, he almost cried tears of joy. Pretending to cry for so long had been exhausting, and his supply of fake tears was nearly gone. He quickly grabbed her hand, still putting on a sad face. Look at Grandma, he said, voice thick with emotion. She must not have had enough to eat down there. She's lost so much weight. Yi Lingshuang felt a pang of sympathy for her silly husband. Grandma hasn't lost any weight at all. In fact, she looked healthier than before. But she understood that Jiang Chen, overcome by emotion, thought she had. Grandma, just wait a moment, Yi Lingshuang said gently. Then, pulling Jiang Chen aside, she spoke softly. Xiao Chen, I have something to tell you. Please don't get too emotional. Is it about Grandpa and Grandma? Jiang Chen asked, his tone calm. Yi Lingshuang nodded and glanced at his grandparents. Actually, they didn't die. They faked their deaths and went abroad. Your parents sent them there to live. I know. Wait, what? Yi Lingshuang was dumbfounded. You knew? Yeah, I knew they weren't dead. Then, why were you crying so hard earlier? Why were you talking about buying cows, sheep, and pigs to offer to them? Jiang Chen glanced at his grandparents, who smiled warmly at him. Then, leaning in close to Yi Lingshuang, he whispered, I was putting on a show for them. Yi Lingshuang was confused. Seeing this, Jiang Chen added quietly, my parents fooled me so badly, they even made me sick for days. They took away my grandparents, and I couldn't even call them. Should I just let them off the hook? Suddenly it all made sense to Yi Lingshuang. Of course. Jiang Chen couldn't directly confront his parents, but he could use his grandparents to deal with them. His grandparents were elders, it was only natural for them to discipline their son. Remembering how convincingly Jiang Chen had cried earlier, Yi Lingshuang thought, what an actor. He could win an Oscar for this performance. Don't look at me like that, Jiang Chen said, grinning. Don't you think I'm pitiful? Yi Lingshuang shook her head. No, it's your parents who are pitiful. She could already imagine the scene when they returned to Longcheng Jiang Zhengzhenqing getting a thorough beating from both his parents. After all, she had once witnessed Jiang Zhenqian being chased and beaten by Jiang Dahu for something as trivial as forgetting Jiang Chen's name. Now, after having deceived Jiang Chen for 3 years, there was no doubt that Jiang Zhenqian would be in for it. Given how much Jiang Dahu and Chen Yumei doted on Jiang Chen, there would be no mercy. Jiang Chen glanced back at his grandparents, who were beaming with affection. He was excited now. Once they were back in Longqing, there would be plenty of drama to enjoy. He could hardly wait. Jiang Dahu and Chen Dame stood nearby, unable to hear what Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang were discussing. However, seeing that the conversation seemed to be going well, and with Jiang Chen glancing at them from time to time, they knew that Yi Lingshuang had succeeded in calming him down. They both breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the smiles on his grandparents' faces, Jiang Chen felt a warm sense of comfort. Now that his little performance was over, it was time to get back to normal. He walked over and hugged his grandparents tightly. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm sorry, I thought. Good boy, it's not your fault, Jiang Dahu said, stroking Jiang Chen's hair. It's all because of your unreliable father. After chatting for a while, they moved on to the main purpose of the day, taking photos. The makeup artist quickly touched up Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang, and they continued with the photo shoot. By the time they finished, it was already 9:30 p.m. When they finally drove back to Longcheng, it was 11:30 p.m. Exhausted from the long day and with the wedding set for the next day, Jiang Chen collapsed onto his bed and immediately fell asleep. Suddenly, a loud cry came from outside. Dad, Mom! Why are you hitting me? Jiang Chen recognized the voice. It was his father, Jiang Zhengzhenqian. His sleepiness vanished instantly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, there's no way I'm missing this. He jumped out of bed and opened the door to see his grandparents, armed with clothes hangers, chasing Jiang Zhenshin around the house. Jiang Zhenshin looked utterly miserable, clearly confused as to why he was being punished. If you're going to beat me, at least tell me why, he pleaded. Do we need a reason to beat you? Jiang Dahu snapped, swinging the hanger again. Jiang Zhenshin was on the verge of tears. He hadn't done anything wrong, so why were his parents so angry? He curled up in the corner, not daring to fight back. After all, these were his parents. At that moment, Yi Lingshuang's parents arrived. Seeing Jiang Zhenshin crouched in a corner, crying, while his parents angrily berated him, they were confused. They had just learned that Jiang Chen's parents weren't dead after all, and had been sent abroad by Jiang Zhenshin. But now, upon returning from the ancient city, Jiang Zhenshin was being severely beaten. Despite their confusion, they decided not to intervene. This was a family matter, and they were content to simply watch. Besides, a good beating wouldn't kill him. Yi Lingshuang noticed Jiang Chen standing in the doorway, stifling his laughter, and rolled her eyes. My husband is truly devious. She realized that Jiang Chen had cleverly orchestrated this whole situation to get his father in trouble. Seeing Yi Lingshuang's parents and Jiang Chen watching, Jiang Dahu gave Jiang Zhenshin a few more hard whacks before shouting, "Get up. And if you come up with another harebrained scheme, I won't be so forgiving next time." After giving his warning, Jiang Dahu said a quick goodbye to Yi Lingshuang's family and left. Since Jiang Chen's apartment only had 2 bedrooms, they were staying at a hotel. Although Jiang Zhenshin still had no idea why his parents had beaten him, he wasn't about to question it further. Quickly he stood up and followed after them, helping them down the stairs as best as he could. With his grandparents gone, Yi Lingshuang gave Jiang Chen another playful eye roll before returning to her own room. Jiang Chen, satisfied and grinning, went back to his bedroom and lay on the bed, ready to play some games. Just then, a message from Yi Lingshuang popped up on his phone. Husband, you were laughing just now. Were you really that happy to see your dad get beaten? Jiang Chen quickly replied, I don't know why, but watching my dad get beaten made me feel strangely excited. Yi Lingshuang was at a loss for words. This whole family is impossible to understand with normal logic. After chatting for a while, Jiang Chen, exhausted from the long day of posing and exploring the ancient city, finally fell asleep. It felt like only moments had passed when he was awoken by a knock at the door. Hey old four. Get up and get ready to fetch your bride. It was Pang Si's voice. Jiang Chen glanced at his phone. -7 a.m. Why so early? Pang Si's voice came through the door again. Come on, old four. We need to pick up your bride and get to the new house before 9 a.m. After that, we still have to head to the stadium for a rehearsal. If you don't get out soon, I'm kicking this door down. Knowing how brash Pang Si could be, Jiang Chen sighed and got up. After washing his face and changing clothes, he opened the door to find all his male friends already gathered in the room, looking excited. Jiang Chen was surprised to see that all of his friends were wearing bright yellow robes. Guys, you're a bit too eager, aren't you? It's like you're more excited about my wedding than I am. Jiang Chen joked. Enough chit-chat. Go wash up and get dressed to pick up your bride, Pang Si ordered, pushing him along. Jiang Chen sighed and went to wash up. Afterward, the wedding planners helped him dress in an emperor's dragon robe. Yes, a dragon robe? It was magnificent, complete with a golden crown studded with jewels. The staff explained. This crown is a replica of an ancient emperor's crown, created to scale. The gems alone, sapphires and rubies, are worth a fortune. Jiang Chen's friends, hearing this, were wide-eyed with astonishment. Old four. Does your family own a gold mine or something? This is insane, Pang Si exclaimed. Jiang Chen chuckled as he admired his reflection in the mirror. I do look rather regal. He thought back to his father's ambition to unite small countries, realizing that maybe the old man had been grooming him to be a king. With everything ready, Jiang Chen and his friends left the apartment in a grand procession. Pang Si led the way, carrying a large box filled with red envelopes. If they encountered any locked doors along the way, they'd solve the problem by tossing envelopes full of cash inside, over 500,000 yuan in total. If that didn't work, they had another box ready with even more. When they arrived at Yi Lingshuang's house, they found a sturdy security door. But Pang Si, towering over everyone at nearly 2 meters tall and built like a tank, didn't let that stop him. With a powerful swing, he knocked the door right off its hinges. Everyone inside was stunned. According to tradition, the groom just needed to drink some blocking wine to be let in. Smashing down the door wasn't exactly part of the plan. Old four, am I impressive or what? Pang Si, still oblivious to his mistake, grinned proudly at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen covered his face in embarrassment. This big guy. But then again, he couldn't really blame him. They hadn't explained to Peng Si that the first test was to drink blocking wine, not to knock the door down. Jiang Chen, your friend is a bit too aggressive, said a tall, slender woman inside, pouting. She was Meng Yao, one of Yi Lingshuang's university friends, who had just returned from abroad the night before, so Jiang Chen hadn't met her yet. Sorry about that, sister. Jiang Chen laughed awkwardly. My buddy's just naturally strong. I don't care if he's naturally strong. He knocked over the wine, so you all have to drink double. Meng Yao ordered, signaling for more alcohol to be poured. That's right, here in Longcheng, the blocking wine wasn't beer but strong local grain liquor, even stronger than the usual market varieties. A single glass could knock out someone unaccustomed to drinking. Originally, there had been 20 small cups of liquor, one for each of Jiang Chen's friends. But thanks to Peng Si's forceful entrance, the number had now doubled to 40 cups. We're doomed, old four. Peng Si groaned. They were still just college kids. Sure, in a fight they could handle themselves, but drinking? That was a different story. 2 shots each of strong liquor? That was tough. Especially since they had been told this was a traditional Chinese wedding, with an 8-person sedan chair to carry the bride. And guess who were the bearers? Yep, them. If they drank too much, how were they going to carry the sedan chair? Jiang Chen could only smile awkwardly. It's fine, it's just 2 shots. Drink up. It was his wedding day, after all. Whatever the bride's family presented, they had to accept. Peng Si nodded, grabbed 2 cups, and downed them in one go. He could hold his liquor, so he even drank 2 more. But after 4 shots, his chest burned as if he had swallowed fire. This is stronger than vodka. But he gritted his teeth, and kept going. Turning to his friends, he warned, those of you carrying the sedan, don't drink too much. We don't want to drop the bride. And for those dancing later, take it easy too. Anyone who can drink more, please do. With that, Peng Si took another shot. After half a liter of liquor, his face was flushed red, and he stumbled over to Meng Yao, saying, Sister, you're ruthless. Impressive drinking skills. Just make sure you don't pass out by the side of the road later, Meng Yao teased, glancing at Jiang Chen. What does Yi Lingshuang see in him, she thought. Sure, he's handsome, but is there anything else? Jiang Chen, aren't you going to drink too? She asked with a smile. Jiang Chen, not wanting to make things difficult, picked up a glass and downed it. There, is that good enough, sister? Not bad. Meng Yao was surprised. She had expected him to refuse, using his wedding as an excuse. After Jiang Chen drank his way inside, his friends followed suit. Those who could handle 4 drinks did, while others only had to take 1 or 2. Finally, they finished the blocking wine challenge and moved on to the next. Old 4, can we break down the door now? Peng Si, still feeling the heat of the alcohol but focused on his task, asked eagerly. Go ahead, Jiang Chen replied, and with that, Peng Si and the others charged at the door. But it wouldn't budge. Someone was clearly holding it closed from the other side. Just then, a voice came from inside. You guys are too forceful, just barging in. Don't you know you're supposed to bribe us with red envelopes? Seeing that brute force wasn't going to work, Peng Si asked. All right, ladies, how many of you are there? Tell me how much you need to open the door, and we'll make it worth your while. That depends on your sincerity, the voice replied. Sincerity, huh? Peng Si thought for a moment, then opened his box. I've got 1 million in red envelopes here. Is that enough? The women inside were stunned. Some of them were Yi Lingshuang's high school friends, others her college mates, but none of them came from particularly wealthy families. Hearing the figure of 1 million left them in shock. They all turned to look at Yi Lingshuang, who was sitting on the bed. There were 8 women sitting on the bed, all dressed identically, with the same height and build. The plan was to play a game with Jiang Chen. He had to correctly identify Yi Lingshuang from the group. One of the tall, slender women asked Yi Lingshuang, Did you give your husband that much money? No, Yi Lingshuang replied with a smile. Her answer left the group even more bewildered. If it's not her money, does Jiang Chen's family really have that much? As they were still trying to make sense of it all, Peng Si's voice rang out again from the door. All right, how should we deliver the money? Just slide the red envelopes under the door, came the reply. Without hesitation, Peng Si began pushing the envelopes through the gap under the door. Inside, the women watched in awe as the pile of red envelopes grew into a small mountain. Each envelope contained 500 yuan, and there were at least 200 envelopes. That was 100,000 yuan in total. Faced with such an overwhelming display of wealth, The women felt guilty about holding the door any longer. All right, girls, his cash power is too strong. Let's open the door. Okay, Yi Lingshuang said, feeling both excited and nervous. What if Jiang Chen doesn't recognize me? With that, the door opened, and Jiang Chen entered, holding a bouquet of flowers. But when he saw the 8 identical women sitting on the bed, his face went blank. Meng Yao entered, grinning. Jiang Chen, your wife is one of these 8. But you have to pick her out. Ling Shuang was so sure you'd recognize her, so don't let her down. Pang Sai rubbed his head, feeling the alcohol and the pressure. Old 4, if you can't figure it out, maybe just marry all 8 of them. Jiang Chen's face was dark with frustration. Take all 8 of them? How could this guy even come up with such an idea? He looked at the 8 women in the room. All of them were covered with red veils. Same height, same figure. It was impossible to tell them apart, giving him a headache. After thinking for a moment, he tried using the system's fate modifier. Damn, since he couldn't see their faces, he couldn't even see their names. Jiang Chen was at a loss, and Yi Lingshuang was just as nervous. She had confidently told him that he would definitely recognize her. If Jiang Chen couldn't pick her out now, it would be so embarrassing. On the side, Pang Si was getting anxious seeing Jiang Chen staring dumbfoundedly at the 8 women. They had to reach the villa by 9 o'clock. It was nearly 2 kilometers away from here. If they drove, it would only take a few minutes. But they had to carry a bridal sedan. And that meant they'd be moving slowly, really slowly. Worried about the time, Pang Sai urged, Old 4, if you keep dawdling like this, there's no way we'll make it back to the villa by 9 o'clock. Hurry up and choose already. Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly. All 8 of them were the same height, wearing identical clothes, and all covered with the same red veil. How could he choose randomly? After watching them for a while, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something. Yi Lingshuang always had a lovely fragrance. He walked over to check. No scent at all from the first few. But when he reached the 8th woman, that familiar, pleasant fragrance hit him immediately. Pang Si was stunned. The 8th one? No way. The bride should be in the center, right? How could she be at the end? Panicking, he shouted, Old 4, you'd better be serious about this. If you pick the wrong one, it'll be really awkward. Yang Chen smiled and picked up the 3rd woman. Ah. Yi Lingshuang was both surprised and delighted. Jiang Chen had really recognized her. Honey, put me down quickly. Wow. The groomsmen and bridesmaids were utterly shocked. Especially the bridesmaids. They were Yi Lingshuang's classmates and very close friends. They had even helped her put on the red veil just now. But even they weren't confident they could recognize her. Yet Jiang Chen had identified her in an instant. And to think Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang had been apart for over 3 years. They had only spent a little over 20 days together in total. For Jiang Chen to recognize her so easily was nothing short of unbelievable. Is this what they call destiny? Meng Yao, one of Yi Lingshuang's best friends from university, was also stunned. Even she wasn't sure she could pick out Yi Lingshuang, given how similar the 8 women's heights and figures were. She walked over, pouting slightly, and gave Jiang Chen a look, signaling him to put Yi Lingshuang down. Jiang Chen complied obediently. From the conversation just now he could tell that Meng Yao and Yi Lingshuang were very close, even closer than Lin Jiaoxiao and Yi Peiing. Once Yi Lingshuang was on the ground, Meng Yao hugged her tightly, her eyes red as she said, Sweetie, you better live a very happy life. Ma'am. The 2 of them embraced for a long time before finally letting go. Jiang Chen then took Yi Lingshuang's hand and led her out of the bedroom. In the living room, Yi Lingshuang's father Yi Wuqian and her mother Zhang Yunpei were already seated in the red chairs, smiling warmly. Both of them had always liked Jiang Chen since he was a child. He was thoughtful, with a good temperament, and most importantly, he had a natural talent for everything. He had learned to cook at just over 10 years old, and was even better than Zhang Yunpei, who was a housewife. Back then, they had thought that if Yi Lingshuang ended up marrying Jiang Chen, it wouldn't be bad at all. Even though Jiang Chen's family was poor at the time, that wasn't a concern. They believed Jiang Chen would bring Yi Lingshuang happiness in the future. And sure enough, Jiang Chen had lived up to their hopes. He had written song after song for Yi Lingshuang, helping their modestly middle-class family rise into wealth. Now, seeing Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang together, they were genuinely happy for their daughter. Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang knelt on the cushions. A relative of Yi Lingshuang handed Jiang Chen a cup of tea. It was time for the tea ceremony, where he would officially address his in-laws as mom and dad. Jiang Chen first offered the tea to Zhang Yunpei. Since his own unreliable parents had been absent for most of his life, and his grandparents were in poor health, Zhang Yunpei had handled all the household affairs. She had even taken him to school and picked him up every day. So, the first cup of tea was definitely hers. After Zhang Yunpei drank it, Jiang Chen received another cup and offered it to his father-in-law, Yi Wuqian. Despite his fierce appearance, Yi Wuqian was actually a kind-hearted man. Whenever there was a parent-teacher meeting, Yi Wuqian would always go, afraid that Jiang Chen might be bullied by the school. Since he practiced martial arts and had a face full of tough features, just mentioning that he was Jiang Chen's parent was enough to make the other parents back off. They would even tell their kids not to mess with Jiang Chen. As Yi Wuqian accepted the tea, his eyes turned red. Yiling Shuang was his only daughter, and now she was getting married. Even though he was very pleased with Jiang Chen as a son-in-law, he couldn't shake the feeling that Jiang Chen had somehow stolen his precious daughter, the one he had raised for over 20 years. Seeing her husband's red eyes, Zhang Yunpei was speechless. How could this big guy be on the verge of crying? Even she, who had carried Yiling Shuang in her womb, wasn't crying. Quickly, she kicked Yi Wuqian under the table, signaling him not to cry and embarrass them. Yi Wuqian tried to hold back, but thinking about how his daughter would now be living in someone else's home, he just couldn't stop himself. "You brat! If you ever dare hurt my daughter, I'll tear you to pieces." As he said this, the tears finally flowed uncontrollably. Everyone in the room was stunned. This big, burly man was crying? And crying so bitterly. Zhang Yunpei covered her face, exasperated. Her husband really couldn't hold back after all. He had promised just yesterday that he wouldn't cry today, but now he had forgotten everything. She was about to say something when Yi Wuqian suddenly got up and went straight to the bedroom. Zhang Yunpei was speechless. Fortunately, the tea ceremony had been completed, or else. She pulled out a red envelope and handed it to Jiang Chen. "Xiao Chen. This card contains all of Mom and Dad's savings from over the years. The password is your birthday. Now, I'm giving it to you. And we're entrusting our daughter to you too. You both have to take good care of each other, okay? Thank you, Mom. We'll live a good life, and we won't disappoint you. I believe in you. Now, get up." Jiang Chen helped Yiling Shuang to her feet. Yiling Shuang hugged Zhang Yunpei tightly for a moment, her eyes red as she whispered, "Mom, thank you. Silly girl. What are you thanking me for? If you ever miss Mom, come back home, okay? I will." The mother and daughter chatted for a bit, but then the sound of trumpets came from the entrance. Clearly the wedding procession had arrived. Jiang Zhenqian and Lin Susu walked in, smiling. After a few final words, Jiang Chen picked up Yiling Shuang and headed for the stairs. The staircase had already been fully covered with a red carpet. It was brimming with festivity. Once they reached the first floor, they saw a grand bridal sedan waiting at the door. In front of the sedan was a tall, majestic bay horse, its saddle and head adorned with bright red flowers. Jiang Chen was a bit confused. But he still carefully placed Yiling Shuang into the large bridal sedan. Once she was inside, his 8 classmates lifted the sedan right away. While Jiang Chen stood there, unsure whether he should walk or what, Pang Sai's voice reached his ears. "Old 4, hurry and get on the horse." Looking over, Jiang Chen saw Pang Sai already holding the reins of the horse. Well, at that moment, seeing Pang Sai's expression, Jiang Chen immediately realized that the horse was meant for him to ride. Jiang Chen felt a bit uneasy. Why hadn't his dad mentioned that he'd be riding a horse? What if he couldn't ride? Wouldn't that be super embarrassing? As he approached the horse, he noticed that it was incredibly well behaved. To his surprise, this was the legendary Acaltique, a rare and notoriously temperamental breed of horse, difficult to tame. Yet, his dad had somehow managed to find one. Jiang Chen stroked the horse's face, establishing a sense of trust before gracefully leaping onto its back. He took hold of the reins. At the front of the procession, the musicians playing suona led the way, while Jiang Chen followed closely behind, adorned with a bright red flower. Behind him were his brothers, carrying the bridal sedan, and alongside them were his relatives, who had come from afar. Each relative held a red envelope or wedding candies. Jiang Chen's father had given clear instructions: hand out red envelopes and candies to anyone they passed. Each envelope contained 500 yuan. With drums beating and the procession grand and lively, they exited the neighborhood. Whether it was because Jiang Chen's dad had pulled some strings or for some other reason, there wasn't a single car on the road, only crowds of spectators eager to watch the event. The onlookers excitedly accepted the red envelopes and candies, not missing a single one. This act of generosity left Yiling Shuang's classmates astonished. By the time they left the neighborhood, more than 500 envelopes had been handed out. That was tens of thousands of yuan gone just like that. Such extravagance. Jiang Chen's classmates were equally shocked. They knew his family was wealthy, but casually spending tens of thousands of yuan like this was beyond their imagination. And they had only walked about 200 meters. How much would it cost by the time they reached Jiang Chen's new house? 50 million? 100 million? The numbers were terrifying. Old 4, I'm realizing I barely know you at all. Pang Si, walking beside Jiang Chen, couldn't help but feel distressed watching so many red envelopes being given away. Sure, his family had some money, but they couldn't afford to throw such a lavish wedding like Jiang Chen's. Giving away 500 yuan red envelopes to everyone. By the time they reached the villa, it would cost millions. Seeing Pang Si's stunned expression, Jiang Chen chuckled. Come on, this is a big day, and my wife's a famous star. We have to make it impressive. Hearing this, Pang Si shook his head. Sure, it was impressive, but it was also incredibly costly. As they chatted, time passed quickly. 50 minutes later, the group arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood where Yiling Shuang's father had bought Jiang Chen a new home. The entrance had already been laid out with a red carpet, so the sedan stopped right there. Jiang Chen dismounted, walked over, and took Yiling Shuang's hand to help her out of the sedan. Meng Yao raised a red paper umbrella to shield her from the sun. Are you nervous? Jiang Chen asked softly as he held Yiling Shuang's hand. Yiling Shuang nodded. After all, it was her first wedding, and the whole event had been so grand. Plus, there were cameras everywhere recording. Who wouldn't be nervous? I feel like we've been set up by my parents again, Jiang Chen said, smiling wryly. They didn't tell us we'd have to do all of this. I thought we'd just pick you up and head straight to the sports hall. I didn't expect we'd be carried home in a sedan before that. Meng Yao overheard their conversation and explained. You're having a traditional wedding, so you have to go back home first to serve tea to your parents and pay respects to your ancestors. Jiang Chen and Yiling Shuang listened quietly. It seemed the day would be busier than they thought. Both of them were a bit overwhelmed. Throughout the wedding planning process, they hadn't been involved much. They had no idea there were so many things left to do. At that moment they were both grateful that Jiang Chen's father had hired a professional team to handle everything, sparing them the trouble. As they entered the neighborhood, many people had gathered on both sides. Ever since news had spread that Yiling Shuang, the big celebrity, had a wedding house here and would be getting married today, the residents had been excited beyond belief. They had been waiting for this moment all day. Although Yiling Shuang was used to being in the spotlight, seeing the neatly lined crowds made her nervous again. She gripped Jiang Chen's hand tightly. After walking for about 5 minutes, they finally reached the entrance of their villa, where the crowd thinned, and Yiling Shuang let out a sigh of relief. Inside the hall, Jiang Chen noticed his parents had already arrived, sitting and waiting for them. Clearly, they were expecting them to perform the tea ceremony. Earlier, at Yiling Shuang's house, Jiang Chen had served tea to her parents. Now it was Yiling Shuang's turn to serve tea to Jiang Chen's parents. After taking a sip, Lin Susu said with a smile, Shuang er, we don't have many rules in our family, so you don't have to be too formal. Just be yourself and feel comfortable, okay? As Lin Susu spoke, she suddenly paused and glanced at Jiang Chen before adding, and as for this troublemaker, if he misbehaves, you mustn't hesitate to straighten him out. Don't let him get out of hand. Yiling Shuang blushed. Mom, I was just young and reckless before. I won't be hitting anyone anymore. Shuang er, even if you hit him, it's fine. I know this rascal is full of mischief and needs to be put in his place. Lin Susu had already guessed what had happened the previous night. She had let her elderly relatives teach Jiang Zhenqian a lesson. Jiang Da had been quite heavy-handed, and Lin Susu had even noticed bruises on Jiang Zhenqian's body that morning. So, she felt it was time to get some payback for her husband. But she couldn't be the one to punish Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen was now married to Yiling Shuang. If anyone was going to hit him, it had to be Yiling Shuang, only then would it be proper. Lin Susu's encouragement for Yiling Shuang to discipline Jiang Chen left Yiling Shuang feeling a little uneasy. She hadn't realized Lin Susu was trying to avenge her husband and only thought her mother-in-law was showing concern, afraid she might be mistreated. So she replied, Mom, I understand. If he doesn't behave, I won't hesitate. Exactly, don't hesitate. Make sure you hit him hard enough that he can't get out of bed for 3 days. Hearing his mother's words, Jiang Chen was speechless. Was this really his own mom? Why was she being so harsh? Jiang Zhenqian, on the other hand, was deeply moved. As expected, his wife truly cared for him. This son of theirs didn't show any concern for his father, even teaming up with the elders to teach him a lesson. What a schemer. After the tea ceremony ended, Pang Si eagerly stepped forward and asked, "Uncle, Aunt, is the next part sending the newlyweds to the bridal chamber?" Yi Ping and the others couldn't help but burst out laughing after hearing Pang Si's words. "What are you thinking, kid? Who gets sent to the bridal chamber in broad daylight?" It was Yi Ping's voice. "Sis, who said you can't have a bridal chamber during the day?" Pang Si looked innocent. "What era are we in? Why should it matter what time it is?" Jiang Chen covered his face. This guy was too blunt. Soon enough, Pang Si was dragged away by several women for a little lesson. They thought he was just causing trouble. With Pang Si gone, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang had to finish the remaining ceremonies. First, they paid respects to their ancestors by burning incense. Then they were taken to the bedroom for the warming the room ritual, as it's called in Longcheng. After completing all these rituals, they returned to the main hall. By then, several large round tables had been set, and the food had been served. Following Longcheng's customs, this was a banquet to thank the groomsmen, bridesmaids, and relatives who had been helping all morning. Jiang Chen sat with a group of his classmates. "Old four, I meant well by suggesting you and your wife head to the bridal chamber early, didn't I? I just wanted to help you get there sooner. What did I do wrong?" Pang Si looked at Jiang Chen with a face full of grievance. Why didn't they understand my good intentions? Jiang Chen was speechless. What goes on in this guy's head? But knowing Pang Si meant well, Jiang Chen replied, "Big bro, I actually think your suggestion was pretty good. It's such a good idea. So why didn't they take it seriously? Don't they know that the morning is the best time for this?" Pang Si kept complaining. As they were chatting, one of their classmates suddenly asked, "Old Chen, does only the groom's family host the wedding banquet here?" The question piqued everyone's curiosity. After all, where they were from, both the bride's and groom's families would host banquets. When they went to pick up the bride, they would have a meal at the bride's house before bringing her back to the groom's. But here, they were dining at Jiang Chen's home. Seeing their curious faces, Jiang Chen smiled and explained, "The bride's family also hosts a banquet. But things are a bit different here in Longcheng compared to the east." "What's the difference?" Everyone was even more intrigued. In Longcheng, the bride's family holds the banquet 3 days after the wedding. That's what we call the return banquet. After the bride returns to her family, they throw the banquet then. For the wedding day itself, the bride's family doesn't hold a banquet. Jiang Chen patiently explained. Some people still couldn't wrap their heads around it. Why host a banquet after the bride returns to her family? By then, wouldn't all the guests be gone? But even if they didn't fully understand, they respected the local customs. After a bit more conversation, Pang Si suddenly looked at Jiang Chen and asked, "Old four, I heard that in some places around here, the groom takes the bride away in the middle of the night and only brings her back 3 days later. Is that a custom from one of the counties around here?" Jiang Chen stared at Pang Si, dumbfounded. That's not a custom. In fact, the practice of fetching the bride at midnight is from Longcheng. But it's an old tradition, so he said, "Big bro, what you're talking about is actually from right here in Longcheng." However, fetching the bride at midnight was something they did in the old days. Everyone eating with them was curious and asked, "Marriage is a big, happy occasion. Why would they pick up the bride in the middle of the night?" Jiang Chen smiled and explained, "Because back then, it was the old society. And there were arranged marriages. The bride and groom would elope at night, because the bride feared her parents wouldn't approve, so she'd secretly leave with the groom." Everyone's eyes widened. "Isn't that just eloping?" "No, it's not eloping." Jiang Chen laughed and clarified. The next day, the groom's family would send elders with gifts to formally propose to the bride's family. Everyone was stunned. You steal someone's daughter in the middle of the night, and the next day you show up with gifts to propose. What kind of bold move is that? Old four, didn't the groom's family get beaten up by the bride's parents for pulling that? Stealing their daughter at night and showing up with gifts the next day, how is that not bullying? Jiang Chen nodded. If you look at it from a modern perspective, yeah, it does seem like bullying. But back then, parents would often disapprove of their children's relationships, so sneaking out at night was sometimes the only option. In the old days, a girl's chastity was more important than anything else. Just think about it: if the daughter sneaked out with a boy in the middle of the night, it's already a done deal. Refusing the marriage at that point would ruin her reputation. So, the parents had no choice but to agree to the match. From the outside, people who saw couples getting married in the middle of the night thought it was some kind of custom. But in reality, it wasn't a custom at all. If both families approved, the wedding would follow the traditional process, like what you saw today with me and my wife. After Jiang Chen's explanation, everyone was left wondering, was it foolish or romantic? If the parents disapproved, the couple would run away together at night, forcing the parents to accept the relationship. Pang Si stared at Jiang Chen for a moment before asking, "Old 4, just curious, what's the divorce rate around here?" You can look it up yourself. With how advanced the internet is now, you can easily find divorce rates for every city. Pang Si quickly pulled out his phone to search. Before long, he found the information. It turned out that Longcheng had the lowest divorce rate in the entire province. In most cities, divorce rates exceeded 20%, with some even reaching 40%. But Longcheng's divorce rate was just 6%. This alone showed that couples in this small city took relationships very seriously. While Peng Si was busy checking divorce rates, other classmates did the same. Looking at the numbers, they gasped in amazement. This might just be the lowest rate in the entire country. Clearly, people in Longcheng were serious when it came to love. With such a low divorce rate, some of the guys started getting ideas. "Old Chen, do you know any single girls you could introduce to us?" Jiang Chen immediately understood what they were thinking. They were attracted to the sincerity and loyalty of the girls here. After all, with a divorce rate this low, as long as they weren't too unlucky, their relationships would probably last a lifetime. No worries about kids growing up without both parents, or losing half their property in a divorce. You guys are such fools. My wife has plenty of high school friends. Why don't you go chat them up yourselves? Why ask me? Suddenly, the guys realized, of course. Yi Lingshuang's high school friends were all stunning. And most importantly, they were from this very city. After lunch, the male classmates started looking for excuses to strike up conversations with Yi Lingshuang's high school friends. And Pang Si was the most enthusiastic of them all. Grinning, he approached Meng Yao and asked, "Hey, do you have a boyfriend?" Meng Yao looked at him curiously. "What's up?" "Oh, nothing." Pang Si grinned even wider. "If you don't have a boyfriend, would you mind if I became yours?" Meng Yao stared blankly at Pang Si for a moment, then glanced over at Jiang Chen, who was covering his face in embarrassment. She coldly replied, "I have a boyfriend." "So, would you mind having one more?" Pang Si scratched his head and grinned at her. All the girls around were dumbfounded. This guy was truly something else. Jiang Chen face-palmed. This guy couldn't even pick the right target. He was supposed to approach Yi Lingshuang's high school friends, but instead, he went after Meng Yao, the cool goddess who was studying abroad for her master's degree. It looked like Pang Si was about to get into trouble. And just as Jiang Chen predicted, Meng Yao raised her hand and slapped Pang Si hard across the face. "Shameless." "Sius, how am I shameless?" Pang Si rubbed his burning cheek. "I'm just following my heart. Don't you get it?" Meng Yao, unwilling to waste any more time on him, walked away to join Lin Xiaoxiao and the others. Pang Si was deeply offended. In all these years, no woman had ever slapped him before. Jiang Chen walked up to him and said, "Big bro, don't mess with her. She's not your type. She's my wife's college classmate, currently studying abroad for her master's degree. Her dad is on the list of the richest people. You won't get anywhere with her. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Realizing he had picked the wrong target, Pang Si looked even more aggrieved. Now he had failed with Meng Yao, and it would be nearly impossible to approach Yi Lingshuang's high school friends again. "Big bro, honestly, your foreign girlfriend is pretty great. Are you kidding me? If she wasn't great, I wouldn't have brought her here. Then why are you still hitting on other girls? Who's ever complained about having too many girlfriends?" Well, he wasn't wrong. Jiang Chen was left speechless. As they continued chatting, Yi Lingshuang walked over to Jiang Chen and said, "Honey, Dad mentioned we're having a banquet tonight. We'll need to head over to the sports hall soon for a rehearsal and to get familiar with the venue." Jiang Chen checked the time when he heard the word banquet. It was only 10:30 in the morning. "A banquet? That probably won't start until 5 p.m. or so, right?" "Exactly, so I was thinking you could ask your classmates if they can dance. Maybe they could perform during the banquet to entertain the guests and make things more lively." "Dance?" Jiang Chen glanced over at Pang Si. Despite his tall and sturdy appearance, Pang Si was once the leader of the dance team in school. Most of Jiang Chen's classmates had taken dance lessons with him: street dance, breakdancing, even classical dance. He was skilled in all of them. Jiang Chen had even trained with Pang Sai for a while, but had to stop due to the pressures of tuition fees and schoolwork. He'd ended up working as a tutor instead, teaching kids to earn money for his studies. Now, with dancing on the agenda, it seemed they'd have to rely on Pang Sai and the others. Big bro. It looks like I'll need to trouble you to dance and liven up the party later. Pang Sai patted his chest confidently. Old 4, leave it to us. We'll take care of the entertainment. Excited, he went off to gather his dance crew. Watching Pang Sai's towering figure, Yi Lingshuang hesitantly asked, "Honey, what kind of dances does he do? Classical, breakdancing, street dance, robot dance, they can do it all. But this guy especially loves breakdancing." Yi Lingshuang's eyes widened. Breakdancing? They were having a traditional wedding, after all. And the groomsmen, including Pang Sai, were all dressed in prince-like outfits. Breakdancing in those outfits? Oh my! Yi Lingshuang could already imagine what that would look like. But she figured that with Pang Sai's goofy nature, he'd probably turn the whole event into a blast of fun. While they were chatting, Pang Sai returned with a group of male classmates. To be precise, these were the guys who had been chosen to be groomsmen. Altogether there were 20 of them, including Pang Sai. Old 4, what do you think? Is this enough people? Jiang Chen asked nervously. Big bro, what kind of dance are you planning? Breakdancing, of course. On such an important day, breakdancing will be the highlight. Just thinking about it gets me pumped. Jiang Chen covered his face again. He knew this guy too well. Now, it was Yi Lingshuang's turn to feel worried. If all of Jiang Chen's classmates were going to dance, she'd need enough bridesmaids to match. After all, at a wedding, when the groomsmen and bridesmaids perform, it's like a dance-off. So, the numbers on both sides had to be even. But her bridesmaids included both high school and college friends. Her high school friends might know one kind of dance, but her college friends probably didn't. And then there were Xie Li and Zhang Yuding. They were from the countryside, there was no way they knew how to dance. After thinking it over, Yi Lingshuang left Jiang Chen's side to discuss things with Meng Yao and Lin Xiaoxiao. In one of the rooms. Xiaoxiao Yao Yao Yao. I was thinking of making the banquet livelier by having my husband's friends perform some dances to entertain the guests. But now it turns out all of his friends know how to dance, and that's a real problem for me. Meng Yao was surprised. She hadn't expected all of Jiang Chen's friends to be able to dance. If all of Jiang Chen's friends could dance the same style, it would be hard to match that on the bride's side. After all, half of Yi Lingshuang's bridesmaids didn't even know each other. Even if they could all dance, they probably wouldn't know the same style. After thinking for a moment, Meng Yao seemed to come up with an idea and said, "Sweetie, let me go gather your high school friends and see what they can do. I'll ask them what kinds of dances they know. If enough of them know the same type of dance, we can split them into groups." Yi Lingshuang thought that was a great idea. With her approval, Meng Yao quickly went to gather all of Yi Lingshuang's classmates. After asking around, they discovered that everyone had some dance experience. 9 of Yi Lingshuang's high school classmates had learned various styles of street dance together. 6 of her college friends also knew a mix of classical and street dance styles. Had made 2 groups. Out of the remaining bridesmaids, 3 of Yi Lingshuang's roommates had also learned a bit of both classical and street dance, so they could form another group. That just left Xie Li and Zhang Yuding. Big sis, we've also learned to dance in the village. But it's our traditional folk dance. Hearing that Xie Li and Zhang Yuding could dance too, Yi Lingshuang was overjoyed. Now, they could split into 4 groups. After some thought though, they realized that splitting everyone up might make things a bit chaotic. So, they decided that in the end, everyone should dance together. Naturally, this would include Jiang Chen's classmates too. A big group dance at the end would make the event more exciting. After all, the sports hall was huge. With that settled, they went to discuss with Pang Sai how to stage the performance to make it as impressive as possible. Grinning, Pang Sai turned to Meng Yao and asked, "Hey miss, do you know how to dance Latin? How about the 2 of us start the show with a Latin dance? I promise it'll set the place on fire." Jiang Chen covered his face. This guy still hadn't given up? He was actually trying to dance Latin with Meng Yao. What was he thinking? But as a brother, Jiang Chen felt he had to support him unconditionally. Yo, I think my big bro's suggestion is a good one," Jiang Chen said. Yi Lingshuang's eyes widened as she looked at Jiang Chen. She could tell right away that Jiang Chen was trying to set Meng Yao up with Pang Sai. Oh great. And Pang Sai already had a foreign girlfriend. Sure, Jiang Chen's bond with his brother was deep, but her friendship with Meng Yao was just as important. She couldn't let Jiang Chen and Pang Sai mess around like this. Just as she was about to refuse, Meng Yao's voice interrupted. All right. Yi Lingshuang was stunned. Yao Yao, are you really going to dance Latin with him? Meng Yao nodded. As he said, starting with a Latin dance would really fire up the crowd. But Yi Lingshuang tried to persuade her friend, not wanting Pang Si to take advantage of the situation. Before she could continue, Meng Yao spoke again. Don't worry, sweetie. It's not like I'm agreeing to be his girlfriend. What are you so worried about? Meng Yao was pretty easygoing about it all. Plus, since this was Yi Lingshuang's wedding, as her best friend, she wanted to do her part to make it lively. Pang Si was dumbfounded when Meng Yao agreed. Latin dance? He didn't know the first thing about it. He was great at street dance, sure. But that earlier comment had just been a joke. He never expected Meng Yao to agree to dance Latin with him. Now, he was stuck. He looked over at Jiang Chen. Only Jiang Chen could help him out of this now. Old four, help me out here. Find me a way to back out. I don't know how to dance Latin. Jiang Chen almost choked in disbelief. You don't even know how to dance Latin, and you're spouting off like that? I was even backing you up to help you impress Meng Yao, and now this. But, as a loyal friend, Jiang Chen knew he had to help. Big bro, Latin dance might be a bit too flashy. It's fine for us young folks, but the banquet will have a lot of elders there. So, let's not do Latin, okay? Pang Sai's eyes filled with gratitude. Jiang Chen had saved him, keeping his secret while also giving him a graceful way out. This is why Jiang Chen was the top student in their class. Meng Yao, however, saw right through Jiang Chen and Pang Sai's little act. She realized Pang Sai didn't know how to dance Latin and had just been bluffing to tease her. Naturally, she wasn't going to let him off that easily. Jiang Chen, Latin dance is an international sport now. What's so embarrassing about it? Besides, with smartphones and short video apps everywhere, the older generation might enjoy it just as much as we do. Her argument was solid. Jiang Chen had no way to counter it. At a loss for words, Jiang Chen fell silent. Seeing this, Meng Yao turned to Pang Si and said, So, if you have no objections, let's open the show with a Latin dance. What do you say? Pang Si's face turned pale. He was in trouble now. If he'd known Meng Yao would be this tough, he would never have made that joke. Now he was really stuck. Yi Lingshuang, noticing Pang Si's panicked expression, realized from Jiang Chen's earlier comments that Pang Si had probably been bluffing all along. Her best friend had caught on and was now teaching him a lesson. Yi Lingshuang covered her face. It's true what they say, being too smart can make life boring. You end up seeing through everything. Quickly stepping in, Yi Lingshuang said, Yao Pang Si is going to be leading the dance later on. If he dances Latin with you first, he'll be too tired to do the rest of the performances. It was common knowledge that Latin dance was physically demanding, so Yi Lingshuang's argument made perfect sense and gave Pang Si a way out. After all, Pang Si was Jiang Chen's brother, and from today's events, it was clear the two were close enough to share anything. Since her best friend had spoken, Meng Yao finally let Pang Si off the hook. This guy didn't know his limits, always talking big. And just like that, the crisis was resolved. But Pang Si still felt a chill down his spine. After all, he had a lot of respect in their class. If Meng Yao had kept pressing, and he had to admit he couldn't dance Latin, his reputation would have been destroyed on the spot. All the authority he'd built up with his classmates would have vanished in an instant. At that moment, Pang Si swore to himself that he'd never mess with Meng Yao again. She was just too sharp. Jiang Chen noticed the hint of fear in Pang Si's eyes as he looked at Meng Yao, and shook his head. It seemed the earlier scare had left a lasting impression on him. Hopefully he wouldn't try to tease Meng Yao again. Things soon settled down. Meng Yao and Pang Si started discussing the dance routines. After talking it over, they found that most of the group knew the same street dance moves. That was a huge relief. After about 10 minutes of discussion, they finalized the lineup for the performance. Everyone quickly boarded the bus to head to the sports hall for rehearsal. After all, practicing together would ensure that everything went smoothly during the actual performance. Yi Lingshuang and Jiang Chen, meanwhile, got into a luxurious Rolls-Royce worth over 10 million yuan. Honey, how about we join in later too? Jiang Chen suggested. Yi Lingshuang looked at him curiously. You know how to street dance? Of course. Jiang Chen answered confidently. He had inherited all of Yi Lingshuang's skills, so anything she could do, he could do too. Yi Lingshuang was skeptical. She had grown up with Jiang Chen, so she knew his talents. He could play the guitar, write songs, and even play the suona. But street dance? That didn't sound right. When Jiang Chen went away to college, he had to support himself by tutoring kids to earn his tuition and living expenses. When would he have had time to learn street dance? Seeing the doubt in Yi Lingshuang's eyes, Jiang Chen said, "I'm not exaggerating, honey. Any dance you can do, I can do too." Yi Lingshuang was stunned. Was Jiang Chen really that skilled? The driver, Yi Shishan, overheard their conversation and laughed. "Brother-in-law, my sister knows a lot of dances. Don't go bragging." "I never brag," Jiang Chen said confidently. Thinking it over, Yi Lingshuang finally said, "Okay, let's see what you've got when we get to the sports hall." Seeing that Yi Lingshuang still didn't believe him, Jiang Chen didn't say anything more. They'd settle it when they arrived at the sports hall. 10 minutes later, the car pulled up at the sports hall. By now, several security guards were patrolling the area. With a celebrity like Yi Lingshuang getting married, a lot of attention was being drawn to the event. Jiang Chen's parents were worried that the roads might get blocked on the big day, so they had hired security guards to make sure no unwanted guests would sneak in. Thanks to the security, Jiang Chen, Yi Lingshuang, and the rest of the group entered the sports hall without any trouble. Once inside, everyone was stunned by the setup. "Old 4, is this really your wedding venue?" Pang Si stared in disbelief at the enormous LED screens surrounding the sports hall, with hundreds of colorful, flashing lights. This setup was more luxurious and grand than an international superstar's concert stage. Although Jiang Chen knew his parents had put a lot of thought into the wedding, he didn't expect them to transform an old, run-down sports hall into something so extravagant and magnificent. He continued to survey the hall's decorations. The aisles were covered with red carpets, not the cheap, disposable kind, but high-quality cotton ones. Above, the ceiling was draped with red fabric and adorned with large red flowers. Under the vibrant lights, the whole scene was brimming with festivity and grandeur. Yi Lingshuang felt warmth in her heart as she noticed the admiring gazes of her friends. She hadn't expected Jiang Chen's parents to go to such great lengths. The decorations for this wedding were truly one of a kind. From this, it was clear that Jiang Chen's parents valued her deeply and were pleased with her. With this much love and care, she knew there would be no tension between her and her in-laws in the future. Thinking about it, she squeezed Jiang Chen's hand tightly, her face full of happiness. At that moment, 2 women approached. One of them, wearing a professional outfit and looking poised, extended her hand and smiled. "Mr. Zhang, Miss Ye, you've finally arrived. I'm Han Yu, the general manager of the wedding planning company. It's an honor to be invited to plan this grand wedding for you both. We've prepared several different wedding themes and designed various special effects for you. But we'd like to confirm if there's anything you'd like to adjust. Please follow me." Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang exchanged a glance, and then followed Han Yu. Their classmates trailed behind. They were led backstage, where various control panels were set up. Han Yu guided them to a computer, which displayed many different special effect backgrounds. Jiang Chen selected a dragon and phoenix theme. After making his choice, he and the others left the backstage to see the effect on the main stage. As they stepped out, everyone was stunned. The LED screens around the sports hall lit up brilliantly. In the center of the hall, a golden dragon and a phoenix danced in the air, vividly lifelike. But the dragon and phoenix weren't on the LED screens, they were actually flying through the air in the middle of the hall. Is this virtual? Oh my god! How much does something like this cost? Everyone was in awe. Han Yu returned backstage and displayed several more background effects. There was one that transformed the sports hall into a palace. Another that made it look like a castle floating in the air. There were even flying creatures straight out of ancient mythology. "Old 4, who on earth did your family hire to plan this wedding? This is incredible. Can I ask how much this is costing? I'm thinking of doing the same when I get married." Seeing Pang Si's excited look, Meng Yao walked over and said, "Did you notice the types of birds flying up there?" Pang Si nodded. "Have you ever seen birds like those before?" she asked. Only now did Pang Si realize that the species of the birds were unfamiliar to him. Meng Yao smiled. "Let me tell you, those birds have been extinct for over 500 years, so there's no way to capture their movements. Everything you see here was hand-drawn by the planning company's artists. These are original designs. I've worked with a foreign planning company before. It cost them around 100,000 yuan just to draw a single bird. And every second that bird moves costs 1,000 yuan. Now count how many birds are up there, and how long they've been flying." Hearing that each bird cost 100,000 yuan to create, and 1,000 yuan per second to animate, Pang Si could hardly believe it. There were countless birds in the air, and they'd been moving for a long time. So, just the cost for these birds alone would exceed 100 million yuan. No wonder TV shows use such cheap special effects. It turns out that good ones cost a fortune. With Pang Si rendered speechless, Meng Yao stopped talking and turned her gaze to Jiang Chen. At that moment she realized that Jiang Chen's family was truly wealthy, perhaps on par with her own powerful background. Otherwise they wouldn't dare to spend this kind of money. After all, based on everything she had seen so far, the cost of this wedding was easily over 1 billion yuan. Yes, 1 billion. That was an astronomical figure. No matter the country, even the most extravagant weddings rarely exceeded 200 million yuan. Yet Jiang Chen's family was spending 1 billion, as if it were pocket change. Clearly their background was far from ordinary. After showing Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang all the special effects, Han Yu returned backstage to continue her work. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and the others started discussing the performances. Since Jiang Chen had mentioned earlier that he would participate, Yi Lingshuang, worried he might mess things up, asked again, "Honey, what are you planning to do? Don't ruin everyone's hard work." "Sweetheart, I know plenty of things," Jiang Chen replied confidently. With that he went backstage, found a song for street dancing, and started dancing. His moves were precise and fluid, even better than those of professional instructors. His classmates, as well as Yi Lingshuang's friends, were stunned. It turned out Jiang Chen was the real deal. After finishing the dance he walked up to Yi Lingshuang with a smile and asked, "So, what do you think, honey?" Yi Lingshuang, still in shock, nodded slowly. "Do you want me to dance anything else? I can do all kinds of dances." Curious, Yi Lingshuang asked, "What else can you do?" Jiang Chen, holding nothing back, showed her everything he could do. Yi Lingshuang quickly realized that all the dances he performed were ones she knew, but he executed them even better than she could. Jiang Chen's incredible skills left everyone present in awe. Since they were all familiar with dancing, they understood just how talented Jiang Chen was. Impressed by his performance, Meng Yao decided that Jiang Chen should lead the dance for the groom's side, while Yi Lingshuang would lead for the bride's side. She knew that Yi Lingshuang was also a great dancer. With that, the plan was set. Now, all that was left was for everyone to rehearse. Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang naturally joined in. Thanks to everyone's quick learning and natural talent, especially Jiang Chen's classmates, most of whom came from wealthy families and had been well trained since childhood, they quickly got into sync. In less than an hour, the group was performing like a well-coordinated team. On Yi Lingshuang's side, the group had a bit more trouble due to the diversity of her friends. But they were determined not to fall behind. After 2 hours of practice, they were in perfect harmony. With the dance rehearsals nearly complete, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang went to meet his parents to go over the vows and other important rituals. Time flew by. Before they knew it, it was 5 p.m. The wedding was about to begin. As the wedding was about to begin, Jiang Chen, Jiang Zhengjingjin, and Yi Lingshuang's parents stood at the entrance of the sports hall to greet the guests. Meanwhile, Lin Susu had to stay behind at the hotel because an elderly guest from Jiang Zhenqin's hometown had suddenly suffered a heart attack. She was administering the latest medication to treat him before joining the others. At 5:05 p.m., outside the sports hall. "Mr. Jiang, is this your son? He's truly a fine young man," said a man with shifty eyes and an alien-like appearance, though he was famous worldwide. He looked at Jiang Zhenqian with a flattering expression. Yi Lingshuang was stunned. This was Mei Yun, the former richest man. Even though he had stepped down, he was still worth several billion and held a prominent position on the billionaire lists. But now, he was trying to curry favor with Jiang Zhenqian? Who exactly was her father-in-law? Just as Yi Lingshuang was lost in thought, she heard Jiang Zhenqian respond indifferently, "Xiao Ma, find yourself a seat. I need to greet the other guests." "Of course, Mr. Jiang." Ma Yun obediently replied before walking over to Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang. "Mr. Jiang, Miss Ye, I'm Ma Yun, a senior manager in one of Mr. Jiang's companies. If there's anything you need in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. I will serve you with my utmost dedication," he said, bowing slightly as he handed over his business card. Jiang Chen took the card, smiled and said, "Mr. Ma, I do have a small favor to ask." Ma Yun perked up immediately, eager to help. "Mr. Jiang, it would be my honor. Please don't be so polite. Well, can you raise the credit limit on my Huabei and Jiabei accounts to 1 billion? Also, could you make it so I don't have to repay them? I always forget to make payments, and it's such a headache." Ma Yun froze for a moment. So that's all it was? Still, since Jiang Chen had asked, he quickly called his staff and had them increase Jiang Chen's credit limit not just to 1 billion, but to an unlimited amount, with no need to repay. Once done, Ma Yun said, "Mr. Jiang, please feel free to give me more challenging tasks in the future." "Thanks. But I can't think of anything at the moment." Ma Yun looked a bit disappointed but couldn't press further. "Well, if you ever need anything, please let me know immediately. I'll be available whenever you need me." Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement, already knowing from his father's destiny modifier that Ma Yun was one of his father's trusted executives. And Ma Yun wasn't the only one. There were others with even greater influence and accomplishments who would likely show up soon. After Ma Yun left, Yiling Shuang stood in shock, staring at Jiang Chen. Her clueless husband seemed to know all about Ma Yun's relationship with her father-in-law. But why hadn't he told her? "Hubby, can I ask you something?" Yiling Shuang said as Jiang Chen, who was still greeting guests, turned toward her. "Sure, honey. What's on your mind? What exactly does your father do? Why is Ma Yun so respectful toward him? And why did he let you use Huabei and Jibei without having to repay?" Jiang Chen thought for a moment and then said, "Well, Dad is technically Ma Yun's boss. Also, my dad is the richest man in the world." "The richest man in the world?" Yiling Shuang was stunned. "Hubby, you're not joking, are you? The richest man in the world would have a fortune in the trillions. But look at how casual your dad is, he doesn't seem like a billionaire at all." Jiang Chen chuckled. "Honey, you can't judge people by their appearance." He then glanced over at Meng Yao, who was helping direct guests. "Sweetheart, you and Meng Yao are close friends, right? Do you know much about her family?" "Of course." Yiling Shuang replied. "Her parents own 3 publicly listed companies, and her father is on the national list of top billionaires." Jiang Chen smiled. "What you see is just the surface." Seeing her puzzled expression, Jiang Chen continued, "Let me tell you, if Meng Yao's family were to show their true wealth, the combined assets of every notable billionaire in the country wouldn't even come close to a third of what they have." Yiling Shuang glanced at Meng Yao, who was busy welcoming guests. She had known Meng Yao for a long time and had often visited her home. Her parents seemed like regular business people. Her mother was gentle and kind, much like her own. Nothing about them seemed particularly extraordinary. But now Jiang Chen was claiming that their wealth surpassed that of all the country's billionaires combined. Seeing that she still didn't believe him, Jiang Chen explained further. "True wealth is never flaunted. The so-called billionaire lists you see are like kids showing off their toys compared to the real giants behind the scenes." Jiang Chen spoke so earnestly that it left Yiling Shuang in silence. Could this really be true? If it was, then the world was far more terrifying than she had imagined. "Sweetheart, after the wedding, I'll explain everything about my parents and our family." Yiling Shuang nodded, choosing not to ask further for now. Just then, another man approached. He wore glasses and had a sly expression. This was Ma Dake, the man infamous for targeting kids' wallets and the creator of a popular messaging app. If Yiling Shuang hadn't just learned how powerful Jiang Chen's family was, she would have been absolutely floored by his appearance. Even so, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. But then again, since Ma Yun had come, it wasn't all that shocking to see someone like Ma Dake too. Ma Dake greeted Jiang Chen's father humbly before making his way over to Jiang Chen and Yiling Shuang. "Mr. Jiang, Miss Yi. It's an honor to finally meet you both. I've heard that Mr. Jiang has a very handsome son, and now that I've seen you, I must say, the rumors were true." Jiang Chen chuckled. These men were clearly overshadowed by his father and were now trying to curry favor with him. "Mr. Ma, being handsome doesn't pay the bills, and gaming skins aren't free either. The yearly membership for your messaging app doesn't renew itself either." Yiling Shuang almost choked on her laughter. Earlier, Jiang Chen had managed to get a 1 billion credit limit on Huabei and Jibei from Ma Yun, with no repayment required. And now, he was trying to get free gaming skins and a lifetime messaging app membership from Ma Dake. How mischievous could he be? Ma Dake understood immediately and took down Jiang Chen's account details. He ordered his staff to gift every game skin and item to Jiang Chen's account, with future skins automatically delivered as soon as they were released. As for the messaging app membership, it was extended indefinitely. Ma Dahei left, and Jiang Chen glanced at the increased credit limits on his payment apps, along with the unlocked game skins and perks in his chat software. He couldn't help but smile. Even though he had a lot of money, he had never bought any game skins over the years. The reason was simple: they were too expensive, and he didn't want to spend the money. Seeing Jiang Chen grinning over game skins, Yiling Shuang was speechless. "You're a billionaire. How can you be so excited about some skins worth only a few thousand yuan?" She couldn't resist teasing him. "Honey, how come I never realized you have a thing for bargains?" Jiang Chen turned to look at her, grinning from head to toe. "Wife, everyone loves a good deal, it's human nature. Getting something for nothing is everyone's dream. I'm just an ordinary guy. Of course, I'm no exception." Yiling Shuang rolled her eyes. But after thinking about it, she realized her husband was just being honest. After all, liking bargains is indeed a part of human nature. Anyone who denies that is either a fool or a hypocrite. As the two of them continued greeting guests at the entrance, more and more influential figures started arriving. Yiling Shuang couldn't help but marvel at the connections Jiang Zhenzhen must have had to draw such high-profile people. At 5:20 p.m., Jiang Zhenzhen suddenly said to Jiang Chen, "Xiao Chen, take Shuang downstairs for a bit." Jiang Chen was confused. "Dad, the ceremony doesn't start until 6 o'clock. There are still plenty of guests arriving, and Mom hasn't even shown up yet." Before Jiang Chen could finish, a man approached them. He walked up to Jiang Zhenzhen with a wide grin and said, "Brother-in-law, that's not fair. You've been hiding my sister for almost 20 years. And now my nephew's getting married, and we weren't even notified." Jiang Zhenzhen's face turned uneasy. Though this man wasn't Lin Susu's biological brother, he was part of the Lin family and served as one of its enforcers. That's right, an enforcer. For nearly 2 decades, Jiang Zhenzhen had been hiding Lin Susu from the Lin family's enforcers. Yet here they were, finally catching up to him. This was Jiang Chen's wedding day, there couldn't be any trouble. With a pleading look, Jiang Zhenzhen said, "Fourth brother, can we deal with this after the wedding?" The man sized up Jiang Zhenzhen and glanced around. Then he noticed 2 other men emerging from different directions, one from inside the sports hall. Both men approached him and shook their heads, clearly indicating they hadn't found what they were looking for. Seeing this, the man smirked at Jiang Zhenzhen and asked, "Brother-in-law, why haven't we seen Susu? Where is she? Bring her out so we can meet. The patriarch has missed her greatly over the years." Jiang Zhenzhen's panic grew. This so-called patriarch was no ordinary person, he was a nightmare. Looking around, he saw that many people from the Lin family had already arrived. Thinking quickly, he turned to Jiang Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, take Shuang downstairs. I'll handle things here." Jiang Chen glanced at the people surrounding them and then at his father. He smiled and said, "Dad, there are still plenty of guests arriving. And today is Shuang and my wedding. How could we leave?" Jiang Chen had already used his fate modifier to check these 3 men's destinies. If he didn't intervene, his mother would be taken away, and his father would be beaten to death. This wedding would turn into a funeral. So, he wasn't going to let that happen. He could have simply altered their fates to make them drop dead on the spot, but that wouldn't solve the problem completely. Based on what he saw in their destinies, many more people were coming. Even if he dealt with these 3, others would continue to cause trouble for his family. So Jiang Chen decided to handle the situation thoroughly and end the threat once and for all. Walking up to the men, he smiled and said, "Uncles, no wonder my mom is so beautiful, you 3 are just as handsome." Jiang Zhenzhen was dumbfounded. What was his son thinking? He had clearly hinted for them to leave, but here Jiang Chen was, going straight toward them. Ignoring his father's expression, Jiang Chen continued chatting with the 3 men. The man who had spoken earlier grinned and asked, "Xiao Chen, do you know where your mother is? We've been looking for her." "I know, of course." Jiang Chen replied with a smile. "But she won't be here for a little while longer. Why don't you have a seat and wait?" The man grew impatient. Wait! They couldn't afford to wait. He wasn't sure if Jiang Zhenzhen had secretly informed Lin Susu, giving her time to escape. After thinking for a moment, the man forced a smile and said, "Xiao Chen, we're in a bit of a hurry. Could you take us to find her?" "Sure." Jiang Zhenzhen was stunned. How could Jiang Chen be so clueless? He had given such a strong hint, but his son didn't seem to understand. Just as he was about to speak up, Jiang Chen gave him a quick wink. Instantly, Jiang Zhenzhen understood. It seemed Jiang Chen had his own plan. Jiang Chen, seeing that his father had caught on, walked over to Yiling Shuang. "Honey, I'm going to step out with my uncles for a bit. You stay here with Dad and wait." Yiling Shuang could tell something was off but didn't stop him. There was a confidence in Jiang Chen's eyes that reassured her, and she knew he could handle the situation. If she made a fuss, it might only complicate things, so she smiled and said, "Okay, hubby, but come back soon. We still have lots of guests to greet, and some of your other uncles haven't arrived yet." Once they left the entrance of the sports hall, Jiang Chen and the three men walked over to a nearby Rolls-Royce. Zhao Chen, is your mother far away? Do we need to drive? One of the men asked. She's at a nursing home about 20 kilometers away, Jiang Chen replied. One of our elders is having trouble getting around, so my mom went to pick him up. The three men exchanged glances, sensing something was off. But they didn't mind. The sports hall was already filled with Lin family members. Plus, Yang Zhenchen had been subdued by the others. Even if Jiang Chen tried something, it would be futile. Having Jiang Chen in their hands was like holding a valuable hostage. If Lin Susu managed to escape, they could use him as leverage. Surely, she wouldn't abandon her own son. So, they decided to play along. Xiao Chen, why don't you try calling your mom? One of them suggested. Maybe she's on her way back. Jiang Chen pulled out his phone and dialed his mom's old number, a number that had been inactive for years. As expected, it went straight to voicemail. Seeing this, the men grew even more tense, assuming Lin Susu had already fled. Jiang Chen noticed their unease and said with a smile, my mom's phone battery doesn't last long, it's often dead. Let's drive over. Maybe we'll run into her on the way. Without hesitation, the men got into the car. Uncles, I just turned 18, so I don't have a driver's license yet, Jiang Chen said with a grin. One of you will have to drive, and I'll give you directions. The three men exchanged looks. Perfect. They had been wondering how to prevent Jiang Chen from driving, using his age as an excuse, but now he had offered it up himself. The tall man from earlier smiled warmly and said, all right, Xiao Chen. You sit in the front and guide us. The man got into the driver's seat and started the car, while Jiang Chen sat in the passenger seat. After driving for about 3 minutes, Jiang Chen glanced at the men and swiftly used his ability to turn them into his slaves. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 3 slaves. They will never disobey you. If you tell them to go east, they won't dare go west. If you command them to die, they will not live a second longer. They are completely loyal to you. Hearing the system's notification, Jiang Chen decided to test it by giving a command to the driver. Pull the car over to that empty lot up ahead. Yes, master. The man immediately obeyed, gently steering the car to the designated spot and stopping it. Satisfied with how smoothly things were going, Jiang Chen felt that this slavery skill was even better than his modification skill. While the modification skill allowed him to change someone's fate, making them wealthy, impoverished, or even dead, it didn't give him control over their actions. The slavery skill, however, was much more powerful. It could turn a high-ranking official or even a ruler into his obedient servant, ready to follow his every command. Now that these 3 men were his slaves, Jiang Chen knew he had to act quickly to track down the rest of the Lin family enforcers in Longcheng. His plan was to gather them all in one place and enslave them as well, keeping his mother's presence in the city hidden. Turning to the driver and the 2 men in the back seat, Jiang Chen said, contact all the Lin family members and tell them to meet at the abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city within the next 10 minutes. Tell them you've already captured Lin Susu. Yes, master. They responded, immediately taking out their phones and dialing the numbers of those they knew. For the next 5 minutes, Jiang Chen watched as they made call after call. His sharp memory told him that each man had called at least 20 people, meaning there were over 60 individuals involved, far more than Jiang Chen had expected. 60 people mobilized just to track down one woman who had eloped nearly 20 years ago. The Lin family was nothing if not persistent, and frighteningly so. With the calls made, Jiang Chen ordered the driver to take them to the abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. Once they arrived, Jiang Chen took stock of the 3 men, now appearing lifeless and devoid of any will. Act natural, he ordered. Speak and behave exactly as you would normally. Fail to do so, and you'll die. Yes, master. The men instantly straightened up, their energy returning to normal as they began acting like themselves again. Watching them, Jiang Chen felt no desire to engage with them further. From their fates, he had already learned all he needed to know. The Lin family was powerful, and its members were divided into 2 branches, main and collateral. These 3 men were from the collateral branch, holding lesser status. But Lin Susu, Jiang Chen's mother, was part of the main branch. She was the granddaughter of the current Lin family patriarch. Her status as a direct descendant explained why the enforcers had been searching for her for so long. Of course, all this information had come from the men's fates, so Jiang Chen wasn't entirely sure what to believe. It didn't make sense for the Lin family to spend 20 years and immense resources tracking down an eloped heiress, unless there was something more to the story. Moreover, Jiang Chen's father, Jiang Zhenchen, had become extremely wealthy and powerful. Even among hidden aristocratic families, he was capable of holding his own. The Lin family had such a promising son-in-law, why keep searching for Lin Susu? Clearly there was something more at play. After waiting in the abandoned factory for about 3 minutes, a taxi pulled up, and 4 men got out, paying the driver before he quickly drove away. Using his fate modification ability, Jiang Chen checked these new arrivals. They were also from the collateral branch, but all of them were ruthless individuals. Since they were cold-blooded, Jiang Chen wasted no time and quickly enslaved them as well. He had no patience to engage in conversation. He needed to wrap things up quickly and return to the wedding. More and more people began to arrive, and each time, Jiang Chen checked their fates. All of them were from the collateral branch, so he enslaved them without hesitation. Soon, more than 50 people had gathered in the abandoned factory. Jiang Chen glanced at the crowd, frowning. Those 3 men had made dozens of calls earlier, and though he hadn't kept count, it had definitely been more than 60. So why were there only 56 people here? After waiting for a while with no more arrivals, Jiang Chen got out of the car and questioned his slaves about who was missing. "Master, there are still 8 people who haven't arrived." Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. 8 people missing? Were they not planning to come? This could complicate things. He quickly took out his phone and called his father. "Xiao Chen, how are things going over there? Is everything all right?" Jiang Zhentian's concerned voice came through. Jiang Chen sighed in relief upon hearing his father. "Dad, everything's fine here. How about you and Mom? I couldn't get through to her phone. I've contacted your mother through special means and told her not to come for now. How are your uncles?" "No problems here, Dad. But there are still 8 people who haven't shown up yet. Be careful on your side." After a brief conversation with his father, Jiang Chen hung up and immediately ordered his enslaved men to call those who hadn't arrived yet. Suddenly, Jiang Chen heard a phone ringing behind him. Turning around, he saw 8 men bolting from the factory. "Catch them," Jiang Chen commanded. Within 2 minutes, the group of 50-plus slaves had caught the fleeing men and carried them back on their shoulders. "Master, we've brought them back." The men dropped their captives on the ground. Jiang Chen squatted down and noticed the 8 men were all wearing masks, making it impossible to see their faces, let alone read their personal information or modify their fates to enslave them. Jiang Chen frowned. This was a problem. Were these masks worn by coincidence, or was it intentional? One of the men, his eyes cold, sneered at Jiang Chen. "Kid, how did you manage to control my people? What kind of sorcery makes them obey you like dogs?" Jiang Chen stared blankly at the man. It seemed they still didn't know what was happening. Relieved, Jiang Chen signaled 2 of his slaves to pin the man down and remove his mask. As soon as the mask came off, Jiang Chen could see the man's personal information. Lin Yao, 44 years old, member of the Donghai branch of the Lin family. Remaining lifespan 68 years. He's going to live over 100 years? Jiang Chen was surprised. All the other men he'd enslaved earlier had a maximum lifespan of around 80 years. But Lin Yao was different, he would live to over 100. Continuing to read further, Jiang Chen discovered that Lin Yao was from the main branch of the Lin family, and he was a cousin of his mother, Lin Susu. Finally, he had captured a direct descendant. Eager to know more, Jiang Chen pressed on, hoping to uncover why his mother was so important to the Lin family that they would spend 20 years and countless resources searching for her. After reading all of Lin Yao's information, Jiang Chen's chest burned with anger. Bastards. Yes. The reason the Lin family had spent so many years searching for Lin Susu was because of her organs. Yes, organs. Lin Susu's great-grandfather's organs were failing, and hers were the perfect match. The Lin family intended to have her donate her organs, so the old man could live a few more years. Damn it, he's already over 100 years old, and he still doesn't want to die. He wants to take his own family's life to extend his? That old scumbag. You've crossed the line. Jiang Chen was gritting his teeth in fury. From the moment he saw how many people the Lin family had sent, he knew the situation was far more complicated than it seemed. Lin Susu had something that couldn't be replaced by anyone else. But he never imagined that it would be her organs. How shameless. They'd stop at nothing, even hunting her down worldwide, just for her to surrender her organs. Having finished reading all the information, Jiang Chen turned his gaze toward Lin Yao. It became clear that Lin Yao didn't even know Lin Susu was in Longcheng. The Lin family had simply sent a large number of people to search each city, assigning at least 50 people to each location. The reason was simple: Lin Susu's great-grandfather wouldn't last more than a month without a timely organ transplant. To speed up the search, the Lin family not only offered generous rewards to the enforcers but also gave them orders if Lin Susu refused to cooperate, they were to kill her and bring her organs back. The Lin family was prepared to disown her completely, acting as if she never existed. Through his fate-modifying ability, Jiang Chen had already seen what would have happened. Lin Yao would have captured his mother, and since she would have refused to comply, they would have taken her to an underground clinic, removed her organs, and dumped her body into a sewer. His father wouldn't have escaped either. Even Yi Ling Shuang, his newlywed bride, would have been killed by these scumbags. Although this was the future without his intervention and abilities, it still enraged Jiang Chen. Lin Yao, pinned to the ground, still considered himself superior. To him, Jiang Chen was just a powerless commoner, so he spoke arrogantly. "Kid, I suggest you stop this now. The Lin family's strength is something you can't possibly contend with. If you don't want to die, let me go immediately. I can make sure you at least get a proper burial. Otherwise, I'll have your entire family wiped out." Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity. Wiping out an entire family? Which century was this guy living in? "Why are you laughing, kid?" Lin Yao growled. "I'm telling you, your whole family is doomed." "Hey!" Jiang Chen sneered, squatting down beside Lin Yao. He raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face. A loud crack echoed, and blood trickled from the corner of Lin Yao's mouth. His cheek now bore a distinct handprint. "You think the Lin family is so untouchable?" Jiang Chen raised his hand again and slapped Lin Yao's other cheek, causing him to scream in pain. "Filthy brat, how dare you hit me, humiliate me? I'll destroy your entire bloodline." Hearing this, Jiang Chen stood up and coldly ordered his subordinates, break his legs and smash his mouth. "Yes, master." They responded in unison. The two men holding Lin Yao down released him, but as soon as Lin Yao tried to stand, another man swung a large rock down on his legs. "Ah!" Lin Yao let out a blood-curdling scream. The men didn't stop there. One of them pulled off his socks and stuffed them into Lin Yao's mouth to muffle his cries. Then they continued smashing his legs until they were nothing but shattered bones and bloody flesh. His mouth was also beaten until his teeth fell out, leaving him choking on his own blood. Lin Yao's eyes were filled with terror. He had never imagined Jiang Chen would be so ruthless. At that moment, despite his broken legs and inability to speak, he still wanted to live. His pleading eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen. "Hey!" Jiang Chen smirked coldly. "You think the Lin family is untouchable, but did you ever consider I might not be so easy to deal with either?" He then ordered his men to crush Lin Yao's hands as well. "You think I'm a pushover? Let's see how you like this." Jiang Chen's mercilessness struck fear into the remaining 7 men pinned to the ground. They had never encountered someone so brutal. One of the men, desperate to plead for his life but too arrogant to stop himself, blurted out, "D-dog." Realizing his mistake, he tried to correct himself, but Jiang Chen had already heard it. "Smash his mouth as well," Jiang Chen ordered coldly. "Yes, master," came the unanimous response. The 50 men moved as one, grabbing rocks and mercilessly bashing the man's arms and legs until he was on the verge of death. He lay there barely alive, his eyes wide with horror. He had miscalculated badly. Jiang Chen was more terrifying than even the Lin family patriarch. He regretted his arrogance. If only he had kept his mouth shut, he might have avoided such a cruel fate. But the man was mistaken. Even if he hadn't spoken out, Jiang Chen wouldn't have spared any of them. He had already seen their fates. They were all direct descendants of the Lin family, ambitious to the point of being heartless. They lacked any sense of morality or loyalty to family or friends. Had fate played out without Jiang Chen's intervention, he would have ended up tortured and dead at their hands. So even if the man had stayed silent, Jiang Chen had no intention of letting them live. He wouldn't allow anyone who threatened his family to survive. Jiang Chen's brutal treatment of 2 of the Lin family members sent a wave of fear through the remaining 6 men. They were trembling, terrified of what might come next. The most frightening thing wasn't death, it was the agony of wanting to die but being unable to. They realized that if Jiang Chen had set his sights on them, their lives were over. Crippling 2 direct descendants was no small feat. Jiang Chen didn't care what the men were thinking. In his mind, if people acted as accomplices to evil, they had to pay the price. Turning his gaze to another man, Jiang Chen asked coldly, "Do you want to kill me right now?" I'm sorry," the man stammered. "I'll listen to you. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it." The man was trembling, so terrified that he had wet himself. Jiang Chen's ruthlessness had completely broken him. "Hey!" Jiang Chen gave him a dismissive glance. Claiming he would follow orders was nothing but a survival tactic. If given the chance, this man would surely betray him. So Jiang Chen gave the order to have him crippled as well. Despite the man's pleas, he was beaten until he was left barely clinging to life. Now, only 5 men remained, each one shaking in fear. Finally, one of them, seeing no way out and filled with rage, yelled, "Jiang Chen, just because your father is rich doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. We are direct descendants of the Lin family. If you touch us again, you and your wife's entire family will be wiped off the face of the earth." Jiang Chen was utterly speechless. It seemed that the arrogance of the Lin family had become second nature to them. Even at this point, they were still clinging to a sliver of hope. If he had feared the Lin family, he wouldn't have crippled several of their men one after another. As he looked at the man pinned to the ground, seething with rage, Jiang Chen smiled. "You've got a brain disease, and it needs fixing." His gaze shifted to the 2 men he had taken as slaves, and he ordered, "Break his arms and legs. Let's see how tough he really is." "Yes, master." Without hesitation, the 2 men picked up rocks from the ground and smashed them down on the man's legs. A sickening crack echoed in the air as the bone in his thigh shattered. The man screamed in agony, tears streaming down his face. Annoyed by the noise, Jiang Chen motioned for the others to stuff a rag into the man's mouth. Once they had done this, the 2 men resumed their brutal task, hurling the stones down again. Even with his mouth gagged, the man's muffled screams were unbearable. After the screaming subsided, the man gasped between sobs, You won't die a good death, kid. If you've got the guts, kill me." "Kill you?" Jiang Chen smirked as he looked at the man, now crippled and sprawled on the ground. "In all my years I've never seen someone beg for death. You want to die? I'll grant your wish." Jiang Chen gave a nod to the men beside him. "Give him a quick death." "Yes, master." With that, one of the men raised a rock and smashed it down on the man's head. Blood and white brain matter splattered everywhere, coating the 2 men from head to toe. Due to the force, even those standing nearby weren't spared from the splatter, though Jiang Chen, standing farther back, managed to keep his new clothes clean. The other 4 members of the Lin family, lying on the ground nearby, were drenched in blood and gore, faces pale with terror as they stared at their dead companion, whose head now bore a gaping hole. One of them was shaking so violently that he wet his pants. Only now did they truly understand what kind of person they had provoked. Only now did they realize. All that talk of noble families, superior status, it was all nonsense. At this moment, they were nothing more than meat on the butcher's block. And Jiang Chen was the butcher. He could carve them up however he pleased, and they had no say in the matter. As they grasped the severity of their situation and thought about how ruthless Jiang Chen had been, they knew they couldn't afford to resist him. Finally understanding their fate, one of the men stammered, "We're family, Jiang Chen. Your mother is our sister. That makes us your uncles. You can't kill us. If you kill us, it'll be a grave sin. You'd be going against heaven." "A grave sin?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Uncles? Where was that thought when you were trying to capture my mother? When you chased her and my father around the world, leaving me to grow up without parents? Did you remember you were my uncles then? No matter what, you can't kill us." The man stammered, "If you do, it's a grave sin. Heaven will punish you." "Hey." Jiang Chen sneered. "I only believe in one thing, fate. My fate is mine to control, not heaven's. If heaven wants to punish me, let it come down and fight me. Let's see how I take it down." Jiang Chen's arrogance sent shivers down their spines. This man was a madman, a powerful madman. And what's more terrifying than a madman? Madmen don't play by the rules. Seeing the terror on their faces, Jiang Chen chuckled coldly and gave the order to his men, "Take my uncle out and send him to meet heaven." "Yes, master." Obediently, the 2 men grabbed their stones and approached. No. The man panicked. If that rock came down, wouldn't he end up just like his companion, with his head smashed open and dead forever? The 2 men, now completely loyal to Jiang Chen, ignored his pleas. They raised the stones, ready to strike. No. Pinned down, the man's body was immobilized, leaving him only his head to move. He twisted it frantically, trying to escape. The 2 men grew impatient. One of them pressed the man's head down while the other swung the rock. Splat. Mace split. No surprise. He was dead. Now, only 3 remained. The 3 survivors looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of horror, as if they were staring at the devil himself. In less than 3 minutes, Jiang Chen had killed 2 of them and left 3 more crippled. He was even more ruthless than their family's ancestor. They couldn't understand. Jiang Chen was only 18 years old. How could he be so bold? How could he be so merciless, yet so calm? Jiang Chen, seeing their terrified expressions, casually strolled over. My dear uncles, don't look at me like that. It's not as if your own methods were ever any prettier. Isn't killing people your job? Aren't your hands just as stained with blood as mine? So why pretend to be pure and innocent with me? One of the men, trying to keep calm, spoke up. Jiang Chen, you've killed so many from the Lin family. Do you really want to go to war with us? I'm warning you. The Lin family is powerful. Even if you can control people with your Yu worms, it won't help you. If the Lin family wants to kill you, it'll be easy. Sensing that his earlier threats weren't working, the man quickly changed his tone. But Jiang Chen, there's no need for things to go this far. Grandfather has less than a month to live. Once he's dead, your mother will be safe. We can resolve this peacefully. After all, the Lin family is still your mother's family. With the Lin family's protection, you could easily settle your affairs abroad. Jiang Chen listened to the man's seemingly sincere words and chuckled. Family? Uncles? What a joke. They had been hunting down his parents for over 10 years. And now they had sent over 1,000 people to track them down across the country. This wouldn't end peacefully. Only one side could survive. Seeing Jiang Chen's lack of reaction, the man grew desperate and continued to plead. But Jiang Chen saw through his lies. He knew the man was already plotting revenge if he ever got out. What's the point of keeping such a person alive? Turning to his two men, Jiang Chen ordered, This one talks too much. He's giving me a headache. Kill him. Yes, master. The two men obediently picked up the blood-stained stones and approached. Seeing his former brothers coming toward him, the man panicked, shouting in desperation. Lin Yuan. Lin Qiang. What are you doing? Wake up. Snap out of it. Don't let those Gu worms control you. He believed that Jiang Chen was using Gu worms to manipulate them. After all, they were in Longcheng, near the Miao region, where Gu worms were famously used. He tried to rouse his brothers. Wake up. Don't let this kid control you. Come to your senses, kill this bastard, and after that, we'll finish off that shameless woman and take her organs for our grandfather. Then we'll all rise to the top. But no one moved, as if they hadn't heard him. Desperate, the man screamed, Wake up. All of you wake up. Seeing the man's strong will to survive, something sparked in Jiang Chen's mind. He turned to the group and said, Since he's calling for you, why don't you go greet him? With your fists. Just a few punches each will do. At Jiang Chen's command, more than 50 men turned their gazes toward the man. Their fists clenched tightly, and malicious grins spread across their faces. You. The man didn't have time to finish his sentence before the fists started flying. Punch after punch, each one landing hard. With over 50 men, that was more than 100, maybe 200 punches in total. His body was beaten in so badly that it caved in. All 50 of these men had trained in martial arts. Think about it, martial artists train by hitting punching bags. And now, more than 50 full-strength blows landed on this man's body. His bones were shattered. Yet, he didn't die immediately, though he was on the brink of death. Blood oozed from his mouth as he gazed blankly at Jiang Chen. His eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand how a mission that had seemed so simple could end up costing him his life. How did Jiang Chen become so powerful? He held a respectable position within the Lin family, with some knowledge of Gu worms. It wasn't possible for someone as young as Jiang Chen to control so many people with Gu worms. But now, he was unwilling to die like this. It was too humiliating. Jiang Chen walked over to the dying man and said, Earlier, you said the Lin family was powerful. Well, thank you. Thanks to the Lin family for raising such a capable army for me. I'll be sure to put them to good use when I pay your mighty Lin family a visit. You. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the man suddenly understood his plan. Jiang Chen intended to control the soldiers trained by the Lin family and turn them against their own kin. If Jiang Chen really had the power to do this, it would spell the end of the Lin family. The more he thought about it, the more rage and frustration consumed him. Finally, blood spurted from his mouth. The Lin family had provoked a monster. And this monster was their own nephew. What a cruel irony. He died with his eyes wide open, full of regret. Now there were only 2 men left with fully functioning limbs. They were too frightened to even breathe loudly. They had already grossly overestimated Jiang Chen's power and boldness before, but now, after hearing what he said, they realized they had still underestimated him. The Lin family? Family legacy? Dignity? It was all meaningless. Right now, survival was the only thing that mattered. Young Master Jiang, please don't kill me. You can use a gyu worm on me. I'll willingly become your servant. Jiang Chen smiled at the man who had spoken. I don't collect trash. Young Master Jiang, I can prove I'm stronger than you think. Oh? Jiang Chen was intrigued. What was this man up to? How do you plan to prove it? Let them release me first. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, and then ordered the two men holding him to let go. It's not like this guy could escape. Once free, the man glanced at the three crippled men lying in front of him, their faces contorted in fear. Gritting his teeth, he made his decision. He picked up a blood-covered stone and walked over. Lin Mo. What are you doing? Lin Yao, the first one who had threatened to wipe out Jiang Chen's family, saw Lin Missouri approaching and was filled with terror. He tried to speak, but his voice was slurred, as all his teeth had been knocked out. What am I doing? I'm going to kill you as proof of my loyalty. With that, Lin Missouri swung the stone toward Lin Yao's head. Lin Yao dodged, screaming, "Are you insane? You're trying to kill us. We're cousins, damn it." Exactly. That's why I have to kill you. If you hadn't insisted on coming to Longcheng to earn some merit, I'd still be enjoying myself at the hotel with my lover. You dragged me into this. The more Lin Missouri spoke, the angrier he became. He swung the stone again, but Lin Yao dodged once more, only to have the stone clip his ear, making him cry out in pain. Lin Mo, you've lost it. Stop. Hit that brat instead. Why attack your own brother? You think I'm crazy? I might be crazy, but I'm not suicidal. After missing Lin Yao's head several times, Lin Missouri grew enraged. He stomped on Lin Yao's face, and, with a brutal swing, smashed the stone into his head. With a sickening crack, Lin Yao fell silent. After killing him, Lin Missouri didn't hesitate to move on to the other two, smashing their heads in as well. Once he was done covered in blood, Lin Missouri walked over to Jiang Chen, knelt down and said, "Master, please spare my life. I've trained in martial arts. I can take on 5 men at once without breaking a sweat." Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire Lin Missouri's ruthlessness. To survive, he had no qualms about killing his own kin. At that moment, Lin Missouri spoke again. "Master, please grant me a loyal gyu worm. I swear I will serve you faithfully." Jiang Chen found it amusing that Lin Missouri and the others assumed he was a gyu master. A gyu master? How could such a young and handsome man like him be one? Gyu masters, who rely on their own blood to raise worms, are usually emaciated and weak, though some are overweight. But none of them would be a gyu master at the age of 18 or 19. Still, since they believed it, Jiang Chen saw no reason to correct them. Looking lazily at Lin Mo, who was kowtowing before him, Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Keeping you by my side isn't a problem. But do you really think what you just did proves how strong you are?" Lin Missouri's face turned pale. What more did Jiang Chen want? "Master. Then what do you suggest?" Before Lin Missouri could finish, Jiang Chen cut him off coldly. "A worthless servant who can't satisfy his master. Why would I keep you?" Lin Missouri's fear spiked, and instinctively, his gaze fell on the man still pinned to the ground nearby. That man was his own brother. Could Jiang Chen be asking him to kill his own brother? The man pinned to the ground could also tell what Jiang Chen was implying. He looked at Lin Mo, whose face was a mix of hesitation and internal conflict, and cried out in fear, "Brother, don't kill me. I'm your own brother." Lin Mo, who had just been considering killing the man, snapped out of it immediately. Yes. How could he even think of doing such a thing? He quickly knelt before Jiang Chen. "Master, please spare my brother's life. I'll do anything you ask. Just please don't kill him." Jiang Chen smiled and asked, "Anything? Even your own life?" Lin Missouri's body trembled in fear. He was utterly terrified. Hadn't everything he'd done so far been to save his own life? But now, it seemed that Jiang Chen was forcing him into a decision. Only one of them could survive. As his mind raced, his brother's sobs filled his ears. "Brother, I don't want to die. Please, I beg you, save me. I really don't want to die." Hearing his brother's pleading, Lin Missouri's heart softened again. Jiang Chen, listening to the conversation from the side, squinted his eyes. It seemed the younger brother wasn't any better than the rest. He was essentially forcing his older brother to die for him. After all, the decision was in Lin Missouri's hands now. Jiang Chen was happy to watch the drama unfold. Lin Missouri looked into his brother's tear-filled eyes, his mind flashing back to their childhood. He had been born to a concubine. In the Lin family, children born of concubines had no real status. Not many people played with him back then. The only one who did was his younger brother. Remembering those memories, Lin Missouri took a deep breath and said, "Fine. I'll save you, brother." With that, he turned to Jiang Chen. "Master, if only one of us can live, then please let it be my brother." Jiang Chen glanced at the man pinned to the ground. After reviewing the man's personal history and fate, he shook his head. The younger brother's name was Lin Xun. A cunning and calculating person. In the past, he had only been kind to Lin Mo, the son of a concubine, for a reason. According to the Lin family's rules, children of concubines had no right to manage the family business. They could only assist others. Lin Xun, born of the first wife, was destined to inherit the family business and needed a loyal subordinate by his side. Lin Mo, despised by their other brothers, had seemed like the perfect candidate. Lin Xun had shown kindness to Lin Missouri solely to cultivate a loyal dog. And now, upon hearing that only one of them could live, Lin Xun naturally wanted Lin Missouri to be the one to die. After all, Lin Xun had far too much left to do in life. Lin Mo, of course, had no idea that Lin Xun saw him not as a brother, but as a useful tool. Still, Lin Missouri continued to beg Jiang Chen to spare Lin Xun's life. "Master, my brother is still young. Please, let him live." After he finished speaking, Lin Missouri began to kowtow again. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, then smiled and turned to Lin Xun. "Do you want to be my slave?" Lin Xun was stunned. A slave? Wasn't he supposed to be let go? "Brother, if you don't want to die, answer him quickly." Lin Missouri urged in panic. He had already witnessed Jiang Chen's power. Jiang Chen had quietly controlled more than 50 people and ruthlessly dealt with Lin Yao and the others. To disobey Jiang Chen was a death sentence. Of course, anyone could change their mind in the blink of an eye, but at least agreeing now gave Lin Xun a slim chance to survive, didn't it? Lin Xun quickly calculated the risks. Defying Jiang Chen would lead to certain death, but if he obeyed, there might be a glimmer of hope. He immediately responded, "Master, I'm willing to be your slave." Jiang Chen showed no particular reaction and continued smiling as he added, "Just so you know, being my slave means giving me everything: your life, your body, your soul. Being my slave means that all you have, even your lifespan, belongs to me. Master, I'm willing to give you everything, even my life." Lin Xun spoke with conviction. What a joke. Right now he had to say whatever would please Jiang Chen. His true thoughts could wait until he got out of this situation. Once he was back in the Lin family, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Jiang Chen had already seen through Lin Xun's intentions, having glimpsed his fate. There was no way Jiang Chen would let such a man go free. All of this, the offer to become a slave, was merely a ploy to steal Lin Xun's lifespan. Lin Xun still had 63 years left, and Jiang Chen was quite envious. Did I successfully steal his lifespan? Jiang Chen asked internally. Yes, host. You originally had only 5 years left. After taking 63 years from Lin Xun, you now have 68 years of life remaining. Hearing that he had gained more than 60 years, Jiang Chen was elated. Suddenly a thought occurred to him, and he asked again, "System, if I take all my slaves' lifespans, would I essentially become immortal? And would my appearance remain youthful?" Yes, host. You currently have 58 slaves. The shortest lifespan among them is 30 years. The longest is over 60 years. By my calculations, if you absorb all of their lifespans, you could live up to 2,558 years. Your youthful appearance as an 18-year-old could be maintained for about 300 years. Your 22-year-old appearance could last for 600 years. Your 25-year-old appearance for another 600 years. And your 28-year-old look could be maintained for 1,000 years. After that, your appearance would age naturally. Jiang Chen was stunned by the system's analysis. To live for more than 2,000 years, he would witness the rise and fall of countless dynasties. Host, would you like to absorb all your slaves' lifespans now? The system asked. Jiang Chen hesitated. The idea of becoming immortal was tempting, but there were still many things left to do. For one, he needed these people to help take down the Lin family first. Until the Lin family was destroyed, his family wouldn't be safe. No, keep their lifespans intact for now, Jiang Chen replied. I'll deal with the Lin family first, and then we can discuss it. They're still useful at the moment. As you wish, host. The system fell silent. Jiang Chen's gaze shifted back to Lin Xun, who was still pinned to the ground, his face full of anticipation. He was eagerly waiting for Jiang Chen to let him go. Master, I've sworn my loyalty. Can you release me now? Lin Shun asked hopefully. Jiang Chen nodded and instructed his men to let him up. Lin Shun's face lit up with joy. But before his smile could fade, Jiang Chen's voice rang out. Since you are now my slave, I have a task for you. Kill your brother. Lin Shun's smile froze instantly, hearing Jiang Chen's words. Lin Shun panicked. He couldn't understand why Jiang Chen was making him do this. But his confusion was quickly overshadowed by the urgency of the situation. It was a matter of life and death. He wasn't going to hesitate. His gaze fell on Lin Mo, and without a second thought, he grabbed a knife and stabbed him in the stomach. Slash. Blood gushed from the wound. Panicking, Lin Xin backed away, stammering, "Brother, don't blame me. I just want to live." Lin Missouri looked at the knife in his stomach, his expression darkening. He was heartbroken. There wasn't even a hint of hesitation in Lin Shun's eyes. His younger brother only cared about saving his own life, completely disregarding him. At that moment, Lin Missouri regretted everything. He regretted offering his life in exchange for Lin Shun's. If he had followed Jiang Chen's suggestion and dealt with his half-brother, he would have been the one still standing. Lin Shun noticed the empty, regretful look in Lin Missouri's eyes and began to panic. But his panic wasn't about stabbing his brother, it was about the fear that Lin Missouri might retaliate. Lin Missouri was strong, and though he had been shunned by the family, he had spent years training in martial arts. Earlier, it had taken 30 men to capture him as Jiang Chen's slave. If Lin Mo, despite his injury, decided to fight back, the outcome was uncertain. Not wanting to risk it, Lin Shun quickly made promises. "Brother, don't worry. I'll burn incense for you every month and make offerings. I'll take care of your wives and our mother. I won't let them suffer." Lin Missouri stared blankly at Lin Xin. But in the end, he said nothing. He saw Lin Shun for what he truly was. His younger brother didn't care about him at all. There was no brotherly bond, only self-interest. Lin Missouri had foolishly believed that Lin Shun saw him as a brother, but in reality, it had all been one-sided. Now, Lin Missouri was too badly injured to fight back. Even if he tried, there was no guarantee he'd succeed, and if he failed, Lin Shun would certainly retaliate. If he died, his lovers and his mother, already in precarious positions, wouldn't survive Lin Shun's revenge. He didn't want that outcome. "Brother, I'm counting on you to take care of our mother and my wives. Of course, don't worry. I'll take good care of them," Lin Shun responded, but his words were hollow. Jiang Chen watched this scene, finding it pitiful. How could someone have such a selfish, treacherous brother? After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen spoke. "Lin Shun, I have a question for you. If you answer truthfully, I'll let you go and grant you your freedom. Remember, you must be honest. You know that as a master, I have many ways to tell if you're lying. If you lie, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Upon hearing that he could still gain his freedom, Lin Shun's face lit up with excitement. As for lying, what could be more important than his life? He wasn't worried. "Master, ask anything. I'll tell you everything." Jiang Chen smiled and asked, "Do you truly care about your brother? After he dies, will you really take care of his mother and his wives?" Lin Shun froze. What kind of question was that? "Master." He wanted to ask for another question, but when he saw Jiang Chen's cold expression, and noticed the 50-plus slaves under Jiang Chen's control staring at him, he trembled. His gaze drifted to Lin Mo, who was now pale from blood loss and barely breathing. Lin Missouri's death was imminent. Since Lin Missouri was no longer a threat, and there was no point in pretending anymore, Lin Shun dropped the act. "Master, to be honest," he began, "I don't care about my brother at all. His mother is a disgrace. She stole my father from my mother. How could I have any affection for him? When we were kids, I tried poisoning him several times to stop him from competing with me for our father's attention. But the family doctors always saved him. My mother eventually told me that if I couldn't get rid of him, I should pretend to be his brother and use him for my own benefit. After all, I'm part of the main family, and he's just a concubine's son. He has no future in the family. He'll never have support. And once I inherit my share of the family fortune, I plan to make Lin Missouri my loyal dog, working for me, taking the blame for my mistakes. In fact, he's already taken the fall for several of my business issues. To me, Lin Missouri is nothing but a tool, not a brother." Lin Shun glanced over at Lin Mo. Lin Missouri's eyes were filled with rage, glowing red as he glared at Lin Xian. Seeing this, Lin Zhun instinctively stepped back, putting more distance between them. He continued, "As for your other question, about whether I'd take care of his mother and his wives, that's ridiculous. I've wanted to kick them out of the house since I was a child. But the family has a rule: once someone enters the family, whether a concubine or a child, they belong to the family for life. I couldn't get rid of them, so I had to tolerate it. But now that he's dying, why would I look after his mother? I'd probably help her die faster just to be rid of the nuisance. As for his wives, why would I waste my money on them? I'm no philanthropist. Lin Mo, listening to all this, shook with fury. He had already realized that Lin Xun didn't see him as a brother when Lin Xun had stabbed him without hesitation. But deep down, he had still held out hope. He hoped that, in exchange for his life, Lin Zhen would at least take care of their mother and his lovers. At the very least, he thought Lin Xun might give them some money for survival. But now, it was clear. His lovers wouldn't get a cent, and his mother might even die because of Lin Xun's schemes. His rage boiled over. Ignoring the pain, Lin Missouri rushed toward Lin Xun. You heartless bastard! I treated you like my brother, and you want to harm my mother? Today I'll kill you. Seeing Lin Missouri stumbling toward him, Lin Xun wasn't concerned. He could tell that Lin Missouri was on the verge of collapse. Laughing, Lin Xun said, Your mother made my mother cry for years. I'm being kind by not killing her already. And now you expect me to take care of her? Is that even possible? As Lin Xun spoke, he recalled Lin Missouri's lovers and smirked. As for your lovers, well, if they need attention, I might be able to take care of them in my own special way. You vile beast! Lin Missouri was furious. He couldn't believe that the younger brother he had trusted for over 10 years had turned out to be such a monster. It was one thing for Lin Xun to refuse to care for their mother, but to want to take advantage of his lovers as well? Brother, weren't you the one who asked me to look after them? Once you're gone, someone else might take them. Why not me instead? After all, it's better to keep things within the family, right? Seeing the arrogant grin on Lin Xun's face, Lin Missouri's rage boiled over. If you're such a beast, then even if I die today, I'll make sure to take you with me. With those words, Lin Missouri painfully pulled the knife from his stomach and charged at Lin Xun, brandishing the blade. Lin Xun's face turned pale, and he scrambled to dodge out of the way. Lin Mo, weakened and unsteady from his injuries, lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. Ha ha ha. Lin Xun laughed triumphantly. It seemed Lin Missouri had run out of strength. If that was the case, what was there to fear? Picking up a stone from the ground, Lin Xun slowly approached, grinning arrogantly. Lin Mo, didn't you say you were going to kill me? Didn't you say you'd drag me down with you? Come on, get up. Drag me down, then. As he raised the stone to crush Lin Missouri's head, Lin Zhen suddenly realized his arm wouldn't move. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't bring it down. It was as if his body had become paralyzed. Lin Mo, stunned for a moment, quickly rolled out from under the stone. This strange turn of events left him confused, but when he saw Jiang Chen standing nearby with a wicked smile, he understood. Jiang Chen must have intervened. Though Lin Missouri didn't know how Jiang Chen had immobilized Lin Xun, he was certain he had been saved. As he attempted to get up, he noticed his wounds were healing rapidly before his eyes. It was clear that Jiang Chen had used some sort of mysterious Yu technique to save him. Grateful, Lin Missouri immediately knelt and bowed to Jiang Chen. Thank you, master, for saving my life. Lin Xun, hearing Lin Missouri's words, quickly turned his head and saw Lin Missouri's wounds miraculously healing. Panic filled his face as he asked, Master, what are you doing? What does this mean? Hey! Jiang Chen sneered. A heartless slave like you? I can't trust you. Lin Xun's heart sank. Was Jiang Chen going to abandon him? Realizing that he couldn't move, and that Lin Missouri's wounds had healed while his brother now hated him to the core, his body began trembling in fear. Master, please. I know I've made mistakes. Forgive me. I swear I'll change, I'll never act like this again. Can a dog ever stop eating its own filth? Jiang Chen asked coldly. Lin Xun's faint hope vanished. His heart sank deeper. It was over. Jiang Chen had truly given up on him. Lin Missouri also understood that Jiang Chen was giving him the chance to kill Lin Xun. After kowtowing to Jiang Chen 3 times, he picked up the knife and stood. Brother. No, don't do this. Lin Xun cried, seeing the fury in Lin Missouri's eyes and the knife clutched tightly in his hand. Tears streamed down his face as he pleaded, I'm your brother. Without me, you wouldn't have gotten where you are today. Hey. Lin Missouri let out a cold laugh. Do you really think you deserve to say that? Without another word, Lin Missouri plunged the knife into Lin Xun's stomach. I treated you like a brother, but to you, I was just a dog. And now you expect me to spare your life? As Lin Missouri spoke, he withdrew the knife and stabbed Lin Shun again, this time more deliberately. I'm telling you now, I'm not just going to kill you today. I'm going to return to the Lin family and destroy your mother, your brother, and the entire Lin family. Lin Shun, filled with pain and terror, screamed, "Are you insane? What did the Lin family ever do to you? What did my mother or brother ever do to you?" He was genuinely terrified. He had children, wives, and several of his wives were even pregnant. If Lin Missouri exacted his revenge, his entire bloodline could be wiped out. What did the Lin family do? Lin Shun, have you forgotten how my mother was brought into the Lin family? Have you forgotten how I was humiliated in the Lin family? Have you forgotten the things you just said to me? You said I was nothing but a dog. In your eyes, I was never more than a dog. Well, if you all see me as a dog, then I'll act like one. As Lin Missouri's anger grew, he relentlessly drove the knife into Lin Shun's body. Life drained from Lin Shun as he stared up at his enraged brother. Memories flooded his mind how Lin Missouri's mother had been tricked into the Lin family, how she had been delivered to his father through deceit, and how his father had abandoned her once she was brought home. Lin Missouri's mother had even had her legs broken, and neither Lin Shun's father nor anyone else had lifted a finger to help her. They had left her and her son to fend for themselves. Realizing the gravity of his mistakes, Lin Shun regretted everything. He regretted calling Lin Missouri a dog, regretted provoking his hatred, and unleashing decades of pent-up fury. 30 years of resentment once unleashed, there was no turning back. Desperate, Lin Shun, his voice weak, tried to reason with his brother. "Brother, calm down. The things I said earlier weren't what I really meant. For all these years, I truly cared about you. Please, don't go after the Lin family for revenge." Thinking quickly, he added, "If you need to, take revenge on those who wronged you. But please, spare my wives and children. They're innocent. They're just kids." Before Lin Shun could finish, Lin Missouri raised the knife once more and drove it straight into his chest. "You truly cared about me? If you cared, why didn't you help when my mother had her legs broken and I begged you to get father to intervene? If you cared, why did you treat me like a dog? If you cared, why did you stab me without hesitation? If you cared, why did you try to crush my skull with a stone?" Lin Missouri's rage reached its peak as he shouted and slashed the knife across Lin Sion's throat. "Die, you hypocrite!" The knife sliced through Lin Shun's neck with a wet sound. Blood spurted from the wound like a fountain. Lin Shun's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how Lin Missouri had descended into such madness, killing him before he even had a chance to explain himself. His life ended in that moment, filled with regret. He had never imagined that he would die at the hands of someone he had always looked down upon. As Lin Shun's lifeless body slumped to the ground, Lin Missouri knelt before Jiang Chen and said, "Master, as long as you spare me, my life is yours. From now on, whoever you ask me to fight, I will fight." "Your name is Lin Mo?" Jiang Chen lazily glanced at Lin Missouri and asked, "Are you sure you want to follow me?" "Yes." Lin Missouri lowered his head. "In life I am your slave, in death, I will be your ghost servant." "Hey." Jiang Chen found it amusing. Indeed, strength was the ultimate truth. Earlier, when he looked into Lin Missouri's fate, he saw that this man was ruthless and merciless, someone who bowed to no one. Even though Lin Missouri was born to a concubine, he still commanded respect outside the Lin family. Yet now, he was this humble before him. Sensing Jiang Chen's disdain, Lin Missouri panicked. He was afraid Jiang Chen would dispose of him, so he quickly swore his loyalty. "Master, I'm skilled in martial arts. In a one-on-one fight, I can take down 10 men. After saying this, he thought of something else and added, "I know you have a deep grudge against the Lin family, Master. If you plan to attack them, I'm willing to lead the charge. I will be your sword, to cut down the Lin family. If you want the head of the Lin family's patriarch, I can guide you. I know all the secret paths within the Lin estate." Lin Missouri was clever. By offering to help take down the Lin family, he was paving a path for his survival, subtly letting Jiang Chen know he wouldn't hesitate to kill any member of the Lin family. He wanted to show that there would be no mercy, no second thoughts. To Lin Mo, it seemed inevitable that Jiang Chen would eventually confront the Lin family, so he couldn't afford to wait for Jiang Chen to bring it up. Instead, he took the initiative, hoping to earn favor. In reality, Lin Missouri was overthinking it. Jiang Chen didn't care much about Lin Mo, an ordinary person, nor did he see the Lin family as a serious threat. The only reason he was keeping Lin Missouri alive was to have him stall the Lin family for the next 3 days. Jiang Chen didn't want anyone from the Lin family disturbing his time with Yi Ling Shuang. After all, today was his wedding day. In 3 days, once the wedding festivities were over, Jiang Chen planned to visit the Lin family's stronghold and wipe them out. However, Lin Missouri's willingness to cooperate was a good sign. It showed that he was easy to control. Jiang Chen nodded, satisfied. Your determination pleases me. But right now, what I need from you is simple for the next 3 days. Don't let anyone from the Lin family step foot in Longqing. Can you do that? Lin Missouri thought for a moment and quickly understood the reason. Of course. Jiang Chen was getting married. Who would want their wedding day interrupted by uninvited guests? Master, I'll call the Lin family right away and make sure they don't come to Longqing. Jiang Chen's expression turned cold. I expect you to handle this perfectly. If I'm not satisfied, I won't mind adding another corpse to the count. Terrified, Lin Missouri nodded rapidly. Yes, master. With that, he pulled out his phone and made the call. The line connected quickly. Hello, who's this? Hearing the voice on the other end, Lin Mo, his tone nervous and shaky, said, Sixth uncle. Lin Susu killed all our men and escaped on a plane. What? She killed them all and fled on a plane? The voice on the other end roared in anger. How could 60 of you not handle her? Lin Mo, putting on a pitiful face, replied, Sixth uncle, Lin Susu was always strong. When she was still in the Lin family, she could take down over 10 men at once. Now, after all these years on the run, she's only gotten stronger. Plus, she had firearms. We lost over 20 men in the first wave, and the rest were cut down by her blade. Lin Missouri lied, trying to buy time and stall the Lin family. On the other end of the line, the person believed him without question. Lin Susu was indeed formidable. Over the past 20 years, everyone the Lin family had sent after her had been killed, with none ever returning. Though shocked by the news, the person on the other end of the call knew it made sense after all. They were living in an age of modern weapons, where even the best martial artist could be felled by a single bullet from afar. After a long silence, the voice asked, What about her husband and son? Didn't Lin Yao mention her son was getting married today? Sixth uncle. Forget about her son. Her son's wife and her entire family are gone too. Lin Missouri paused for a moment, then added, By the way, sixth uncle, Lin Susu has become very powerful. She's threatened to wipe out the Lin family. You should increase security around yourself and grandfather. Don't let her get close enough to fire a rocket launcher at you. Things are different now. Back in the day, people fought with their fists. Now, wiping out an entire family can be done in an instant. Listening from the side, Jiang Chen found himself impressed. Lin Mo, though brash, was quick-witted. By spreading such a false rumor, he had effectively diverted the Lin family's attention. Now that they felt their lives were in danger, they would be too preoccupied to focus on finding Lin Susu. After all, the Lin family cared more about their own survival than about Lin Susu, whose grudge was with the patriarch, not them directly. For now, it was unlikely anyone from the Lin family would come to Longqing. After ending the call, Lin Missouri bowed his head before Jiang Chen. Master, based on my understanding of the Lin family, they won't be coming to Longqing anytime soon. They might even recall some of their enforcers to protect themselves. He hesitated for a moment, then added, But master, this lie will only buy us about a week. If nothing happens within that time, they'll likely send more people, and when they come back, there will be even more of them. Please be prepared. Jiang Chen knew the Lin family wouldn't be fooled for long. Calmly, he replied, Don't worry about what comes later. For now, all you need to do is keep them out for the next 3 days. If you fail, the Gu worm inside you will activate. You won't need me to kill you, you'll disintegrate on your own. With those words, Jiang Chen altered Lin Missouri's fate, causing him to collapse onto the ground, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. His heart felt like it was being devoured by a swarm of ants. Lin Missouri clutched his chest in agony, gasping, They believed me. If anyone comes, they'll call me first. I'll handle them. Please, spare me, master. Satisfied that Lin Missouri was fully under his control, Jiang Chen gave instructions for the other slaves to obey Lin Mo, then left the area and headed back to the stadium. After all, today was his wedding day. Staying away for too long wouldn't be polite. It was already 5:50 p.m. Yiling Shuang and Jiang Zhenqian stood at the entrance, looking anxious. They wanted to call Jiang Chen to ask what was happening, but they were afraid of disrupting things. Inside the stadium, Meng Yao had seated all the guests but still hadn't seen Jiang Chen and Yiling Shuang arrive. She hurried to the entrance. Seeing no sign of Jiang Chen, she asked curiously, Hey, where's your husband? Yao, my husband went out for a bit, Yiling Shuang replied hesitantly. Meng Yao, clearly displeased, asked, What? At this time? Why would he go out now? Noticing Yi Lingshuang's reluctance to explain, Meng Yao frowned and pulled out her phone to call Jiang Chen. Just as she was about to dial, she saw Jiang Chen stepping out of a car. Even though Jiang Chen had returned, Meng Yao was still a little upset. Any man who was about to marry someone like Yi Lingshuang should be eager to spend every moment with her, especially on their wedding day. But here was this guy, casually stepping out of a car after being out, as if his wedding didn't matter. Did he think just because he had money or came from a hidden wealthy family, he could do whatever he wanted? At that moment, Meng Yao categorized Jiang Chen as one of those spoiled rich kids. She despised those playboys who never took relationships seriously. In her mind, Jiang Chen had become just like the others, and she was disappointed. But Yi Lingshuang, upon seeing Jiang Chen, was overjoyed. She ran over, grabbing his hand. "Honey, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Jiang Chen replied, turning to Jiang Zhenqian, who had finally relaxed a little. "Dad, I've already contacted Mom, she's on her way." Jiang Zhenqian nodded, but his eyes scanned Jiang Chen from head to toe, still worried. "Son, are you sure you're okay?" "I saw a lot of people leaving just now." Jiang Chen smiled slightly. "You underestimate me, Dad. They can't do anything to me." Jiang Zhenqian didn't fully believe him. He had been on the run from the Lin family for over 20 years and knew how dangerous their enforcers could be. Just moments ago, more than 10 of them had walked out of the stadium. Could Jiang Chen really handle all of them alone? Sensing his father's doubt, Jiang Chen didn't bother to explain further. Instead, he turned to Yi Lingshuang and asked with a grin, "Wife, does my hair look messy? Am I dirty?" Yi Lingshuang couldn't help but laugh. "No, your hair's perfect and your face is clean. You look very handsome." Watching Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang being all lovey-dovey, Meng Yao interjected, "All right, enough flirting. Go backstage and change your clothes. The ceremony's about to start. All the guests are here." Hearing this, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang quickly stopped their playful banter and headed backstage to change. Yi Lingshuang put on a traditional wedding gown, a long, flowing phoenix robe. When Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Peiing saw her in the outfit, they couldn't hide their admiration. Even Meng Yao, who had been critical of Jiang Chen, couldn't help but compliment the dress. In terms of respect and tradition, Jiang Chen's family had certainly shown great honor to Yi Lingshuang. "Sweetie, you're officially a married woman now," Meng Yao said, a bit wistful. "I wonder if we'll ever have those late-night KTV sessions or grab street food together like we did in college." Meng Yao had been Yi Lingshuang's closest friend during their university years. Lin Xiaoxiao, who came from a less fortunate family and often worked part-time, hadn't been able to join them as much in their outings. "Yao, I'm just getting married, not locked up. I'll still have time for us to hang out," Yi Lingshuang joked. Meng Yao laughed, but deep down, she knew things had changed. It wasn't that Yi Lingshuang wouldn't have time, it was her. Meng Yao was now the head of a large company, a CEO of a major corporation. Contrary to the glamorous CEOs depicted in novels who had plenty of time for romance, Meng Yao's life was packed with business meetings and responsibilities. For this wedding alone, she had turned down several major clients, causing her company to lose billions in profit. Her family wasn't happy about it and had even given her an ultimatum to make up the losses within a month. Otherwise, there would be serious consequences. So, returning to China for another visit wouldn't be easy for her. Yi Lingshuang had no idea that Meng Yao had sacrificed so much just to be at her wedding. Once the makeup artist had finished preparing her, Yi Lingshuang's friends gathered around to admire her. "You look stunning today," Meng Yao said, genuinely impressed. "You found yourself a good family." She didn't mention Jiang Chen specifically. Her opinion of him was still shaky, but she acknowledged that his parents were good people. They had worked tirelessly to make the wedding perfect and had treated her and the other guests with respect. This made it clear that after marrying into this family, Yi Lingshuang wouldn't face the typical in-law troubles that some brides experienced. Sensing Meng Yao's reservations about Jiang Chen, Yi Lingshuang quickly defended him. "Yao, I have a great family, but I also have a wonderful husband. My husband treats me so well." Meng Yao didn't say anything more. She hugged Yi Lingshuang tightly and said, "Sweetie, I just want you to be happy. We'll always be best friends no matter what." After chatting a bit more, Yi Lingshuang's parents arrived. Her father Yi Wuqian teared up the moment he saw her in her wedding dress. After all, Yi Lingshuang was his only daughter. Now that she was getting married, his home would be empty without her laughter and presence. Tears flowed uncontrollably as he thought about it. "Dad, why are you crying?" Yi Lingshuang asked, concerned. "I'm not crying," Yi Wuqian quickly wiped his tears and forced a smile. I'm just so happy. Yi Lingshuang hugged her parents tightly. Dad, Mom. Even though I'm getting married, I'll always be your daughter. Xiao Chen and I will visit you often. Don't mind your father, her mother Zhang Yunpei said gently, holding Yi Lingshuang's hand. As long as you and Xiao Chen are happy, that's all that matters. Zhang Yunpei then pulled Yi Lingshuang aside and reminded her not to bully Jiang Chen anymore, playfully scolding her daughter. Even though Jiang Chen was patient, she shouldn't keep hitting him like she used to. I know, I promise I won't hit him anymore, Yi Lingshuang laughed. After some more conversation, the wedding staff arrived, signaling it was time to take photos. Yi Lingshuang's friends gathered around, and the photographer snapped several pictures. Just then, a woman dressed like a traditional matchmaker approached. It was Yi Lingshuang's aunt. Lingshuang, sister, she called out. It's time for Lingshuang and Xiao Chen to bow to the heavens and the earth. Zhang Yunpei nodded as she carefully placed the red veil over Yi Lingshuang's head. Then, she gently took Yi Lingshuang's hand and placed it into her aunt's hand. In this traditional Chinese wedding, it wasn't the parents who handed the bride to the groom, but the matchmaker. Lingshuang, your father and I will wait for you at the ceremony hall, Zhang Yunpei said. All right, Yi Lingshuang replied, her heart fluttering with excitement. With the red veil covering her face, she felt a mixture of joy and anticipation. In just a short while, after she and Jiang Chen bowed to heaven and earth, she would officially become his wife. This was the moment she had been eagerly waiting for. Even though she had called herself Jiang Chen's wife before, it never felt complete because they hadn't yet performed the wedding rituals. Without those, she didn't feel truly married. Holding the red silk ribbon attached to her aunt's hand, Yi Lingshuang followed her out of the backstage area. In the wedding hall, Jiang Chen had already changed into his formal attire, a large red flower pinned to his chest. As the MC announced, the bride has arrived. Jiang Chen immediately turned around and looked toward the entrance. The doors slowly opened, and Yi Lingshuang's aunt led her out. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat when he saw her in her wedding dress. This is my wife? The person who will spend the rest of her life with me? His heart surged with excitement. From this moment on, he was no longer alone, he had a family. Applause and murmurs of admiration erupted from the crowd. Wow! The bride is so beautiful. She looks even more stunning in person than on TV. Hearing the praises from the audience, Yi Lingshuang felt nervous, but the aisle wasn't too long. Soon enough, her aunt had led her to Jiang Chen's side and handed him the other end of the silk ribbon before stepping away. In a traditional Chinese wedding, the rituals weren't overly complicated. They only needed to perform the 3 bows. The first bow was to heaven and earth. The second bow was to their parents. The final bow was to each other as husband and wife. With the ceremony complete, it was time for the couple to offer toasts to their guests. Since their wedding attire wasn't practical for serving drinks, they quickly changed into a fresh set of clothes before returning to the hall, Jiang Chen with a bottle of wine and Yi Lingshuang holding a wine cup. Xiao Chen, I always knew you and Lingshuang would end up together, said a woman in her 40s, accepting her drink with a smile. This woman lived in the same building as Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang. Jiang Chen's parents had invited all their neighbors to the wedding feast. As someone who had watched Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang grow up, the woman had seen how Lingshuang often used to beat up Jiang Chen. But despite that, their families were close, and she never doubted that the two would eventually get together. In her eyes, they were the perfect example of childhood sweethearts who bickered their way into love. After finishing her drink, the woman looked at both Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang seriously. You two must be happy together, okay? We will, they replied in unison, their faces sincere. The woman glanced at Yi Lingshuang's parents, Zhang Yunpei and Yi Wuchen, who were busy greeting guests. She said to Lingshuang, Lingshuang, your parents have had it tough while you were away. Even if you're living abroad and busy with work, make sure to call home often, alright? She had known Yi Lingshuang's parents for many years and understood how much they loved their daughter. Zhang Yunpei had even refused to have a second child to ensure that all her love would go to Lingshuang. After finishing with the neighbors, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang made their way to the table where Jiang Chen's relatives were seated. Since Jiang Chen hadn't met most of his relatives before, he wasn't sure how to address them. Sensing his son's confusion, Jiang Zhenjianchen stepped in, introducing everyone to Jiang Chen. To his surprise, Jiang Chen found out that he had just become a grandfather, at least in name. Due to his seniority, a little boy had to call him grandpa, and Yi Lingshuang grandma. This made Lingshuang blush furiously. At just 21 years old, she was already being called grandma. And, following tradition, since they were now considered grandparents, They had to give the boy a red envelope. Although Ling Shuang hadn't prepared one, Jiang Chen's father had thought ahead and handed Jiang Chen a large red envelope. "Here, grandson, this is a gift from your grandpa and grandma," Jiang Zhenqian said, handing the envelope to the little boy. The boy looked a bit shy, but after getting a nod of approval from his parents, he timidly accepted the red envelope. "Thank you, grandpa and grandma," he said softly. Both Jiang Chen and Yi Ling Shuang smiled. Well, they didn't have a child of their own yet, but they had already become grandparents. As they moved from table to table, Jiang Zhenqian continued introducing Jiang Chen and Yi Ling Shuang to more relatives. There were many family members present, and Jiang Chen even met some of his cousins. However, he noticed that many of them seemed to be struggling financially. A few of his cousins had rough, dry skin, a clear sign that they worked outdoors in labor-intensive jobs. After serving drinks, Jiang Chen realized that most of his relatives weren't doing well in life. Curious, he looked at his father, Jiang Zhenqian. Jiang Zhenqian, noticing his son's gaze, smiled bitterly. Of course, he wanted to help his relatives improve their lives, but many of them didn't trust him. Moreover, his older brother wasn't exactly a model of good character, and his two younger brothers had taken money from him to start a clothing business, but they were greedy and even withheld wages from family members. Eventually, their relatives left, with some working on construction sites and others taking low-level office jobs. But this wasn't the time to delve into these family issues. Jiang Zhenqian guided Jiang Chen and Yi Ling Shuang around the room, helping them toast to each table of guests. After a long round of toasting, Jiang Chen finally sat down with his close friends, including Pang Ci. Pang Ci grinned mischievously. "Old Fourth, I think you'd better stop drinking. Tonight's your wedding night, you know. You need to stay sharp. Make sure you don't waste a precious night like this." Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Why did Pang Ci always have that sly grin on his face? What was he up to? After staring at his friends for a while, Jiang Chen shrugged off his suspicions. These friends had flown all the way from abroad to attend his wedding. He was deeply grateful for that, so he decided to relax and have a drink with them. Meanwhile, Yi Ling Shuang, who had been chatting with her girlfriends, noticed Jiang Chen drinking cup after cup with his buddies. Worried, she quickly walked over to him, pulled him aside, and with a blushing face, whispered, "Honey, don't drink too much. I don't want to be left alone on our wedding night." "Honey, I know what I'm doing." "Don't worry," Jiang Chen reassured her with a smile. "Even if I do get a little drunk, I can always take one of Mom's hangover remedies, and I'll be fine." Jiang Chen, like Yi Ling Shuang, was looking forward to their wedding night. But he couldn't afford to be selfish. His friends had spent millions to charter a flight and flown in from abroad, putting their studies on hold just to attend his wedding. He couldn't just think about enjoying the night with Yi Ling Shuang while neglecting his friends who came all this way to celebrate with him. Yi Ling Shuang understood what Jiang Chen meant. His friends, most of whom had traveled from overseas, had sacrificed a lot to be here. They were here out of loyalty and to witness their brother's happiness. Jiang Chen spending time with them was the right thing to do. However, even though there were hangover remedies, and it wouldn't spoil their night, she couldn't help but worry about the effects of the medicine. After all, they planned on having children soon. Was it safe to take medicine if they wanted to start a family? Despite her concerns, Yi Ling Shuang didn't voice them. After all, it was their wedding day, and not drinking wasn't really an option. So she decided to let Jiang Chen enjoy the moment with his friends. She raised her glass, toasted with Jiang Chen's group of friends, and then returned to her own circle of girlfriends. As soon as she left, Jiang Chen's friends all leaned in and whispered conspiratorially, "Old Fourth, is your superstar wife mad? She's probably worried you'll mess things up tonight, huh? Not to nag, but you really should take it easy. Don't ruin the fun tonight," one of them added with a mischievous grin. They were all eagerly planning to crash the wedding night and have a bit of fun with the newlyweds. After all, a prank-filled wedding night was the highlight for groomsmen. If Jiang Chen got too drunk, there would be no chance to carry out their plans. Jiang Chen noticed something was off. Normally these guys were all about pressuring him to drink, and now, they were encouraging him to take it slow. That wasn't like them at all. Suspicious, he decided to use his fate skill to peek into Pang Ci's thoughts. As expected, they were planning to prank him during the wedding night. The only reason they weren't pushing him to drink now was that they didn't want him too drunk to enjoy or endure the pranks they had in mind. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Prank the newlyweds? That wasn't something they typically did in Longcheng. Seeing the eager anticipation on their faces, Jiang Chen sighed and stood up. "Guys, I hate to break it to you, but your little plan isn't going to work out. In Longcheng, we don't have that tradition of pranking the groom on the wedding night." "What? Everyone looked confused. No wedding night pranks? But isn't the Southwest known for being the wildest with this stuff? How'd you know we were planning something? One of his friends asked, surprised. Jiang Chen suddenly realized his slip-up. None of them had told him about their plan. Awkwardly, he tried to cover it up by acting confident. We've known each other for years. You think I can't guess what you're up to? It's a wedding, of course. You guys are looking to make things lively. And what's livelier than a wedding night prank? His friends were dumbfounded. How had he figured it out? Old Fourth, you got a camera in our heads or something? How'd you know? Hey! It's not that hard to figure out. You guys aren't acting normal. Usually you'd be pushing drinks on me, but today you're holding back. That's a red flag right there. His friends deflated like popped balloons. They thought their acting was flawless, but Jiang Chen had seen right through them. Fine, you caught us, one of them laughed. But tonight just brace yourself. They all gave him mischievous grins. Jiang Chen shook his head. Sorry to disappoint, but in my hometown, we don't do wedding night pranks. His friends were bewildered. No pranks? But isn't that what people here do? If there are no pranks, we'll just get back to drinking, someone shouted. With that, they all returned to the usual revelry, no longer holding back on the drinks. After spending time with Peng Ci and the others, Jiang Chen made his way over to his middle school classmates. Not many had come, and most of those who did were girls. Congratulations, old Chen. Lu Yuzhen was the first to stand and toast him. Thanks to Jiang Chen's use of the fate-modifying system, Lu Yuzhen's injury had healed completely. Jiang Chen noticed a complex emotion in Lu Yuzhen's eyes as she looked at him, and he understood immediately. Yuzhen, your injury just healed. You should drink a little less, he said gently. Lu Yuzhen took a sip and smiled. It's strange my injury healed so quickly, and there's not even a scar. The doctors were amazed at how resilient my body is. I guess I healed up just in time to attend your wedding. Old Chen, you're really not going to let me have a drink? My stomach would protest, she said with a teasing tone. Lu Yuxu, sitting beside her sister, heard the sadness in her voice and sighed. Her sister had liked Jiang Chen for many years and had even stayed behind instead of going abroad because of him, and now, she was here, watching him get married. Not wanting her sister to say anything more, Lu Yuxu quickly stood up and raised her glass. Jiang Chen, we weren't in the same class, but you won't hold that against me, right? Of course not, Yuxu. You and Yuzhen are sisters, and Yuzhen is my friend, so that makes you a friend too. I'm happy you're here. Good to hear. Yuxu clinked glasses with Jiang Chen and took a drink before sitting back down. Though she was here, Yuxu felt like an outsider. Her connection to Jiang Chen wasn't strong, so she pulled Lu Yuzhen back into her seat, keeping her from saying anything else. Next, Jiang Chen approached Gu Xiaoman, one of his closest friends from middle school. During their school years, Gu Xiaoman had always taken great care of him, and they shared a close bond. They didn't need to exchange many words, they already understood each other well. Raising her glass, Gu Xiaoman smiled warmly. Old Chen, congratulations on your wedding. Ling Shuang looks stunning today. Jiang Chen smiled back. You look great too. Gu Xiaoman had put on makeup for the occasion and wore a classy, elegant outfit, radiating the grace and beauty she'd always had. Meanwhile, Meng Yao, noticing how animated Jiang Chen's conversations with his old classmates were, nudged Yi Ling Shuang. Sweetie, aren't you jealous at all? Your husband looks like he's having too much fun over there. He knows his limits, Yi Ling Shuang replied confidently. Seeing that Meng Yao didn't quite understand, she added, those girls. They all used to like him. So today he's talking and laughing with them to help them let go of the past. Meng Yao was completely stunned. Yi Ling Shuang was so calm and collected about this. Letting go of the past? Seriously? She thought. Everyone always said that letting a man talk to other women, especially former flames, was just giving him an opportunity to cheat. Yet here was Yi Ling Shuang, completely trusting Jiang Chen. Seeing Meng Yao's wide-eyed disbelief, Lin Xiaoxiao placed a piece of meat into her mouth. Yao Yao, you single girl! What do you even know? Today is Ling Shuang's wedding day, and that rascal Jiang Chen's wedding day too. Of course he needs to say goodbye to his past. Do you want those girls to keep dreaming about him? No wonder you're still single, you just don't get it. If you keep thinking like this, I'm worried no one will ever want you. Yeah, I'm single. But it's not like you've had a relationship either, Meng Yao shot back. And so, the two women began playfully bickering. Yi Ling Shuang smiled and shook her head. She poured herself a glass of wine and stood up, heading over to the table where Jiang Chen's middle school friends were sitting, all of whom were girls. Most of them she already knew. After all, Jiang Chen's popularity back then had kept her on her toes. As she approached, all of his old classmates stood up. "Congratulations on your wedding, Ling Shuang," they chorused. "Thank you, ladies. Eat and drink as much as you like today." Yi Ling Shuang smiled warmly. "Wine, soft drinks, whatever you want. Don't be shy around Jiang Chen." "Don't worry, we won't hold back," one of them piped up. "This is authentic Lafitte wine and Mao Tai. Who knows when we'll get to drink this again after today?" Hearing their light-hearted words, Yi Ling Shuang laughed. "Xiaomi, if you like it so much, I can have the host send you some later." No, that's too much," Xiaomi said, sticking out her tongue. The Mao Tai on the table wasn't the regular type you could buy in stores. It was a rare 1992 vintage, with each bottle worth at least 15,000 yuan. As for the Lafitte, even though it was from 2009, it was still valued at over 60,000 yuan per bottle. Taking that home would be a bit much. Yi Ling Shuang chuckled. After chatting with Jiang Chen's middle school friends for a bit, she took him back to her own table of friends. Well, look who finally made it over here," Meng Yao said with a grin, immediately pouring a glass of wine and handing it to Jiang Chen. "Come on, drink 3 cups as punishment." Jiang Chen was confused. He hadn't done anything to upset Meng Yao today, so why was she giving him a hard time? Still, it was his wedding day, so he decided to just go along with it. After downing the first glass, he poured himself another and stood up, addressing Meng Yao. "Yaoyaoi, if I've done anything wrong in the past, please forgive me." He took a second drink and continued, "And thank you for all the hard work you've put in for this wedding." With that, he finished the third glass. But by then Jiang Chen was starting to feel the effects. His alcohol tolerance wasn't great, and now he was feeling a bit uneasy. He couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated with Yi Ling Shuang. After all, he had inherited all her skills at 100 times the proficiency, except when it came to alcohol. Because she never drank, his tolerance remained terrible. Seeing how sincere Jiang Chen was, and noticing how concerned Yi Ling Shuang looked, Meng Yao sighed and said, "Just treat Ling Shuang well and don't fool around, okay?" "I know. I'll take good care of her." "Don't just say it, prove it with your actions." "I will." Before anyone could react, Jiang Chen suddenly grabbed Yi Ling Shuang and kissed her passionately in front of everyone. Yi Ling Shuang was completely caught off guard. Was Jiang Chen drunk? Kissing her like that in front of so many people? The entire table went silent, utterly shocked. Especially Meng Yao. She hadn't told him to kiss Yi Ling Shuang right then, and there she was just asking him to treat her well in the future. Now he'd gone and kissed her in front of a table full of single women, most of whom had never even held a guy's hand. But Jiang Chen didn't care about any of that. Satisfied with the kiss, he finally released Yi Ling Shuang and grinned at the various stunned expressions around the table. "You all look so surprised. I was just showing you how much I love my wife," he said with a laugh. "That wasn't love, that was cruel," Yi Ping said with a dramatic sigh. "We're all single here. What you just did really hurt us, you know. If you want to show love, do it at home behind closed doors. Don't rub it in our faces." Everyone at the table, except Yi Ling Shuang, nodded in agreement. They were all genuinely hurt by the display. Why make them witness such a heartless scene? "We're still kids," one of them said, half jokingly. "We haven't even held a boy's hand." Looking at her friend's pained expressions, Yi Ling Shuang giggled. "You single girls," she teased. "Jiang Chen and I are married now. We're husband and wife. You know what that means, right?" With that, she wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen's waist and kissed him back, right in front of everyone. The women at the table covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Too much. It was too much. Only after she had thoroughly enjoyed the moment did Yi Ling Shuang let go, smiling playfully at her friends. "Jealous, aren't you? If you are, go find a boyfriend and get married." "Ling Shuang, you win this round," Meng Yao said, throwing back another drink. She had built up quite a tolerance after years of attending business functions abroad, so a little alcohol didn't faze her. She exchanged a glance with the other girls at the table, and in that silent communication, they all reached the same conclusion. The mission? Get Jiang Chen and Yi Ling Shuang drunk. Seeing that the mood was turning toward heavy drinking, Jiang Chen and Yi Ling Shuang quickly made their escape to greet other guests. After making the rounds, Jiang Chen hadn't drunk much more, but his voice was starting to get hoarse from all the talking. Even though his throat was dry, he kept up with all the formalities. Lin Susu noticed the newlyweds making their way around the hall and saw that Jiang Chen was looking quite tipsy. She immediately approached and said, Ling Shuang, you two look exhausted. Why don't you go to the back and rest for a bit? You can take some hangover medicine while you're at it. The banquet still has a while to go. Hearing Lin Susu's suggestion, Yi Ling Shuang looked at Jiang Chen, noticing that he was indeed a bit drunk. She took his hand and led him to the backstage area to rest. By now the staff had left the hall to eat, so it was quiet and empty. Here, take the medicine, Yi Ling Shuang said, handing it to Jiang Chen. Without arguing, Jiang Chen took it. Even though he had mostly been drinking wine, he was definitely feeling the effects. As the medicine took effect, Jiang Chen stared at Yi Ling Shuang, thinking about how breathtakingly beautiful she looked. He felt like the luckiest man alive to have married her. Why are you staring at me like that? Yi Ling Shuang asked, feeling a bit shy under his gaze. Because you look stunning today. Jiang Chen replied softly. Blushing, Yi Ling Shuang lowered her head. Jiang Chen reached out, wrapped his arms around her waist, and slowly leaned in for a kiss. Yi Ling Shuang closed her eyes, her hands resting gently on his neck, as she returned his kiss with warmth. Honey, not here. Yi Ling Shuang was flustered as Jiang Chen's hands started wandering. She felt a surge of panic. This was still the backstage area, and if anyone walked in, it would be beyond embarrassing. That's enough for now, okay? She pleaded. But you're just so beautiful, I can't help myself. Jiang Chen murmured. Stop it. Yi Ling Shuang hurriedly adjusted her clothes, her face flushing red. Mom told you to come back here to rest, not to take advantage of me. Jiang Chen just chuckled mischievously. Come on, there's no one around. It was their wedding day, and all their relatives were there. Yi Ling Shuang was officially his wife now, not just in name as before, so he didn't feel the need to hold back. He pulled her into his arms again. Yi Ling Shuang tried to push him away, but how could she win against Jiang Chen's strength? After a few feeble attempts, he silenced her protests with a kiss. She muttered in frustration when he finally let her go. You're always taking advantage of me. Jiang Chen smirked. Taking advantage? That was barely anything. He glanced around, thinking about taking her to the dressing room for a more private moment, but before he could move, the backstage door swung open. Ming Yao and Lin Xiaoxiao walked in, immediately noticing Yi Ling Shuang's messy clothes and flushed face. As adults, they instantly understood what was going on. Oops, did we interrupt something? Meng Yao teased. Yi Ling Shuang quickly ran over to them, embarrassed. Yao Xiao Xiao, is everyone done eating? No, not yet, Meng Yao replied, grinning. But we finished and saw your mom bring you two back here, so we came to check on you. Her eyes swept over Yi Ling Shuang's appearance. Wow, Ling Shuang, I never thought you'd let him take advantage of you like that. You've really changed. Yi Ling Shuang playfully punched Meng Yao's arm. What are you talking about? We saw it with our own eyes. You can't deny it, Meng Yao teased, laughing. Flustered, Yi Ling Shuang scowled at her friends. They were always stirring up trouble. Seeing that she was getting worked up, Lin Xiaoxiao and Meng Yao both burst out laughing. All right, we'll stop teasing you, Lin Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Let's get changed. After everyone's done eating, we need to perform a dance to entertain the guests. Reminded of the post-dinner entertainment, Yi Ling Shuang stopped joking around. She glanced at Jiang Chen and said, Honey, Yao and Xiaoxiao need to change for their performance. You should go check on your friends and see if they're finished eating. Tell them to get ready to change as well. Jiang Chen gave Meng Yao and Lin Xiaoxiao a playful look and said, Ladies, you can trust me. I promise I won't peek. Yi Ling Shuang and her friends exchanged glances and, without hesitation, escorted Jiang Chen out of the backstage area. Feeling a bit put out, Jiang Chen mumbled to himself, so stingy. Especially you, Ling Shuang, you don't even let me take a peek. Back outside, Jiang Chen rejoined his friends, who were still enjoying their food and drinks. The guests were far from finished, so he quickly got back into the spirit of things, joining in on the laughter and conversations. While Jiang Chen was chatting with his friends, Yi Ling Shuang, Meng Yao, and Lin Xiaoxiao were in the dressing room, touching up their makeup and talking. Ling Shuang, tell me honestly, Meng Yao began, her tone serious. Is getting married really as great as they say? Lately, Meng Yao had been feeling the pressure from her family to get married. Coming from a hidden, powerful family, the women were usually expected to marry by the time they turned 20. Meng Yao had delayed it because she was pursuing her studies, but now that she was about to graduate, her family was pushing her to marry to strengthen their connections. Seeing the earnest look on Meng Yao's face, Yi Ling Shuang smiled. Of course marriage is great. Oh? What's so great about it? Meng Yao asked, intrigued. It's simple. Yi Ling Shuang replied. Do you think it's cold in winter? Obviously, Meng Yao said without hesitation. It was freezing when we were in university. Exactly, Yi Lingshuang nodded. But if you had a boyfriend to cuddle with, you wouldn't feel so cold, would you? Both Meng Yao and Lin Xiaoxiao stared at her, dumbfounded. Ignoring their looks, Yi Lingshuang continued with a grin. And you both love shopping, right? Don't you always wear high heels and end up carrying all your shopping bags yourselves? The two women nodded. Isn't that exhausting? Yi Lingshuang asked. But if you had a husband or a boyfriend, he'd carry the bags for you, and when your feet get tired from wearing high heels, he'd carry you too. Meng Yao and Lin Xiaoxiao exchanged glances. Would a husband really do that? Of course. Yi Lingshuang replied sweetly. When we were in Westlake, I pretended my feet hurt, and Jiang Chen carried me for several kilometers. She sighed blissfully. Imagine walking all that way in heels without anyone to carry you. The two friends were speechless. They couldn't help but think, was marriage just about having someone to be your personal porter? Sure, it was sweet to have someone to help, but in modern times, many of these issues could easily be avoided. Nowadays, you could have clothes delivered right to your door or use carts in tourist areas to avoid walking long distances. Meng Yao wasn't convinced. Ling Shuang, is that really the best part of having a husband? Because if it is, I think I'm fine on my own. Annoyed, Yi Lingshuang pouted. That's just the basics. A husband's greatest role is giving you a cute little baby. A baby who will call you mom and bring joy to your life. Both women stared at her in shock. She was right, physical tasks could be outsourced, but having a baby was something you couldn't do alone. Seeing their realization, Yi Lingshuang pressed on. You might think having a baby is painful, but there's something you can't deny. When it's late at night, and you're feeling lonely, who will be there to comfort you? That's when you'll realize the true value of having a husband. Lin Xiaoxiao and Meng Yao were dumbfounded. Everything was going just fine. How did the conversation suddenly take such a turn? And so quickly too. Ling Shuang, you've really fallen, Meng Yao teased. You've become so improper. Yi Lingshuang's cheeks flushed red. Well, it's true, she replied with a mischievous smile. Only when the night is quiet do you realize what you really want. I bet you two have had those late-night moments as well. The three of them were close friends, so there was no need to hide anything when joking around like this. Meng Yao stared at Yi Lingshuang, knowing that although her words were cheeky, there was some truth in them. Late at night, when the world was quiet, people's true feelings often surfaced. Being abroad, Meng Yao frequently had to work late into the night. During those long hours, the burden of her responsibilities often weighed heavily on her, and there were moments when she wished she had someone by her side to share that load. But in reality, who could truly share those burdens with her? Now, what Yi Lingshuang said about having a husband made more sense. Some things could only be shared by a husband who could soothe her tired heart. As she thought about these things, Meng Yao unconsciously lowered her head. A husband? If she really went through with her parents' wishes and married some wealthy young heir, would he actually help her carry those burdens? Noticing Meng Yao's change in mood, Yi Lingshuang asked with concern, Yao, what's wrong? I'm just wondering. Is having a husband really that great? Of course it is, Yi Lingshuang replied. But it depends on finding the right person. When you meet the right one, every day feels like Valentine's Day. And how do you find the right person? Meng Yao asked. A bit skeptically. Yi Lingshuang smiled warmly. For me, I grew up with Jiang Chen. We know each other inside and out. I trust that he'll never go back on his word, and he knows that, despite my bad temper, he'll always put up with me. That's what it means to find the right person. Meng Yao nodded in understanding. It was true, finding the right person meant accepting each other's flaws. If you can't tolerate someone's imperfections, or worse, if you're constantly digging up their faults, then that's not the right person. That's more like an enemy. As they continued chatting, Yi Lingshuang couldn't shake the feeling that something was off with Meng Yao. Why all the questions? Do you have someone you like? She asked. Meng Yao shook her head. No, I'm too busy with work to even think about dating. Yi Lingshuang still sensed something was wrong. Given how much they were talking about relationships, she figured this was the perfect time to play matchmaker. There were plenty of guys at the wedding, many of whom were Jiang Chen's close friends. She trusted Jiang Chen, so naturally, his friends must be good guys too. After all, birds of a feather flock together, right? Good people tend to surround themselves with other good people. Yao, if you don't have a boyfriend, why not consider one of my husband's friends? Yi Lingshuang suggested. Apart from that goofy one, Peng Si, the other two seem like nice guys. And they're pretty funny too. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly chimed in, Yao, if you're serious about dating, You should really consider one of Jiang Chen's friends. I know he can be a bit silly at times, but he really does have great taste in friends. Look at how they all flew in from abroad just to attend his wedding. They spent millions on a private jet just for a high school friend's wedding. You don't have to question their loyalty. Meng Yao covered her face with her hands. These two friends were really going all out to set her up. Come on, you two. Stop worrying about me. I'm not looking for a boyfriend right now. But if you're not interested, why ask so many questions? Yi Lingshuang teased. Meng Yao felt embarrassed. She realized she had asked a lot of questions and had dug herself into a bit of a hole. If they kept pushing the subject, she wouldn't hear the end of it. Grabbing Yi Lingshuang's hand, she said, "Sweetie, I'll go check on your husband and see if he's done." Yi Lingshuang wasn't easily fooled. She could tell Meng Yao was trying to change the subject, which only made her more suspicious. "Yao Yao, are you really trying to hide something from us? Just be honest. What's going on?" Meng Yao was caught off guard. What could possibly be going on? She asked, trying to brush it off. "Oh, come on," Yi Lingshuang persisted. "You've never been this interested in talking about men before. Today you're acting so out of character. Don't tell me your family's trying to set you up with someone." They had been roommates for 3 years and knew Meng Yao well. She had always been distant when it came to talking about men. Her sudden interest today was definitely out of the ordinary. That could only mean one of two things: either she had met someone, or her family was pushing her into an arranged marriage. Given how troubled she seemed, the latter seemed more likely. Realizing she couldn't avoid the conversation any longer, Meng Yao sighed. "All right, fine. You got me. My family is pressuring me to get married. They want me to marry some rich guy I've never even met." She hesitated for a moment before continuing. "I did some research on him online though. He's a playboy. None of his relationships have lasted more than 2 weeks. Yi Lingshuang frowned. "A playboy? That's not just a rich kid, that's a total scumbag." Lin Xiaoxiao, unaware of Meng Yao's family background, chimed in, Yao, it's the 21st century. Why are they still pushing these old-fashioned arranged marriages? And your family is doing well, right? There's no need to sacrifice your happiness for some business deal." Lin Xiaoxiao didn't fully understand Meng Yao's situation, but Yi Lingshuang did. Jiang Chen had told her that Meng Yao's family wasn't just wealthy, they were extraordinarily powerful, with wealth surpassing even the richest people in the country. This wasn't something Meng Yao could handle on her own. After thinking for a moment, Yi Lingshuang said, "You know what they say, marriage is like a second birth for a woman. You can't let anyone force you into giving up your youth and future for someone else's benefit. Your life is too precious to waste on someone who doesn't deserve you." Meng Yao stared at her, surprised. It was as if Yi Lingshuang understood her situation perfectly, like she already knew that Meng Yao wasn't in control of her own fate. Could she have figured out who I really am? Meng Yao wondered. Then, as thoughts of Jiang Chen and his father flashed through her mind, it clicked. If Jiang Chen's family really was one of those hidden, powerful clans, then his father must have recognized her identity. After all, there weren't many of these hidden families in the country. With that realization, Meng Yao suddenly felt hopeful. An idea formed in her mind, one that could free her from her family's control forever. If only Yi Lingshuang and Jiang Chen would agree to help. Meng Yao stared at Yi Lingshuang intently, making her feel uneasy. "Lingshuang? Is there something I can help you with?" she asked, trying to ease the tension. "Just tell me, don't look at me like that, it's kind of scary." Since Yi Lingshuang had already brought it up, Meng Yao didn't want to beat around the bush any longer. "Actually, yes, you can help me," Meng Yao admitted. "But it's a bit of a crazy request." "What's so crazy about it?" "Whatever it is, as long as I can help, I'll do it," Yi Lingshuang replied, without thinking twice. To her, a friend's happiness was more important than anything. Seeing Yi Lingshuang's unwavering loyalty, Meng Yao felt a bit embarrassed. "Lingshuang, I need to borrow your husband for a little while to play a role. If he comes with me to my family, everything will be sorted out." Yi Lingshuang wasn't naive. She instantly understood what Meng Yao meant. "You want my husband to pretend to be your boyfriend? That's fine," Yi Lingshuang replied. "But my husband is already married. Your family would find that out quickly, wouldn't they? It wouldn't work. Trust me. In my family's world, it's not an issue," Meng Yao explained. "In traditional circles like mine, it's still acceptable for men to take concubines. I can pretend to be your husband's concubine." Yi Lingshuang's eyes widened in shock. "What? A concubine? Are you serious?" Meng Yao nodded earnestly, but Yi Lingshuang couldn't believe what she was hearing. "Come on, Yao, we're in modern times. Who still talks about concubines?" she said. then thought about what Jiang Chen had told her earlier about Meng Yao's mysterious background. Even if your world is unique, it's still under national law, right? Meng Yao smiled faintly. We are under national law, but there's a loophole. Concubines don't need marriage certificates. It's perfectly legal within our circles. Her explanation was so casual that it left Lin Xiaoxiao, who was listening in, utterly confused. Wait, what are you two even talking about? Concubines? Wives? Are we even living in the same world? Lin Xiaoxiao asked, unable to comprehend. Yi Lingshuang and Meng Yao exchanged glances before Yi Lingshuang said, I'll let Meng Yao explain it to you. Lin Xiaoxiao stared at Meng Yao, waiting for an explanation. Meng Yao didn't hold back. She told Lin Xiaoxiao everything: the existence of powerful families, and even the descendants of royalty, who, to the ordinary world, seemed to have disappeared. But in reality, these families still controlled much of the global economy from the shadows. In many countries, including theirs, overt displays of wealth and power were restricted by law, so these families would operate through figureheads, people they controlled from behind the scenes. As an example, Meng Yao mentioned the two mas, referring to two prominent tech magnates, known to everyone as incredibly successful entrepreneurs. But in reality, Meng Yao revealed, they were merely puppets for the real power players. Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned. Are you serious, Yao Yao Yao? You're saying those tech billionaires are just pawns? Of course, Meng Yao confirmed. And today I realized who's really pulling the strings. Who? Lin Xiaoxiao asked, her curiosity piqued. Ling Shuang's husband's family. Meng Yao answered. What? Are you sure? Lin Xiaoxiao was shocked. Didn't you notice how respectful the two mas were to Jiang Chen and his father earlier in the hall? Meng Yao asked. Who else would they bow to except their real boss? Lin Xiaoxiao thought back to earlier in the day when she saw the two men greeting Jiang Chen and his father with great respect. At the time she assumed it was just politeness, but now it all made sense. They weren't just being friendly, they were showing deference to their true superiors. Wow, Lin Xiaoxiao muttered to herself. So one of my friends is secretly a super wealthy heiress, and the other just married into a powerful family. Who would have thought? Meng Yao noticed Lin Xiaoxiao's awestruck expression and smiled wryly. Don't envy me, Xiaoxiao. Being part of a wealthy family isn't all it's cracked up to be. How so? Lin Xiaoxiao asked, genuinely confused. Meng Yao's smile faded, and a trace of sadness appeared in her eyes. In families like mine, we don't have the freedom that ordinary people take for granted. You can choose who you want to marry, but in my world, whether you're a man or a woman, you don't get that choice. Marriages are all about maintaining the right connections. Lin Xiaoxiao thought of all the fairy tale stories she'd heard about ordinary girls marrying into rich families. But that's not true for everyone, right? Don't we hear stories all the time about wealthy families marrying ordinary people? Those aren't the families I'm talking about, Meng Yao explained. To put it bluntly, those so-called rich people you see in the media don't even come close to the families I'm talking about. They couldn't even shine the shoes of the real power players. A single word from the true elites could bankrupt them. Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Is that really true? She asked, struggling to comprehend just how deep this hidden world went. To prove her point, Meng Yao opened a banking app on her phone and showed Lin Xiaoxiao a balance. This is the reserve fund I manage for just 25 companies in the US, she said. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the screen and saw a string of zeros. There were 13 in total, 3 trillion. Is that $3 trillion? Lin Xiaoxiao asked weakly. Yes, 3 trillion US dollars, Meng Yao replied. That's about 20 trillion in our currency. Lin Xiaoxiao was dumbstruck. She had always thought the people in the news were at the top of the world, but now she realized they were nothing compared to these families. After chatting for a while, Meng Yao turned to Yi Lingshuang again. So my dear, will you let me borrow your husband for a bit? You don't need to worry. I'm not actually interested in being his concubine, Meng Yao assured her. I just need to play the part for a couple of years to keep my grandfather off my back. After that, I'll be able to build my business and earn my freedom. Yi Lingshuang sighed and covered her face with her hands. All right, Yao Yao, I can lend you my husband for this, but don't get too carried away and steal him from me, she joked. Meng Yao hugged her tightly, feeling grateful. Don't worry, Lingshuang. I have no interest in your husband. I have my eyes set on the stars, not your man. I'm not going to fall in love with him. That's good. Meng Yao wasn't as bold or mischievous as Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Ping. She was more composed and steady, which made Yi Lingshuang feel at ease. After chatting for a while backstage, Lin Xiaoxiao seemed to have a thought and said, Yao Yao, are you just planning to take that guy with you? Don't the parents have to meet too? Meng Yao thought about it and nodded. You're right, if we're going to put on a show, we might as well do it properly. Yi Lingshuang smiled wryly. Yao, do you really think I can get my in-laws involved? They're extremely busy people, and I've barely seen them a few times in my entire life. Asking them to come along to meet your family, I don't think it's going to happen. You'll have to find another way to smooth things over. She added with a bit of a bitter laugh. Besides, if my in-laws found out I was lending my husband to help you, and asking them to play along in the act, what would they think of me afterward? This was Yi Lingshuang's genuine concern. Jiang Chen's parents had always treated her well, but asking to borrow her husband and even involve his parents in this charade seemed way too bold. She couldn't even bring herself to imagine it. Meng Yao sighed. You're right. Asking to borrow your husband is one thing, but pulling your in-laws into it? That's too much. The group continued to brainstorm ways to make it all work when suddenly they heard a voice nearby. Yao Lingshuang? Where are you? Hearing the voice, they immediately stood up. It was their old dorm mate from university, Zhang Yixu. She had stepped out to take a phone call because the noise inside the stadium had been too much. Seeing Zhang Yixu pick up her phone again, the group quickly called out, No need to call, we're right here. Zhang Yixu playfully stuck out her tongue before walking over and asking, What were you guys talking about in there? I've been calling for you, and none of you answered. The group exchanged awkward glances and laughed nervously. We were just having some girl talk, they said. Zhang Yixu raised her eyebrows, suspicious. You sure you weren't bad-mouthing me? How could we? You're too perfect to criticize. Yi Lingshuang joked. Zhang Yixu rolled her eyes as if she didn't believe a word of it but quickly moved on. She walked up to Yi Lingshuang with an apologetic expression. Lingshuang, I was planning to stay here with you for a few more days, at least until you went to visit your family. But I just got a call from home. My cousin has been living with a guy and is now pregnant. The problem is, the guy doesn't want to marry her. So, I have to catch the next train home. She's pregnant? Yi Lingshuang and Lin Xiaoxiao were shocked. They had met Zhang Yixu's cousin before, a sweet, innocent girl who was still in her second year of college. Zhang Yixu sighed. Yeah, they've been living together, but now that she's pregnant, the guy says he won't marry her. He doesn't want to marry someone from the countryside. Hearing this, Yi Lingshuang immediately called Zhu Shan, her assistant, who had arranged for a helicopter service in case of emergencies. It seemed like now was the perfect time to use it. When Zhang Yixu realized Yi Lingshuang was arranging a helicopter for her, she quickly protested, Lingshuang, I already have a train ticket for 9 p.m. It'll only take 5 hours to get home. There's really no need for a helicopter. Yi Lingshuang shook her head. Snow, it's not that simple. It'll take 5 hours just to get to your city, and that means you'll arrive in the middle of the night. You still have to transfer buses to get to your village. A helicopter will get you there in just over an hour and land directly in your village's basketball court. Isn't that much better? Zhang Yixu was moved. The situation with her cousin was urgent, and her family was in a difficult spot. Her aunt had been crying over the phone, saying how unfairly they were being treated. The boy's family didn't even want to hold a simple engagement ceremony. Soon, Xu Shan arrived. The helicopter's refueling now and will be here in about 5 minutes, she said. Zhang Yixu was deeply grateful. Thank you so much, Lingshuang. Yi Lingshuang smiled. We're sisters. You don't have to thank me. Just call me if you need anything once you're home. After Zhang Yixu left, the group felt a bit at a loss. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Yao, why don't you pretend to be pregnant? That way your grandfather won't force you to marry anyone, and Lingshuang's husband won't have to pretend to be yours. Meng Yao shook her head immediately. If I were to pretend to be pregnant, they wouldn't stop the marriage. They'd probably push me to the brink instead. Our family cares a lot about its reputation. If I got pregnant out of wedlock, and with an ordinary guy's child, they wouldn't hesitate to disown me. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed. So that means Lingshuang's husband has no choice but to take you as a second wife. Before anyone could respond, they heard Jiang Chen's voice from the door. Who's talking about becoming my second wife? The women turned to see Jiang Chen approaching, exchanging amused glances with each other. Hubby. Yi Lingshuang walked over to him, taking his hand with a smile. You've arrived just in time. Jiang Chen looked puzzled. What's going on, honey? Yi Lingshuang's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head shyly. I have something I need to discuss with you. Honey, you don't need to discuss anything with me. You make the decisions, and I'll go along with whatever you say. Jiang Chen smiled warmly. Yi Lingshuang shook her head. You're the head of the household. I should at least talk to you about it. Seeing how serious Yi Lingshuang was, Jiang Chen knew it must be something important. All right, I'm listening. Yi Lingshuang glanced over at Meng Yao, who was looking down, then finally spoke. Hubby, I want to take a second wife for you.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.